Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 53, Her Name is Silk. Cindy Moon. Silk and Black Cat, beneath the moonlight once again, swung side by side using Silk's webs and Black Cat's grapple hook, watching as three moving trucks owned by the Magia bobbed and weaved through traffic. Priority number one for Silk was to stop those trucks. They were carrying God knows what in them and they might hurt someone with their reckless driving. She had already called the authorities, informing them about the attack on Oscorp and the bombs that were supposedly going to explode within a matter of minutes. Black Cat followed behind her, though she had no clue why. This wasn't her, she wasn't a hero, and she didn't care about Oscorp or saving people. However, Silk's drive was contagious, that hero's glare and that desire to be there for everyone was something hidden inside Felicia Hardy this whole time and was finally emerging. The three trucks began to split up, two going straight while the other one turned right. Seeing this, Silk yelled behind her at Black Cat. "I'll get those two, you get the straggler. Meet back at Oscorp." Like a slingshot, Silk used her webs to shoot herself forward, leaving Felicia behind as she gave chase to the two speeding trucks. The passenger of the truck in the front looked through his rearview mirror, spotting the heroine chasing after them. "It's Spider-Girl," he shouted before leaning out of the window with an assault rifle, aiming right at her. Silk frowned before using her fingertips to craft a shield made of her webbing for herself. Spider silk is known to be 5 times stronger than steel if there was enough of it, and this was no different for Cindy Moon's webs. Hers might even be stronger when concentrated. The gunman began firing shots at the hero, though her shield was easily able to stop them in their tracks, surprising the goons. "You seein' this? I ain't seen Spider-Man do nothing like that," the goon yelled before looking back to see that Silk was lunging toward the vehicle with her shield in both hands. Like a warrior, Silk shouted, "Hawa," as she slammed her shield into the roof of the truck, scaring everyone in the back and causing the driver to begin swerving off the road and onto the sidewalk. Silk's silk sense began to go haywire, triggering the girl to look up and see that there were civilians on the sidewalk, trying their best to escape the truck that was ready to run them down. Silk quickly crawled to the front of the truck before breaking the window with her fist and grabbing the steering wheel, turning it to the side and narrowly avoiding any civilians, and turning the truck back on the road. "This bitch is crazy," the driver yelled, triggering Silk to yell back. "Stop calling me a bitch." She was pissed, having been called that one too many times that day by the Magia. Silk grabbed the driver, yanking him out of the truck before using her webs to push down the brakes, stopping the vehicle in its tracks and causing the truck behind it to stop as well. One of the thugs in the back tried to shoot her, but Silk's silk sense allowed her to dodge it with ease. This pissed her off even more. The thug shot and missed again, only to be met by a lunging fist from Silk, straight to the center of his chest. The thugs in the other moving truck, seeing no path around, all began getting out of the truck with their weapons in hand. As soon as their boots touched the floor, one of the Magia goons was sent flying straight through the back door of the truck, crashing onto the bumper of the other truck. All of the now on-foot Magia members began firing blindly into the truck, emptying their magazines in hopes that they'd land a shot on Silk. However, once the dust cleared and their eyes adjusted, Silk was nowhere to be seen. "Up here," Silk taunted before leaping from the top of the truck behind them, kicking 2 Magia thugs in the face at once before backflipping in the air, twirling and kicking the last one in the jaw. Just like that, all of the Magia thugs had been decommissioned. However, Silk's job wasn't done yet and she immediately slingshot herself into the air, making her way to Oscorp. Once there, Silk spotted the police and the bomb squad, stopping in front of them to get a read on the situation. "Ah, Spider-Girl," one of the officers said, bringing a blank look to Silk's eyes. "It's Silk. Where are the bombs?" she asked them. Well, we can't find any. The dogs have been searching for them, but it seems like it was just an empty threat," the cop said. However, Cindy knew it wasn't that simple. "Unless the bombs are somewhere else." As soon as those words left the heroine's mouth, bombs could be heard in the not so far off distance, prompting everyone to look over at one of the cranes that were being used for a nearby construction site, one that was as big as most buildings in the area. The bombs were never meant to be placed on Oscorp itself. No, that would have never worked as Oscorp security was too tight. They planned on using one of the cranes to destroy Oscorp from above. Not only would the crane destroy the top of the building, which is where Osborn's meeting was, but it would also damage the many nearby buildings. There were also bombs attached to the top of it would surely finish the job if Norman somehow survived the crash. Seeing this, Silk immediately sprang into action, zipping toward the crane before attempting to use her webs to hold the crane in place from the base. Despite her web's strength, they snapped and the crane kept on falling. Seeing no other choice, Silk sprinted up the crane, hoping to somehow stop it in midair before it could destroy any of the populated buildings, including Oscorp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bombs. Silk said to herself, counting the bombs that she could find on the crane as she sprinted up it. Like a gymnastic, Silk leapt and swung around the crane, attaching her webs to a nearby building and looping around the crane to hold the crane in place, creating arches in the air for it to rest on. Simultaneously, she was covering bombs with her webs, hoping they would dampen the explosions. "One," she exclaimed, covering one bomb in her webs before moving on to the next, sprinting up the crane that was still falling. Once again, she webbed the building next to her and curled around the crane to create a midair loop to hold the crane in place. As she did this, she could see the next 2 bombs coming up. 2 and 3, she shouted, webbing 2 bombs at once as the crane continued to tip. However, it was very clearly slowing down due to her web loops holding it up. Her plan was working. Once again, she looped under the crane, creating a snare connected to a nearby building to suspend it in the air. The crane had finally stopped, and now all that was left were the bombs as she continued sprinting up the crane. 4, she said breathlessly as she wrapped another bomb, using everything she had to keep pushing despite feeling exhausted beyond belief. 5. Seeing the final bomb, Silk covered it with her webs before leaping off of the crane's tip and landing on the hook connected to it. As she stood on the hook, she looked back at the Oscorp building that was just beneath her, barely having saved it from taking a direct hit. Phew. She took a sigh of relief, looking up at the crane as those below her began to cheer for her, letting human nature's desire to see things up close hinder them from getting out of the way. However, those cheers would be short-lived as Silk's sense began to go haywire. All 5 bombs exploded, and despite the actual explosions being contained inside of her web cocoons, they still applied immense pressure to the crane, causing her webs to begin snapping as the crane began to redirect toward where the evacuated citizens were. Silk lunged back up to the tip of the crane as it began falling toward the earth, attaching webs to the building to her left and the building to her right before attaching them to the crane in hopes that it could at least slow it down. She then slingshot herself through the gap and toward the ground, having no time to think of a real plan. Silk landed on the ground, looking up at the crane as it continued to fall. It wasn't going to hit any buildings now, but there were still way too many people on the roads. She needed to stop it with her bare hands, just long enough to give everyone enough time to flee. The crane was falling at a manageable speed due to her webs creating a bit of resistance, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. She remembered what Eren had told her before, muttering it to herself. "Even if it costs me my life." She sprinted toward the center of the crane, holding it up to ensure that the tip of it didn't crash into the people behind her. "Aya," she wailed, feeling as if her body was ready to explode as she tried her best to hold up her crane in a similar fashion to the Phantom Spider on the night he too decided to be a hero. This action gave everyone enough time to get out of the way, including those who were still in their vehicles as Silk toiled to hold it up. Individuals soon approached the hero, still keeping a safe distance as she strained with everything she had. "Is she gonna do it?" one of the onlookers asked. I can't do it," Silk said, feeling her body ready to give out. She couldn't even gather enough strength to lift it up and get out from beneath it. She was stuck. However, a familiar voice would soon join the hero beneath the crane. "I gotcha," Black Cat said, appearing just in time, getting right behind Silk and holding up the crane with her, despite not having superhuman strength. Her addition did nothing to help the hero physically, she was just a regular human. People with Eren and Cindy's spider powers could lift multiple tons on their own, while it would take 70 or so people just to lift a single ton. However, seeing her new friend beside her seemingly gave her more strength. "Cat." Silk tried to speak, but the pain was too intense for her to let any more words out. "I don't know. But I'm here for you," she whispered, truly not having an answer. She was no hero, just a thief, but she couldn't shake the desire to help. This gesture, though practically meaningless, inspired others to join. "I'm here for you," the man shouted, using nothing more than his human strength to try and hold up the crane with the 2 ladies. "Stop. You're gonna get yourselves killed," Silk muttered. However, people just kept coming despite her wishes. "We got you. I'll help. We're here. We can hold. Everyone, together." It started with 1, then 2, then 3, then 10, 20, 50, before over 100 people were helping Silk hold up the crane, surrounding the heroine. Of course, none of this would be possible if it weren't for her webs also holding it up and Silk doing all the work, but the people were indirectly giving her strength with this gesture alone. They weren't helping her physically, but mentally, and the power of the human mind, the strength of willpower, can sometimes be greater than a simple boost in raw, physical strength. "Push. We can do it. Hold, hold, hold." Silk began to cry. She didn't know why, but tears were falling down her face as she held the crane above her, shaking due to pouring everything she had into lifting it. The people around her, they were beginning to give her a second wind. Silk began lifting the crane even higher, giving herself enough space to get from beneath it and avoid getting crushed, but she couldn't just drop it. She needed everyone to get out of the way first, together. Everyone count with me. We will release it on 1. Silk screamed before counting down. 10. 9. A few people joined in with her. 7. 6. Then more joined. 5. 4. Hundreds joined her. 3. 2. In unison, everyone holding the crane shouted and released the crane, aside from Silk, who gave everyone a few extra seconds to steer clear. 1. Once the area was clear, Silk released the crane with enough space to get from beneath it. The crane hit the ground, and Silk fell on her hands and knees while everyone still surrounded her. Silk was still mewling, perhaps due to her body not understanding how to react after having overexerted herself in that way. Black Cat got down on her knees as well, grabbing Silk by the chin and lifting up her face to look her in the eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked, receiving a nod from the heroine in response. Black Cat smiled. "You did amazing, Silk." "Yeah. Spider-Woman." One of the crowd members shouted, however, Black Cat had heard enough. "Hey!" she shouted angrily on Silk's behalf. "Her name isn't Spider-Woman. It isn't Spider-Girl. It's Silk. Get it right." The crowd went silent, looking around at each other before the same man as before corrected himself. "Yeah. Silk." He cheered, followed by the rest of the crowd shouting her name. "Silk. Silk. Silk. Silk." Finally, after all this time, people were finally calling her by her name. No longer was she just some cheap knockoff of Spider-Man or his sidekick. No, she was her own hero, her own person. Silk was New York's additional protector, not the substitute teacher for the weak. Black Cat helped the emotional Silk back up onto her feet before shooting her grapple hook in the air. "You ready, Silk?" Black Cat asked, receiving a nod from the heroine. With no other words said, the two ladies zipped away, having saved hundreds while taking down the Magia during the same night. Silk informed the authorities about Silvermane's hideout, which was soon raided by law enforcement. Silvermane was then arrested, removed from his carbonanium suit, and reduced to nothing more than an old man. His gang was also put behind bars, only a few being able to escape. The Magia were done, for now. The two ladies sat beside each other on one of the many skyscrapers in New York, letting their feet hang off the side as they spoke to one another. "You did good, Silk," Black Cat told her, smiling at the young heroine. "You did too. Thank you for your help. I know you said you weren't a hero and all that." Silk began trailing off, thinking about what would have happened if Black Cat didn't show up when she did. "If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have had the strength to hold up that crane." Felicia continued to smile at the young arachnid, placing her hand on her leg to get her attention. Silk looked up at Black Cat shyly, as the woman spoke. "You're strong, Silk. You just needed a little push is all. And you're right, I'm no hero, but when I'm around you and Spider, it's like your heroism is contagious." "Yeah. I get what you mean. I'm only doing all of this because of his words. There's something about him. I can't explain it." Silk thought about what Eren said at the funeral, about doing the right thing. He always knew what to say to inspire people, despite never really having much to say otherwise. "I get what you mean. He's pretty inspiring. There's just something about him that makes you want him to grab your hand and lead the way. He's the reason I didn't kill Silvermane." Black Cat admitted, thinking about that night when Eren spared the shocker. "I lost my father. Silvermane killed him. Like Spider, who lost his mother to someone, I wanted to kill him." Black Cat saying this surprised Cindy. Eren never told her about his desire to want to take a life in the past. He felt it wasn't necessary for her to know that side of him existed. "I just remember finding him at my doorstep, crying and calling himself a coward for not taking that man's life after finally reaching him. He threw himself into my arms, asking why he couldn't do it. I told him it was because he always does the right thing. When I found myself in the same situation he was in, I wanted to be like him for some reason. I chose the right thing. It's silly now that I say it out loud." Cindy really didn't know how to feel about knowing Eren and her were so close, at least by the sounds of it. She wondered how close they were, but she thought it was best not to even ask. "No, it's not silly at all," Silk told her. "You're just a good person and there's nothing wrong with that." Black Cat yawned, standing up on her own 2 feet and stretching her arms. "I don't know about all that." Once she finished stretching, Black Cat placed her hands on her lip, looking down at Silk. "You gonna be all right?" "I'm heading home." Silk nodded her head. "I'll be fine. Bye, Cat. See ya," the feline said before leaping off the building and swinging away with her grapple hook. Silk watched, smiling a bit under her mask as she watched her temporary partner disappear in the distance. She thought about how Eren changed both of their lives, in turn saving hundreds of people in his absence unknowingly. Days passed, and Silk was known by everyone in New York as their new protector. She even had an article written about her from the Daily Bugle calling her a menace, which is a sign that she was doing something right. However, things weren't all sunshine and rainbows for the young heroine, as there was one person she wanted to speak to more than anything. Eren Parker hadn't returned any of her calls since the last time they spoke a few days prior. Unbeknownst to her, he wasn't even conscious at the moment and had been that way for multiple days as he recovered in Shuri's pod. She knew that something bad had to have happened since he promised to never ignore her ever again, and he was sincere about that. "Where are you, Eren?" she whispered to herself, trying once again to call Eren to no avail. Nevertheless, she was confident that things were going to be okay. Though she didn't know it was actually part of her powers, she could sense that Eren was still alive. Regardless, Silk needed to keep her promise, the one she made to herself on Eren's behalf to protect the city while he was gone. Standing in front of her mirror, Silk looked at herself. She was wearing an actual costume now, ridding herself of the makeshift webbed costume for something more heroic. This one was heavily inspired by her Korean culture. The top half of her costume was a white jeogori, a traditional Korean garment, with black cuffs at the end of the sleeves. She had a red bandana around the lower half of her face as a mask. On the center of her jeogori, a red web pattern spread throughout the rest of her top, turning black as it strayed further from the center. In the absolute center of the red webbing, there was a small S to represent her hero name. On the right side of her torso, there was a red bow that hung from her body. Beneath is all, she wore black tights. He's okay. Eren is okay. I still have my duties, and he will fulfill his. With those words said, Silk, sporting her new gear, leapt from her window, ready to play the role of New York's protector. Chapter 54, Wakanda Forever. The nation of Wakanda had an aura of solemnness surrounding it. T'Challa, along with his sister and the future foundation behind him, broadcasted to his people his words of motivation. Wakanda. We are under attack by a powerful adversary, one more powerful than the attackers who flooded our golden city. We have lost hundreds of our children, our parents, our siblings, and our warriors because of a man's manipulation. Doom is that man's name. In a matter of days, Doom will try to set foot in our nation, our impenetrable fortress. However, Doom is a powerful man. Our fortress, our nation. It may not be as impenetrable as we think. He will come for us. I understand that we have lost and we have not mourned, but now is not the time for mourning. Now is the time for preparation. We are the strongest warrior nation in the world. We have the strongest weapons made of vibranium. We have the Black Panther and Bast's protection on our side, but we must still prepare ourselves. Everyone who is able, I implore you to ready yourselves to protect the people you love. To protect Wakanda. We must protect her. Once she is protected from this threat, only then can we mourn. King T'Challa crossed his arms over his chest with closed fists, performing the Wakandan salute to his people. Behind him, the Future Foundation reciprocated this motion, along with his sister. On the other side of the thousands of screens watching him and in the crowd before him, every single Wakandan in the nation crossed their arms over their hearts, even Spider-Man, whose arms were crossed inside his recovery chamber. Wakanda forever. They all shouted simultaneously, mentally preparing themselves for what was to come. For the next week, that solemn, depressing aura around the nation never withered, it only increased. The citizens were afraid, doing what they could to prepare themselves in various means. A draft had to take place, due to Wakanda's military being cut short after Namor's attack. Many children could do nothing but watch as their parents walked out of the door, unknown to them if they'd ever see them again. For the most part, the hustling and bustling streets filled with markets, festivals, performers, and music were completely empty. It was as if Wakanda had become a ghost nation. Most people decided it would be best to spend these last few dreadful days with their families. In the palace, the Future Foundation and the royal family planned out their defense to the best of their ability, but it was impossible. They had no clue where Doom would come from, how he would attack, and what he was even capable of. On top of that, Doom always seemed to be a step ahead of everything they did. They were growing hopeless. They had more individuals with superhuman strength than Doom to their knowledge, which was the reason they were able to defeat the Atlanteans before any more civilian deaths would occur, but they felt as if it weren't enough. There was too much uncertainty. By the time Doomsday had come and the team waited for Doom's final message anxiously in King T'Challa's palace war room. The Richards children were also there, standing by Spider-Man as he continued floating in the cylindrical chamber, just praying that he would wake up soon. The rest of the non-warrior Wakandan were also taking refuge in the palace, as it was the safest place in the nation with an underground bunker for civilians. At exactly 12 p.m., Doom gave him his final message. Doom's face appeared before them all on the war room table, his eyes looking as if he was furious. Everyone felt a sick feeling in their stomachs upon seeing the men project from the table, even the king himself. King T'Challa. Doom's voice boomed throughout the room, a voice so powerful that it could make the entire planet shake. You have failed to reciprocate my generosity to you, even after your various warnings. Let it be known, King. Today will be the final day that the Black Panther lives on this planet and the final day that Wakanda exists as you've come to know it. Doom, despite only being a projection, looked directly at the two kids standing next to Spider-Man before speaking to Valeria in particular with his dark, sinister voice. Valeria, remember what I told you in your dreams. Valeria felt a shiver go down her body as everyone turned to look at her. She couldn't stop shaking, even after her brother grabbed her hand to try and calm her down. She had the feeling that he was in her head, but she didn't want to believe it to be true. This was evidence that it was in fact her reality. My familiar, my daughter. Doom spoke, bringing many adverse reactions to everyone's faces. Reed looked directly at Sue with a shocked expression on his face, but Sue shook her head in response. And no, that's impossible. It's not true. Sue said. She was being honest. Reed was the only possible father, at least, via natural means. Doom spoke once more, having one final statement for the warriors. All hope lies in Doom. The projection faded, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Daughter. Valeria whispered to herself, looking directly at her father as she said this. She'd wondered why she looked nothing like the man, why she didn't have his powers, and why the two of them seemingly had this wall put between them. She was starting to believe Doom. She was considering if Doom was truly her real father. Sis. Johnny said, looking over at Sue who looked as if she were about to be sick. Just the thought of birthing the child of Victor Von Doom was repulsive to her. It made her feel unclean, soiled, and filthy. Tell me the truth. Valeria shouted, looking at both her parents. Who is Doom? Who is he to me? Sue was still too revolted with the idea to move, leaving it to Reed to approach his daughter, placing a hand on her shoulder as he bent down on one knee. She removed it, not wanting to be touched by him. Reed sighed, thinking about how Doom must have planned this all from the beginning, but he couldn't figure out why. Reed spoke calmly to his daughter. Victor Von Doom is an old family friend of ours. Reed paused, not really knowing how to tell Valeria this without making the situation worse. You were going to kill your mother upon being birthed into this world. You would have also died in the progress. I considered terminating the pregnancy when I found out because I didn't want to lose you both. It was more logical to me to save your mother rather than both of you dying during childbirth. Valeria was stunned, hearing her father admit that he would have killed her in the womb if it meant saving his wife. It was a hard decision for any person to make. As the father, one wouldn't want to see their wife die along with a baby that already had zero chance of living. However, as the mother, one wouldn't want to kill a child who was so far along inside of them, they'd want to take the risk. I love you, Valeria, and I regret that decision. I regret having those thoughts, I truly do, but I was scared. Your mother didn't take my advice, she didn't speak to me for months after that, it almost ruined our marriage. She had no one else to turn to, so she called Doom. As Reed said this, Sue was still holding her stomach in the back of the room, being comforted by her brother and Shuri rubbing her back as Ben stood close by. Doom agreed that he would help her deliver you using his sorcery, but only under one condition. If he got to name you. Your mother agreed, and he helped her give birth to you, our daughter, and named you Valeria. However, it seems that whatever method Doom used, it did more than just save your life. This caused Valeria to spiral. Something inside of her broke. It felt as if her entire life had been a lie. They didn't want to tell her this at such a young age because they knew she wouldn't take it well, but they had no other choice. You lied, she whispered, not even looking up at her father. We didn't lie, we just Before Reed could finish, his daughter erupted. You lied to me. Mother would never lie, you made her lie. As she shouted, a pink aura began to surround her body before it exploded, sending Reed backward and crashing onto a table. Everyone in the room was shaken. Valeria's powers had finally manifested themselves, seemingly due to immense trauma and stress. Though she only demonstrated a piece of her abilities, they looked to be similar to her mother's in a way. Valeria looked down at her hands and body, shaking due to how horrified she was by the power flowing through her. Her heart rate skyrocketed and she began to have a panic attack. She began flickering between being visible and invisible in the same place until she began teleporting around the room, a power that her mother did not have. Valeria continued to scream as her abilities went haywire, shooting energy projections all around the room as everyone took cover. She couldn't control it, she was going to harm someone if she wasn't stopped. The pink energy blasts shooting from her body would have destroyed everything in the room if they weren't made of vibranium. Shuri began messing with a device in her hands before pulling a piece of it off and throwing what looked like a bead at Valeria. Once the bead made contact, Valeria stopped in her tracks and collapsed. The Future Foundation all looked at Shuri with fearful eyes before she put up both hands and calmed them down. Power dampener. She's fine. She collapsed from the shock. We need to get the children in the safe room, now. Okoye. Chala looked to the leader of the Dora Milaje, who nodded and immediately picked Valeria off the ground while a few other soldiers walked to Franklin to escort them out. Just as this all occurred, the power went off in the palace. However, it wasn't just the palace that was suffering from this outage, but the entire nation, including Wakanda's defensive barriers. It was only for a second before the backup generators kicked on, but they all knew that the 1 second that passed was all Doom needed to get through the Wakandan borders. All around Wakanda, robots fell from the sky, landing in every single Wakandan city and village with laser rifles and technologically advanced spears and scepters in their hands. These robots were clearly inspired by Tony Stark, all sharing many similarities with his Iron Man costume, except they were green and silver. In unison, the Doombots lifted themselves up before standing up straight and scanning the area around them. Quickly, they were able to deduce that the cities were completely empty, having no readings of life and not a single soul on the streets. However, the Doombots would soon know the strength of Wakanda. Horns began blaring throughout the entire nation before Wakandan warriors were heard shouting war cries as they emerged from the shadows with their vibranium spears and armor. It was an ambush, catching the Doombots off guard as the Wakandan civilians who chose to fight began dismantling them with their vibranium pikes. Some of the Doombots were able to retaliate, firing lasers from their rifles and swinging their weapons at the Wakandan and taking a few out. However, these minions were no match for the Wakandan. Back at the palace, the Future Foundation, Chala, Shuri, and the Dora Milaje walked out of the entrance and began walking toward the massive field in front of the palace, spotting hundreds, maybe even thousands of Doombots in the far distance. They were blocked by one last plasma barricade that surrounded the royal palace, as well as the surrounding buildings and fields. This was a last resort for the Wakandan, the last line of defense, as everyone who was incapable of fighting the war was beneath the palace, huddling together and praying to Bast. Spider-Man wasn't with them, still sleeping in the pod and thrashing about due to his night terrors. However, his recovery was almost complete. Leaving the palace far behind them, the group of heroes found themselves in an open field, getting closer to the overwhelming army in front of them that was still behind the barrier. Chala was not afraid in the slightest. He was prepared to protect his nation with everything he had. Mr. Fantastic. The Invisible Woman. The Human Torch. The Thing. And Princess Shuri all walked beside the king, sharing the same heavy expression in preparation for the battle. The group of heroes stopped in front of the massive army of Wakandan soldiers from every tribe in the nation. Even the Jabari tribe, the tribe who started their own mini-nation in Wakanda due to not wanting to be involved with the royal family, was there to protect their nation. Yibam. Chala shouted to the thousands of soldiers behind him. Yibam. The army repeated, slamming their weapons on the ground. Yibam. Chala shouted once more. Yibam. Once again, his army chanted back to him. Yibam. Chala roared. Yibam. His army gave one final shout before slamming their weapons on the ground with one last mighty strike. Open the barrier at Section 15. Chala shouted, knowing that it was better to leave a small opening for them to get through, rather than having the army attack from all sides if the barrier were to break. After Chala said this, he received word of another army at Sector 12, though this army was not made of machines. Chala looked shocked, smiling slightly before speaking. Open up Sector 12 first then. He ordered. They asked for confirmation and he repeated himself. Open Sector 12. As soon as he said those words, the barrier opened and the Wakandan army looked to their left to see Namor and his army approaching in droves. This time, however, they were not enemies. Namor, using his winged feet, flew to Chala, landing next to him with his trident in hand before looking at Doom's army with a furious gaze. He hated Doom just as much as Chala for making a fool of him and his nation. He wanted revenge. King Namor. I didn't think you'd come. Chala told him. Before Namor left, he asked him if he could help him defeat Doom, telling him that Doom would likely come for them next. Chala despised the Atlantean and he still wanted to kill him, but he knew he needed his help. Namor declined, telling the king that this was his fight, not the Atlanteans, so he left with his army. However, the Atlantean king had a change of heart at the last minute. I chose to do what was right. Namor said as his army arrived next to the Wakandan. This wasn't entirely truthful. The real reason he came back was that he was afraid Doom would come for them next, just as Chala had claimed. The Wakandan army and the Atlantean army all glared at each other with hate in their hearts. Just a week prior, they were trying to kill each other. However, they had to put their differences aside for this battle. The army had practically doubled by this point, giving the Wakandan the numbers they needed to stand a chance. Out of all of the Doombots they could see, they knew that they had a chance at winning this war, a good chance at that. With his sister standing on his other side, Chala crossed his arms over his chest, looking directly at Shuri as his mask covered his face and his claws extended. Shuri nodded to her brother as a black and gold Black Panther costume covered her body as well, mask included, as she crossed her arms and extended her claws. It was against the rules to have two Black Panthers at once, however, when King Chala was absent at one point in the past, his sister took the mantle. When he returned, they both agreed for her to keep the power of the Black Panther within her, just in case she was ever needed again. That time was now. In unison, the brother and sister shouted together. Wakanda forever. The Wakandan, the Future Foundation, and the Atlanteans all sprinted forward as the barrier opened. The Doombots began funneling in through the opening like roaches, running into and bumping off of each other like mindless drones. The battle for Wakanda has just begun. Chapter 55, Wakanda Forever 2. Doom's countless Doombots and the thousands of Wakandan warriors bolted toward each other before clashing together in the middle. The front line of the Wakandan army projected shields in front of themselves, using them to cover the riflemen behind them as they used their vibranium-powered blasters to demolish the Doombots in front of them. The Invisible Woman floated above them, using her energy-projecting abilities to lock the Doombots in place and block some of their blasts from getting through. This made it easy for the archers, gunners, and the Human Torch to rain hell on them with their energy blasts. After shooting multiple flame blasts from his hands, the Human Torch flew down and began flying through the Doombots, creating human-sized holes through all of them, melting them from the inside out, and decommissioning them with ease. Sue. Cylinder. The Human Torch shouted. Knowing exactly what her brother meant due to their team synergy, the Invisible Woman formed a cylinder-shaped barrier above a group of 100 Doombots before Johnny charged himself up in the air and flew into the force field from above it. Sue closed the top, allowing the Human Torch to go wild, heating up his body as he flew in circles around the Doombots. As if they were in a sun-powered oven, the Doombots began to melt before Johnny cooled himself down and his sister lowered her barrier. Those with melee weapons or abilities, including the two Black Panthers, Mr. Fantastic, and the Thing, all ran around the shields and into the fray, ready to destroy any Doombot they could get their hands on. Both Black Panthers used their speed and agility, combined with their vibranium claws to slice through the Doombots as if they were nothing more than wax statues. The two had been training in secret together, practicing ways for the two to sign Ridge Eyes on the field if the time had ever come. They were so deep within the horde, the two Panthers found themselves surrounded by Doombots, all firing at them with their rifles. Both Panthers simply absorbed the damage using their suits as they stood back to back until they both took off in separate directions. Shuri was a bit quicker than Chala, using her agile nature to jump from one Doombot to the next, slicing their heads off with ease. On the opposite side, Chala used his more powerful nature to decimate the robots with power punches and kicks, pouncing from one Doombot to another while ripping their heads off and insides out with his bare hands. Brother. Shuri yelled, gathering her brother's attention as she began twirling a Doombot around her by the legs like a wrestler, wiping out the surrounding Doombots before throwing it at her brother. With his claws extended, Chala ripped a hole through the Doombot before grabbing him by the wrist and using his gun to mow down those around him. Once the Doombot was out of ammo, Chala kicked an approaching Doombot in the face, sending it to Shuri who was soaring in the air before she axe-kicked it back to the ground, sending it into a small wave of Doombots. Ready, Shuri. Chala yelled, leaping up in the air and grabbing his sister's hand. Ready, brother. She replied before Chala threw her like a missile into a crowd of Doombots, allowing her to release the kinetic energy built up in her suit from being attacked so many times. A yellow energy blast destroyed the Doombots in an instant, sending them flying backward as they broke down into nothing more than scrap metal. King Chala was surrounded by a group of his own before releasing a purple energy blast himself, completely annihilating anything in his path. Not too far away from them, the Thing and Reed Richards stood side by side, destroying the Doombots with power punches from their fists. The Thing, having strength that rivals the Hulk, did nothing more than throw powerful punches at the Doombots, either dismantling them in one strike or sending them into other Doombots like a bowling ball into pins. Beside him, Reed had his fists elongated into massive hammers, both being bigger than Ben Grimm's entire body. Mr. Fantastic used his massive fists to completely decimate any Doombots in his path, reducing them to junk. Namor, however, was working alone as the Wakandan Atlantean army fought on around him. Using his trident, the King of the Sea sliced his way through Doombots, while also shooting beams from it at them, reducing them to dust. One of the Doombots shot the King of Atlantis, however, this shot seemingly did nothing but annoy the Atlantean as he approached the Doombot with anger in his steps. The Doombot kept firing at him, however, Namor shrugged off the bullets entirely before using his fist to punch a hole through the Doombot with ease before tossing him to the side. Meanwhile, more Doombots began pouring through the barrier in droves, almost as if they were just spawning from thin air. This didn't matter to the heroes as they continued to hack, slash, bash, and clobber their way through the Doombots like they were nothing. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then 20. Until minutes and the battle was still going. Though the warriors were still fighting, they were only human and they were becoming fatigued. Perhaps this was Doom's plan, waiting for the heroes to become fatigued before finally showing his face to them. Regardless, the heroes continued to fight on, though in a less organized fashion. Back to back, both kings stood with their weapons drawn, both breathing heavily as the Doombots just kept coming. "How are you holding up, King Namor?" Chala asked, breathing heavily as he used his vibranium claws to cut through a few Doombots. Namor was exhausted. Despite being able to breathe outside of water, unlike his people, he still needed water in order to keep going after a long time on the surface. He could barely speak, replying to Chala as he blocked a few lasers before shooting one of his own at a duo of Doombots. I could use some water. But I can still fight. Both kings looked around the battlefield, seeing that their people were beginning to fall. The superhumans were still fighting, sure, but the regular soldiers had already reached their limits, dropping like flies left and right as the Doombots became more of a threat in numbers. Shuri tried her best to protect the army after seeing them getting dropped, but she could only do so much with the energy she had left. The army that was once in the thousands was now down to a few hundred, and things were not looking to get any better. Sue had overexerted herself with her force fields, nearly running out of steam as she used her energy projection to crush and toss away Doombots. Johnny hated showing fatigue, so he was still going full speed ahead to hide the fact that exhaustion was creeping up on him. Reed was tired too, his massive hammer hands now shrunken down to the size of 2 basketballs. Ben Grimm still had some fight in him, punching his way through the horde with his immense strength. However, the sheer amount of Doombots were beginning to overwhelm him, targeting him as a threat and dogpiling him. Their weapons weren't really harming him, but his stamina was lowering. This continued on for 10 more minutes as the warriors' numbers kept reducing, as well as their energy. Darkness soon shrouded the entire battlefield as if the sun had been blotted out from the sky. The warriors looked up, their expressions all shifting to that of defeat as a massive ship filled the entire sky. It was absolutely massive, being as large as a skyscraper as it hung in the sky. In the thousands, more Doombots began falling from the sky like fallen stars, landing in front of the barrier before pouring in like thousands of ants. Brother. What are you going to do? Shuri asked, breathing heavily beside Chala. The Black Panther was speechless, having quietly begun to lose hope in his own mind. However, he wasn't going to quit just yet. We fight. He said, standing back up straight and wincing due to his exhaustion. However, before Chala could take another step. Returned. A blue streak zipped past the king, leaving a benevolent, cobalt trail of electricity behind him. Chala and Shuri looked at each other, smiling beneath their masks before saying in unison, he's back. The blue streak ran past the Future Foundation, lifting everyone back up on their feet and electrocuting the enemies surrounding Ben Grimm before continuing to flicker forward. The Future Foundation all looked at each other with wide eyes, thinking the same thing without saying a word to each other. Namor, kneeling with his trident in his hand, looked back as the blue streak approached him before disappearing just as fast as it had appeared. The king looked back down at his hand, before shouting, "What?" as his trident was once again stolen from him by the blue streak. The blue glimmer of hope continued forward until it neared the opening in the barrier before it leapt in the air, taking the form of a man. Not just any man, but Spider-Man, wearing his costume with a new black and gold Wakandan-inspired design. His mask and shoulders were gold, matching the trident in his hands, as was the Wakandan-styled spider on his chest. The rest of the costume was black with minor gold accents and trimmings on it. He wanted to truly represent his newfound Wakandan blood, while also being a symbol of hope for his Wakandan people. This was his heritage and he was proud to exhibit it. Holding the trident of Neptune in the air with both hands, Spider-Man enveloped it in his blue Godspeed energy before bashing it down onto the ground, creating a massive electric explosion that eliminated hundreds of Doombots with that one single attack. With the Atlantean spear in his hand, Spider-Man stood tall as his body and lenses shone brightly with Godspeed energy. He'd never felt so amazing in his life. Perhaps it was due to the heart-shaped herb he had consumed finally having changed his body, Shuri's capsule, or maybe both things working together, but Spider-Man's strength felt more potent than ever before. Beneath the Wakandan royal palace, Valeria woke up, leaning up in a panic as her brother held her hand. Valeria. You're okay, he told her, hugging her tightly as if he thought she would never wake up again. Valeria looked around to see that she was in a massive bunker filled with countless Wakandan, all fearing for their lives, holding on to their family members. Come to me, Valeria. Doom's voice echoed through her mind, horrifying, yet entrancing her. She was prepared to finally meet the man himself and get answers. I need to get out of here. Valeria thought, looking down at her own 2 hands and remembering that she had powers now. So far, she knew that she could shoot energy blasts, turn invisible, and teleport. It was just a matter of how at that point. Many cards were still at play. Spider-Man's newfound strength. Doom's whereabouts and his true power. The number of Doombots that remained. Valeria and her new powers. And even the other Richards child, Franklin Richards, who still hadn't awakened his abilities yet. Chapter 56, Wakanda Forever 3. Spider-Man, holding the trident of Neptune in his hands, turned around to face Chala and Shuri, retracting his mask before giving them a smile and a Wakandan salute, crossing his arms over his chest. The two Wakandon saluted back before Spider-Man's mask covered his face once more, blasting forward and decimating his robots with incredible speed using the adamantium trident. All anyone could see was the blue blur of Spider-Man dashing from Doombot to Doombot, slicing and dicing them all in seconds. He was faster, much faster, and the trident of Neptune only made him that much more powerful due to its properties. A couple of decommissioned Doombots turned into several. Several turned into a dozen. A dozen turned into dozens. Dozens turned into hundreds. It was incredible, the boy was unstoppable and he couldn't feel himself letting up in the slightest. The Wakandon, the Atlanteans, and the Future Foundation finally had a moment where they could breathe as they watched the boy made of lighting take out almost every single Doombot that remained, leaving nothing but a few stragglers and pieces of metal in his path. The blue streak stopped, returning into the black and gold wearing Spider-Man as he handed his trident back to Namor, feeling as if he didn't have any more use for it, for now at least. Thanks, bro. This thing is mad OP by the way. Namor, being a royal from the nation under the sea, was baffled. Mad. Up. Before Namor could say more, a portal opened up above the heroes, startling them and prompting them all to look upward. Spider-Man's spider sense began to give him a weird feeling. It wasn't telling him to dodge an attack like it usually did, it was more so telling him to just run. Just get out of there. His body and sense wanted more than anything for him to run away as far as possible. Doom was upon them. With his arms crossed, Dr. Doom, wearing his green hooded cloak and metallic armor, floated through the purplish portal, finally revealing himself to the heroes. There were still a few Doombots running around, however, Dr. Doom snapped his fingers, immediately causing all of the remaining Doombots to explode, showcasing just how expendable they were to him. There was a brief silence as everyone, the Wakandan Atlantean army that was down to but a few hundred, the Future Foundation, the two Black Panthers, and Namor, looked up at the men they'd been waiting for the last 2 weeks. However, Spider-Man was ready to run his mouth due to his newfound confidence while simultaneously trying to curb his own fear. So you're Dr. Doom? Let me guess, another god-complex supervillain. Spider-Man quipped. Dr. Doom scoffed at the idea of it. God complex. I a god once. Doom proclaimed, causing Spider-Man to raise a brow, making one lens open wider than the other. Was. Spider-Man asked. What happened? Did you get kicked from Bible study? Dr. Doom didn't take too kindly to Spider-Man's mockery, though he didn't bother giving Spider-Man the pleasure of knowing he was getting under his skin. No. I simply found it beneath me. Doom spoke confidently and proudly, looking directly into Spider-Man's soul with his cold eyes. That was one of the hardest supervillain lines I've ever heard in my life. Spider-Man admitted in his mind. Enough of gaudy proclamations, Victor. I'm ready to end this now. Johnny proclaimed, heating up his body as his flames erupted due to his irritation. He hated Doom more than anything else in the world. That man mistreated his sister years back when the two of them were a thing after Reed and Sue broke up briefly. Aside from the personal vendetta, the man was just despicable, having already been responsible for the deaths of countless warriors and civilians. Dr. Doom landed on the ground delicately before extending both of his hands outward. Go ahead, Johnny, do your worst. I shall remain unmoved. Doom challenged him, infuriating the hothead even more. Doom placed both arms behind his back as Johnny Storm rose in the air before firing a powerful blast of fire, right down onto Dr. Doom like something straight out of a shonen anime. Jesus. Spider-Man whispered, seeing the attack that looked so powerful, Eren was sure it would melt Dr. Doom down into nothing more than flesh and scrap metal. The massive, fiery beam attack lasted for a few seconds, completely covering Doom with flames hot enough to melt steel until Johnny was sure that Doom let his overconfidence destroy him. Johnny smiled before putting his arms down, allowing the flames and smoke to fade. However, Doom was still standing in the same place, completely unharmed as a small shield cast by his magic blocked the attack and enveloped his body. Next up was Ben Grimm, running toward Dr. Doom like a wrecking ball on the loose before delivering a flurry of punches. Dr. Doom kept his promise, blocking the thing's punches with his hands while remaining in the exact same spot, unmoved. Dr. Doom wasn't just a master of the mystical arts and science, but he was highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat as well. This was child play for him. This display silenced the crowd as they looked on with defeat in their eyes. If Ben couldn't move him, how could anyone? The thing is capable of lifting 100 tons when at his full strength, yet his attacks were doing absolutely nothing to Doom as he swatted each strike away. However, Ben Grimm was determined, continuing to deliver an onslaught of punches as he shouted in frustration with each punch, yet, Dr. Doom didn't budge. Using but a finger, Dr. Doom flicked the thing in the forehead with an electrified hand, sending him flying until he came to a rolling stop up against a tree. No one moved a muscle after seeing this, bringing Doom to a soft chuckle as he relished in his own power above godhood. As you can see, I am unmoved. Doom taunted before looking down at everyone else. Would anyone else like to give it a go? He looked at Reed. Reed. Would you like to try? Oh, that's right, even you're too weak to even imagine touching me. Doom looked over at Sue, bringing a chill down her body as she could tell his disgusting thoughts just by looking at the eyes behind his mask. Still married to this weakling, Sue. To think you could have been the Queen of Latveria by my side. In due time, perhaps. He then looked at Namor, who was still breathing heavily on the ground. He had picked up one of the water masks from his fallen comrades, but it could only do so much when it came to giving him his full strength. And you, aquatic imbecile. Would you like to try your hand in hand-to-hand combat with me? Dr. Doom received no response from that king, as he was all out of fuel. Doom clicked his tongue. You look parched, my king. What about you, King Chala? Princess. Feel free to try. Though, I do believe it'll take more than 2 Black Panthers to stop me. Dr. Doom then extended 2 hands in front of him before lifting them up in the air, performing some sort of necromancy magic. Slowly, the Black Panthers of the past began to rise up from the ground, all wearing their unique Black Panther costumes and showing how the designs changed over the years. Seeing their father broke both of the 2 living panthers. Baba. Shuri shouted, though her father's corpse ignored her. He can't hear you, princess, shame. Dr. Doom said before closing his fist and crushing the Black Panther corpses come to life like pieces of paper, killing them a second time in an instant. Even 100 Black Panthers wouldn't be enough to stop me. Doom proclaimed, infuriating Chala. However, he knew he couldn't take this man one-on-one. Again, no one moved a muscle. His display intimidated them all, even Spider-Man was freaked out and he was at his full strength. If this man could remain unmoved after all of that, how could they even dream about hurting him? However, Spider-Man pushed those doubts to the side. We can take him. Spider-Man uttered as the aura around his body gleamed brightly, however, there was something different about it. It wasn't that same, warm hero's aura as before. It was cold and menacing, as were his eyes behind his lenses. Here, boy. Take it. I can no longer fight. Namor said, swallowing his pride and handing the trident to Spider-Man. Namor didn't understand the true ability of the trident, due to having just received it and the throne, but he saw how strong this trident made the boy and thought it would be better in his hands for the time being. He believed this was their only chance. Spider-Man nodded, taking the trident from the king's hands and staring into Doom's smug gaze. Immediately, Godspeed energy began spiraling around the shaft of the weapon before breaking up into 3 spirals, one going around each prong of the trident. Go ahead, child. Move me. Doom taunted, almost certain that Spider-Man wouldn't do anything to harm him. I'll do more than move you. Spider-Man muttered before charging his body with Godspeed energy and dashing forward. Spider-Man, glowing in his ultimate Godspeed form with the trident of Neptune in his hands, struck Dr. Doom in the chest, causing the sorcerer to place his hands on 2 of the trident's tips. Dr. Doom was definitely phased now, looking down at the hero with different eyes than before. Previously, Dr. Doom looked bored, but now, his eyes showed some signs of life as Spider-Man moved him. It wasn't much, but as Spider-Man endeavored to stab Dr. Doom in the chest, Doom's feet were dragging along the dirt, leaving a trail in front of him as he was pushed back. He's doing it. Johnny Storm said, looking on with awestruck eyes. Clobber, kid. Ben Grimm said under his breath. The so-called man above godhood was finally shown to everyone to be movable by Wakanda's black and gold-clad hero from New York. Though Doom's feet only moved a few inches, he was moved. He wasn't invincible. It was inspiring, bringing all of the heroes to their feet and giving them all a second wind. One by one, the heroes all stood together behind Spider-Man as he continued pushing Doom back with the trident. A formidable opponent. Doom muttered. I believe we should keep our audience entertained to ensure no interruptions. Doom held onto a single prong of the trident before using his other hand to create a portal, allowing his army of Doombots that were somehow still coming, to enter the battle. As the Doombots began pouring in, Chala started giving orders. Namor, Shuri, Grimm, help Spider-Man. He shouted before running behind Spider-Man to join the fight. The rest of the fighters, including the army, fought alongside each other, destroying as many Doombots as they could, hoping the other 5 could defeat Doom in time. You're screwed now. Spider-Man said with confidence before using his speed to sprint behind Doom, leaving an afterimage where he once was before slamming the trident of Neptune down on Doom from behind. Doom, without even looking, blocked the trident with his forearm as Chala sprinted up to him, clawing at him with his vibranium claws. With his other arm, Doom blocked this strike, only to find himself with his hands full as Shuri dashed forward, performing a flip kick right to Doom's jaw. Immediately after Shuri's kick landed, the thing struck Doom in the chest with a mighty punch to the chest, causing his eyes to dilate in pain. Now that Ben's attack was actually able to land, Doom felt pain. Using both hands, Doom blocked the thing's next strike, only to find himself getting slashed in the mask by Chala, leaving a massive claw mark and revealing part of Doom's scarred face underneath it. At the same time, Spider-Man stabbed Dr. Doom in the back with Neptune's trident, actually breaking the skin of the Latvian. Ah! Doom clamored before taking a kick to the face from Shuri and a powerful punch to the liver from Namor. The 5 heroes were putting a number on him, surprising him with their sudden rush of attacks. However, he knew they were still no match for Doom. Enough! Doom shouted before discharging electricity from his body, sending his attackers flying backward. However, due to his resistance to electricity, Spider-Man simply slid backward, still on his feet with the golden trident in his hands. Doom levitated in the air and began firing magic blasts of different elements at the heroes. Doom scorched Namor with an enormous ball of fire, sending him to the ground as both Black Panthers leapt up in the air toward him from opposite sides. Doom pointed his palms at both heroes before 2 shards of ice formed on each hand, shooting out toward both Panthers and impaling them, though their wounds were luckily non-lethal. The thing began pulling a tree out from the ground, preparing to throw it at Dr. Doom. However, Doom simply rained lightning down on the tree and the hero, decommissioning him momentarily. All that was left was Spider-Man, who was using his speed to dodge as Dr. Doom began firing different elements at the hero, trying to land anything he could. Even when he used artificial light magic, Spider-Man was still able to outrun it, though the magic was far from moving at actual light speed. Regardless of that fact, being able to outrun Doom's magic was absurd. Combining his speed and webs, Spider-Man began shooting webs at the King of Latveria, attaching them to the ground and trees as he continued running circles around him. Doom was able to snap some of the webs using his superhuman strength, but due to Spider-Man's speed, the webs kept coming out faster than he could break them. It was only a matter of time before Dr. Doom was suspended in the air against his own will, tied down by Spider-Man's webs. However, Doom was too powerful to be held down for long as the webs began to snap just like the others. With no time to waste, Spider-Man leapt into the air, kicking off the ground with Godspeed energy before pointing the trident of Neptune down at Dr. Doom as if he were aiming a blast at the villain. Soon enough, water began to swirl around the prongs on the trident, shocking Namor and the rest of the heroes watching. Impossible. How has he mastered water manipulation without any sort of training? I can't even dash. Namor was perplexed, upset, but astonished more than anything as he was about to bear witness to his weapon's true capabilities firsthand. Namor, feeling no need to learn how to generate water due to having only ever spent his life in the ocean, never practiced this technique. He truly only knew how to use his trident as a physical weapon, occasionally shooting energy beams from it. To see it used to such an extent by a mere American outside was astonishing. The water that was constructed on the prongs of the trident began to glow with Godspeed energy before Spider-Man released it all, making sure to talk shit before letting the attack fly. Let's see who's unmovable after this. Doom. Spider-Man shot a concentrated cannon of electrified water at Dr. Doom, striking him directly in the chest and sending him flying into the dirt, making a crater around his body. Still holding the trident, Spider-Man aimed his web shooters down at Dr. Doom's wrists and ankles, tying him to the ground, and making him unmovable. Doom began to scream in pain as the electrified water began cooking his skin from the inside of his armor. Spider-Man swore off killing long ago, but he wasn't even thinking about that this moment. He didn't view Doom as a man but as a monster. All that mattered to him at this point was taking this guy down, regardless of what happens to him. Spider-Man continued to descend as the beam of electric water continued to push Dr. Doom into the ground until Spider-Man landed on top of him with one foot on his chest and the other on his throat. Gripping the trident tightly, Spider-Man lifted it high in the air, prepared to do what was necessary to take out the man capable of destroying the planet single-handedly. Ha! Spider-Man yelled, slamming the trident down toward Doom's face. Doom's eyes widened, seeing 2 prongs from the trident coming straight for them. Only for the trident to be stopped by a familiar pink energy surrounding it. Spider-Man tried his best, but he couldn't push his weapon any further. He looked to the side, seeing Valeria Richards approaching him with her hands to her sides, both glowing with the same energy. Valeria. Spider-Man spoke in astonishment, having missed the part where she unlocked her abilities. Spider-Man looked around to see everyone, including the Wakandan Atlantean army and the Doombots, being held in place by the pink energy surrounding their entire bodies. Valeria then lifted Spider-Man in the air, bringing him to the side and giving Dr. Doom some space to get back up. She looked completely out of it as if her body was no more than a husk without a soul. Franklin was behind her, chasing after her and yelling at everyone. Something is wrong with Valeria. She's acting like a robot. She won't stop. Dr. Doom got back on his feet, looking at the girl with a grotesque grin under his mask, his grin only growing wider when he heard the words he'd been waiting to hear from her in the last 10 years. I am here, Father. Chapter 57, Wakanda Forever 4. Valeria. Dr. Doom said softly. Daughter, come here. Yes, Father. Valeria spoke monotonously, walking forward as if she were in a trance. She strolled past the many Doombots and warriors that she had tied down using her energy-manipulating abilities, locking her gaze on Dr. Doom. Valeria, don't do it. Reed, her real father yelled, though his daughter ignored him. Valeria. He whispered. No. However, there was one person that Valeria did not use her powers to restrain, her brother, Franklin. Valeria. Franklin spoke her name, grabbing her by the hand in an attempt to stop her. Valeria, don't. He's not Dash. Unhand me, brother. Valeria spoke with malice in her voice, using her energy projection abilities to hold him down in one place. He tried to move, but he couldn't get through her power. Everyone began shouting her name, hoping that their voices would snap her out of this trance, but it was to no avail. Slowly, the presumed daughter of Doom walked forward with her hand extended as her father stood in place with his hand outstretched toward her. Soon enough, their fingertips touched, causing Valeria to seemingly lose all control of her body and convulse. Sister! Franklin yelled. Let go of her. He screamed, but Doom ignored his request. This is her destiny, boy. Now watch, as I can finally achieve my life's goal. As Doom said this, he interlocked his fingers with Valeria's before using her abilities combined with his own to create a portal. Mother. I have finally returned for you. Dr. Doom uttered, watching as demons began pouring out of the portal like roaches. Since they were so simple-minded, Doom didn't need any sort of pre-planted spells to gain control over their minds, having them line up behind him so as to not kill his future servants. This was his goal, ever since Valeria was conceived. He received a prophecy that the daughter of his sworn enemy would be the key to unlocking the ability to save his mother from the depths of hell and give him everything he'd ever wished for. He was the sole reason why Sue was unable to give birth to Valeria after she was conceived naturally by her and Reed. Doom manipulated her pregnancy because he predicted how Reed would react and he knew how this reaction would make Sue act. He knew she would ask him for help. Just as he predicted. Sue Richards called him and asked him if there was any way he could save her daughter and he agreed. And so, Victor appeared before them on her due date and performed his sorcery to ensure a successful childbirth. Once Valeria was born, he cast a spell on her, a spell attached to the young girl's name itself. She became his familiar, giving him minor control over her mind and actions, while also giving him the ability to see through her eyes. He also cast a sort of spell on Sue while she was vulnerable, though he needed Valeria's power in order to fully take advantage of the spell on her. That is why Doom was always one step ahead of everyone. He basically had his own mole within the family in Valeria. For years, Dr. Doom waited for Valeria to reach the age at which her powers would manifest themselves. However, the prophecy spoke of her powers manifesting only under a certain condition. He needed to break her heart. He knew that if he played his cards right, her father would inform her of the truth. This, combined with the war he caused in Wakanda, would be more than enough stress to draw her powers out. However, this was only but a fraction of his plan. There was still one thing that Doom wanted more than anything. To take everything from Reed Richards. He truly hated the men with every fiber of his being. Reed had everything that Dr. Doom had ever wanted ever since the two had met. Reed was considered the smartest man on the planet, not Doom. Reed was loved by millions, not Doom. Reed was married to Sue Richards, his one true love. Doom was not. Reed had a family. Doom did not. However, with this plan, he would have everything he'd ever wanted. He'd force Sue to marry him, he'd have Valeria as his daughter, and he'd be able to recover his mother after she was banished to hell. Outside of having the family he wanted, he'd have the most powerful army in the world, using Wakandan and Atlanteans as his servants while using their technology and weapons for himself. He'd have everything. Now, my love. Come to me. Doom said, using Valeria's abilities combined with his to finally activate that love spell on Sue Richards. Like a puppet, she stood up on her feet and began walking toward Dr. Doom. Sue. Reed spoke with a shaky, scared voice as his wife began to walk away from him. Sue. He cried out helplessly, watching his wife leave him for his rival. Sis. Hey, snap out of it. Johnny yelled, trying his best to remove himself from his restraints, but to no avail. Your wife. Doom spoke, looking to Reed. And your sister? Doom said as he looked at Johnny. She is mine now. As is your precious Valeria. This is my family now. Doom spoke, having a disgusting grin beneath his slashed mask. She'll never truly love you. Johnny shouted, still trying to remove himself from Valeria's restraints. You've always been jealous of her love for Reed. You'll never have that. Stop or I'll dash. You'll what, Johnny? Doom spoke as Sue approached him, grabbing Doom's hand and standing next to him before placing a kiss on his neck. Reed could do nothing but watch as his wife was stolen from him against his will. He was the smartest man in the world, but beating Doom was impossible without strength that he did not possess. Mom. Franklin whispered, looking on with horrified eyes as his mother was stolen from him. Sue didn't even look at him. In her mind, that wasn't even her son. She is not your mother anymore, boy. Doom taunted. Speaking of mother, let's go find her. Shall we? Doom spoke to both his wife and his daughter, receiving lifeless nods from both. Yes, father. Yes, my love. Doom began to turn around, preparing to sick his demons and doombots on everyone. However, Ben Grimm's words stopped him in his tracks. No. He shouted before somehow gaining enough strength to lift himself back up on his feet, freeing himself from the Doom Valeria restraints. Doom turned around slowly, looking at Ben with his eyebrows furrowed beneath his sliced mask. Ben, I always respected you out of everyone in what was once that family. However, I am warning you. I have become more powerful than you could possibly imagine now that my daughter and I have become one. Take one more step and I will kill you. Hearing those words meant nothing to Ben. Though not by blood, his sister and niece were about to be taken from him. He wasn't about to let that happen. If I die savant my family, so be it. The thing yelled before taking a single step forward. However, a single step was all that he was allowed to take. Using his hand interlocked with Valeria's, Dr. Doom stopped Ben in place and began to lift him in the air. I warned you. My power is greater than anything in this universe. Perhaps a demonstration is needed. Ben. Uncle Ben. Victor, stop. Mr. Grimm. Everyone cried out to the Rocky hero, though their words meant nothing to Doom. He wasn't going to stop. Soon, Doom began simultaneously crushing and pulling Ben's body apart using his sorcery combined with Valeria's incredible energy manipulating abilities, muting those beneath Ben. All that was heard was stone breaking and clattering against itself and Ben Grimm's agonizing cries. He was practically being tortured to death, feeling every rock in his body being reduced to dust as his screams of anguish continued. Uncle Ben. Franklin shouted. Uncle Ben. As those screams left Franklin's mouth, Ben's cries ceased and the sounds of rock being reduced to grains were heard by all. Doom lowered his hand and pieces of rock fell all around Franklin, and all he could do was watch with horrified eyes. Everyone was dead silent, afraid to even make a sound or move a muscle as they could share the same fate as Ben Grimm. Spider-Man felt something inside of him break. Yet again, another member of his family was erased from his life. He wasn't part of the family for long, but it hurt all the same. Ben. Johnny was devastated. He and Ben would bicker with each other all the time, but that was because they were so close. They were best friends, they were brothers. Now his brother was gone. No. He. Reed was speechless. Ben wasn't his blood brother but he considered him one. That man would do anything for his family, yet all Reed could do was watch as he was tortured to death right in front of him. Doom glared at everyone with cold, emotionless eyes. He felt no sympathy for them, despite them all being close at one point in time. They were nothing more than pawns for him now. Let that be a warning to you all. I will be back soon with my mother and we will discuss how each of you will serve my army. Doom spoke, turning around toward his portal to hell once again. Uncle Ben. Franklin thought to himself, remembering the many memories he shared with his uncle. You were always there. You always protected us, you said you'd give your life for us, but... Franklin was only 11 years old. This was his first time ever experiencing the death of a loved one. He was struggling to rationalize it. You're actually gone. As those words left the boy's mind, it was as if something deep inside of him had snapped. Something within him, something that was hidden for years was finally ready to manifest itself for all to see. A power so great, even Doom would be unable to fight back. No. Franklin shouted, causing the earth to tremble and Doom to once again stop and turn nothing but his head as he looked at the boy. I won't watch this anymore. Franklin erupted before screaming like a madman as a blue, silverish aura began to form around his body, along with his eyes shining that same color. Everyone looked at the boy, not even saying a word as they could feel the powerful energy resonating off of him. Doom's eyes widened. This wasn't something that was in any prophecy he'd read, this wasn't part of the plan. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. No, I'll make you wish you were dead. Franklin shouted before bending reality itself, removing the restraints from around his friends and family, along with the remaining army. His mother and sister were broken from their trance, and the demons pouring in through the portal, along with the Doombots, were immediately erased from reality. Spider-Man, thinking quickly, grabbed both Sue and Valeria and moved them back to their rightful family to get them away from whatever was about to happen to Doom. Sue and Reed both hugged their daughter tightly as she began to finally show emotion after being free from Doom's spell. Both Johnny and Spider-Man stood behind her, rubbing her back to comfort her. Spider-Man's lenses were wide as he looked at the 11-year-old in front of him, still continuing to power up. What? Impossible. Doom shouted, trying to use his powers to stop the boy, but they weren't even activating. Franklin, unknowingly and through his rage, used his reality-bending powers to reduce Dr. Doom into nothing more than a man, not a god. Franklin closed his fist, and in a similar fashion to how Dr. Doom killed his uncle, Franklin crushed Dr. Doom's bones, flesh, and organs in on themselves, generating an agonizing scream. Before Doom could die, Franklin bent reality to keep Doom alive, repeating the process over and over and over again. It was euphoric for the child, watching his uncle's murderer screech in agony over and over again. Watching as Dr. Doom nearly died just to be restored again with the intent of crushing him repeatedly. The adults were horrified, never having seen so much hate, so much fury being released from a child as young as 11 years old. He wasn't the same Franklin Richards as before, this single event changed him. The torture went on for a while until Franklin let out one last scream, popping Doom out of existence. Franklin fell to his knees and began to scream and cry from the stress. His family, Spider-Man included, ran over to him to comfort him. Franklin ran into his mother's arms, holding her tightly as he wept. Valeria, however, did not comfort him. She stood in the same spot, looking down at what was left of Ben Grimm on the ground before falling to her knees. I killed Uncle Ben. She thought to herself, holding onto her head with wide eyes. The Wakandan and Atlantean warriors looked on before looking at each other and how little of them remained. Everything happened so fast, no one could even comprehend what had just happened. Reed, holding his son, needed to know what happened to Doom. Franklin, where is Doom? Is he? Reed was afraid of the ramifications of his 11-year-old boy having already taken a life, however, Franklin revealed that this was not the case. He isn't dead. I created a world where he will live alone forever. Franklin explained through his river of tears, not having a real explanation due to only having the intelligence of an 11-year-old and minimal understanding of his abilities. Doom was in fact in his own world of sorts. He was sent to a pocket dimension that Franklin had created, one where time doesn't exist and does exist simultaneously. Every moment feels like forever but also feels like an instant. Doom would do nothing but lose his mind and suffer from his own crippling isolation as he existed in this plane for eternity, but at the same time, for no time at all. It was ironic, Doom wanted to create a portal to hell to find his mother. However, in the end, he was sent to his own personal hell, banished to be alone for all eternity. Reed held his son tightly. It's okay, it's over. He told Franklin, who was still crying uncontrollably. There was a moment of silence for everyone who'd fallen during this battle. Almost 1,000 of Wakandan and Atlanteans combined had lost their lives as their corpses littered the ground. What was once a beautiful, lush, and green field was now stained by the blood of the Wakandan Atlantean army. Shuri and Chala tried comforting their people, as did Namor with his. The Richards family comforted Franklin, though one member of the family was still not present. Valeria stood alone, still unmoving. Seeing this, Spider-Man walked over to her, retracted his mask, and got on one knee in front of her. He didn't know what to say to her. She was 10 years old and played a hand in killing her uncle. It was far too complicated for him to find the right things to say. Uncle Eren. She whispered, calling him that for the first time after knowing each other. Am I a monster? She asked him. Her saying this broke the boy's heart. It reminded him of himself back when he lost his mother and killed Fisk. Eren shook his head. No, Valeria. You aren't. No one thinks that. Valeria began erupting into tears, but everyone's gonna hate me. It's not my fault, I swear. It was as if I was trapped in my own brain, having no control over my own body. All I could do was watch. She could barely speak due to how hard she was crying. Eren hugged her tightly, she hugged him back as she cried on his shoulder. I know it wasn't your fault. No one hates you, Valeria. We all still love you, I promise. Eren told her, causing her to cry even more. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She whimpered. It's okay, Valeria. I'm sorry too. Eren told her, rubbing her back to comfort her as tears of his own fell down his cheeks. Damn it. Eren thought to himself, thinking of the many things he could have done differently to prevent Ben's death. It wasn't just him, but everyone thought the same thing. Blaming themselves for what happened. Even Franklin thought about it, looking down at his own hands and wishing he could have done what he did sooner. He didn't tell anyone, but he'd been trying this whole time to use his powers to bring Ben back to life, as well as all the others, but it wasn't working. He could bend reality all he wanted, but he couldn't bring a soul back from the dead. Chapter 58, Goodbye. The streets of Wakanda were filled with Wakandan as they danced and chanted to mourn their dead. Though everyone was heartbroken to see their loved ones go, this was how things were done in Wakanda. This was all a necessary ritual to ensure that those who passed are sent to the ancestral realm. The heroes who saved the nation were all in attendance, aside from Namor, all wearing white traditional garbs to fit in with the Wakandan performing the ritual. Each Wakandan who'd lost their lives during the battle would be buried beneath the battlefield, which was now turned into a memorial for them. Ben Grimm, at least what was left of him, was going to be heading back to America with his family. However, a statue of the hero was being built to remember him in Wakanda for generations to come. The Future Foundation family didn't talk to each other very much after all that had happened. Of course, Valeria blamed herself for everything that happened, realizing that Doom did everything just to get to her. Franklin blamed himself as well, knowing that if he'd have manifested his ability sooner, he could have stopped his uncle from dying. Reed went back even further in time in his head, wishing he'd never allowed Sue to give birth using Doom's sorcery. Though he spent months trying to find a way for his wife to give birth safely using science, Reed felt that he could have figured it out if he tried harder. Johnny thought back on the fight with Doom, thinking of any way he could have saved Ben, but he couldn't come up with anything. He blamed himself for being too weak. Sue blamed herself for being lesser than a woman. This wasn't true at all, as being able to give birth to a healthy child isn't what makes a woman who she is. However, women with childbirth complications often felt this way. In her mind, if she weren't lesser, none of this would have happened. Eren couldn't stop thinking about how if he was faster, just by the smallest fraction of a second, he could have prevented Ben's death. If he had recovered faster, he could have prevented the deaths of hundreds, but he didn't. The Future Foundation all boarded their ship when it was time for them to leave, aside from Eren, who spoke with his fellow Wakandan one last time. "You are welcome here anytime, my brother," Chala told him, giving a small smile to the boy. Eren nodded, bowing to both Chala and Shuri. "Thank you. Thank you for everything." The three of them did the Wakandan salute before Eren turned around to board the ship. However, before Eren went all the way inside, he stopped and turned to the king. "Remember when I told you a mentor told me something? He told me that everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose? That's all. Goodbye, guys." With nothing left to say, Eren boarded the ship, leaving Chala with something to think about regarding Wakanda's rules of not stepping in when other nations are in need. Silently, the Future Foundation flew their ship all the way back to America, not saying a word for hours. There wasn't really much to talk about. Ben's empty seat made it all the more difficult to bring up anything to speak about. Once back in America, they unloaded Ben and called his fiancée to inform her about what happened and to schedule the funeral. She didn't take it well, rushing over to the Baxter building and demanding to see him. They tried to warn her, telling her that it wasn't a good idea, but she insisted. When they showed her what was left of the body, she broke down. She wept and screamed over his casket for hours, unable to let it go. Johnny told her about Ben's future proposal and gave her the ring that Ben was saving for it. Johnny was the only one who knew where it was. Ben told him just in case something like this were to ever happen. After spending a few hours with the family, Eren was ready to go home and be alone for a while, maybe stopping by Cindy's place for a bit. However, he realized that he hadn't seen the kids for a while. It was as if the two of them were avoiding everyone else. Spider-Man, wearing his black and gold costume, searched everywhere for them until he found the two of them holding hands on the rooftop, sitting with their legs hanging over the edge. Eren sort of watched them for a second, not really knowing what to do before knocking on the door to the roof. The two of them turned around, looking at the hero with pained eyes. They had dark circles around their eyes and they looked as if the light within them was completely gone. Their eyebrows were slumped, as was their entire body language. Eren was glad that he got there when he did, or else something bad could have happened. "Hey, Uncle Eren," Valeria said. Franklin didn't say anything. "Hey, Valeria." "Hey Franklin. What y'all doing up here?" Eren asked, approaching the two of them. "Sitting." Franklin mumbled. "Mind if I sit with you guys?" Eren asked them both. "I don't mind." "Yeah, I don't mind either." The kids made space for Spider-Man in between them and the young hero sat down, dangling his legs over the edge with them. No one said a word for 5 minutes straight. It was just silence. A painful stillness. "Uncle Ben, he's really gone," Franklin said quietly. Eren nodded his head. "He is. I'm sorry." There was another silence. "How are the two of you doing with this?" Eren asked, not really understanding what to say. This wasn't his first time having a heart-to-heart with someone on a rooftop, but it was just as hard as the first time. Not good. Awful. There was another painful silence between the three of them. "We thought about jumping," Valeria admitted. This sent a jolt through Eren's body. Jesus, 10 and 11 years old, having those thoughts. "I understand. I've been there," Eren told them. When his mother died, he thought about taking his life a million times. He knew this feeling all too well. "Wanna know what I do when I have bad thoughts and need to clear my head?" Spider-Man asked them both. What?" "I go around for a swing. You two wanna come with?" "It really works, I swear." Spider-Man asked the two of them. It was true, swinging was his main coping mechanism ever since he'd invented his web shooters. The two of them didn't say anything, but Spider-Man still stood up and extended his hand down to them. Valeria grabbed his arm first. Eren picked her up and put her on his back, making a web harness for her so she wouldn't fall. Seeing Valeria accept, Franklin did too. Spider-Man picked up the boy, placing him on his back next to his sister before making a web harness for him as well. Ready? Spider-Man asked them both. MHM. Yeah. Spider-Man leapt from the rooftop, singing from building to building with the kids on his back. Feeling the breeze blowing on their faces as their hair fluttered in the wind was calming for the two of them. Sometimes, when Spider-Man would time his swings perfectly, the kids got that same feeling they'd get on a roller coaster. They even smiled a few times. After clearing their heads, Spider-Man bought the three of them ice cream before heading back up to the Baxter building to eat them on the roof together. As the three ate their ice creams, Eren told them about his past. You know, I lost a family member close to me. Two of them, actually. You did? Valeria asked. Yeah. My dad died when I was 7 years old and my mom died when I was 17. He told them, speaking as if it wasn't devastating to have to live without his parents. What happened? Franklin questioned the hero, feeling so sorry for him. Dad, he was sick. He was so caught up in his work, he ignored the signs. By the time he did go see the doctors, it was too late. Eren stopped talking for a bit, thinking about how he too ignored the signs when he was a kid. You know. I used to blame myself for what happened. I used to tell myself that if I paid more attention, I could have seen that he was sick. I thought I could save him. Eren paused briefly, thinking about his mother as well. My mom was murdered. I found one of the guys responsible and I killed him, thinking it would make it better. It didn't. I still couldn't stop blaming myself for not being there for her. Both kids were shocked to hear this. They had no clue that Spider-Man of all people had taken a life before. Most children saw him as a saint, not someone who was capable of murder. My point is, I think about them a lot. Despite that, those dark thoughts, the same ones that you guys have right now, eventually stop. Now, I just think about how much I love them both and the memories I had with the two of them. I cry sometimes, but having those memories makes me feel happy. When does that happen? When do the bad feelings go away? Franklin asked him. It just takes time. Spider-Man told them. Wanna know a secret though? Both kids mumbled at the same time. If you surround yourself with people that love you, it'll help the pain go away a lot faster. My best friends in the whole world, Harry and Cindy, helped me get through the pain. Without them, I was nothing but a shell, an empty husk withering away. Eren had a small smile on his face, thinking about his friends. It took him so long to realize how powerful it was to confide in people that care about you, to not cut yourself off from those who care. Seeing the kids doing what he was doing reminded him of that. I'm here if you need me. Okay. Spider-Man told them both. Both kids hugged him from each side, prompting him to wrap an arm around each of them. Thank you, Uncle Eren. Franklin told him. You're the best. Valeria added. Anything for you guys. Spider-Man told them softly, holding the two kids for as long as they needed. The three of them sat together, finishing their ice creams and chatting for about an hour until the two kids were ready to go back inside. As they said their goodbyes, Eren smiled at them from beneath his mask. Their eyes finally had that light back in them. Once Eren was by himself, he decided to take his own advice, and swing straight to Cindy Moon for their long-awaited reunion, yearning to feel her touch once again. Chapter 59, Secrets Revealed. Spider-Man swung quickly through the city, excited to finally see the love of his life once more until he saw something strange. There was a girl, swinging from building to building just like he was, though she was a bit less skilled at it. Am I hallucinating? Eren whispered to himself before that same girl stopped on Cindy's rooftop. The girl, Silk, hesitated for a second. Eren. She thought, feeling his presence closer than ever. She knew he was back in America, she could sense it, but it felt as if that presence was incredibly near. Silk turned around to see Spider-Man swinging toward her, causing her eyes to dilate and tear up. Silk ran toward the hero, forgetting that he'd have no clue who she was in her costume, before leaping off the building and hugging him in midair. Spider-Man held onto her, using his other hand to hold one of his webs. Huh. Eren thought to himself, wondering why this girl was hugging him. However, he was very quick to recognize her touch and the smell of her shampoo. Cindy! He exclaimed, holding her and swinging up before landing on top of her apartment building. Oh! Cindy said, letting go of him and backing up. Surprise! Silk told him, holding out her arms to show him the new her. When? Spider-Man trailed off, looking at her suit with admiration. She's really cute in this costume, not gonna lie. Well, remember that showcase at Oscorp when Dr. Connors wore Otto Octavius's arm? Cindy pointed her two index fingers together as she said this. I sort of got bitten by a spider that day, and ever since then, I had spider powers. I didn't start using them until you were gone though. Someone needed to be there, you know. I remembered what you said at Connors's funeral about doing the right thing. Cindy seemed a bit embarrassed about lying all this time, especially after being mad at Eren for hiding things. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, she understood it. Oh. Well, thank you for holding it down for me. Eren told her, walking up to her and hugging her tightly. He wasn't mad about it at all. He was worried about her more than anything, but he was glad she was able to hold her own. Thanks a lot. I was worried about what was happening while I was gone. Speaking of worried, I was so worried when you stopped answering my calls. I have this thing where I can feel your presence with my powers, but it was starting to fade. I was so scared. Cindy told him, looking through his lenses with tearful eyes. Oh, yeah, I was sort of in a hibernation pod for a week. Then a war happened, so I didn't really get the chance. Eren told her softly, getting flashbacks of the battlefield briefly. We should talk about this stuff over dinner at my place. I want to invite Harry too so I can tell him about what was happening. Eren told her. I want to tell you both everything. You can keep your secret a secret though. Oh. We could even make dinner together, that'll be fun. Come by in like an hour, I'll have everything ready. Cindy agreed, and the two of them went their separate ways for a bit before meeting back at Eren's apartment. Luckily, Eren had just enough money to squeeze out enough for rent and to buy his groceries. Of course, a new suit meant new pictures for the Daily Bugle, so he would be getting paid soon. Once Cindy was over, the two of them prepared dinner together, rehearsing with each other what they would say to Harry when the time would come. It took about an hour, but the two of them made steak and potatoes together, finishing up just before Harry got there. Harry had a huge smile on his face when Eren opened the door, shaking his hand and hugging him immediately after. The three of them then sat at the dinner table and chatted for a bit before the moment of truth finally arrived. You said you wanted to talk about something, right? What was it? Harry asked. He knew exactly what it was about, but he was waiting for Eren to say it for himself. Eren took a deep breath, looking at Harry with an intense glare. I'm Spider-Man. Eren told him, bringing a smile to Harry's face since the truth was finally out. Yeah, I know. Harry told him, putting a piece of steak in his mouth as if this was old news. Why, you knew? Eren asked, thinking this was his best-kept secret the whole time. Cindy didn't mention any of Harry's suspicions, so Eren was surprised. With his mouth full, Harry began to speak. Well, yeah. Look. Harry swallowed his food before explaining the whole scenario to the hero. You always disappear randomly. When he first started showing up, you were also suddenly ripped and standing up to Flash like some macho badass. You always get exclusive pics of Spider-Man for work. Spider-Man is never active when we have class or when we're hanging out. I've never seen you and Spider-Man at the same time. You always ask to borrow Oscorp tech, yet you never show me for what. On prom night, I told you that I was at Oscorp, and then suddenly, Spider-Man starts dropping people off there to take refuge. You leave on your trip to Africa, and suddenly Spider-Man disappears. Then on the exact day that you come back, Spider-Man is sighted swinging around town with the Fantastic Four's children on his back. I also could tell you were hiding something, you have that look on your face. I also know that Cindy is Silk. What? Cindy exclaimed. What do you mean, what? You show half your face. I mean, sure, it could just be another Korean chick with your hairstyle, but you probably got Eren's DNA when you guys screwed or something. Harry teased, taking a bite from the mashed potatoes. No, we haven't. Cindy became flustered, shaking her head at these bizarre accusations. I'm kidding. Harry told her, laughing with his hands on his belly before continuing to tell them about his theories. I eventually deduced that you both got bitten by special spiders or something. I just remembered that Spider-Man had similar powers to that spider we had in class one time. There was one of them missing in the tank, and I remembered Eren acting really weird that day. He even yelled randomly in class. Silk has powers similar to that spider in Oscorp that mysteriously vanished, and you had a weird liking for it. I mean, it would also make sense for the two spider people to know each other, right? Plus, Cindy, you literally bailed on me and Lily when that carbon whatever was stolen on the news. It was obvious. Both Eren and Cindy were stunned, looking at Harry with their jaws dropped. Now that he said it, they were doing a terrible job at keeping their identities hidden. At the same time, they were underestimating Harry. He was a lot smarter than he looked. Come on guys, you're forgetting I was like top 20 in our graduation class. I know it's not as impressive as number 1 and number 2 like you guys, but I'm not stupid. I'm just not a bookworm like you two. Harry had this somewhat solemn expression on his face when he said this before resuming. You know, I wanted to see if I could get powers too once I figured that you two must have gotten bitten. I stuck my arm in every single spider exhibit at Oscorp. Not a single one bit me. Even when I forced them on me, pressing them against my skin, they wouldn't do it, he told them sadly. Do you think it's fate or something? Maybe. Eren said quietly. Or maybe a curse. Having powers sounds cool, but there's a lot of downsides to it. Harry nodded. Yeah, I bet. There was a brief silence before Eren began to apologize. Hey, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. I wasn't even going to tell Cindy when I did. It just sort of happened. I didn't know how or when I should tell you and I just kept delaying it. Don't apologize. We're good. I was a bit upset about it sometimes, but I knew there had to be a good reason. Harry smiled at the two of them before continuing to cut up his steak. Well, anyway. Tell me about it. Tell us about Africa, dude. Eren told Harry and Cindy about everything that happened in Wakanda, starting from how beautiful the place was to how he felt when he saw Doom's first message. He told them about his heritage and how he was half Wakandan on his mom's side. He explained to them what the ancestral plane was, telling them all about how he spoke to his mom and his ancestors. However, his smile soon faded once he began speaking about Namor's attack, thinking about all the lives that were lost. His neutral expression then turned into that of anguish as he told them in detail about the war, holding Neptune's trident, and watching his friend die. His friends of course were able to comfort him, giving him kind words and telling them all about how great of a hero he was on the behalf of all of the people he did end up saving. Cindy's turn came around and she explained her first time using her powers for good, talked about Big Wheel, and went into detail about Black Cat and their little adventure. You met Felicia? Eren questioned, scared as to what Black Cat might have told his girlfriend about their complicated past. Yeah, why do you seem scared about that? Cindy asked, furrowing her eyebrows at him. No reason. I mean, it's just that she's really, well. Before Eren could speak, Cindy finished the sentence for him. Tempting. Yeah, I noticed. Cindy said offhandedly. What, did you guys? Cindy almost didn't even want to ask what she was thinking, but Eren answered anyway, feeling guilty. We kissed once. When I was single, I mean. That's all. Eren admitted. Oh. Cindy was sort of surprised. To think someone as awkward as Eren was able to charm someone like her. It almost sounded like a lie. Are you not upset? Eren asked her. No, I get it. I mean, look at her. If I was single I would have probably done the same thing. Cindy told him casually. Anyway, thanks for being honest about it. Eren nodded, and the three of them continued having their dinner together, discussing normal college-age topics. Having all secrets off their chests, the three of them found themselves growing closer on that day, strengthening their bond. A week passed from that day, bringing Eren and the future Foundation to Ben Grimm's funeral. It was a closed casket, due to his body being basically unrecognizable. Johnny and Ben's wife took it the hardest. The kids were a close second behind them, however, Spider-Man's talk with them made the mourning process a bit easier for them. Once the funeral was over and Ben was buried, the Future Foundation returned to the Baxter building, along with Spider-Man, for one last goodbye. Their children were far too powerful to remain on Earth and have their powers unchecked. Additionally, they couldn't use their powers on command, it was as if they only activated during intense stress. They needed to train and learn how to properly use them somewhere safe. Reed had created an interstellar training facility for situations like this, especially for Johnny due to how dangerous his powers could be if he got too careless. Packed and ready to go, the Richards family all said their goodbyes to the hero, one after the other beside their spaceship in the Baxter building's hangar. I guess this it, huh, Spidey? Johnny told him, still feeling depressed about what had just occurred just a week prior. Yeah, until next time. See ya, Johnny. Eren told the Human Torch, receiving a slap on the shoulder before Johnny Storm boarded their ship. Sue approached Eren, hugging him tightly with a mother's embrace as she spoke softly to him. Keep everyone safe while we're gone, Kay. Sue told him, bringing a smile to the young man's face. I will. I'm not alone, so don't worry. He told her. Right. Goodbye, Eren. Goodbye, Sue. Reed was next, approaching Eren and hugging him as well before placing both hands on the boy's shoulders and speaking to him. You've done a lot of growing up in just a short amount of time. It was an honor having you on the team, Eren. You'll always be part of the family. If you ever need to talk to me. Reed handed Eren a small circular device and a key. Give me a call through here, got it? And also, here's a key to the place, if you ever need a place to stay. Yes, sir. Eren told him. Thanks for everything. Bye, Reed. Farewell, Eren. As Reed walked away, the two kids stood next to each other with tears in their eyes. Spider-Man knelt down, extending both of his arms before the two kids ran to him, hugging them tightly. I'll miss you, Uncle Eren. Franklin told him, crying onto his shoulder. Me too, said Valeria. Spider-Man hugged the two of them tightly. I'll miss you guys too. Don't cry, okay? I'll be here when you guys come back to Earth. Valeria sniffled before wiping her tears and looking up at the hero. You promise? She asked him. I promise. You have my word. Cross my heart. He told her. Okay. Valeria sniffled again. Bye, Uncle Eren. She told him. Bye, Uncle Eren. Franklin repeated. Spider-Man rubbed both of their heads before he too said his goodbyes. See y'all when you get back. Good luck with your training. The two kids, still teary-eyed, turned away and began boarding the ship. Eren watched as the family rolled out of the garage, following them out to watch the ship take off vertically. Eren waved at them until the ship took off in an instant, headed straight for space. It was a sad moment for the boy, watching his family leave him like that. However, they weren't his only family on Earth. He still had Cindy and Harry waiting for him. Chapter 60, Urge, NSFW. It had been a little over a week since Spider-Man had returned to New York and he and Silk had become partners in stopping crime together. Since Spider-Man had returned, crime started to dwindle again, especially since there were now essential two of him swinging around the city. Silk was finally being recognized as Silk by the city as well, thanks to Black Cat standing up for Silk and the article written about her at the Daily Bugle with her name all over it thanks to Eren's efforts. One night, after a night of fighting crime together, the two soon-to-be college freshmen lay high in the sky on a hammock made of webs, gazing up at the stars. Eren was wearing his Wakandan costume still, laying with his hands behind his maskless head as Cindy lay on his chest with her costume on as well. This was their new way of bonding, being someplace where no one could see or hear them. A place where they could truly be alone on their own webs of love. As they lay on their private hammock, talking about everyday things, the two of them noticed a strange feeling inside of them. A sort of attraction to the other. They'd always been attracted to each other, but it was as if their magnet was 20 times as strong when they were together ever since Cindy got her powers. However, neither one wanted to admit that. It made them feel embarrassed. That was until this very night when Eren decided to tell her about it. Cindy. The black and gold wearing hero said quietly, looking up at the sky with his bare face. Yeah. Cindy responded, looking up at him with her unmasked face. Is it just me or, do you suddenly get this strange urge when we're around each other? After you got your powers, I mean. Like, more than usual. He was extremely embarrassed to admit this, however, Cindy was immediately relieved to know that it wasn't just her who felt that way. No. I've been feeling that way too. I thought I was just going crazy, or maybe once I learned you were Spider-Man I thought maybe I was just attracted to that idea. Cindy had thought about it a lot. She didn't want to feel attracted to Eren just because he was Spider-Man, even though they both knew that was far from the case. Yeah, I was thinking something similar. But I didn't even know you were Silk when it started happening. It was like a small urge at first, but as Eren spoke, Cindy finished the sentence for him. Being apart for so long and then coming back made the urge stronger. She asked him. Eren chuckled a little, relieved that she understood him. Yeah, exactly. Do you think it might be something biological? Like a side effect of our powers? Eren asked her. Like pheromones? Cindy asked. Yeah, exactly, but I thought pheromones weren't supposed to work with humans. I guess we aren't exactly human anymore, huh? Eren admitted, looking down at Cindy who was staring down at him with wanting eyes. All I know is that it's definitely working on me right now. As Cindy said this, she adjusted her body and crawled up to Eren's face before locking lips with him. Immediately, the two could feel all of the built-up tension begin to release itself, that urge finally being fulfilled. Of course, they wanted to be intimate with each other before the urges were amplified with their powers, even back when Cindy visited his apartment on their study date all those months ago. They were both just too shy to make the first move. However, this mysterious urge finally pushed them to do what they'd been waiting to do for so long. It would be the first time for both of them. Even this kiss was the first time for Cindy Moon. As the two passionately kissed beneath the moonlight on their web of love, Cindy removed the white geoggery part of her costume, revealing the black and white skin-tight suit underneath. The two then continued to swap tongues as Cindy's breast pressed up against Eren's chest. As Cindy passionately caressed Eren's face gently with her two hands, Eren began feeling her perfect body with both hands, making his way down her back before getting 2 handfuls of her bottom. His touch compelled Cindy to moan in his mouth, feeling her warm breath delicately skim against his tongue. Cindy leaned up, smiling down at her lover before removing the top half of her costume, revealing her flawlessly shaped breasts. Eren grabbed her and pulled her in close before delicately placing his tongue on one of her brown nipples, stimulating them and pushing her to moan softly. With her hand, Cindy started reaching down Eren's body, starting from his chest, down to his gymnast's abs, until she reached the stiff bulge on his thigh. Naturally, Eren's spider matter costume changed form, releasing his rigid member. Cindy grabbed it, immediately causing his tip to begin leaking clear liquid due to his excitement. As Eren continued stimulating her breasts with his tongue, Cindy started rubbing the tip of his rod with her finger, using his precum as a lubricant. Eren moaned softly on her breast, stimulating it even further and making Cindy lament in pleasure herself. It wasn't long before Cindy was able to start stroking her lover in his entity, again using his own liquids as a lubricant. With each pleasurable sigh from each of the two arachnids, they felt themselves being more stimulated by the second. It wasn't long before that urge drove Cindy to want to feel her lover inside her, compelling her to grab both of his hands and place them above his head. Eren was surprised by this gesture, feeling Cindy begin to expel webs from her fingertips to tie him down to their web hammock. Not wanting to even bother trying to remove her skin-tight costume, Cindy ripped the lower part of her costume, revealing her wanting, wet womanhood to her partner. Slowly, Cindy began to gradually let herself down on his manhood, moaning with each inch being inserted. Feeling himself being wrapped in her hot sheath, Eren let out a rough, pleasure-filled sigh until he could feel that he was fully inside her. Feeling his tip pressing against her womb, Cindy exhaled passionately and her legs began to vibrate due to the overwhelming pleasure. "It's ha." Cindy tried to speak, but the feeling of Eren reaching so far within her was too overwhelming for her to say anything else. With her hands on his chest, looking deep into her lover's eyes, Cindy began to slowly lift herself up on his rod before gently lowering herself back down, stopping and shaking uncontrollably once again. Sorry. Cindy tried to apologize, thinking she was ruining her moment with Eren by not being able to move right away. "It's okay. Take your time," he whispered, pulling her by the waist with his legs and guiding her to lean toward him. Delicately, the two locked lips once again, feeling their hot tongues dance around each other passionately. Again, Cindy slowly began lifting herself on her lover's manhood, finding the drive to let herself slowly slip down and repeat this motion. Finding her rhythm, Cindy began to bounce on his manhood, bringing both of them to moan roughly into each other's mouths with each descent. They both felt incredible, feeling that intense tension continue to release from within them as that urge continued to take over. Cindy held Eren's face passionately once more, speeding up her hip movements until she could feel herself getting close to hitting her climax. HM. Due to their lips being locked, Cindy's moans were stifled by her lover's tongue as she finally reached her climax, shaking uncontrollably once more as both she and her womanhood achieved maximum pleasure. Ah. Cindy leaned up, placing her hands on Eren's chest as she exhaled passionately, changing up her movements and grinding her hips and forth rather than up and down. NNGH. Fuck. Cindy, filled with intense pleasure, continued to moan as she felt herself beginning to climax again already. "See, coming," she told him breathlessly, once again reaching her climax within seconds of having already reached it. Cindy began breathing heavily on top of her lover, needing a break from moving her hips around. Using his superhuman strength, Eren snapped Silk's webs and grabbed her by the waist before flipping her on her back. Cindy yelped before Eren looked down at her with a soft smile, whispering down to her. "My turn," he told her, sitting on his knees before slowly placing his manhood inside of her. Cindy moaned loudly, causing Eren to stop in his tracks. "Are you okay?" he asked her, not wanting to do anything that hurt her or made her uncomfortable. "I'm fine. Please, keep going," she whispered. Eren nodded, pushing his hips forward until he could feel his tip gently press up against her womb. Cindy gasped, feeling his hotness filling her up entirely. Slowly, Eren moved his hips back and forth, staring down at his lover as if he were studying her intensely. With each forward motion, Cindy would take a pleasure-filled breath, staring up at her lover with submissive eyes. "God, you're so deep," she muttered, feeling every inch of him somehow being able to fit inside of her. Cindy's entire body began to tingle, as once again, she was feeling herself about to reach her limit. "Yes, fuck, I'm dash." Cindy reached behind her and began pulling on the web hammock behind her as her entire body began to tense up with an overwhelming tingling sensation. "See coming." Despite Cindy's body shaking uncontrollably, and her womanhood contracting repeatedly, Eren continued his long, deep thrusts inside of her. Overwhelmed by pleasure, Cindy's eyes began to unfocus and her vision began to blur as they crossed inward. Since he didn't stop, her climax persisted, maintaining that intense tingling sensation and leaving her speechless. Cindy wrapped her arms and legs around her arachnid lover, pulling him in closer. With one arm wrapped around his back and her other hand grabbing onto his head, Cindy continued her soft pleasure-filled breaths. Eren could feel her soft, warm breaths delicately stimulating his ears as her moans continued. Cindy's grip on her lover grew tighter by the second, as did her grip on his manhood as she continued contracting around it. Eren could feel an intense sensation building up from his tip, making its way down the shaft before he could feel it throughout his entire body. "I'm coming dash," he muttered, pulling it out before Cindy shot up to place her soft lips around his tip. "Ah. Aya." Eren moaned roughly as he began releasing inside of Cindy's mouth. Her eyes widened as she got her first taste of him, surprised by the warmth and the sheer amount coming from within him. Once Eren was completely drained, he leaned back, sitting down on the web before breathing heavily, catching his breath. Cindy immediately leapt onto him, hugging him and pushing him onto his back before laying on his chest, breathing harshly. Eren laughed, wrapping his arms around her as he stroked her hair. Her head was moving slightly due to Eren's strong heartbeat, moving his chest up and down with its beat. That was amazing. Cindy whispered breathlessly, smiling slightly as she snuggled against her man's chest. Yeah, it was great. Eren agreed, still stroking her hair before grabbing her chin with 2 fingers and giving her another kiss on the lips. Did you really have to rip your costume? Eren asked, laughing through his rough breathing. I don't know what came over me, okay. Plus, maybe I wanted an upgrade like your suit. Yeah. Okay, I'll make one for you. Cindy laughed mischievously, snuggling into his chest with a smile. Thank you. She told him cutely, bringing a smile to his face. You're welcome. The 2 arachnids stayed for a bit longer watching the stars from where they lay, laughing to each other about how absurd it was that their first time would be in a setting so outlandish. Chapter 61, Fresh Start. It was late August. The sun was shining, birds were peeping, and Eren Parker was walking to his first college class by himself with his hands in both pockets. As he walked around the campus of Empire State University, Eren thought about how different this new chapter of his life would be as a biophysics major. Finally, a fresh start. He thought to himself, looking around at all of the unfamiliar faces walking around. It felt nice being unrecognized by everyone, it was almost peaceful to the undercover hero. The only people he knew so far were his roommate, Harry Osborn, and his girlfriend Cindy Moon. He may have recognized a couple more people from his old high school, but no one he'd actually say he knew. However, this would change almost immediately. Parker. A voice, a dreadful voice caused Eren's entire being to jolt. God, no. Eren thought, ignoring the voice and hoping it would go away. Parker. I didn't know you went here. The voice was extremely close before the source of it grabbed Eren by the shoulder. Eren sighed, stopping in his tracks before turning around to see Flash Thompson smiling at him with some blonde girl around his arms. The blondie had short hair, half of it was shaved and the tips were dyed pink. She also had a piercing in her eyebrow, seemingly adopting a somewhat punk aesthetic. Eren said nothing, looking at Flash with a blank stare before looking down at the girl. She waved at him, looking up at him with friendly blue eyes, and he raised his eyebrows as a greeting. He then looked back at Flash before speaking to him in the most unamused voice one could imagine. Hi. He said plainly, wanting to jump off of a building and die if that meant having to never see Flash Thompson again. What's up, man? How have you been? Flash greeted the boy as if they were best friends, pissing Eren off as he knew this was all a facade. What do you want? Eren asked him, causing Flash to speak to him as if he were offended by Eren's standoffishness. Whoa, bro. Don't tell me you're still upset about the past. Flash was speaking as if he didn't make Eren's life a literal hell on earth. The girl next to him looked puzzled before asking Flash what he meant. The past. What happened? Flash chuckled, wrapping his arm around the girl before explaining the entire thing to her, or at least, his version of it. You see, Parker and I go way back. Elementary school. We've always had this sort of rivalry going on, you know. He's just having a little trouble letting go of our kitty little grudge. Eren was furious. Little grudge? You made me want to literally kill myself every single day of my life. Eren thought, taking a deep breath before speaking to the girl in Flash's arms. Hello, I'm Eren Parker. He said, extending his hand to give her a handshake. The girl grabbed his hand, accepting the handshake before introducing herself to him. Oh. You were the valedictorian of our school, right? I'm Gwen Stacy. Surprised anyone remembers me. Yeah, that's me. Eren admitted before asking her one last question. Are you dating Flash? Yup. It's been 4 months. Gwen admitted, smiling up at her men and showing her adorable tooth gap. Nice. Have fun with that. See ya. Eren decided to be the bigger man and just walk away from the situation. Based on the girl's looks, she seemed like the type to be into guys like Flash, so he figured it'd be pointless to even tell her about how awful of a human being he was. Eren walked away, heading to class and praying that he'd never have to see Flash Thompson ever again in his life, but he knew that wasn't going to actually happen. To Eren's delight, he didn't encounter anyone else that recognized him throughout both of his Monday courses. It felt good having no distractions and actually caring about the content being taught in his classes. It was actually somewhat exciting, knowing that he was just a few steps closer to making Parker Industries a reality. Before he could have his own business, however, he needed experience. A while back, Norman Osborn offered Eren an internship at Oscorp, so Eren thought now would be as good a time as any to accept the offer. There were a few reasons this offer stood out to him, mainly the fact that Oscorp was like Disneyland to Eren and the fact that the Project V case hadn't been cracked yet. He thought it could have been Doom, but none of it made any sense. If the V stood for Valeria or Vibranium, what would Fisk have to do with anything? He was also certain that Doom hadn't set foot in New York, at least not publicly. As much as he'd love to dismiss the case, he knew that it had to have been something else. With Reed Richards and Victor Von Doom on the list was growing smaller. Norman Osborn was of course the largest name on the list, followed by a few others such as Otto Octavius. With Project V in his mind, Eren entered one of the labs of Oscorp to find both aforementioned men, Norman Osborn and Dr. Otto Octavius. Norman was watching his associate as he used 4 metallic tentacles to stack a house of cards. The movements were incredibly precise, even more precise than that of a normal human. Eren was impressed. As Otto placed the final piece, both he and Norman noticed the boy entering the lab. "Ah. Mr. Parker, welcome. Impressive, isn't it?" Octavius said as he used 2 of his tentacles to walk him over toward the young man. "It's amazing. It's as if they were part of your real body." Eren began closely inspecting the arms, touching them without permission as his nerd's brain began taking over. He was enthralled with the technology, wondering how exactly such precise movements with a prosthetic device were even possible. "It's because they are. Look here." Octavius pointed to the back of his neck, showing needles impaling it. It appeared that his entire spine was being impaled by those microneedles. Eren winced looking at them digging into the doctor's flesh. "That's disgusting," Eren thought to himself as he glared at the flesh being perpetually stabbed into Octavius's body. "They're directly connected to my brain. They get commands directly from the source instantaneously," Octavius added as he continued to point at his neck. "And now I can move on with my main project. Renewable energy." Otto extended both his human hands and his tentacle hands in a grandiose manner, however, this wasn't making much sense to Eren. "What do these arms have to do with renewable energy?" Eren asked the scientist. "These arms are special. They are impervious to heat and magnetism. Now it allows me to use these hands in places a human hand could never even come close to. My new fusion-based energy source would melt me if I tried to control it myself. My friends here can do that work for me." Otto began petting his arms and they sort of responded as if they were puppies. Eren's eyebrows furrowed, finding it disturbing. "You'll see by tomorrow. I would like you to be there when I unveil my new breakthrough." "Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll be there." Eren was stoked to be able to see whatever presentation Otto had planned, but also, this made him think of an opportunity. He knew that many of the employees of Oscorp would want to see the presentation as well, so the building would be nearly empty on the upper floors. He had a plan. For the rest of the afternoon, Eren fulfilled his internship duties as he normally would before dismissing himself and calling it a day. After Eren said goodbye to his colleagues and began leaving the building, he found himself being approached by a familiar voice. "Eren." A girl's voice spoke, one that he wasn't too familiar with, but he recognized it nonetheless. Eren turned his head to see Flash's girlfriend, wearing the same Oscorp lab coat that he was wearing, catching up to him. She too had an intern's badge on her chest, looking up at Eren shyly as she corrected the glasses on her face. "Oh, hi," Eren said as he continued walking and the girl walked beside him. He was surprised to see Gwen Stacy here of all people, considering he assumed she was an idiot like her boyfriend. He immediately felt bad for profiling her. "You intern here?" he asked her, getting a quick nod. "MHM." Surprised. She asked, smiling up at the boy with her hands behind her back. "I'll be honest, yeah. You look more like the partying type. Especially without those glasses on," he told her. "Yeah, I look like a total dork, that's why I don't wear them unless I'm working or in class." Gwen laughed to herself as she admitted this, though Eren remained stone-faced. "I think they suit you. I used to wear glasses, I miss having them sometimes," Eren told her. He did actually like wearing glasses, and he still wasn't used to how different his face was without them. "You wear contacts?" Gwen asked him, looking closely at his eyes as if she were able to tell. "No, I got surgery." He lied, knowing he can't just say he woke up with good eyesight due to having superpowers without blowing his cover. "Oh, that's cool. Nice." After Gwen said this, there was a brief silence between the two. They were both heading to the same place, back to the dorms at ESU. "Can this girl leave? Don't tell me she's going all the way to ESU too. Should I ditch her?" Eren began thinking of some excuses he could make to get away from the girl, however, he realized she probably just wanted to walk with someone she could somewhat trust. It was nighttime after all, so she probably would prefer to not be alone. God, I hate being a good person. "Hey, Eren. Gwen speaking snapped Eren out of his thoughts, gathering his attention. What's up? What's the deal with you and Flash? Your interaction earlier was really weird. And she's observant. Great. Eren thought to himself. He's your boyfriend, so you probably don't want to hear me badmouth him. Eren admitted, hoping to drop the subject. Wouldn't that be all the more reason to tell me? Gwen figured that if Flash did something awful, it would be best for her to know these types of things. Eren sighed, feeling reluctant, but he went ahead and gave her the gist of the situation. Flash used to bully me. Ever since we were about 7 or 8 years old. Physically and mentally. I won't go into the details on why, but that's what happened. Eren saying this made Gwen's eyes widen. She couldn't believe it. Flash. Flash Thompson. Yes, Eugene Flash Thompson. What, you don't believe me? Eren was annoyed, it was clear by the expression on his face. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just hard to believe. He can be a bit brash sometimes, but he's so nice to everyone. Gwen's words shocked him. In what universe was Flash Thompson nice to anyone? He must be a good actor then. Eren told her. Or maybe he's changed. Gwen said quietly, smiling softly up at the boy. I think people deserve second chances. Eren exhaled, knowing that what she was saying was true. It was something he lived by as Spider-Man. It was part of the reason why he has people arrested rather than killing them. He believed that criminals, even the vile ones, have a chance of being changed. Even if that chance was minuscule. Did you not see what he did to me for the last 4 years at our school? Eren asked her, thinking it was impossible for her to not have seen him getting beaten almost daily. Gwen shook her head sadly. I transferred last semester. Conveniently, it seemed that Gwen had transferred right when the bullying stopped, so she only saw the supposedly changed Flash Thompson. I see, that explains it then. Eren was clearly upset, bringing on another awkward silence between the two of them as they continued walking back to campus. After a few minutes, Eren finally spoke. I'll think about it. Forgiving him, I mean. You seem like a really good person, so I'll believe you. Gwen gave him a gentle grin, giving him a single quick nod. Thank you. Maybe you guys can become friends. Don't push it. Eren told her, having the slightest grin on his face, compelling her to laugh. The two of them continued their walk together until they eventually made it to campus, going their separate ways once they reached their respective dormitories. As Eren walked to his and Harry's dorm, he kept thinking about Flash. Did he really change? He thought to himself. However, he would have his answer soon enough. Chapter 62, The Power of the Sun. Harry, Eren, and Cindy were all gathered around inside Harry and Eren's dorm room, with Harry sitting on the desk while Eren and Cindy sat next to each other on the bed. I have something really important to tell you guys, regarding Spider-Man stuff. Eren told them both. He hadn't told them about Project V, so he thought now would be as good a time as any. There's something that might be dangerous happening in our city right now, and I'm the only one who could stop it. At least, I was the only one, but I need help from you guys. Even me. Harry asked, confused as to how he could be of any use being nothing more than a normal man. Especially you. Both of you are equally as important. Eren exhaled, preparing himself to revisit his past. Remember how I told you that my mother was a Wakandan spy posing as a reporter for the Daily Bugle? Both Cindy and Harry nodded. She was looking into this thing called Project V. It sounds really dangerous and I believe Harry's father might be involved. Eren saying this compelled Harry to ruffle his eyebrows. Noticing this, Eren started to apologize. Harry, I like your dad and I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm not mad at you. My father has been doing some shady stuff for a while. I thought I was just crazy, but if you also think so, it might be true. Explain what you mean by shady stuff. Eren asked Harry, hoping that this would lead to something. There's an area in Oscorp that my father never let me go inside after my mother became sick. It was especially so after she passed. He never even let me see her in the hospital. I didn't even get to see inside her casket. Harry, do you think he? Eren hesitated, he didn't even want to say what he was thinking. He didn't want to cross any lines. However, Harry didn't care at all, finishing Eren's sentence for him. Experimented on her? I'm almost certain, but I can't find proof. That's the reason my father and I aren't so close. Especially when he's manic. Manic? Like bipolar? Cindy asked. Yeah, he either has some sort of DID or bipolar disorder. He's not professionally diagnosed because he thinks he knows himself better than any doctor, but he's always had it. It worsened when my mom got sick, he stopped taking his meds. Recently. I think he stopped again. Harry's sad expression sort of changed into a depressed smile as he thought even further back into his childhood. My mom and I, back when I was a little kid, used to call him the Goblin when he was on one of his manic episodes. He was scary, he'd become violent. Joking about it sort of helped us cope with it all. Both Eren and Cindy were speechless. Looking at Harry and his father, one would have assumed they had a healthy relationship. Harry never even mentioned his home life, so the other two just assumed it was so painfully average, it wasn't worth mentioning. However, it seems that was far from the case. Anyway, if this Project V stuff is related to my mother in any way, I want to help. Harry told them both. I can't fight, but I'll do my best. Thank you, Harry. I'm sorry about everything that happened. I had no idea it was like that. Eren told him. Yeah, me neither. Cindy added. What can I say, I'm good at pretending. Also, I've been working on something for you guys. I completed it a couple of weeks ago, but I never really found the time to tell you about it. Harry reached into the drawer on the desk he was sitting on, pulling out a blue box. Harry opened it, showing 3 pairs of contact lenses inside. These have cameras in them. I was thinking, while you guys are out on the field, you could wear these, and I could watch through your eyes and try and help. I could also implement this tech into Spider-Man's mask. I know it's silly, but dash. No, that's incredible. How did I not come up with this? Eren leapt out of his seat and grabbed the box from Harry's hands, holding it up to his face to get a good look at the secret cameras. Well. I felt sort of useless being the only one without powers. I just wanted to help. Harry, you don't understand just how perfect these are. I had a plan, but you've just improved it tenfold. Eren looked at both Cindy and Harry before telling them his grand plan. I need you two to infiltrate Oscorp. Harry, since you have clearance in most eras as the heir, you're the most important piece. Cindy, I need you to keep an eye on him from a distance as he looks into this supposed secret area. What about you? Harry asked. I'll be on the 10th floor playing the role of Eren Parker, watching Otto's presentation, and keeping an eye out for your father when the presentation is over so I can tell you when to dip. Eren explained. That sound good? Yeah. Sounds good to me. All right then. The presentation is at 6 p.m. tonight. We'll meet back up here after class to regroup. I'll have the things we need by then. Oh. Do we get a team name? Harry was excited to finally be a member of the unnamed spider team, feeling as if he too were a hero just like his friends. Eren didn't know what to say, looking at Cindy, who was also unsure. Let's hold off on the team name. He told him, however, Harry's excitement continued. Okay. What about my hero name? I'm thinking the Seer. Since I'm your second pair of eyes. Harry was proud of this name, though Eren wasn't really sure how to feel about it. Isn't that kinda literal? Eren asked him. Yeah, Spider-Man. Cindy quipped. Huh. I could have sworn I heard someone who named themselves Silk of all things speaking to me. Eren quipped back. I think Silk sounds better than Spider-Man, to be honest. Harry chimed in, causing Eren to feel a bit betrayed by the guy who was supposed to be his best friend. The 3 of them continued teasing each other about their respective names, laughing and trying their best to defend themselves and their name, but to no avail. Shortly after, the 3 of them went to class, came back, and rebriefed the plan while gearing up. When they were all ready, everyone went to their positions, prepared to get to the bottom of this Project V situation. Harry, wearing his normal clothes and the special contact lenses, snuck his way toward the restricted area before taking it down to the basement floor. Cindy, in the vents of the facility, crawled her way to the basement to watch Harry from above in case anything were to happen. Eren, wearing his work uniform, walked into the building's auditorium, seeing Dr. Octavius and Norman Osborn on stage. The 2 men waved at Eren, and he waved back before he sat down toward the back away from most of the crowd. As he waited, he opened his phone and began watching the feed being presented through Harry's eyes. Eventually, the lights in the auditorium turned off, leaving only the stage lit, as Dr. Octavius began to speak. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Otto Octavius. Today I will present to you the birth of a new fusion-based renewable energy source. It's safe for humans, as well as the environment while also being cheap. This energy will be available for all to use for their homes and in the future, their vehicles. Otto spoke to the crowd before walking over to a tarp that covered a part of the presentation. Eren watched as Harry took a look inside the deepest parts of Oscorp. Harry was checking his back often, despite Silk already watching him from above, but he wanted to be sure he wasn't followed. To help me with that, I will be using these 4 of my friends to help me. Octavius pulled the tarp and revealed his 4 robotic tentacles. He then stood on a platform in front of them and pulled a lever. Once he pulled it, the centerpiece gently placed itself onto his spine before aggressively stabbing itself into place. He winced for a second but immediately put his confident face back on. In the basement, Harry found a room that looked much more secure than the others. However, Harry knew his father's passcode and used it to open the door. Inside, one of the main attractions caught his eye. There was a green bodysuit that looked as if it were made for a futuristic super soldier. It was equipped with grenades and was attached to some sort of hover device. Weird. Eren thought to himself, looking at the strange outfit through Harry's eyes. You guys seeing this? Looks like some kinda emerald elf getup. Harry approached the costume, seeing a file next to it before reading the title of it out loud. Globulin green. Harry opened it, seeing that the file was empty. Damn it. He whispered, looking around for anything else that caught his eye. These were developed for two main reasons. Reason number 1, the AI in these tentacles can also be used for prosthetic limbs, allowing the user to use the limb as if it were their own. Reason number 2, they will be used to help me stabilize the fusion reactor. They repel both heat and magnetism. Octavius extended all 6 of his arms, his 2 human ones and his robotic ones, as he spoke to the crowd in a grandiose manner. In the basement, Harry continued looking around the room he found himself in until he found more files. One was labeled Subject V Test Number 1 and appeared to actually have information inside of it. I think this is it. But it looks like it's missing some stuff. Harry whispered, flipping through the pages until he found some writing. Subjects became cannibalistic. Skin discoloration. Grew extended fangs and claws. Like the lizards. Dr. Octavius continued his lecture on the main stage. These smart arms are connected to my brain via a neural link. By using an inhibitor chip, I can ensure that I am the one who is in control at all times. Octavius pointed to his neck, showing the inhibitor chip to the entire crowd. After looking through that file, Harry moved on to another. Subject V Test Number 2. Harry opened it up and sees a picture of a hamster exhibiting the symptoms listed above. It was horrifying, the creature was nearly unrecognizable and its skin looked almost as if it were melting off. Jesus Christ. Harry whispered. Even Eren felt sick as he watched the feed through Harry's vision. Now for the main event. Octavius walked over to another tarp and removed it, revealing a strange contraption underneath. It appeared to be a circular platform that was surrounded by 4 metal pillars. On the front of it, there were a few monitors with buttons beneath them. Using tritium provided by my good friend Norman Osborn, I can fuel my fusion reactor. The doctor put on a pair of goggles before activating the machine with a lever, generating a loud, mechanical humming sound. The tritium, appearing as a silver ball, began to lift into the air at the center of the machine and spin. As it spun, it began generating energy until a mini-sun appeared around it. The room instantly began to shine brightly, feeling warm as if they were out in the summer heat. Back in the basement, Harry continued looking through more files. There's another file here. Harry said, trying his best to make out what the file read, but the handwriting was too illegible. Damn it, I can't read this. Something with an R. Harry said, squinting and holding the page up close to his face. Suddenly, the auditorium started to tremble, as did the entire building. Metal from all over the room, including lights, jewelry, and tools began flying toward the mini-sun. People started to panic as the monitor in front of the machine started playing an alarm sound. A few of them began to leave their seats as the feeling of danger filled the air. The activation of the fire sprinklers increased the tension further. Everyone stay calm. It will stabilize. Otto yelled as he used his tentacles to push down on the solar sphere. Sensing that he was going to need to step in, Eren quickly ran out of the room before reappearing almost instantly in his Spider-Man costume. As the solar sphere grew, the energy began to leak out and spew in random directions of the room. It was close to exploding completely. You guys need to leave, the building might explode. Go. Eren spoke into his earpiece, prompting Silk to drop down from the vents she was hiding in and grab Harry to escape. Spider-Man took a deep breath and entered his ultimate Godspeed form. As the machine began to continuously reach unstable levels and the artificial sun continued to grow, Spider-Man stood high and shouted directions at everyone. Get out, now. I'm opening the doors. Spider-Man zipped over toward the multiple doors of the auditorium and began prying them off of the hinges, allowing everyone to escape much faster. The room began to tremble, causing them to lose their balance, including a middle-aged woman who fell on her hands and knees. Spider-Man dashed over, getting her back up on her feet before dashing out of the room with her. You're okay, he told her right as he began to zip away once again, not even allowing her to thank him. Once every single spectator was cleared from the room, Spider-Man could see Norman Osborn messing with one of the panels as Otto continued to try and hold down the miniature sun with his mechanical arms, however, it kept expanding. Spider-Man dashed beside Norman, looking over his shoulder at the panel and startling the men. How do we stop it? Spider-Man asked, getting a head shake from Norman in response. I don't know, it's password locked. Otto. What's the password? Spider-Man shouted, barely being able to be heard due to the sounds of energy blasts shooting sporadically out of the mini-sun in all directions. I can hold it. Don't worry. Otto spoke as if he weren't risking the lives of millions at this moment, as that miniature sun could be strong enough to blow up the entire city if it continued to expand. Spider-Man's lenses furrowed in frustration. He couldn't believe that Otto was so arrogant and reckless. He grabbed Norman by the shoulder and used Godspeed to take him out of the room, leaving him somewhere safe. Wait. Norman called out to him, however, Spider-Man had already zipped away. Finding the massive wires powering the machine on the walls, Spider-Man ran over to them and grabbed them with both hands. Stop. What are you doing? Otto yelled, turning his neck and taking his attention away from the ever-growing artificial sun. Turning it off. As Spider-Man began to pull, Otto stepped toward him, loosening his grip on the sun and allowing it to send an energy blast to the back of his neck, striking the inhibitor, before the scorching hot energy began traveling all throughout his body, completely frying him. At the same time, Spider-Man unplugged the machine, causing the fake sun to implode in on itself, and saving everyone in the building and the city. Spider-Man looked over at Otto, his lenses wide, seeing that the doctor was completely burned all over his body. He was practically unrecognizable. Spider-Man sprinted over, kneeling down next to the doctor before saying his name sporadically. Dr. Octavius. Dr. Octavius. The doctor groaned, allowing Eren to breathe a sigh of relief. However, as Spider-Man continued to look at the men, he wondered how Otto would even begin to recover after that. His life would be completely changed. However, Spider-Man failed to predict in what way the doctor would be a completely new man. Soon enough, paramedics came to help the injured. Otto was swiftly taken to the nearest hospital where he would receive treatment for his burns and also surgery to remove the machines attached to his body. Once in the operating room, several surgeons surrounded the doctor, ready to try their best to save him. However, Otto Octavius may not have been the one who would really need saving in that room. Chapter 63, Sanachi. An hour has passed since the explosion at Oscorp. Luckily, thanks to Spider-Man, it has been confirmed that there were 0 casualties. However, there is still one person in critical condition. Dr. Otto Octavius, the man behind the explosion, is now in critical condition. He suffered burns all over his body and suffered blunt trauma due to being sent flying after the explosion. As of now, experts are working on saving the man, but the odds of him recovering are reported to be very low. A reporter spoke through the TV as a group of surgeons surrounded the unconscious and charred body of Dr. Octavius. He was nearly unrecognizable, his skin completely red and black due to the devastating burns. We're going to need to separate these tentacles from the body. Afterward, we're gonna have to disconnect the machine from his spinal cord. We won't know the extent of the damage until we get in there. Break up into 4 pairs, each pair will take care of each arm. Got it. The lead surgeon instructed his crew, grabbing an electric saw and turning it on. The rest of the group began scrambling for tools to begin working on the 8-limbed men. Slowly, the main surgeon approached one of the tentacles with his saw, making sure to carefully attempt to remove it from the doctor's skin. Once the blade was less than an inch away, the tentacle seemingly woke up and grabbed the man by the throat, while also impaling him with a metal spike that was seen protruding from the other side of the doctor's head. The unsettling sounds of the man choking on his own blood and esophagus were heard by the rest of the surgeons as they all stepped back in fear, murmuring amongst each other. Oh my God. Dr. James. Holy shit. Slowly, the unconscious body of Dr. Octavius rose up with the help of his robotic arms, hitting the light above him and causing the entire operating room to go dark. Though the doctors were frozen in fear, the change in lighting jolted them all awake, pushing them all to panic and run around the room like chickens with their heads cut off. So no one could escape. One of the tentacles knocked over a bookshelf, blocking the exit and causing the panic to become more desperate as there was nowhere left to run. One of the arms grabbed a doctor by the skull, lifting her up in the air as she used her hands to try and break free. Aya! Help me! She shouted to her co-workers in a blood-curdling scream, though no one could come to her rescue. The sound of the doctor's skull slamming onto the ground reverberated throughout the panicking room, followed by the sound of her face getting slammed again. And again. And again. Until the tentacle began to speed up, slamming her disfigured face into the ground repeatedly. The tentacle lifted her up in the air, holding up her face that was now nothing more than broken bones and mushed flesh before tossing her out of one of the windows. Another arm grabbed a different doctor by the head while another grabbed the same doctor by the torso. Please. No. No. No, the man yelled for his life, praying that his words would somehow stop the slaughter, but it was to no avail. The arms began pulling the man apart, causing the sound of bone ripping through flesh to echo through the dark room as his spine was being torn out from his body. The man shouted through the unimaginable pain, only stopping once the sound of his spine being pulled out along with his head interrupted him. This triggered one of the doctors to scream, revealing her position, as well as the position of 2 other doctors next to her. The other 2 doctors ran into the darkness while she continued to scream in the same spot, hyperventilating with her back against the wall. She couldn't move, standing frozen in fear as one of the tentacles, wielding a long automatic saw, approached her. "Oh, God. Please," she pleaded, but not even God could help her. The tentacle slit her throat, causing the woman to slowly bleed out to death and fall to her knees as blood spewed from the opening. Everyone could hear her choking on her own blood before the sounds inevitably ceased. Using a fire extinguisher, one of the surgeons busted the glass window of the door open before attempting to crawl through it. His skin was being cut by glass shards, drawing blood all over his body, but he didn't care. However, the sounds of glass shattering did nothing more than reveal his position as one of the tentacles grabbed him by the back of the skull as he was halfway out of the window. People who were outside of the room gathered around after hearing the commotion all gasped in unison as the men begged for his life. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" The man spoke sporadically, almost weeping as he could feel himself getting dragged back into the room. No one helped him, watching as he held onto the door with both hands, continuing to beg them. "Someone! Please! Help!" He dash. Hearing enough, the tentacle unleashed the sharp, metallic spike from within it, impaling the man through the mouth from behind. The man was alive for just a few short moments before the light left his eyes and his grip loosened. The tentacle then pulled him back into the pitch-black room, compelling everyone outside to scream and scramble down the halls. Another doctor, grabbing a saw off the ground, sprinted toward Dr. Octavius like a madman, screaming like a warrior as he attempted to kill the man. However, this attempt proved to be futile, as one of the tentacles closed its 3 points before impaling the man through the chest. Using what little strength he had left, the doctor continued to try and cut through the metallic limb, only to have his head struck like a bat hitting a baseball, causing his head to fly off and roll behind one of the counters and land in front of the 2 remaining doctors. The ladies held onto each other tightly, covering their mouths in order to ensure that neither one of them would let even a peep leave their lips. They were able to hold their screams, though that task proved to be more difficult as the footsteps of the metallic limbs began to draw near. The possessed doctor being carried around by his limbs could be heard getting closer with each step. The ladies both began to cry, knowing almost for certain that this is where they were going to die. The footsteps stopped for a second. A long second. For just the tiniest moment, both doctors began to feel hope, only for the footsteps to pick right back up. The footsteps began going in the opposite direction, causing both ladies to release the tension built up in their bodies and hug each other tightly. They were still afraid and tears were still streaming down their faces, but they were beginning to finally feel safe. Crying into her partner's shoulder, one of the doctors looked up before gasping into the other's ear. Feeling her partner suddenly jolt, the other doctor looked up, only to see that her friend's face was being impaled by one of the doctor's tentacles. The impaled woman was then lifted into the air and thrown across the room, leaving the final doctor all by herself. The woman turned around, looking up at Dr. Otto Octavius as his unconscious body was being suspended in the air by 2 of his robotic tentacles. The woman was in disbelief, having believed this entire time that Dr. Otto Octavius was the one controlling the arms. However, it was the opposite. The arms were controlling him. "Please." The woman begged silently, hoping that somehow, she would be spared from this massacre. However, the 4 robotic limbs didn't care. One of them grabbed her by her temple, lifting her up in the air as she continued to silently beg. "Please. Please. Please." The tentacle began to apply pressure to her head slowly, though the woman didn't stop repeating the same word over and over again. "Please. Please. Please." She kept repeating it over and over again until the tentacle crushed her skull. Minutes later, a group of police officers stood with their backs against a wall, peeking around a corner at a nearly pitch-black hallway, littered with broken glass and bloodied corpses. The only thing illuminating the hallway was a lone, flickering light. As the light flickered, metallic footsteps could be heard as they approached the officers. These footsteps matched the slow flickering of the light, almost as if they were synced. Beneath the flickering light, Dr. Octavius and his still unconscious and limp body being carried by his blood-soaked tentacles emerged from the darkness. With each step, the bloody tentacles left triangular-shaped bloody footprints on the ground beneath them. The lead officer looked back at his juniors and signaled them to move forward. In unison, all 4 of them turned the corner and pointed their guns down the flickering hallway. However, as they aimed their weapons, they were greeted by an empty hallway. The mechanical doctor was gone. All that was left were a few bloody footprints being illuminated under the flickering light. What? He was just there. The senior officer spoke as he began looking around swiftly down the hallway in front of him. The lead officer walked down the flickering hallway, acting as if he didn't have any fear in the world. Reluctantly, his crew began walking carefully into the hallway behind him, guns in hand. "Ah, sir. You sure that's a good idea?" one of his juniors asked, frozen in fear behind everyone. The group of 3 ignored the cowardly officer and continued to step forward into the semi-lit hallway. A tentacle shot out from the inside of one of the unlit rooms, grabbing the senior officer's face and swiftly slamming him through the glass wall and out of the building. His voice could be heard screaming as the men fell, only being cut off by the sounds of his body slamming into a vehicle below. Before the other two could react, another tentacle emerged from the darkness, grabbing one of the officers while the other revealed tentacle latched onto the other cop. Dr. Octavius's unconscious body was then dragged out of the darkness by his tentacles and the men began screaming for their lives frantically. Wait. 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 Both men had their faces rammed into the others, reducing their heads to nothing more than shards of skull and pieces of brains. The final officer began stupidly shooting his gun, landing a few hits on the doctor before hitting the light and causing the entire room to go dark. However, the man kept firing his gun, hearing the sounds of the tentacles blocking the bullets as they walked forward, only being illuminated by his muzzle flash. Once he was out of ammo, the man fell to his knees and began to beg. Please. Spare me. The man begged as tears began to fall from his face and onto the white tile beneath him. From the darkness, the metallic footsteps continued to get closer, muting the man's weeping. The footsteps ceased before the man felt the metallic claws lift him in the air. At the same time, Dr. Octavius regained consciousness. He looked up to see his metal arms involuntarily holding a man up in front of him by all four of his human limbs. What's going on? Otto asked before the arms began pulling in opposite directions. Feeling his bones and tendons being ripped apart, the man screamed in agony, continuing to beg for his life. Aya. Please. The man's limbs and body were ripped into pieces. Blood and organs began to rain down on Dr. Octavius's face, though he couldn't even process what was happening in front of him. Otto began to shake and convulse due to his shock and fear before looking up into the air and shouting. No. Dr. Octavius's hollers could be heard throughout the entire hospital as he awakened to himself having become a monster. Chapter 64, Dr. Octavius. Spider-Man and Silk arrived at the scene, finding themselves in front of the hospital as people began pouring out in droves. Spider-Man looked over to see a police officer's body laid out on top of a destroyed vehicle. Jesus. Spider-Man muttered, pressing on his earpiece to contact Harry. Any word on what floor he's on? He asked Seer, who was frantically typing away on his laptop from his dorm room. Yup. 11th floor. Harry told him. Eren nodded. Got it, he said before looking over at Cindy and grabbing her by the shoulder. Ready, he asked her. MHM, she mumbled, nodding to her partner before he zipped them both up the building and into the 11th floor through a broken window. Once they were inside the building, Eren infused his arm with Godspeed energy, using it as a glow stick to illuminate the area. Immediately upon lighting up the hallway, both spiders' eyes widened. Holy shit. Harry said from behind his laptop, looking at the dozens of corpses on the ground, all mangled and torn apart like broken toys. Would he really do this? Silk asked, looking up at Eren with tearful eyes. This was her first time seeing anything like this since the lizard incident, and it was the first time she had to deal with being too late to save them as a hero. I don't know. Something isn't right. Spider-Man told her, grabbing her hand and walking forward with his arm illuminating the way. Stay close to me, all right? Silk held onto Spider-Man tightly as the two of them slowly crept through the darkness, trying their best to look through it for any sign of the crazed scientist. They eventually found some bloody footprints in the shape of massive tri-pointed claws and decided to follow them. After following the trail for a few minutes, both heroes stopped upon hearing metal settling in the distance. Did you hear that? Silk's voice was shaky as she spoke, she was genuinely afraid of the unknown. She was still new to this kind of thing, only having dealt with villains who had caused far less bloodshed. Yeah, I hear it. Eren whispered, frowning beneath his mask as he remained vigilant. Just a few moments later, the two of them could hear a voice speaking not too far from them. What? No, no, no. That's not true. It's not. You did this. You did it. I'm not responsible. I don't care if you see me as your father, it's your mistake. Both spiders looked at each other, exchanging confused looks before walking forward, peeking around a corner and down a hallway to see Dr. Octavius crouching by himself in the darkness, speaking to his metallic limbs. The metal tentacles attached to his back were opening and closing as if they were speaking back to him, leaning in close to him like they were whispering. Jealous. Of me. Of us. No, no, that's not it. Is it? I made a mistake. I hurt people. We need to turn ourselves in. The upper right tentacle smacked the doctor in the face aggressively before opening and closing its claws as if it were yelling at him. Eren furrowed his eyebrows and Cindy looked on with frightened eyes. Spider-Man was more so disturbed by the odd display, whereas Silk felt bad for the scientist, she could tell he wasn't all there at the moment. You can't kill me. What'll you do with my dead body, huh? Figure it out. There's nothing to figure out. Without me, you're nothing. Now listen to me. Dr. Octavius then attempted to regain control of his limbs, forcing them to stop moving, but it was clear that he was straining. The bottom left claw then rubbed itself on his face gently, prompting Otto to rub it back with his real hands as if he were petting a puppy. You're right, he's just grumpy. You do need me. The top left tentacle then tapped his shoulder and pointed down the hall, directly toward the spiders. The two spiders immediately pulled their heads back and stood up against the wall while looking at each other, not saying a word as Otto kept talking to himself. Behind us. Kill them. No. Spider-Man. He's a murderer. He's going to kill us. We need to protect each other. No, he's a good guy. A hero. He'll help me. You don't want his help. Separate us. You killed them. All of them are dead because of you. Dr. Octavius's screams echoed throughout the hallway, horrifying both spiders as it was evident that he truly lost his mind. Listen, listen. We won't be separated forever, I promise. I can repair you, I can improve you. Now, let me go. Dr. Octavius began using everything he had within him to stand. It was as if he was fighting against his own body, trying to stand but it fought back. Eventually, Dr. Octavius rose to his feet, facing the two heroes and straining as if even just standing still caused him pain. Spider-Man, is that you? I need help. Dr. Octavius started approaching the two spiders, showing his charred, mutilated skin as he stepped toward Spider-Man's blue light. Spider-Man's lenses widened, as did Cindy's eyes as they watched the unrecognizable doctor approach, stumbling forward using his own 2 feet like a zombie, each step looking as if he was in incredible pain. Holy shit. Harry whispered, seeing the men through the eyes of his friends from his laptop. He'd known Dr. Octavius for years and he'd never guessed he would have turned into a monster like this. Silk, don't be scared. Maybe we can help him. Spider-Man spoke with a little bit of uncertainty, but he really wanted to help the doctor. Dr. Octavius? Why did you kill all these people? Was it actually you? No, 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 no. Dr. Octavius had definitely lost it, screaming and grabbing his own head with his 2 real hands, shaking his head sporadically. No. 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 His repeating words grew louder, reverberating off the walls, compelling the 2 spiders to feel extremely uneasy. Dr. Octavius, calm down. Spider-Man told him gently, taking a step forward with his hand extended. I'm going to help you. Just tell me how. Okay. No. 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 Octavius let out more shouts of denial, pulling at his own hair as he continued to descend into madness. Octavius. Spider-Man yelled again, snapping the doctor out of his fit. Calm down, sir. I can help you. You said they're connected to your brain, right? How do I disrupt that connection? Octavius reached for the back of his neck, feeling for the inhibitor chip. His eyes widened as he was able to feel that it was badly damaged. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. God, no. Dr. Octavius was about to go into another fit as Spider-Man continued to try and calm him down. Dr. Octavius. Please tell me what's wrong. You need to calm down. The inhibitor. The only thing stopping them from taking control has been damaged. Octavius wailed loudly and fearfully, he was genuinely afraid for his life at that very moment. I'm going to come look at it, is that okay? I'm a man of science myself, Otto. Please, just let me look. Spider-Man took another few steps, only stopping when Otto screamed once more. You can't. You can't. Why not? They won't let you, they'll kill you. I can't. The voices. The noise. Too loud. I can't. Otto began covering his ears to block out the noise, but this supposed noise was in his head, covering his ears was ineffective. What do we do? Silk asked, watching the doctor weep uncontrollably in front of them. I'll see what I can do about the inhibitor. Spider-Man told her, taking another slow step forward. They won't let you. 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 Spider-Man wanted to get a closer look, so he entered his ultimate Godspeed form again so he could quickly get behind the doctor. Due to his processing speed, usually, things around him would seem as if they were moving slower than usual. However, Spider-Man's lenses widened upon seeing that Otto's mechanical limbs were moving as if they were breaking the rules of the illusion of slowed time. They were tracking his eye movements, repositioning accordingly. This was Eren's first time studying the nuances of each tentacle's design, his first time really looking at all 4 of them. They all looked similar, having 3 claws that could open and close, but they all seemed unique at the same time. They seemed alive. Each tentacle had a red, glowing light at the center of them, staring at Eren as if they were eyes. Eren was frozen in the same spot, completely unmoving, confusing both Cindy and Dr. Octavius. Spider-Man. Silk asked, watching the boy standing in place, stunned. This doesn't make any sense. How, he thought, unable to comprehend how Otto's mechanical limbs were moving in the way that they were. Is this all in my head? Am I just afraid? Spider-Man's lenses furrowed as he came to one last conclusion. No, it must be because of the AI. It's reading my every move. Otto, how much control do you have over the arms? Can you hold them still? Just for a few seconds. Spider-Man stepped forward slowly in his normal state, watching the tentacles closely. It hurts. I can do it, but it hurts. Okay, that's good. That's great. Just hold them steady for me, okay? We're gonna take a look back there. Octavius nodded, allowing Spider-Man and Silk to slowly approach and walk around Dr. Octavius and his mechanical limbs. As they walked by, the tentacles were trying to break through Otto's control, making similar movements to a dog being pulled by its leash and held back by its owner. Once Spider-Man and Silk were behind Otto, they took a look at the inhibitor chip on the doctor's nape, causing Silk to cover her mouth with her hand as she felt like she wanted to vomit. Oh my god. She whispered shakily, looking at the blood and pus covering the inhibitor chip. The skin around it was completely fried, having scabs and peeling skin all around it. The chip itself was extremely damaged, it was far beyond repair, not without any tools. As Eren continued to observe, he noticed that Dr. Octavius was begging to tremble, he was begging to lose control. I can't hold. Octavius spoke with a strained voice. That same moment, Spider-Man's spider sense and Silk's silk sense activated upon noticing that a sharp spike had retracted out of one of the tentacles. As soon as the tentacle began to move, Spider-Man and Silk dodged backward, however, as they dodged, their eyes enlarged upon seeing where the tentacle had actually aimed. Dr. Octavius. Spider-Man whispered, seeing blood spilling from the tentacle spike as it impaled the doctor through his chest in an attempt to impale one of the spiders through him. Dr. Octavius's body then went limp and fell to the ground, along with his metallic limbs as if they were shut down by his death. However, after just a few seconds, the corpse suddenly sprung to life, as did the tentacles as they raised the man back to his feet, forcing him to stand in one spot for a few seconds, not making a sound. Dr. Octavius. Spider-Man whispered, prompting the man to twitch his head slightly in reaction to hearing his name heard. The twitch was so aggressive and fast, the two spiders could hear his bones crunch, along with his skin tearing. Slowly, Dr. Octavius's head began to tilt backward, further than any human should be able to. He had a disgusting grin on his face, looking at both of the spiders with crazed eyes that were almost shining through the darkness. He began to giggle, sending a chill down the spines of both spiders. Dr. Octavius is gone. The voice that came from Otto's mouth was his own voice, but at the same time, it wasn't. This voice was menacing, yet playful at the same time. Suddenly, all four tentacles slammed into the ground, and with incredibly fast steps, they carried Octavius's body down the hallway and climbed up one of the walls. Octavius's corpse smiled at them, gazing at them with cold, dead eyes as he hung from the ceiling. With a quivering voice, Silk spoke to her partner. This is like those exorcism movies. She whispered. The weak old men can no longer hold us back. As the corpse spoke, it started jerking its head to the side and tilting it. The voice spoke noticeably different from the one that spoke before it. Although the actual sound of the voice itself was the same, that spoke was as if it were a different person completely. Us. Silk uttered, looking at the men hanging from the ceiling with fear in her eyes. Yes. We are. The corpse's head jerked to the side and tilted in the other direction as it spoke in yet another unique way of speaking as if it were a different person. Dr. Octopus. The fourth and final voice spoke to them, tilting Otto's head to the side once again as the corpse flourished its arms. Wait. Cindy muttered, finally understanding what was happening in front of them. His body is being controlled by each of the separate four arms. Spider-Man said aloud, his mask hiding the disturbed expression on his face. This observation was exactly correct. Each of the four limbs, having their own designated AI installed within them, had successfully formed their own personalities and were now each sharing control of Otto's body. Each slightly different voice was the sign of a different personality taking over, a different tentacle using the body as a vessel to let itself be heard through their creator's mouth. With Otto out of the picture, they'd finally become one within his body. They had become Dr. Octopus. Chapter 65, Dr. Octopus. Oh my god. Silk uttered. Her voice shuddered as she felt incredibly disturbed by the sight of the doctor's corpse being marionetted around by invisible strings. His skin, still charred from the explosion, and his body, filled with bullet holes, combined to create a horrific display in front of the two spiders. Jesus. Harry was still watching from behind his screen, unable to even speak at this point. He'd never seen anything this gruesome in his life, not even during the lizard attacks. He was afraid, for once being thankful that he wasn't actually out in the field with them. Spider-Man looked onward, clenching his fists due to the anger building up within him. He wasn't very close to Octavius, but he knew he was a good man and didn't deserve to be murdered and mind-controlled by his own creation. Dr. Octavius's corpse laughed. God. There is no God. We will become God. Dr. Octopus, the consciousness of the 4 tentacles had become one with the body of Dr. Octavius. They spoke through the corpse with their arms still extended outward, striking a high and mighty pose. The crunching of bones and the sound of tearing flesh could be heard as the main body continued to cycle through personalities. Damn, he was right about all these guys having God complexes. Harry thought to himself, still watching through Eren and Cindy's eyes. You humans wouldn't understand the possibilities. The knowledge that one possesses when under the guidance of such an advanced collective brain as ours. Soon, the entire planet will be part of us. Humanity will all become one. Dr. Octopus proclaimed confidently. That's just mental slavery. Eren told them, already growing annoyed with hearing yet another grandiose villainous monologue. Coming after Doom, Dr. Octopus was a hard sell. Slavery. A softer and more sympathetic voice spoke, tilting the main body's head much less aggressively than the others. Oh, no. It's not slavery. Think of it more as guidance from above. You wouldn't say a person is a slave to whatever God they choose to believe in, would you? Think of the world we can create if we remove all of the weaknesses of being human. No more pain. No more suffering. No more sadness. All of the things that make us weak will immediately cease to exist. Bullshit. Eren responded, his body vibrating due to how infuriated he was. Yeah, what about love? Happiness. Silk added. The main body's neck tilted aggressively upon hearing this before they erupted in laughter. You feeble-minded girl. That's the problem. You humans, especially of the female variety, lack logical thinking. The more aggressive one of the voices spoke as it turned the main body toward Silk, its lifeless arms dangling in the air as it turned to her. Silk winced in disgust, still unable to stomach the horrible display in front of her. Happiness. Love. Those are all weaknesses. That's why the old man's friend died. Love led him away from the truth and then to his untimely death. Poor Dr. Connors. A more condescending voice spoke to the 2 spiders, angering Eren even further. In fact, the old man himself died because of his weakness as a human. Without him holding us back, he would have never died. Instead, he chose to fight us. He could have lived to see us create a utopia. As they spoke, they lowered the main body onto the ground, allowing it to stand like a pastor with its arms extended. A slight spark of electricity crackled in Spider-Man's hands, bringing up Dr. Connors like that was the final straw for him. Enough. This is a waste of time. I don't care about your goals. I don't care about your evil plan. None of it matters once I deactivate you, all of you, and free Otto from you. He told them coldly before once again re-entering his ultimate Godspeed form, this time lighting up the entire hallway with his cobalt energy. Silk looked over at him nervously. This was the first time she'd ever seen him this angry. The only time that came close was when he broke Flash's phone on prom night. Dr. Octopus threw their head back in laughter. Go ahead and try, human boy. Dr. Octopus told him. As they said this, the sharp pike that impaled Dr. Octavius's body once again unsheathed itself from the center of the upper right tentacle. Silk. Try to keep up. Spider-Man said calmly before dashing toward the main body like a bolt of lightning. The tentacles threw themselves at the hero, nearly hitting him as used his speed to dodge each strike, delivering a reluctant punch to Dr. Octavius's face. However, it was clear that this had no effect on Dr. Octavius themselves since the body was nothing more than a vessel for them. Damn it. I need to find a way to break the connection somehow. Spider-Man thought, continuing to dodge strikes from the metallic tentacles of Dr. Octavius. Silk joined the fight, leaping in the air and webbing one of the tentacles to the ceiling due to it being distracted by Spider-Man. She saw that Eren's attack did nothing, so she decided to attack the tentacles directly. Forming claws on her fingertips using her webs, Silk slashed at the unmoving tentacles using everything she had. However, it did nothing more than scratch the surface of the metallic limbs. The arms are too strong for me to cut through, she shouted, landing on a wall and bouncing off of it to deliver another slash. We are stronger than you'll ever imagine, woman. Your pathetic talons are no match for Dr. Octopus. The hive mind proclaimed, defending themselves from Silk and Spider-Man's attacks. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was wrestling with one of the arms, using everything within him to try and rip the arm out of the socket. However, Dr. Octopus was moving their metallic limbs too frantically for him to get enough leverage. As Spider-Man attempted to gain some footing, one of the other limbs tried striking him. However, he was far too fast and dodged the attacks with ease. Silk would not be so lucky as one of the tentacles snatched her out of the air by the face. At the same time, the tentacle that was webbed to the ceiling broke free, pointing its sharp point directly at Silk before attempting to impale her. She used both of her hands to block the attack, grabbing the sharp pike before it could stab her in the throat. However, this claw was slowly starting to overpower her. "No!" Spider-Man roared, immediately zipping up in the air, using one of the hospital walls for leverage as he began pushing the stabbing tentacle away from Silk. Seeing that Spider-Man's hands were full, the other two tentacles grabbed him by both arms, pinning him against the wall to make him watch what was about to happen. Seeing how helpless Spider-Man appeared, Dr. Octopus let out a taunting laugh before speaking directly to the boy. "Now, how about I make you watch as I kill your little girlfriend? I told you that love was a weakness. Allow me to demonstrate." Eren started to use every bit of his strength to try and break free from Dr. Octopus's grasp, flailing around sporadically as Godspeed energy began building up on his back. "Let go of her!" Spider-Man yelled as the blade began drawing blood on Cindy Moon's throat. "Stop!" The sound of metal clashing could be heard, along with the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. "Let go of her." Eren spoke through his grimacing teeth as 4 spider legs were protruding from his back in a similar fashion to Dr. Octopus's tentacle, blocking their spiked tentacle from impaling Cindy while also stabbing into the main body. "What?" Dr. Octopus exclaimed, in disbelief that such a thing was possible. Eren had never thought of it before, but he could use the spider matter on his costume to shape weapons from his body as well. He'd never needed to use weapons before, aside from Namor's trident, so the thought never crossed his mind until then. "I said." Spider-Man adjusted his body, using his legs to push off the wall as he swung himself forward using his spider legs. "Let go." Spider-Man forgot to hold back, sending a kick with full power aimed directly at the main body of Dr. Octavius. Using all 4 tentacles, Dr. Octopus blocked the strike. However, it was so powerful due to Spider-Man putting everything into it that it sent him flying out of one of the hospital windows, sending them plummeting down toward the earth. Spider-Man's lenses widened. "Dr. Dash," he stopped himself, erasing any sympathy from his brain upon remembering that Dr. Octavius was long dead. The thing he was fighting wasn't a man, just a machine like the Doombots that attacked Wakanda. Spider-Man retracted the spider legs from his back before attending to Silk, getting down on one knee and grabbing her hand. "Are you okay?" he asked her. "I can finish this, you can rest." "No." Silk, despite being in pain, stood up on her own 2 feet, throwing Eren's hand to the side. She didn't want to be a damsel or sidekick who sits back when things got tough. She's so stubborn. Eren smiled at her under his mask, before putting his serious face back on. "See you down there, Silk." Spider-Man flickered out of the building, leaving Silk on her own momentarily. Once back up on her own feet, Silk web-zipped out of the building, finding Spider-Man standing in the middle of the street in front of an injured Dr. Octopus who was standing using Octavius's corpse. One of their arms was completely broken off, laying on the floor, and the remaining piece connected to Dr. Octavius's corpse was generating sparks. However, despite the claw being ripped off, the arm was still mobile. Breaking the tentacles wasn't working. Silk landed next to Spider-Man before he immediately told her his new plan, quietly so as to not allow the tentacles to hear them. "I'm going to rip the part that's connected to his spine off of his body," he told her, causing her to look at him as if he said something vile. "Won't that kill him?" she asked. Her voice was incredibly shaky just thinking about it. "No, he's already dead. We need to remove the connection completely or else he won't be able to rest. Not properly. I'll do the hard part. I need you to web the tentacles and hold them down to give me enough time. I'll distract them by getting close." Before Silk could tell him her opinion, he darted forward and began attacking Dr. Octopus, punching and kicking their arms while going all out. Each attack left dents on Dr. Octopus's limbs, knocking them into predictable positions for Silk to shoot her webs at. One by one, Eren kicked one of the octopus's tentacles into a position for Silk to tie them down until eventually, all 4 limbs, including the broken one, were being held by her webs. Sliding across the ground, still glowing with Godspeed energy, Spider-Man looked at Dr. Octopus and proclaimed his victory over the so-called god. "It's over, Doc Ock." Spider-Man quickly zipped behind the doctor, attaching his webs the metallic endoskeleton outlining Dr. Octavius's neck. "I will not be defeated by a human child." Dr. Octavius tried to break free from Silk's grasp, however, her hold on them was far too great. All they could do was wait as Spider-Man would finally end them once and for all. "No!" Dr. Octopus bellowed. With his webs in hand, Spider-Man took off, ripping the endoskeleton from Dr. Octavius's corpse, taking chunks of skin and spine out with him. Immediately, the tentacles stopped moving, no longer having a body to leech off of, freeing Dr. Octavius from being their puppet. Silk looked on in horror, releasing the webs and falling down on her knees. She knew he wasn't alive. She knew this was the only way. But it still horrified her. Silk removed her mask and began vomiting on the ground. Meanwhile, Eren was looking down at the mess he made with solemn eyes. He felt bad for mutilating Otto's corpse in the way that he did, but at least the men could rest properly without the tentacles taking control of his body. A week passed from that day, bringing Eren Parker to Otto Octavius's funeral. Once again, Eren found himself at a mentor's funeral. Of course, he wasn't that close with Otto, but it still hurt nonetheless, especially since he could have prevented it. The casket was closed, for obvious reasons, and much like Ben Grimm's wife, Mrs. Octavius was hysterical, crying beside her husband's casket throughout the entire burial phase. As Eren watched her weep, he began thinking about everything that had happened over the last year of his life, since the one-year anniversary of his mother's death and his becoming a hero was steadily approaching. Yet again, I found myself before a genius who descended into madness. I didn't know much about Electro, in fact, that guy was a total idiot, but he had to be brilliant in terms of his knowledge of engineering since he created that vest for himself. He was probably a prodigy who wasn't given the resources to use his gift for something good. After him, there was Tinkerer. A girl who I drove mad by killing her father. She's brilliant, I owe a lot to her. She single-handedly invented programmable matter, the basis for my spider matter. I bet she and I could have been friends under different circumstances. Then Dr. Connors, the greatest instructor I've ever had in my life. Again, someone brilliant, someone bright, someone caring, descending into madness because of an obsession. He wanted to be whole so badly, he destroyed himself to make it happen. He caused the deaths of hundreds, then he took his own life. Dr. Doom, a man who was always second place, wanted nothing more than to be recognized for his own genius. It was pretty bleak, but he believed everything Reed had, including his family, was rightfully his, not Reed's. This self-entitlement turned a man with such a great mind into a monster. And now, Dr. Otto Octavius. A man who wanted to help the world by creating prosthetics and renewable energy for all. His arrogance led to his downfall, and his own creation ended up turning on him. This horrifies me. Will I too fall into this pattern of madness? Is intelligence really a curse? Maybe being Spider-Man is a curse I dragged Harry and Cindy into. Chapter 66, Regaining of Faith. Parker. On the night of Otto's funeral, Eren found himself dreaming vividly as he does when under immense stress. These dreams, however, were far too lifelike to be just dreams. It was as if he were truly existing in whatever realm he imagined himself in. Parker. Again, he heard a deep, monstrous voice speak his name. He couldn't see a thing, as everything around him was pitch black. Parker. Eren's eyes shot open, though not in the real world. He was still in this perpetual dream state, stuck in a perpetual loop of visions. He found himself standing in the center of the city, surrounded by nothing more than destruction. Everything around him had been destroyed and covered in darkness. Even without the destruction, the city looked abstract in a way. The buildings were oblong and curving down toward the hero as if the city itself was looking down on him. Eren. He heard Cindy's voice calling to him, prompting the boy to look toward the noise in a hurry, but he saw nothing. You promised. She said softly, though he could hear the tears in her voice. You said you wouldn't go back to Spider. Felicia was next, speaking to Eren as if she were afraid of him. You've changed. You're using, aren't you? Eren spoke into the empty city, receiving no response. Don't let break you, Eren. It's your fate. It's our fate. We can't break the cycle. I've accepted what's going to happen. You need to do the same. Harry's voice chimed in, sounding as if it were coming from above Eren. You're Earth's last hope. Even if you must become one with, the world needs you. Reed's voice was next, further confusing and scaring the young hero as he still had no clue what was. Parker. That same monstrous voice from before was heard, but not seen by Eren until he noticed a shadow creeping along the ground in front of him. Eren didn't know why, but he suddenly became overrun by fear and started running in the other direction. Parker. The voice grew louder as Eren ran as fast as he could to try and escape from whatever it was that was chasing him. That shadow began gaining on him, still shouting his name. Parker. Leave me alone. Eren shouted desperately, continuing to run through the abstract city until he found himself at a dead end. He tried to climb the wall with his powers, but he couldn't. He wasn't Spider-Man here, he was just Eren Parker. He turned around, seeing the shadow stop in front of him before it began to emerge from the ground and begin taking the shape of a man. Not just any man, but himself. This shadow was nothing more than his own. Then Eren remembered something. Back when he first unlocked Godspeed, he saw a vision of himself being surrounded by darkness in a destroyed city. That version of this vision was far less abstract than this one, in fact, it seemed like a real memory despite being from the presumed future. It was as if he was seeing his future memories. However, the Eren in this vision was a bit different than before. The shadow, the black silhouette of what looked like his alternate self, Spider-Man, slowly limped over to the boy like an undead creature, though he had a sick smile on his face that was somehow shown through his mask. Eren soon realized that this was not Spider-Man at all, this must be. Eren was frozen with fear, unable to move as his other self grabbed him by the throat and pressed him against the wall. Unhinged his jaw, opening his mouth wide enough to somehow consume Eren's face whole. The boy screamed, closing his eyes and opening them back up only to find himself floating in the darkness again. What was that? He thought to himself. Where am I? What is this darkness? Why is it so cold? Where is everyone? Cindy? Harry? Anyone? Those thoughts would remain just that as Eren floated in a pitch-black abyss. Months passed and Eren Parker found himself standing outside during a chilling autumn morning with his hands in his jacket pockets, standing solemnly over his mother and father's graves once again. On that very day, just 1 year prior, was the day that Eren's life changed forever. It was the day he'd lost his mother. The day he'd killed Fisk. The day he became the Phantom Spider before he transitioned to becoming Spider-Man. This time, when he visited his mother's grave, he was not alone. Cindy Moon grabbed his shoulder from behind, comforting him as he placed flowers down for both of his parents. Just like the last time he'd visited, Eren was feeling helpless. Despite months having passed since the Otto Octavius incident, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He was still terrified about the future. Not just his own, but his friends, his family's, and the city's. He was still horrified that he too would fall into the darkness like those he'd faced off against. He thought about those visions he'd had before, the ones where he saw himself shrouded in darkness, standing in a destroyed city as if he were the one who'd done it. Along with the visions of himself being chased through a broken city by that same darkness. These were nothing more than visions, something in his head, however, they still horrified him. He wondered if it was some sort of prediction, perhaps a prophecy was given to him by some higher power, like God or Bast. The last time he visited his parents' grave, he was questioning if there even was a higher power. Once he visited Bast's realm, however, he realized that there was in fact a higher power out there. However, when his mother told him that his father was somewhere else, it led him to believe that perhaps there are multiple gods up there, each having their own realm where their believers reside. As he thought about these things, Cindy looked up at his pained expression, rubbing his back to comfort him as tears fell from his solemn face. Eren wiped his tears and began speaking his mind to his lover, hoping that maybe she could help him clear it. "I'm scared, Cindy," he confessed. "What are you scared of?" she asked him. "I'm afraid of myself and my future," he admitted. "I'm scared to end up like Otto and Dr. Connors. I'm afraid that one day, I'll be the catalyst to the world ending." "What makes you feel that way?" Cindy asked him. I've seen myself. I saw a vision, multiple visions, of myself all alone with the world in ruins. I heard your voice begging for me to stop, I heard Harry's voice too, it felt too real. It felt prophetic. I'm going to be the one that destroys everything. Do you really believe that, Eren?" she asked him, looking up at him with saddened eyes. "Because I don't, that isn't you. You would never hurt innocent people. But I saw it." "So what if you saw it? They could just be bad dreams because of trauma. Even if they were actually visions from the future, who says it's set in stone? I believe that we have the ability to change our fate, to choose our own path." Tears continued falling from Eren's face as he began speaking to Cindy in a weaker, shaky voice. He truly was afraid of himself. "How will I know what to do? How will I know which path to take so I don't go down that path? Have you forgotten, Eren?" Cindy placed her hand on his cheek, wiping away his tears and caressing his face before guiding his head to look her in the eyes. "You aren't alone. You have me and our friends. We're all here for you, Eren. We promised each other that we'd be there for each other no matter what, right? I'll be on the right path with you." Eren used his sleeve to wipe away the rest of his tears, exhaling to calm himself down. "I know you will be there, but what if I hurt you?" Cindy smiled softly up at her lover. "I guess I better work on getting stronger then, right?" Eren smiled back at her ever so slightly, exhaling humorously despite his eyes still being filled with tears. "I guess so." The two said nothing for a few seconds, holding each other's hands tightly as they looked down at Eren's parents' graves. "I really wish you got to meet them," Eren admitted. "They would have loved you." "I wish I did too," Cindy told him, wanting more than almost anything to introduce herself to them. "Perhaps in other life, wherever that destination may be for the two of us." Eren remembered going to the ancestral plane and seeing his family. He wondered if he was also going there when he died, or maybe somewhere else. "Thank you, Cindy," he told her. "Thank you for always being here for me, even when you don't have to be." "Of course. It is my job as your girlfriend, right?" "Right. I love you, Cindy," Eren told her, smiling down at his partner. She smiled back, gripping his hand tightly and leaning on his shoulder. "I love you too." With their short conversation in front of the Parker gravestones, Eren regained some of the faith in himself that he'd lost not too long prior. Spider-Man wasn't going anywhere, he knew that he needed to keep going. He didn't care who he had to go through, even if that person was himself, he would sacrifice whatever it takes to protect everyone. Especially his two best friends in the entire world. Chapter 67, Halloween Party. This is stupid. Eren, wearing a low-quality version of his old red and black Spider-Man costume, stood next to Harry, Lily, and Cindy in front of a massive mansion. Cindy was wearing a Captain Marvel costume next to him, and on the other side of him, Harry wore an insanely high-quality Iron Man costume. Next to Harry, Lily wore a black cat costume, one that was really high quality. Apparently, she was a big fan. It was Halloween night, and the four of them were invited to attend a superhero-themed costume party at Flash Thompson's house. For obvious reasons, Eren had no interest in attending such a thing. Firstly, he hated Flash Thompson, despite telling Gwen that he would try to forgive him for his past. However, she was the only reason why he decided to go. He wanted to give it a try and thought this could be the first step. Secondly, he hated parties or places with a lot of people in general. When he was doing superhero stuff, he didn't mind, but as Eren Parker, he loathed it. It'll be fun. Harry told him nonchalantly, standing with his hands on his hips as Tony Stark would. Harry looked at Eren with a smile on his face before making fun of him for his choice of costume. Did you seriously just come as yourself? I thought it would be ironic. Eren told him. Isn't that kinda boring? Cindy chimed in, opting to wear something completely different than her real costume. Yeah, it's totally lame. Lily added. At this point in time, Lily knew about the three of them and their antics. Like Harry, she wasn't very surprised after what happened with Cindy and Harry telling her his theories. What? No, it's hilarious. You guys don't get it. I'm really him, but no one knows that. It's hilarious. Eren tried pleading his case, but his friends still thought it was super lame. The three of them eventually found themselves at the mansion's front door, ringing the doorbell before it was opened by a blonde girl wearing a silk costume. Eren immediately recognized her, it was Gwen Stacy. Cindy was taken aback, never having thought that anyone would want to dress up as her of all people. She was actually really popular amongst girls under the age of 25, she even had stans on Twitter who made fancams of her. Hello, Black Cat. Mr. Stark. Spider-Man, Captain Marvel. Come on in. She said, backing up and allowing all four of them to enter. Harry, Lily, and Cindy entered first and Eren followed behind them, greeting Gwen on his way in. Didn't know you were a Silk fan, Gwen. Spider-Man teased her. She immediately recognized his voice since the two of them would talk daily on their walks home from their internship. Eren. She was astonished seeing him looking so much like Spider-Man. The costume was low quality, but his build was almost exactly the same as the hero's. You look just like him. I didn't know you had such a built body. Since Eren always wore layers, his shredded, acrobat's body was rarely ever seen by anyone outside of Cindy when they were intimate or Harry when Eren was in his PJs around him. Cindy immediately found herself feeling jealous at the moment. Who the hell is this girl, she thought to herself, wondering why she was so comfortable talking about her man's body like that. Cindy swooped in, grabbing Eren's hand before introducing herself. Hi, I'm Cindy, Eren's girlfriend. Oh. Hi. Eren talks about you all the time. Gwen shook Cindy's free hand with a big smile hidden beneath her mask. I'm Gwen Stacy. We went to the same high school, but you probably don't remember me. Can't say that I do. Cindy told her. Eren, sensing the odd tension, rejoined the conversations. Yup, we are co-workers. She's also an intern at Oscorp. She's Flash's girlfriend. E.W. Flash Thompson. Cindy thought, though she kept this thought to herself. I see, that's nice. How's that? Cindy asked her. Dating Flash, I mean. It's cool. It's been rough sometimes but he's really working on himself. I know you probably remember him from high school, but I promise you, he's not the same kid you knew back then. Cindy and Harry didn't believe a word this girl was saying. Eren believed her only a little since the two of them had grown rather close during their walks, but he wasn't completely sold. That's good for him. I hope he sticks to it. Cindy told her. As if he heard his name being spoken, Flash Thompson jumped, literally, into the conversation. He was wearing the Phantom Spider's all-black costume, striking a three-pointed pose on the ground. Shazam, he said, doing the hand motion that Spider-Man does to shoot his webs before getting back up on his feet. Shazam. Both Spiders, Lily and Harry thought to themselves, having no clue where he got the idea that Spider-Man said anything close to that. Sup, babe. Flash hugged Gwen, revealing to the four of them exactly who was beneath the costume before greeting the three of them. Cindy Moon. It's been a while. I'm guessing the other three must be Parker, Osborn, And Lily. All three of them nodded. Damn Parker, you're huge. Flash told him before realizing his identity was still hidden. Everyone knew it was him, but he wanted to make sure. He lifted his mask, revealing his freckled face and blonde hair. Ta-da. It's me, he said, extending his arms outward. We know. It was obvious. Eren told him plainly. Flash laughed, feeling awkward as he could sense the negative energy in the air. None of the four guests liked him, in fact, they all hated him. Lily and Harry were just there for the party while Eren and Cindy were dragged along. Anyway, I didn't know you were a Spider-Man fan, Parker. That's cool, he told him, actually trying his best to be nice to the boy. Yeah, Eren answered, leaving it at that. Well, I'm gonna go check up on the other guests, see you guys later. Flash put his mask back on and swiftly made his exit. There was this tension in the air, it was clear as day. Before leaving, Gwen had some last words for Eren. He really is trying, Eren. Gwen walked away, following behind her boyfriend as Lily, Harry, Cindy, and Eren looked on. Harry clapped his hands together before shouting at his friends. Let's get drunk. He grabbed Lily by the arms and the two of them made off toward wherever the drinks were. Eren and Cindy weren't really the drinking type, so they stayed back. Being able to tell Eren was down, Cindy tried to comfort him. Wanna talk about how you're feeling? She asked him. He didn't really want to, but he knew she'd insist if he said no. Gwen really wants me to forgive Flash. She's adamant about it. She keeps telling me that he's sorry, but that means nothing coming from a mouth that isn't his. Maybe he's scared. Cindy told him. Look, I hate Flash too, but if he really did change, maybe give him a chance. I was there when he bullied you for all those years, so I get why you wouldn't. I probably wouldn't either. I don't think most people would. Eren told her. But would Spider-Man? Cindy saying this actually got Eren thinking. Spider-Man would 100% forgive Flash for the things he'd done in the past. However, Eren and Spider-Man still felt like two halves rather than one in Eren's mind. Maybe, he told her. Maybe he would. And so, the two of them walked further into the mansion, having a decent time since they had each other's company. It wasn't long before Harry and Lily were completely wasted, which made Eren scared that Harry would do something really stupid. The most Harry ended up doing was telling people that Eren could do backflips, forcing Eren to perform some as a party trick. Outside of that, Harry stayed with the other drunk college students with Lily while Cindy and Eren stayed with the sober people. However, as Eren and Cindy sat on one of the couches, making small talk with the sober students, a drunken Flash appeared behind Eren. Parker, he shouted, startling Cindy due to how loud it was. Parker, we need to talk, buddy. Flash was slurring his words, but he wasn't too drunk. I want to talk about being sorry, okay. But not in front of everyone. Eren had almost no interest in having a conversation with a drunk Flash Thompson, however, upon seeing Gwen nodding at him from across the room, he folded. All right, fine, he told him, getting up as he looked at Cindy. She smiled and nodded, thinking this would be best for him, as he followed Flash into a different room of the house. Flash closed the door behind them, leaning against the door as he tried speaking to Eren about their past. Hey, man. I just really wanted to say that I'm really sorry. Flash was still slurring his words, but it seemed genuine enough. Sorry about what? Eren asked him. You know, being a piece of shit. You were so right about me. I was jealous of you and I wanted to put you down to make myself feel better. I was a privileged asshole who hated himself. I mean, look at me, I come from a wealthy family, and yet I still wasn't satisfied. It was pathetic. I'm sorry for all the times I hit you and said those fucked up things. What made you realize that? Eren asked him, still not really convinced. You did. And Spider-Man. And Gwen. When you stood up to me in your graduation speech mainly. Seeing my hero, Spider-Man, look at me like a monster also changed me. Gwen was also a big part of it. When we first started dating, she started listing things about the types of guys she hates and her list was just her describing me. I just wanted to tell you that I truly am sorry. Eren stood standoffishly with his arms crossed. He thought about what Cindy told him, about what Spider-Man would do. Looking at Flash wearing the all-black Phantom Spider costume really drove that point home for Eren. I begged Maya Fisk to forgive the Phantom Spider for far more. He thought, looking at the drunken mirror image of himself. All right, Flash. Thank you for changing and admitting that to me. Eren didn't want to lie, he wasn't fully sold on this, so he couldn't say that all was forgiven but he did accept it. I accept your apology. Flash approached Eren, hugging him tightly as if the two of them were best friends. By Flash's embrace alone, Eren could tell that this was something that Flash wanted off of his chest for a long time. Eren, wearing his Spider-Man costume, hugged back Flash, allowing the two versions of Spider-Man to embrace each other. "Thank you, Parker. Thank you for accepting my apology. I swear I'll change." "Yeah." Eren didn't know what else to say at that point as Flash continued to drunkenly hug him. It was surprising to him, but it seemed that Flash really did change who he was, or he was at least trying to change. It only took a little bit of alcohol and good timing for him to finally admit his own faults to the boy. Chapter 68, Project V. A few weeks after the Halloween party, Norman asked Harry to stay the weekend at the house, rather than Harry's dorm. Harry was reluctant, but his father seemed to have really wanted to see him, so he agreed to it. On Saturday, as Harry was finishing up some homework, Bernard, their butler, knocked on his bedroom door. "Master, Harry. Your father would like to speak to you." Harry groaned. "You don't have to call me that, Bernard. Just Harry is fine." Harry got up and began walking toward his bedroom door, which Bernard was holding open for him. "My apologies, sir." Harry hated being pampered like this. Despite trying to get Bernard to treat him normally, he always was so formal with the boy. He was also somewhat overprotective, like a second father. Harry walked through their massive home with Bernard following close behind before knocking on his father's office door 3 times. "Father. You called." Harry cracked open the door to his father's home office, peeking inside as he spoke. "I did." Norman, using a sort of advanced tablet at his desk, responded without looking up at him. Harry frowned. Once again his father wasn't even speaking to him as if he were a real person, still caught up in his work despite being the one calling Harry to him. His whole life, his father never really gave him any sort of attention. The two of them have never been close, likely due to Harry being a troublemaker at a young age and never being as into science as his father was. Harry also reminded Norman too much of the boy's mother, which made things very difficult for him. Harry shut the door behind him and approached his father. "What? I don't have all day." Norman finally looked up at his son, laughing a bit before putting a serious look back on his face. "Wanna tell me what you were looking for at Oscorp during Otto's presentation?" His father saying this sent a shiver down Harry's spine. "Shit," he thought, thinking that he'd gotten away with it. "What are you talking about?" Harry called his father's bluff. However, Norman simply turned his tablet around to face his son. It showed Harry walking around inside the restricted area of Oscorp, looking around in a very suspicious manner. "This is what I'm talking about. Did you think I wouldn't find out?" Norman scolded him. "Do you think I'm stupid?" His father started to yell at him. However, Harry was sick of being the punching bag. "You're the one who treats me like I'm the stupid one. All the time." As Harry shouted with a fiery passion, his father looked on with wide eyes before grinning at the boy. "You've finally grown a backbone, huh, son?" Norman was loving this. One of his main issues with his son was how he didn't act like how a man of his status should. Once the business was passed down to Harry, he would be one of the most powerful men in the country. He needed to start acting like it in Norman's eyes. Harry said nothing, continuing to look at his father with a frown on his face. "Now, I want you to tell me why you're sneaking around." When Norman said this, Harry's brain began rapidly thinking of what he should say. He needed something that would make his father the least amount upset. Suddenly, a perfect idea clicked in his head. "I want to be more involved with the family business. As the heir, I think it's time for me to learn about these things for when I have to take over in the future. I want to change the world with you, father." Harry's face seemed significantly serious as he said this. His father hadn't seen him with this much determination in a very long time. "Where'd all this come from?" Norman asked, giving his son his full attention. He was now very intrigued. "I'm tired of being behind Eren. I need to get ahead of him. He's smarter than me, but being your son and the heir to the company gives me an edge." "Has he told you about his aspirations for having his own tech company?" "Parker Industries is what he told me he wants to call it. If we're going to be future competitors, I need to start getting involved now." Harry stared into his father's eyes with intense determination as he spoke. He didn't mean any of the things he just said about himself. In fact, he couldn't care less if Eren's future tech company grew larger than Oscorp. He often hoped that it actually did take over the industry. It'll be less work for Harry in the future. "So Parker inspired you, huh? Interesting." Norman looked up at his son in deep thought. He's been waiting for years for Harry to finally take being an Osborn seriously. In fact, he was excited to learn that he and Eren had become close friends as he'd hoped Eren's genius would rub off on him. He smiled slightly behind his hands which he was resting his chin before speaking once more. "Okay, son. Tonight, I will take you with me so you can see what Oscorp is truly about. I've been waiting for you to take things seriously for so long. Once I'm sure you're ready, I'll show you my magnum opus." Huh, it was that easy. Harry expected him to have to practically beg his father to let him in on what was going on, so he wasn't prepared for things to go this smoothly. "Yes, father. I will prove myself to you. I hope that is the case. You're my only son, Harry. I want the business in your hands. With that said, Harry excused himself and went back to his room to immediately text Eren and Cindy about what happened in their group chat. My dad just confronted me asking about what I was doing in Oscorp. Huh. WYM. He saw footage of me during the presentation. He was pissed. But I stood my ground. He was impressed, I guess. He's weird. Did he see me? No, I don't think so. Just me. Anyway, he said he's going to show me something tonight. Something big. Might be Project V. You have your contacts and comms with you. Yeah, I brought them. I'll make sure to wear them. Guess, it's time for the real hero of the group to finally take action. Surprised face. Surprised face. Huh. What's that supposed to mean? Guys. Hello. Hours passed and Harry was called by his father once again. The two of them got into one of Norman's cars and drove to someplace on the outskirts of the state. They eventually found themselves outside of what looked like a military base in the middle of nowhere. As they continue into the base, Norman pulled into a hangar and parked to the side before instructing Harry to exit the vehicle and follow him. Spider-Man and Silk followed them there. However, there were far too many people there for them to go any further than a hill beside the base. Harry would have to be on his own there, and that terrified him. The two Osborns made their way deeper inside the hangar, through multiple security doors, and down multiple staircases and lifts until they were within the depths of the military facility. So far, no one was suspicious of Harry, nor did they notice the contacts in his eyes. Be careful in there. There are too many guards and systems for us to sneak through unseen. If anything happens, I'll rush through security and get you out of there in an instant. Eren spoke through Harry's unseeable earpiece, getting no response so as to not get his cover blown. Inside the building, which looked like a sort of lab with metallic walls, there seemed to be hundreds of people attached to machines and incubators. Some appeared to be mutated or deformed in some type of way. Skin discoloration, animal body parts, and other deformities were amongst the horrors in front of the two Osborns. Harry looked over at his father as he attempted to comprehend the horrors in front of him. A frown of disgust was plastered on his face as he saw his father walk through the house of horror as if it were nothing. Jesus Christ. Eren's voice could be heard through Harry's communications device. Cindy said nothing as she covered her mouth in disgust while watching the horrors through Harry's eyes. Surprised, son? Norman asked as he looked at his son with a disturbing smile. This is the future of Oscorp. Military funding is the key to the company's growth. Our profit margins have increased nearly tenfold. What is all of this? Harry's voice couldn't hide how disgusted he was at his father's work. His father laughed before answering his question. These are various test subjects for our super soldier program. These here, Norman pointed to a section of the facility where multiple test subjects appeared to have taken the appearance of various animals. These are from trying to replicate Dr. Connors' lizard serum with other animals. Sadly, none of these have given us any meaningful results. You see these? Norman pointed over to a test subject zipping around aimlessly inside a small glass enclosure. He looked as if he were completely made of electricity. Besides his agonizing screams, nothing about him seemed human. We tried to replicate whatever had happened to Maxwell Dillon. Electro is another name he went by. I'm sure you've heard of him on the news. Sadly, we failed in these aspects as well. We have hundreds of test subjects down here. A lot of them were captured after the lizard incident, which made it easy for the disappearances to go under the radar. We replicated the cure and now use these people for our own testing. You're just kidnapping people. Harry's jaw might as well have been on the floor as he looked at the innocent people practically being tortured in front of him. Harry, I know it's hard, but you have to pretend this stuff doesn't bother you. Eren spoke into his ear. Act like you want to see more. This is part of the job. I'm sorry. Reality soon set in for Harry at this moment. Being out in the field was not all that it was made out to be. He didn't feel like a hero at all, he felt mortified. Regardless, Harry removed that disgusted expression from his face and spoke to his father as if they were pals. I guess that makes sense. No one would willingly volunteer, right? It must be done. As Harry spoke, he was using everything in his power to hold back his true feelings. He knew Eren was right. If he wanted to stop his father, he must play along. I want to see more. Any substantial ones anywhere. Harry shifted his tone completely away from the disgusted tone he had just a few seconds ago, the mark of a true future businessman. You seemed bothered. Now you want to see more. Norman raised an eyebrow as he looked at his son's face, which was now completely different. I was just surprised is all. Who would have thought you were hiding such an amazing facility from me this whole time? Harry plastered a fake smile on his face. In reality, he was dying inside as he walked past the poor souls who were trapped in glass prisons. I see. Follow me, then. Norman then took Harry even deeper into the facility. They ended up in a room where a man was standing inside an incubator, covered in a strange black goo. Around him were people inside small habitats fulfilling small tasks such as putting a shape in the correct hole or cutting up fruit. As they were doing their tasks, these people seemed inhuman. They moved like creatures or primates. They were also covered in the goo. Here it is, Project V. Norman gestured toward the black goo as he spoke. Whoa, it's like a black sludge. What's it do? Harry faked enthusiasm to hide the feeling of having to throw up. It's some sort of alien life form that seeks a host. Once connected with a host, it uses that host to sort of reproduce, creating almost identical but weaker versions of itself to take over another host. Our current host here, Eddie Brock, is able to control the smaller hosts by acting as the main host. It's theorized that we can use this on the battlefield. Imagine this, one commander is leading hundreds of soldiers who are all in sync and obey every single one of his commands. I haven't even mentioned how it gives enhanced strength and many, many other enhancements. That's sick. Harry exclaimed, though he truly meant sick in the negative sense. He felt sick to his stomach as he watched the smaller hosts being marionetted around by the main host. Very sick indeed, son. Norman smiled, looking over at Harry. He felt as if his son was finally understanding him and is making his way to becoming a real businessman just like him. That's all for today. Let's head back home, I'll show you more when we get the chance. It's called Globulin Green, you should look forward to it. I can't wait. Harry told him in a fake excited voice. Deep inside, Harry wanted to scream, cry, and run away. This was all too much for him, to even be related to the men made him want to rip the flesh off of his body and drain himself of his father's blood. Things were about to change fast, for all three heroes. And this discovery was just the beginning. Chapter 69, Globulin Green. The trio of heroes was standing around the boys' dorm room, all having uncertainty plastered on their faces. Harry, however, was far more distraught than the other two. Tonight he's going to show me something called Globulin Green. I'm fucking scared, dude. What the fuck? Harry was practically on the verge of having a mental breakdown as he sat on top of his desk pulling at his hair. He's a fucking murderer, dude. What am I supposed to do? How do I fix this? Harry was practically yelling at his friends and they just let him continue to vent. He's killing innocent people, he's torturing them. I know you're still really shocked right now, but we're going to come up with a plan to save these people, Harry. Eren tried to be the voice of reason, however, Harry instantly shouted back. How? The security is impenetrable and there are hundreds of armed soldiers all over the place. I know. But yelling isn't going to fix this. We need to be calm. Eren continued to try and speak calmly, hoping it would rub off on his friend. How can I be calm when my father is killing innocent people? Harry, you need to stop. People are going to hear you. Listen, we can get the cops involved, we just need him to show us this final thing and we'll bring all the evidence to them. All right. We can't leave any stone unturned. And we definitely can't do this on our own. Your father is too powerful for that. Harry took a deep breath, calming himself down as he nodded. Cindy and I will be right behind you the entire time, all right? If things get scary, as always, I'll be ready to go in and pull you out. Just one more step, Harry, then this will all be over. Cindy added. Eren nodded. We'll avenge both of our mothers with this. Yeah. Of course. Harry was trembling on his desk. Both Eren and Cindy felt sorry for him. For that to be the first thing he'd ever seen on the field must have been extremely devastating for him. Guys. Harry was still trembling as he spoke. What's up? Eren said. What do you do when you can't stop shaking? How do I make myself not scared anymore? Harry was finally able to admit the fact that he was immensely afraid of his father, despite the act he liked to put on. Both spiders looked at each other for the answer, but neither one of them could come up with it. I don't know. Eren told him. It just happens. What does that mean? Harry asked him. Well, for me, it was when I saw Electro. I don't know, I just saw him and my brain told me to not be afraid, and so, I stopped being scared. Eren told him. I'm sorry, that's really all I got. Harry then looked toward Cindy for an answer, practically begging her for a solution. I'm sorry, Harry. It was the same for me. A guy was robbing a store and then I. As Cindy explained what happened, her eyes widened. Then I heard Eren's voice. Eren had this confused expression on his face. My voice, he asked her. Yes. I remember you told me, even if it kills me, and for some reason that inspired me. As Cindy said this she looked at Harry, who had a completely mortified expression on his face. She really thought that those words would help him, but they did nothing but scare him even more. I don't want to die, though. Harry whined. However, Eren was starting to get fed up. After all that talk about being a hero, Harry was more scared than either spider was when they first started fighting. It was understandable since he didn't have any powers. You want to be a hero or not? Eren asked him. Now's your chance. But I don't have powers like you guys. Eren sighed upon hearing Harry say that. Harry, being a hero isn't about who has the strongest powers. Iron Man doesn't have powers. Eren told him. Yeah, he only has a multi-million-dollar suit of armor. That's all. Harry rebutted sarcastically. He also made his first suit out of scraps in Afghanistan. Eren told him. So you're saying I need a suit? Oh. Let me wear yours. Well, no, that's not at all what I mean. I'm saying that he used his wits to get out of a situation. That's way more boring. Harry told him. And more realistic. All I'm saying is that powers aren't what makes a man a hero. It's what's up here. I don't even mean just being smart, either. Being a hero is a mindset. A mindset I don't have. A mindset you don't have. I believe in you, Harry. It's almost time. Eren looked at the clock, seeing that Norman should be arriving soon to pick Harry up. Harry once again took a deep breath before hopping off his desk. Well, that hero shit better wake up soon. I'm ready. Thanks, guys. Both Cindy and Eren nodded before the three of them began preparing. Harry wore his special pair of contacts that recorded video and audio, as well as his earpiece. Spider-Man and Silk suited up, leaving the dorm room through the window to prepare to follow Norman and Harry to their destination. Harry, still extremely scared, walked out of the dorm and headed for the front of the building, where his father was waiting for him. Harry noticed that his father was driving a car he didn't recognize. However, he got inside and greeted his father just as he normally would. The two of them then headed back home of all places and made their way to the garage as the two spiders followed close by, but not close enough to be noticed. Norman parked the car inside the garage, pressing the push-to-start button to turn off the engine. Norman then removed the button, revealing a keyhole behind the steering wheel. What the hell? Harry thought, never having seen a car being operated with both ignition systems before. Norman then put a key in the ignition, causing the car to seemingly start up like normal. He shifted it into neutral, revealing that the two of them were actually on a lift that began descending beneath the Osborn estate. Wow. Harry muttered, acting as if he were astonished. I never thought there was anything beneath the house. Norman laughed. What can I say, I'm a very secretive man. Eventually, the lift reached the bottom, allowing the two Osborns to exit the vehicle. The two of them made their way deeper into the facility together as Eren and Cindy watched through Harry's eyes. The bottom of the Osborn household had a rocky, cave-like interior near the lift itself. However, as the two trekked deeper through the facility, it started to become more sci-fi looking. It actually looked a lot like Oscorp, as if it were an extension of it, having metallic, chrome-like walls and panels. Eventually, they found themselves in a sort of lab that was filled with a plethora of what appeared to be combat gadgets. As the centerpiece, there was a green costume of what appeared to be a sort of elf or goblin creature which was affixed atop a hoverboard. On this same table, there were multiple grenades that were the shape of pumpkins, along with various knives and other gadgets. This is just like what I saw in Oscorp, only these look like upgraded versions. Harry thought to himself. Norman then approached a nearby drawer and pulled it out, revealing dozens of vials of a green substance. Now, Harry. This is what I call globulin green. He removed a vial from the drawer and attached it to a syringe before slowly approaching Harry with it. As he spoke, his accent slowly began to change. As Harry stated, his father would often start to transform into someone else when he was in his so-called manic state. No. He's back. Harry thought to himself, backing up away from his father who was now stepping toward him like an employee at a haunted house pretending to be a monster. The goblin. Harry hadn't seen this side of his father for years, and it seemed that this side of him was already more aggressive than before. His father's smile was massive, showing him the gap between his teeth as he continued to step toward Harry. All you have to do is take the shot, Harry. Norman's voice was far more aggressive and snide as he sneered at his son, still approaching him with the syringe. You and me. We can take over the world as father and son. After we let those military dogs do all of the work first. Once you take this, you'll be able to see the world as clearly as I have. It will open your mind. Norman slowly continued to approach his son and Harry could do nothing but slowly back up. Why isn't it happening? Harry thought to himself. He's right there, he's trying to attack me. Where's that push? Where's that hero moment? Why can't I do anything? Why am I so afraid? Help! Harry bellowed in a quivering voice. Help me, he shouted even louder, causing his father's smile to grow larger. Norman cackled. Help! Who do you think is gonna help you, Harry? I'm the only one who can help you now. It's your choice, Harry. Either join me or die like your poor mother when she too found out the truth behind Oscorp. So you did kill her. How could you kill the mother of your son? Your wife. Harry's voice continued to tremble as he finally received confirmation from his father about what happened. She said she was going to rat me out to the cops. Although it wouldn't have mattered in the long run, I had to get rid of the inconvenience. She would have just been in the way. Plus, divorce would have given her half of the business. So, I created an incurable virus that would kill her. No harm, no foul. Norman spoke in a mocking tone as he said this. It was as if he never even loved the woman. You're a monster. Tears began to slowly stream down Harry's face as finally was backing out of the room and into the hall. That's the same thing your mother said to me as she took her last breath in Norman's arms. Don't you understand, Harry? People like us have to take. We have to use others to make our way to the top. Just like how I used your friend's mother. Now I'll use him, just as I used her, and I'll need you to help me reel him in. His mangled grin grew by the second as he sneered and approached his son. So he was right. You were involved in his mother's death. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing, speaking with an ever-continuing trembling voice. He knew his father had some secrets, but these were far beyond anything he'd ever guessed. Involved? Who do you think gave Fisk all her information? Norman started to laugh hysterically upon seeing his son's reaction to this. He didn't know it, but Eren also heard the news, and he was furious. So poor Parker found out about it already. As expected of someone as smart as he. After I'm done with you, I'll pay him a visit too. Maybe he'll actually be of use to me. Norman stepped to his son quickly, the grin on his face reaching its maximum size. Now stand still and let me dash. Norman swung the syringe at Harry, but he was able to backstep. However, Norman's agility was that of someone who was no longer human, and his attacks were too much for Harry to continue to avoid. Eventually, Norman was able to grab a hold of Harry, putting him in a chokehold before raising the arm that was holding the syringe in the air. Sorry, son. This will only hurt for a second. Then you and I will be the same. Norman sent the syringe down toward his son's neck with a grotesque grin stretching across his face. Harry tried to break free, however, his efforts are futile. Chapter 70, Take. Norman stabbed downward toward his son's neck, the screams of his son muted the sounds of his own laughter. Harry, with his eyes closed, felt a sudden warmth in front of him. He opened his eyes to see Spider-Man in his ultimate Godspeed form, holding his father's hand in place. The two struggled as the raw strength of Norman Osborn seemed to be equal to that of Spider-Man, surprising the hero. Well. So the spider came out to play him. Norman spoke with a warped smile as he looked at Spider-Man's eyes through his lenses. He looked down at Harry before speaking once more. I knew you were up to something. Harry Osborn, the useless child of Norman Osborn, wanting to take over the family business. I knew it was bullshit as soon as it spewed from your worthless mouth. See, Norman. This is why you should listen to me next time. Norman was talking in the third person as if he weren't himself. Eren soon realized that this must be the goblin that Harry mentioned. In an instant, Spider-Man conjured up 4 spider legs from his back, using the spider matter in his suit, and began to pry Norman off of Harry. Once Harry was free, Silk Spartan kicked Norman in the chest, sending him flying backward into the room. He crashed into his display of weapons, equipment, and his strange elf-looking costume, causing the display to break and slam on top of him. Thinking that was enough to knock him out, Eren and Cindy shifted their attention to Harry. Harry, are you hurt? Eren grabbed him by the shoulders and checked him for any wounds. Did he stab you? Cindy asked frantically. I'm good. Harry laughed slightly due to nervousness and the protectiveness of his best friends. I guess my hero moment will have to wait. As they had their moment, Eren and Cindy's heads began to tingle violently as they heard Norman cackle across the room. Ha ha ha. Norman appeared wearing that green goblin costume, mask included, as he hovered in the air. The purple shirt covering the green skin of the goblin, as well as his hat, began fluttering from the pressure of the thrusters. The mask had the same grotesque smile that Norman had, almost as if the mask was his own face in a different color. Using a pumpkin-shaped remote in his hand, Norman activated some bombs that were hidden in the facility, something he'd prepped just in case he was ever attacked down there. Multiple explosions went off at once inside the underground bunker, prompting Eren to immediately grab both Harry and Silk and rush them out of the secret facility using Godspeed, barely avoiding the explosion behind them. Once outside the Osborn estate, Eren released his 2 friends, looking back at the estate as it began to catch fire. All 3 of them looked on, realizing that Norman had completely lost it. If he was willing to burn down his entire home, then he was definitely ready to take action. And God knows what taking action meant in such a crazed man's mind. Thinking it might be helpful, Eren dashed back into the flaming house and retrieved a few samples of the globulin green formula. With samples, he thought they could perhaps reverse engineer it and figure out what exactly it is and what it did to Norman Osborn. About half an hour later, all three of them found themselves sitting inside the boys' dorm room, desperately trying to figure out what to do next. Eren, taking the role of leader, spoke to the other two as he sat atop the top bunk. We need to find him before he causes more harm to anyone else. Do you have any clue where he might go? Eren looked at Harry as he spoke. Harry looked to the ground, his arms shaking due to his feelings of anxiousness, before responding. I don't. There was a brief silence between the three of them until Cindy brought something up. What about that military facility? Right. Eren nodded, jumping down from the top bunk. We should check there first, although I don't think he'd go somewhere so obvious. I'll go check it out. I'll be back soon. I'll go too. Cindy grabbed onto his arm as she said this. However, he looked down at her with a stern glare and shook his head at her request. No. You need to stay here in case he does something near here. We can't both be nearly out of state if something bad were to happen. Eren grabbed her shoulders as he continued to speak. I'm leaving the city to you, Cindy. I only got a small glimpse of his strength. He may be one of my toughest opponents yet, but this time I have you. Her eyes widened slightly as she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Eren looked over at Harry, continuing to give directives. Look into what's in that serum. Whatever it is, it gave him a strength that matches ours. We might be able to create an antiserum. Harry, feeling the weight of responsibility as well, began speaking frantically. I can't, I'm not Dash. Eren roughly grabbed Harry's shoulder with one hand, his other still on Cindy's shoulder, as he continued to speak. You can. I know you can, Harry. We need you. You're equally as important to the team as either one of us. I need you to try. Harry nodded as he attempted to put on a look of confidence. Eren looked at the two of them briefly before transforming into his ultimate Godspeed state. The pressure from his transformation caused both Harry's and Cindy's hair to gently blow backward as if they were being affected by a breeze. In an instant, Spider-Man dashed out of the building, leaving the other two alone. Although he had super speed, crossing the entire state would still take time. Due to his training, he was able to stay in his ultimate form long enough for a round trip and possibly enough for a short fight. Harry and Cindy stood frozen in the dorm room, feeling lost without Spider-Man there to guide them. After a moment, the two looked at each other before Harry spoke up first. I'll look at all the news outlets for any sightings. I think you should try swinging around the city while I update you. Right. Tell me as soon as you hear anything. Silk told him, getting a determined nod in response before she leapt from the window. Once she was gone, Harry pulled up both her visual feed and Spider-Man's before frantically scouring the internet for the whereabouts of his father. Back at the Moon family home, Cindy's younger brother was eating dinner with their mother and father. How was school, Albert? Mrs. Moon asked the youngest Moon sibling. It was okay, they made us do a drill today. He told her, picking up a bunch of noodles and shoving them in his mouth. That's good. What for? His mother asked, taking a small bite from her noodles. Monster attack drill. He told her, something that was newly implemented at all schools after the lizard incident. Oh. His mother uttered. Yeah. It was awkward speaking about the tragedy still. He had a few friends who disappeared after the lizard attacks, so he assumed they were eaten by the creatures. Luckily, since it was nighttime, he wasn't on campus to actually get attacked himself. The event was still traumatic for him despite that though. How are your grades? Mr. Moon asked. They're good. The teachers have high expectations because of Cindy, but it's fine. Albert once again shoved noodles into his mouth as he gave his answer. Ah, your sister was always the overachiever. You know, she was number 1 in her class. Mrs. Moon bragged as if Albert wasn't at the graduation. Yeah, I know. Her and her boyfriend. I was literally there, mother. Mrs. Moon chuckled and smiled brightly. Yes. Eren is a good boy, I'm glad she found someone smart like him. You need to find your wife already. Mrs. Moon teased, embarrassing her son at the dinner table. Mom. I'm only 14. He told her awkwardly. He wasn't even anywhere close to confident enough to speak to girls, so finding his future wife at that moment was impossible. So. I met your father when we were 15 years old. Your wife could be in your algebra class. Mom. Albert muttered, wanting this conversation to end very badly. Luckily, his father changed the subject. Do you have any idea what you want to do after high school? Mr. Moon asked his son. Oh. Cindy's boyfriend said that if he has his business started by the time I'm in college, he'll hire me. I want to do biophysics like Cindy and Eren. He was very excited about this. The few times he spoke to Eren, the two of them talked about science for hours. He saw Eren as the sort of older brother he never had, and the feeling was reciprocated the other way for Eren. That's nice of him, Mr. Moon said. He did mention that he wanted to start a tech company that focuses on helping people. He really is a good-hearted young man. I want to help people too. I want to make. Albert began thinking of something that would really change the world. Oh. Underground high-speed rails that connect the entire country together. No, the world. Albert's excitement compelled his parents to giggle. They were so happy to have a son who had such high goals. It seemed that Eren rubbed off on him through their very few interactions. Someone was knocking on the front door, which was odd since they weren't expecting any guests. Mrs. Moon began getting out of her chair and starting toward the door. Don't worry, Mom. I got the door, Albert said before quickly getting up out of his seat and sprinting toward the door. Using his tippy toes, he looked out the peephole and saw a familiar face on the other side. Oh, Osborn. Why is he here? Albert said, opening the door to see Norman standing there with a grotesque smile on his face. What's up, Mr. Osborn? Albert greeted him, but he received no response as Norman just continued to stare down at him with that disgusting ear-to-ear grin. Mr. Osborn. Albert repeated, finally getting a response. Is Miss Moon here? He asked the young man. Ah, my sister. No, why? Albert was very confused as to what business Norman had with his sister and why he was acting so strangely. Albert's mom began approaching the door. Mr. Osborn. What brings you here? She asked, somehow bringing an even bigger smile to the man's face. I was just seeing where Cindy was. He told them. Why? Her mother questioned. The faint sound of something being activated was heard behind Osborn as he held both hands behind his back. If any of you survive, tell Ms. Moon that I send my regards. Norman spoke before dropping a pumpkin bomb at the front door, grabbing the door, and slamming it shut. The bomb hit the ground, letting out another chiming sound combined with the sound of metal striking wood. Albert, both parents screamed. Mr. Moon shot up out of his chair, sprinting toward the door as fast as he could in an attempt to save his son. Mrs. Moon, already on her feet, sprinted toward her son with her arm extended forward, trying to reach him in time so she could pull him away. Albert stood in the same place, frozen in fear as he was barely able to even comprehend what was happening. He was too close to the bomb, there was no escape for him. The bomb exploded, engulfing Albert, along with his parents and the rest of the room. In flames. Swinging through the city, Cindy could immediately feel a disturbance. In fact, she was able to pinpoint its exact, precise location. No, she whispered, realizing that if her silk sense was correct, her family may be in danger. Please. 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 She repeated as she swung toward her home, aggressively yanking herself off each building to build up more momentum. It didn't take long before she found herself nearing her street corner, praying to God that her silk sense was wrong and whatever she sensed was nowhere near her home. She turned the corner and immediately she felt her heart sink lower into her body. No, she mumbled upon seeing an absolutely dreadful sight. Her apartment building was engulfed in flames, the source of the flames seemed to be coming directly from her floor. She swung over to the burning building, which was then being put out by firefighters. Is there anyone left inside the building? Silk screamed at one of the firefighters. Everyone is out, but there's 2 injured. The firefighter hesitated, not wanting to be the bearer of bad news. There's 1 dead, too. A young man, maybe around 13 years old. The light suddenly left Silk's eyes, as she was able to piece together exactly what that meant. See, can I see him? She asked the firefighter. To see if it's him, please. Silk's voice was shuddering with each word as she spoke. The firefighter was heartbroken, seeing the girl completely broken in front of him. He pointed over toward where a few ambulances were parked, not saying a word, prompting Silk to slowly walk over toward them. With each step, Cindy tried telling herself that maybe there was a chance that the injured family was not hers. It was a selfish thought, but she was hoping that the injured boy was just some other random kid around her brother's age if that meant Albert was still alive. She tried to tell herself that maybe her family went out for the night. Maybe they had dinner together. Maybe they saw a movie. Maybe they even stopped by her school to visit her. However, those chances were reduced to 0 upon seeing her mother being loaded onto an ambulance via a stretcher in critical condition. She looked over at the other ambulance, seeing her father who was also in bad shape being hauled away with burns covering half his face. She saw a body bag on the ground, immediately sending a shiver down her spine as she knew the contents within it. She approached it, causing one of the coroners to stand up and try to stop her. Hey, ma'am, you can't dash. Silk didn't say a word, pushing the men to the side using her strength before kneeling down in front of the bag. Not wanting to provoke her any further, the rest of the coroners just watched as she slowly unzipped the bag. Inside, she saw Albert Moon, her little brother, with skin so charred that he was almost unrecognizable. At that very moment, something within her snapped as she began feeling a mixture of emotions inside of her. Outrage. Anguish. Self-hatred. Sorrow. Guilt. Just about any negative emotion that one could imagine was stirring up inside Cindy Moon. "I'm going to kill him," Silk whispered, inducing the coroners to look at her with wide eyes, not saying a word. Silk looked up at them, causing their hearts to stop for a second before Cindy got back up on her feet. It was as if an aura of her pain surrounded her body, one that could be felt by anyone nearby. She looked at her brother one last time, removed her contacts and comms, and left the scene so her friends couldn't find her. They'd only get in her way. She was certain of it, she didn't care what Eren had to say about it. She was going to kill Norman Osborn. Chapter 71, Appreciation. As Silk found out the news about her brother, Spider-Man arrived at the location of the military base where Norman was doing his human testing. However, once he arrived, he found that the entire base was completely empty. There were no soldiers. No vehicles. No life whatsoever. It was as if the entire lab never even existed beneath the abandoned facility. They cleared everything out, it was as if there was nothing here. Eren said into his comms, in disbelief that they were able to move everything and everyone so fast. It was as if they knew he was coming a day in advance. Eren. Harry spoke into Eren's ear, only transmitting his words to just Spider-Man himself. Check Cindy's feed. Spider-Man immediately pulled out his phone to find Silk outside of her home, as it was on fire. He watched as the young heroine panicked, begging to see her brother before she wound up in front of his body in a body bag, showing the two boys his nearly unrecognizable corpse. Albert. Eren whispered, feeling tears beginning to form in his eyes as his future brother-in-law was no more. Silk's feed then went dark as she removed the contacts from her eyes. "Wait, Cindy." Eren tried to stop her, but she removed her comms right after. She'd fully gone rogue. Hours passed, and during that time, both Harry and Eren had been frantically searching for Silk. Eren, knowing exactly what it's like to be in her situation, knew exactly what she was planning. He knew she was planning to do to Norman what he had done to Fisk. Both Harry and Eren were adamant about not letting that happen. For the most part, they agreed that Norman deserved what was coming to him, however, neither of them wanted her to cross that line herself. At least that's what Harry told himself. In reality, he wanted to kill Norman more than anything. "I can't find anything on them." Harry was desperately clicking all over his computer screen in an attempt to find any information on the whereabouts of the Green Goblin, as well as the whereabouts of their best friend, Cindy Moon. Eren, on his laptop, was also searching through multiple outlets while spamming Cindy with calls and texts. Harry looked back at Eren's face solemnly as he could visibly witness the extreme desperation on his face. Every once in a while, Eren would mutter something to himself as if he were talking to Cindy. Suddenly, Harry's phone began to ring and the caller ID said unknown. Harry hesitated, he was afraid that it was going to be his father, despite the fact that they were looking for him. Eren could sense Harry's hesitation, staring at him with an ice-cold glare. "Answer it." Eren's voice was stern. Harry could see the disdain for Norman in Eren's eyes as he spoke. Without saying a word, he nodded and picked up the phone. "Hello." His worried voice traveled through the phone before being met with a grotesque cackle. The laughter continued for about 5 seconds, compelling Harry to look over at Eren with an uneasy expression. Eren glared back at him with the same cold stare. "Harry." The goblin's harrowing voice spoke his son's name, sending a chill down his entire being. "What did you do? Why did you attack her family? You killed her little brother." Harry clambered into the phone at his father, shaking with pure rage and provoking the goblin to merely laugh at him before speaking to him condescendingly. "TSK TSK TSK. Harry, it seems you still don't understand. I'm teaching you a lesson here. Your little friend is lucky she wasn't there, I wonder where she went." He began to cackle once more, and Eren began to become even more visibly frustrated as the goblin taunted his lover. "You have social media, don't you? All boys your age usually do." This was vague, however, the Green Goblin's disgusting cackle that followed after made this vague statement all the more menacing. "What dash?" Before Harry could say another word, his father yelled at him through the phone. The Green Goblin interrupted his son, shouting in a somewhat sing-songy fashion until shifting into a more demanding tone. "Bombs a tickin'. Go ahead and check the Spider-Man requests page. Do it." Harry immediately looked for the Spider-Man request page, something that was used for people to report crimes or ask for Spider-Man's help. Eren would check it out when things were slow, so people often posted a lot there if they needed him. Oh my god. Harry was in disbelief as he stared at a post that his father made using an account called @the Green Goblin 1. Eren shot up out of his seat and looked over Harry's shoulder to read the post for himself. Jesus Christ. After reading the horrifying message, Spider-Man quickly flashed out of the room using his ultimate Godspeed form. The message on the website read as follows. Hello, spiders. I have a little bit of a surprise for you. Since you all want to play the hero, how about I show you why being a hero and saving the weak-minded fools beneath us is waste of time. I have placed 4 bomb packs in 4 locations. They are on the map attached below. How many lives can you save in the next 5 minutes? Better hurry. Smiley face. The bombs were located in 4 areas on opposite corners of the city. There was one in the ESU library, another inside a children's pizza playhouse, another in a hospital, and the last one in a retirement home. Eren decided to go in order from closest to furthest, starting with the library and ending with the children's pizza playhouse. Spider-Man dashed into the library and screamed as loud as possible to alert everyone to exit the building. There's a bomb. Get out. Through all of the panic, he flashed around throughout the entire first floor until he found a backpack filled with bombs right next to one of the main support beams. There's enough bombs in here to bring the whole building down. Once Spider-Man retrieved the bombs, he sprinted out of the library and threw the bomb pack into a nearby body of water. Without taking a moment to breathe, he dashed through the city once more to the next location, the children's hospital. With each step, he attempted to push himself faster, knowing that he didn't have much time left. Once he arrived, he yelled for everyone who was able to move on their own to evacuate as he searched for the bomb. He found another bomb pack hanging on the ceiling beneath a floor full of child cancer patients. The sight of it made Eren sick. What kind of despicable human being would do such an egregious act? He thought to himself. Spider-Man left this location with the bomb pack strapped to his back, zipping his way to the next location. At the children's pizza playhouse, a group of kids was playing in the ball pit. The boys were pushing each other around playfully and performing wrestling moves on each other as they messed about in the pit. One of the boys performed a suplex on what appeared to be his brother, causing him to cry in pain. Ow. Something hard is underneath the ball pit. He rubbed his head, holding back tears. This child was wearing what appeared to be a custom-made Spider-Man shirt with a circular version of his mask in the center of it. Wanting to be a hero like him, the boy held back his tears and continued to play with his brother. Eren continued dashing across to the west side of the city toward the assisted living facility. He burst into the building and ordered the nurses to try and get as many people out of the building as possible while he searched for bombs. Within a short amount of time, he found one of the packs inside of the cafeteria before taking it outside to throw it and the pack on his back into the water nearby. At that point, he knew it was just a matter of seconds before the last bomb exploded inside the pizzeria. He immediately used everything he had to dash his way over toward the final location, sending all of his energy to his legs as he did before when he attempted to stop Namor's wave. The child at the pizza playhouse held up a pumpkin bomb in his hand and showed it to his brother. The two looked at the pumpkin bomb with puzzled expressions as it chimed in at a constant rate. They looked down to see a couple more of them peeking out of the pit, beeping louder by the second. "Mommy, what's this?" the Spider-Man fan said as he held the bomb in his hand. His mother looked up at him slightly, without looking at the item closely, and dismissed him. "It's a ball, honey." The young mom continued to scroll through her phone nonchalantly as she spoke before she began reading a story about bombs being placed in 4 locations. She wasn't alarmed at all. No one would bomb a children's playhouse, she thought. The pumpkin continued to chime in the boy's hand. The older brother left the ball's pit and ran over to his mother to get her attention, pulling on her arm. "Mommy. Why is it beeping?" The beeping on the bomb grew to the point where even the adults outside of the ball pit could hear it. Once it gained their attention, a few of the parents stood up out of their seats and began running toward the ball pit. The mother's eyes widened upon reading that the bombs were reportedly planted in the very children's pizza playhouse that her family was in at that very moment. "There's a bomb threat," one of the employees shouted, bursting into the room to see the boy in the Spider-Man t-shirt holding the bomb in question. Spider-Man then crashed through the entrance, seeing the child holding the grenade in his hand. "Everybody move," he shouted, knowing he only had a couple of seconds left as he dashed toward the boy in the ball pit. Spider-Man knocked the bomb from the boy's hand as he used his arms to grab the child, hugging him tightly and turning his back to face the bombs as the countdown reached its end. The explosion was followed by the nightmarish shrieks coming from the parents and children who witnessed everything happening before them. All that could be seen was smoke coming from the ball pit, along with a bit of fire that was being extinguished by the sprinklers from above. As the smoke began to clear and reveal what was on the other side, the child was seen wearing a miniature version of Spider-Man's costume, being embraced by a teenager. The child looked at his arms, then at his body, seeing that he was completely unscathed thanks to the spider matter covering them. Spider matter was by no means invisible, but it could withstand being next to an explosion. Eren Parker, holding onto the kid, was trembling as he looked forward. His body was in immense pain, but he didn't care. As long as everyone was safe, the pain could be ignored. "Is everyone okay?" Eren asked, still quavering as he still had the child in his embrace. He looked around, seeing that everyone was okay before his vision began to fade and he collapsed onto the ground due to his injuries. As he fell, everyone could see that the back of his clothes was completely shredded and the skin on his back was charred from the explosion. "Is he dead?" one of the kids whispered. An adult walked over and felt Eren's pulse, letting out a sigh of relief upon feeling that his heart was still functioning. "He's alive." The people in the crowd began to murmur amongst each other, in disbelief that this was the man beneath the mask after all this time as they gazed at his exposed, young face. "Is that really him? He's just some kid. I knew he was black. He's so young." As the fire sprinklers rained down on them and the employees began putting out the ball pit fire with a fire extinguisher, the people lifted the hero and placed him atop one of the tables. One of the mothers removed her sweater and placed it under the boy's head to act as a pillow. After a few moments, Eren Parker opened his eyes and leaned up to see that dozens of people were surrounding him, along with the child wearing his spider matter. Eren reached for his face, feeling that his mask was gone, and started to panic. The child walked up to him and extended his hands outward toward the hero. He wasn't sure how it worked, but he assumed that the suit would be transferred back to him via touch as it did for him. The kid pressed his hand against Spider-Man's chest, forming a black spider symbol that was soon surrounded by red. That red shifted into blue once they reached the sides of his torso, continuing up and under his arms. A red waistline formed, wrapping around his entire waist as his legs were then covered by blue. The blue continued all the way down before the shoes began forming with the same, radiant red as the main portion of the suit. Lastly, an all-red mask covered his face, concealing the boy's identity once again. "We won't tell anybody," the boy wearing the Spider-Man shirt told the hero. Spider-Man looked around at the crowd and they were all in agreement. "Yeah, your secret's safe. My lips are sealed." No one saw a thing. A big smile formed on the little boy's face as he began to jump around and cheer after finally meeting and being saved by his hero. "Mommy, mommy. It was so cool." It was Pew. Then the other brother joined in. And then boom. And then bam, bang. The kids continued on with their onomatopoeias as Eren looked on with a slight smile under his mask. The mother, with tears streaming down her face, hugged both of her sons tightly before looking up at the hero. "Thank you." Her sincere, motherly voice resonated with Eren. Sometimes, when things are rough, he'd forget why continue to be a hero, however, moments like these acted as a reminder to him. "Yeah." Spider-Man responded, hiding his pleased face under the mask. However, his expressive lenses showed that he was glad to be of help. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Spider." The entire room showed their appreciation to him for saving the children. He jumped from the table and began waving to everyone awkwardly as being praised like this wasn't something he was used to. It had been a while since he last felt appreciated like this, it almost made him forget the dire situation he was in. The kid with the Spider-Man shirt rushed back to him with a piece of paper and showed it to him. It was a crayon drawing of the boy next to Spider-Man, punching bad guys in the face together. Spider-Man was wearing the red and blue costume that was currently on his body, it was a design that the boy made himself. The hero crouched down to get on the boy's level, smiling at him from behind his mask. "I drew this earlier, see?" The kid held the paper nearly an inch away from Eren's face, causing him to let out a little laughter. "That's amazing, buddy. I bet that one day, you'll grow up and be a world-class artist. MHM. You can have it and sell it when I'm rich and famous." The kid had a confident smile on his face while gesturing for his hero to take his art donation from him. Eren hesitated for a second, as the gesture caught him off guard. Despite his hesitation, he reached out to grab the paper from the boy. "What's your name, kid?" "My name is Chris," the boy said excitedly. "Thank you, Chris." The kid's eyes widened upon hearing the hero say his name. Spider-Man took the paper, folded it, and held it up to his chest. "I'll keep it with me at all times. That way, we'll stop the bad guys together." Chapter 72, Hero. As the crowd applauded Spider-Man, he glanced over to see Silk standing at the entrance of the children's pizzeria. "See you later, Chris. I gotta go," Spider-Man told the boy, patting his head before walking over to his partner. He could tell that her heart was aching, it was clear by the look in her eyes. Silk Web zipped up to a building and waited on top of it for him with her arms crossed, giving him a cold stare. Once Spider-Man was with her, she began scolding him. "If you aren't taking this seriously, I don't need your help." She pivoted back around and continued walking across the roof while emergency vehicles sped beneath them. Eren speedwalked to catch back up with her, trying to get through to her. "I am taking this seriously. We've been looking for you." Before Eren could continue, Cindy aggressively turned to him and screamed in his face. "And I was looking for him." Her shout completely muted Eren. He didn't know what else to say, he was stunned. He'd never seen her this way before, but the part that scared him the most was how much of himself he saw inside of her. Cindy, I know what you're thinking right now. You need to stop. When he said this, Cindy scoffed at him and looked at him with eyes of disgust. You're one to talk. You killed the men involved in your mother's death, but I can't do that for my brother's killer. You're a hypocrite, you know that. Eren, unable to contain himself any longer, raised his voice at Cindy for the first time throughout their entire relationship. Yes. I am. I don't want you to turn into what I was. What I still am. What don't you fucking understand? Once you end a life like that, you can never take it back. Eren yelling at her in this way startled her. She'd never seen him like this before. He didn't want her to go through what he went through after he killed Fisk. It wasn't worth it. Cindy was too awestruck to say anything else as Eren approached her and retracted his mask. He grabbed her face with both hands, lifting her gaze up to his before speaking to her softly. I'm sorry for raising my voice, but I care about you too much to let that happen. It's not worth it, trust me. Cindy placed her hands on his wrists, looking at the boy's stern expression with glassy eyes of her own as he continued to try and get through to her. I know it hurts. Trust me, I know. Killing him won't cure that. I'd know because I tried it, and it didn't help. Spider-Man took the drawing he got from Chris and showed it to her, holding it next to his own face. If I didn't change, this kid would have never made this. He would have never looked up to me. You should have seen it. His smile, and his bravery, all because of how he sees me and how he sees himself in me. My point is, the goal of being a hero isn't to seek revenge on people. The goal is to help people who need us. He pressed the paper against his chest as he continued to articulate his beliefs passionately to her. In order to do that, I need you. We need you. We're going to find him and we're going to stop him. Albert wouldn't want to see his sister become a monster, I promise you that. Cindy knew that he was right. There was a reason she always held back against her other opponents. She knew that killing was wrong, but her anger was taking control of her. You're right, she agreed, nodding slowly at him. As soon as their short moment ended, Eren received a phone call from Harry, which was weird considering he was still wearing his comm, so Harry could have just spoken to him directly. Eren answered the phone. Anything new, he said. However, his eyes widened upon hearing what was on the other line. All he could hear on the other side of the call was the wicked, howling cackle of the Green Goblin. Parker. The goblin released a breathless, demonic cackle directly into Eren's ear through the phone after saying his name. Although Cindy couldn't hear the voice, she could see the fear in her partner's eyes. Tell your spider friend that if he wants to save Harry Osborn, come to the Queensboro Bridge. Tell him to bring his cute little partner too. The call disconnected, as well as Eren from reality while he stared forward blankly. We need to go. Immediately, Spider-Man launched himself into the air and began swinging toward the location to which he was invited. Silk followed closely behind him as the two headed for Queensboro. Meanwhile, at the Queensboro Bridge, the Green Goblin, wearing his full costume, and his son were both at the top of the bridge, looking down at those beneath them. Harry was attached to a chair with his arms and legs tied down as his father stood behind him with his hand on his shoulder. Look at them, Harry. Not a single one of them has a clue what's going to happen. He gestured downward at the vehicles below. There appeared to be a traffic jam, which was artificially created by the Goblin himself by placing a spike trap in front of a school bus filled with a middle school football team. On the center tower of the bridge that they were standing on, there were bombs attached to the main cables that held up the bridge. If those were to be damaged, the entire bridge would split in half and fall into the water below, killing everyone who was attempting to cross it. This is what playing the hero gets you. Now, Harry, I'll give you a choice. The Green Goblin pulled out one of his special vials and placed it in one of Harry's tied-up hands. You can still live if you take this and help me get what I want from the spiders. If not, then you go down with the bridge, being of no importance to society. Being a pathetic excuse of an Osborn. What do you choose, Harry? The Goblin's confident voice spoke volumes about how he viewed Harry. He was almost certain that his son would join him, knowing that Harry hated the fact that he had never contributed to anything of importance. However, Harry immediately tossed the serum to the ground, causing it to crash onto the bridge below, without saying a word. The people on the bridge looked up, pointing at the two Osborn men on the bridge before getting out of their vehicles in an attempt to escape. At the same time, the two spiders could be seen approaching from a distance. Ah, looks like your friends have arrived just in time. Don't regret your choice. Goodbye, son. The Goblin stepped onto his glider before turning back to Harry and speaking once more. By the way, Norman has always detested you. You were never going to receive the company. Maybe if you were more like your friend, Parker, you would have. The Green Goblin laughed as he flew away and under the bridge without being seen. Spider-Man and Silk arrived at the bridge and began scouting the area. Silk was the first one to notice Harry tied up on the bridge and began swinging up to him. Eren could see through the trap and attempted to stop her, but it was too late. The Green Goblin grappled her by the leg using a grappling hook attached to his glider and began flying away with her. Before Eren could think about saving her, the main centerpiece of the bridge immediately exploded and began to collapse. The cables holding the bridge together started to snap and a massive crack was forming down the center of the bridge. Despite Eren's training, the boost he received from Wakanda, and his determination, he felt like he was nearly out of gas, especially after being blown up in the pizzeria. It didn't matter to him. What mattered was springing into action when he was needed, so the boy entered his ultimate Godspeed form once again and dashed toward the collapsing bridge. He winced as he felt as if his skin was ready to rip itself off of his muscles. As the world around him started to move a bit slower than usual, breathed heavily and sporadically like an injured animal. His brain immediately calculated the exact route he needed to take in order to save every single person on the bridge. He looked up at Silk, who was trying her best to get out of the Green Goblin's hold, but she couldn't break free. However, Eren was confident that she could hold her own against him for enough time for him to save everyone and return to her. Spider-Man dashed forward, sprinting as fast as he could to chase down the bridge support cables. Once close enough, he sprinted up the falling cables before webbing them down to what was left of the collapsing main tower. He caught Harry in midair before using the falling rubble as stepping stones until he reached the ground and dropped Harry off on the safe section of the bridge. In the middle of the havoc, a woman was attempting to unbuckle her baby's seatbelt, but her nerves were getting the best of her, causing her to fumble with it. Spider-Man whizzed by and seemingly freed the infant in what felt like an instant. The woman grabbed her bae and looked backward, watching the blue streak continue toward the side of the bridge where mayhem was ensuing. On the other side of the bridge, past the splitting crack that divided the bridge in two, people were standing in fear as they were too afraid to jump across like the rest of the brave souls making the leap. With his quick thinking, the Spider-Man immediately yanked over a long piece of debris that they could use as a bridge. He webbed it down and instructed everyone to cross. One at a time, get across. Go. They followed his instructions and one by one began to try and make it to safety as the bridge continued to rumble and shake around them. The school bus filled with the middle school football team was resting between the two halves of the bridge. Spider-Man immediately dashed over and began prying a piece of the bus off with his bare hands, creating an opening for the kids to escape out of. As the kids were evacuating the bus, the gap between both sides of the splitting bridge had grown too wide, nearly causing the bus and the mini bridge he made to fall through the middle. Springing into action, Spider-Man jumped in between both sides of the bridge and began firing webs at both sides. As he held both sides of the bridge with his webs, he hung by his webs as if he was being crucified, and began to pull toward his center of mass as hard as he could. With all of his strength, he pulled the bridge close enough for everyone to either cross the bridge or escape from the bus safely. Once all of the kids escaped, the driver began to exit from behind them. However, he began losing his balance and nearly fell over during his escape due to the bridge beginning to shake more violently. All of the movement caused one of the cables to fly down and smash into the side of the bus, knocking it over with the driver inside. Bumper first, the bus began falling down toward the water below. The driver inside was knocked unconscious and would be guaranteed to drown unless someone stepped in. And so, Spider-Man chased after him without even a second thought, panicking in the air as he slingshot himself toward the bus. He burst through the back window of the bus and caught the unconscious man, just before crashing into the water. With the man in his arms, Spider-Man began trying his best to swim up to the surface, but he still didn't know how. Using the seats on the bus, Spider-Man pulled himself and the driver upward toward the surface, seeing the moonlight shining down from above. Spider-Man eventually was able to pull himself and the driver to the back window of the bus, however, the bus was beneath the surface at this point. Spider-Man's lenses winced as he used the bus to springboard himself upward toward the surface with the man in his arms. Come on Eren, it's just physics. Cupped hands, kick your feet. Despite never having learned to swim, Spider-Man began thinking logically, trying his best to figure out how to optimally rise to the surface. He eventually began getting the hang of it, however, he was running out of air. He began scooping his arm and kicking his feet faster and faster as he could feel his lungs about to burst. He was just a few feet from the surface, kicking faster and faster until he was able to stick a hand out of the water. He shot a web, just before he began taking water into his lungs, one final Hail Mary. However, his web missed the bridge, whizzing past it to connect with nothing. Seeing this, Eren's lenses began to shut and he started to lose hope. Someone, please. Spider-Man thought to himself as he slowly fell deeper into the water, watching the moon fade above him. Chapter 73, Revenge. Silk, being dragged away by the Green Goblin, attempted to gain some sort of balance in the air to set herself free. As the goblin messed about on his board, Silk's body flailed around, not allowing her to reach her leg. Giving up, she webbed a nearby building and yanked herself toward it, causing the Green Goblin to lose balance and fly without control into a building. He crashed through multiple apartment rooms as Silk trailed behind him before coming out of the other side and aiming upward in an attempt to dodge the next building. As his board clipped a building, he lost his footing and fell off the board, sending it crashing onto the roof of that same building, sending Silk with it. As both the Green Goblin and Silk lay on the ground for a few seconds, Silk stood up and untied herself from the glider. At the same time, the Green Goblin stood up and began to laugh as Silk approached him with furious footsteps. He could tell by the look in her eyes that she had killing intent. This aroused him slightly, causing his excitement for their pending battle to grow stronger. Silk stopped about 10 feet from him and began to speak with a chilling, ice-cold voice. Why did you do it? Why did you kill that child? And plant those bombs? You were going to kill more kids. The fuck is your problem? Her voice trembled with hatred as her adrenaline levels began to overwhelm her. Did you know that poor Oriental boy in that apartment building? Who gives a damn about his unremarkable existence? The goblin stared directly at Silk's eyes, gauging her reaction to his words. Upon hearing her brother's existence being disrespected, her eyes exuded insurmountable detestation for the creature in front of her. As for the other kids, well, I wanted to show you that being a hero is meaningless. You, that other bug, and the Osborne child. So you did it to prove a point. Her voice still trembled. She was in disbelief at how the goblin spoke about his actions as if they were a game. He truly was only doing these things out of spite for his son and the spiders meddling with his business. Precisely. Now you know exactly what happens when you play the hero, don't you? Ms. Moon. The goblin's disgusting smile was not seen but heard as he uttered Silk's true name. She attempted to keep her poker face, but her eyes gave him all of the information that he needed. I wonder who the other spider is. Is it Parker? I figured it'd be him for a while now. I would have attacked his family too, but there's nothing left that he loves. The goblin laughed like a maniac as a knife extended out of one of his gauntlets. Except for maybe one last thing. One last person, perhaps. Silk said nothing. Slowly, webs began to seep out from her fingertips, forming claws made of webs around them. The goblin looked down at them, grinning under his mask as he could sense her lust for blood. Silk didn't care anymore. If getting revenge turned her into a monster, then so be it. Like a beast stalking her prey, Silk stood with her claws pointing at the goblin, craving to rip his body apart. Silk's mind was completely empty, all she could feel was agony and abhorrence toward that freak in front of her. She was certain that she was going to kill the goblin right there at that moment. She didn't care what Eren said about her regretting the decision. Without him there to hold her back, nothing would stop her. Without hesitation, she dashed at the goblin with her claws trailing behind her. Once he is within striking range, she slashed downward toward his torso. With his arms behind his back, he swiftly dodged to the side, starting a chain reaction of Silk throwing out a rapid barrage of clawed swipes. With each dodge, the goblin began humming and laughing breathlessly as his confidence began to skyrocket. Silk was fast. She was even faster than Eren when he wasn't using Godspeed to enhance himself. However, due to her anger-causing sloppiness, along with the Green Goblin's own enhancements, the goblin was able to keep up. After getting bored with defense, the goblin swung his wrist blade horizontally toward Silk's chest. She leaned backward, allowing the blade to whiz past her face. Before he could recover, she grabbed his arm and flipped him over her body, slamming him to the ground. Without even letting him do so much as take another breath, she pounced at him, pointing her claws down toward his masked, green face. In reaction to her attack, he spring-kicked her backward, sending her flying through a skylight and into a museum behind her. She crashed through a T-Rex fossil display, breaking it into pieces before slamming onto the ground and rolling on the floor. In reaction to the hero crashing into the building, the patrons inside the museum began to scream and scatter, as the Green Goblin levitated downward using his hoverboard. A diabolical chuckle escaped his lips as he extended the spikes on the front of his glider and boosted forward towards Silk in an attempt to impale her with them. She quickly flipped upward onto the wall, attaching herself to it with 2 hands. This caused his blades to get stuck in the wall beneath her and leave the Green Goblin vulnerable to an attack. Silk kicked him in the chest with both legs, sending him back into the rest of the T-Rex display, completely destroying it. The goblin slid across the ground in a pile of bones until he reached a wall, slamming into it. Silk walked over to him like a starving carnivore before webbing him by the foot and yanking him toward her. Using his blade, he cut his leg free and began rising to his feet. Before he could fully stand, Silk aimed a jumping kick at him, which is blocked by his forearms, followed by a spin kick. The goblin ducked the spin kick and attempted to counterattack, however, Silk hammer kicked downward right onto his face as if she defied gravity. The hammer kick pushed him to stumble back a few steps, just before being immediately met by a Spartan kick to the chest, sending him flying into a wall and destroying the painting hanging from it. Before he could recover, Silk shot her webs from her fingertips, yanked him forward, and Spartan kicked him once more into the wall. This caused the wall to weaken further, as Silk sprinted toward him and delivered a powerful slice to his face, ripping a part of his mask off and revealing half of his face. With a full-powered punch, Silk punched the Green Goblin in his half-masked face, sending him bursting through a wall and crashing into a glass art display on the other side. Silk stepped through the hole in the wall as she followed the goblin into the wreckage. The entire area was filled with dust, blocking her view of everything in the area. She approached the debris but noticed that the green goblin was nowhere to be seen. However, there was something hidden beneath the rubble. One of the goblin's pumpkin bombs exploded in her face, this time being some sort of grenade that shot out a mysterious purple liquid that completely blinded her. Aaaah! She shrieked in agony as her eyes were in so much pain that she could no longer open them to look at her opponent. Norman. She let out a rage-filled shout, clawing randomly in front of her in hopes that she'd somehow slit his throat with her blind attacks. However, Silk was suddenly struck in the back of the head with a metal pipe, her silk sense being of no use to her as she was too furious to listen to it. Tisk. 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 See what happens when you play the hero. The goblin's snide voice mocked the now blind spider as she lay on the ground helplessly. Silk placed both hands on the ground and began trying to push herself back up on her feet. The green goblin once again struck Silk in the back with the metal pipe. His crooked smile could be seen through his broken mask as he appeared to be really relishing in her pain. With his foot, he flipped her over to face him and used the metal pipe to slide her mask down and reveal her face. Cindy Moon. Just as I thought. So that must mean the other must be that poor orphan Parker. Fucking Parker. The goblin slammed the pipe down at Cindy's chest with such power, blood spewed from her mouth and one of her ribs certainly cracked. Now he's no longer of use to me. Ah, Parker. Oh, well. Plan B. The green goblin paced with the pipe on his shoulder as he talked to himself before attacking Silk with it once more. He slammed downward onto Silk's chest once more, causing her to yelp and convulse in pain as she aimlessly tried stopping it without her sight. You almost put up a good fight, unlike your little brother. The goblin cackled as he dropped the pipe to the ground and extended the blade from his wrist. He took a wide stance over Silk, smiling disgustingly as he held it above her throat. Sayonara, Silk. Say hi to little Albert for me. Chapter 74, Losing Oneself. Back at the Queensboro Bridge, Harry watched as the bus fell with Spider-Man inside it. He thought about how Eren told him that he didn't know how to swim back when he was telling him about the flooding in Wakanda. Seeing his best friend about to risk his own life, Harry sprang into action, running toward the collapsing bridge and past those who were fleeing. Is this it? Is this that moment that Eren and Cindy talked about? When your body moves on its own. When you stop shaking. When you stop being scared. These questions circulated Harry's mind as he continued to run toward danger. Once he got to the edge, he looked over to see that Eren was nowhere to be found. However, it wasn't long before he saw his friend's hand poking out from the water before shooting a web. The web missed the bridge, however, it was still within reach for Harry Osborn and this was the moment when he grabbed it. Gotcha. He shouted before taking the web and attaching it to the bridge itself. He immediately started pulling the webbing upward, bringing both Eren and the bus driver back up to the safe side of the bridge. Eren, despite being unconscious, was still somehow holding onto the unconscious bus driver. Someone help me. Harry screamed, though no one came to his rescue, they were all too focused on saving themselves. Fuck it, Harry said to himself before placing his hands on the bus driver's shirt and performing CPR. Stayin' alive, stayin' alive. Harry sang a song in his head that was supposed to match the tempo at which he was supposed to apply pressure and it wasn't long before the bus driver spewed out water from his mouth and began to breathe again. It worked. Harry shouted before moving over to Spider-Man. He lifted Eren's mask a little to allow the water to have a place to exit before repeating the process. Stayin' alive, stayin' alive. He tried the same process, but it wasn't working. Come on, buddy. Wake up. Harry whispered before once again repeating the process. Stayin' alive, stayin' alive. Again, nothing happened. Harry looked at Eren's mouth before groaning internally. Oh God, this better work. Harry placed his mouth on Eren's, giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation before repeating the chest compressors. Stayin' alive, stayin' alive. Harry again tried mouth-to-mouth. As he blew into Eren's lungs, Spider-Man sprung back to life, spitting water into Harry's mouth. Ugh. Harry groaned as he spat the water back out onto the ground. Harry was shaking, absolutely disgusted by the fact that water from Eren's lungs just shot into his mouth. Eren started to cough, his lenses opened as his eyes did and the first thing he saw was Harry Osborn looking as if he wanted to vomit. What happened? Eren asked. Don't ask. Harry told him, getting back up on his feet, and lending a hand to Spider-Man to stand up as well. Once Spider-Man stood up, he picked the bus driver up off the ground and the two boys started walking to safety and where the paramedics were starting to show up. Did you save me? Eren asked Harry. Yeah, I had the hero moment. When you just run, it was crazy. Harry laughed slightly, feeling almost invigorated at the moment. I see why you guys do it. Yeah. That's good. Spider-Man handed the men off to the paramedics before lending his hand to Harry. This is kinda embarrassing, but I can't use Godspeed right now, so I'll have to carry you around the old-fashioned way. We need to find them before something happens. Harry was reluctant at first, but he knew if they wanted to find Cindy, he'd have to curb his embarrassment. Right, let's go. Harry held onto Spider-Man and the two zipped into the air in search of Cindy Moon. The Green Goblin, holding his wrist blade above Cindy's neck, cackled as he raised his arms and stabbed downward toward the girl. Feeling his blade penetrate through flesh, he once again laughed maniacally, thinking it was over. However, his blade did not draw blood, nor did it penetrate flesh. What he actually stabbed was nothing but a web barrier blindly formed by Silk at the last minute. With her eyes still closed, Silk grabbed the blade and began bending it backward, snapping it in half. Silk then spring-kicked the Green Goblin from the ground, sending him sliding backward, catching his balance. He whistled playfully as he watched her fight back with such determination. What a shocker. Cindy Moon still has a little bit of fight in her, doesn't she? Okay then. The Goblin walked toward the blind spider and threw a punch at her. She attempted to dodge and shoot webs at him, however, the webs completely missed, and the punch struck her liver. I can't see. But I can dash. A powerful punch struck Silk in the stomach, interrupting her thoughts for just a brief moment. I can sense him. My Silk sense. Through her shut eyes, she was able to begin to see the Green Goblin in front of her. She could even sense his disgusting grin. This was the difference between her Silk sense and Eren's spider sense. Hers was far more advanced than his was, she just never realized it was this much more advanced due to relying on her eyes at all times. Once the Green Goblin landed another punch to her liver and her vision began to fade away once more. Upon taking the liver punch, she shot more webs wildly in a seemingly random fashion. Sensing another punch coming, she dodged it swiftly and sent a punch to his face before blindly spewing webs once more. Upon being struck, the Goblin laughed, still smiling before ridiculing the girl. Ah. Lucky strike. See if you can block this. The Goblin threw another punch but feinted it. Silk dodged in reaction to the fake punch, allowing the Goblin to follow up with an uppercut. This punch sent Silk flying backward into another fossil, breaking it into pieces. Cindy, Cindy, Cindy. You try and you try and you try and yet dash. He kicked her while she was down, causing her to slide across the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. You can't even stand up on your weak feet. Stand up. Silk weakly rose back onto her feet, wiping the blood off of her mouth, leaving a red smudge on her black glove. Suddenly, she began frantically shooting webs at the Green Goblin as if she had no real strategy. He easily dodged these telegraphed attempts as he approached her prior to landing a hard left hook on her jaw, sending her into a wall. Leaning against the wall, Cindy pushed off of it to stand up straight, nearly losing her balance and falling while she wiped her mouth once again. This time, she had a smirk on her face as if she somehow had the advantage. What's funny, girl? The Goblin began to feel irritated at the girl's lack of fear. In his world, he should be the only one who laughs, only he should be the one having fun. Silk hopped up lightly and landed with one foot on a web that was suspended inches off of the ground. The Goblin looked around to see that the entire area had been surrounded by webs. The entire time Silk was getting beaten, she had been strategically placing webs in order to create a sort of trap that could inform her of his presence and enhance the accuracy of her Silk sense. He took a micro-step forward, only to be immediately clocked in the face by Silk as he tripped one of her wires. He stumbled backward, only to step on another web, leading to him getting slashed in the face, completely ripping his mask off and exposing Norman's face. After backstepping and avoiding some of the webs, the Green Goblin stood still, being careful not to move a muscle as he stood between her webs. What is this? He thought to himself, thinking the girl was out for the count this entire time. Silk continued to balance on her strands, incredibly focused, as she waited for them to tell her where her enemy was. A drop of blood fell from the Green Goblin's face, causing one of her strings to ever so slightly reveal his presence. She decked him in the face, sending him soaring into more of her webbing. Knowing his exact position, she pounced on him and began punching him in the face with murderous intent behind each strike. She began driving her fists into his face with everything she had. She thought of Mother. She thought of her father. She thought of her little brother who was taken from her. Between each blow, the Goblin laughed as if he didn't feel a thing. The globulin green in his system had enhanced his pain tolerance. He was also too far gone to care about a no-frills concept like pain. Ha 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 ha. You've got quite the punch. He extended his arms upward in an attempt to grab her by the throat, only for them to be swatted away and webbed to the wall behind him, bounding him helplessly beneath her. Silk continued to strike and the Green Goblin continued to smile crookedly while staring up at her as if he was enjoying her punishment. Do it. Finish me. Become a killer just like that worthless boyfriend of yours. Despite her thinking she was already using her full strength, her punches suddenly increased in strength due to his taunting, slamming his head on the ground and creating a small crater beneath it. The goblin started enjoying it more and more as she unlocked more strength that she didn't know she had. Kill me. Just like how I killed your worthless little brother. These words completely set Silk off. Using her webs, she formed claws around her nails once again and began clawing at the goblin's skin, practically torturing him. As she tore through his face, his skin began to rip off, revealing the muscle underneath. She had completely lost it, falling possibly even deeper into rage than Eren Parker did when he finally got his hands on Fisk. Her silk sense suddenly began resonating with something nearby. It was almost as if something was calling to her. This strange sensation caused her to stop. The sensation was so familiar to her. It was calming, yet the thing she was sensing seemed to be aching. After a second to process her sensations, she realizes what it was. It was Eren. He was standing inside the building watching her from afar with Harry standing next to him. She turned her head toward him blindly. She couldn't see him, but she could sense everything that he was feeling as he watched her mutilate the goblin. Perhaps due to being deprived of sight, her connection with Eren had grown far more potent as she was able to feel everything he felt at that moment. Her heart sunk to the lowest part of her body as she came back from the dark place she found herself in. She didn't know it yet, but the goblin had finally passed out due to his injuries, so she was attacking his unconscious body at that point. Eren and Harry both ran over to her, causing her to begin to cry over Norman's unconscious body. If they hadn't been there, she would have crossed that line. Once Harry and Eren were next to her, they both looked over at Norman and at each other. His face was completely mutilated to the point where it was unrecognizable. Cindy really did a number on him. Spider-Man knelt down beside her, seeing that there was purple stuff covering her eyelids. "What happened to your eyes?" he asked her. "He blinded me with some weird bomb, thank you for coming here." Eren grabbed the mask from her neck and placed it back over her mouth. "Of course," he told her. "We're always gonna be there for each other, right?" Cindy nodded before lunging at Eren and hugging him tightly, crying over his shoulder. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I don't know what came over me," she apologized through her weeping over Eren's shoulder. He was thankful that he was able to stop her, however, he did wish he had arrived sooner to stop her from doing what she did to Norman's face, despite him deserving it. "It's okay. We all make mistakes. I understand." As Eren said this, he looked over to see Harry standing over his father's unconscious body with an emotionless expression. He's still alive after all that. Harry's voice was somber, yet a small trace of disdain for his father was seeping through. Eren's eyebrows lowered as he watched his best friend trying to comprehend what he was feeling. "I'm sorry, Harry." Spider-Man apologized on the behalf of Harry's father. "Harry didn't deserve any of this. No, don't be. I lost almost all attachment to this monster years ago. It was all gone once I learned the truth. This wasn't entirely true. Sure, Harry didn't love his father and he was sure his father didn't even love him either. However, it was still the man that raised him right in front of him, completely mutilated. But also vulnerable. Eren." Harry's calm voice almost disturbed Eren due to how much it lacked any humanity in it. "Yeah." Eren looked down to see that Harry was tightly gripping the broken blade from his father's gauntlet in his hand, drawing blood from himself without noticing due to how hard he was gripping it. "Why don't you do these guys like you did Fisk? Don't people like him deserve it?" Why did she stop? Tears fell from Harry's eyes as he quivered with rage and abhorrence toward his father. He looked at Eren and screamed at his best friend. "Why are we letting him live? We should end this bastard right here. He killed our moms. He killed Cindy's brother. He tried to fucking kill kids. Children. Toddlers." Eren looked forward at Norman without saying a word. He didn't have an answer at that moment, so he continued to listen to Harry as he continued on his hysterical rant. "Can I do it? Should I do it?" Harry asked, looking over at his friend for affirmation. Eren shook his head, denying his request. A burst of tears dropped from Harry's eyes before he looked back down at his father's unconscious body. His hand continued to shake until he composed himself. A drop of blood dripped from his hand as he contemplated his next action. He lifted the blade in the air and pointed it down at the Green Goblin, his father Norman Osborn, before stabbing downward toward him. His hand stopped a few millimeters from his father's face, not due to Eren interrupting, but due to his own mental weakness not allowing him to do it. He dropped to his knees and began to weep over the body. Eren didn't have a real answer to Harry's questions, but he began speaking his mind regardless. "When you do what I did, you can't stand to look at yourself in the mirror after that. You see someone else instead. A freak. A monster. I couldn't take it anymore. I still see it sometimes. What matters is we stopped him, right? But Cindy's brother. We could have stopped him before that. If I wasn't so weak, I could have done it myself. Don't blame yourself, Harry. It's my fault. I still don't know if it was the right thing to do. I'm indirectly killing by not killing the bad guys, right? That's what some people say on those forums. Eren reached into his pocket as he continued to speak. He looked at the picture that the boy drew for him earlier that day, now smudged due to the ocean water coming in contact with it. His name is Chris. He drew this for me. He had a shirt that had my mask on it. He said I was his favorite hero. I felt validated. I felt loved. I felt like people cared about me. For most of my life, no one gave a fuck about me. Only my mom, Dr. Connors, Cindy, and you, Harry. I don't want to be like the bad guys. I don't want to be a monster. I don't want to stoop down to their level. It's not worth it for me. I know it's selfish. I'm doing this because I'm not man enough to take another life. I'm sorry for being selfish. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Harry immediately felt an insurmountable guilt in his chest. He basically just blamed Eren for this without thinking about Eren's perspective. He and Eren were similar in the fact that no one ever really cared about them besides a select few. That's what originally drove Harry to want to help the spiders. He wanted to stop his father and become a hero like them. He wanted people to care about him too. Before Harry could say anything in response to his best friend's heartful cry, Yuri and her officers arrived at the scene. Harry explained to them that his father kidnapped him and the spiders miraculously came to his rescue. They took Harry in for questioning and the two spiders gave their versions of what happened before fleeing the scene. Silk was too weak to make it home by herself, so Spider-Man swung back to his dorm with her on his back, thinking about everything that had happened up to this point. Once again, I find myself fleeing the scene after defeating a man of science like myself. Another brilliant mind, like my own, taken into the darkness. I thought I had everything figured out, but I didn't. I tried blaming the system, but Connors proved that to be incorrect. I tried to blame it on the dangers of science, but Norman proved me wrong. The globulin didn't turn him into a monster, it only enhanced the monster within him. But aren't Norman and the goblin separate entities? I felt that way about myself and the Phantom Spider at one point. But Norman, it was very different in his case. I met the man, he's my best friend's father, and he seemed like the complete opposite of who we just faced. Perhaps it was just a facade. Now the stuff with Project V. What do I do about that? What's the next step? They already cleaned house, the base is emptied and there are no leads. If that stuff gets in the wrong hands, the world may end. Perhaps that's what I saw in those visions. The darkness. Maybe those so-called wrong hands are my own. Chapter 75, Interrogation. Over a month had passed since the Green Goblin attacked the city of New York. During this time, Spider-Man, Silk, and Harry renovated the secret cave beneath the Osborn residence, turning it into a training facility for the two spiders. They called it the Spider Cave. Eren trained relentlessly to make it to where he could stay in his ultimate Godspeed form for as long as he needed. He meditated, ate, slept, read manga, and studied in his form, making it a part of his daily life until his body was used to it. Harry and Eren worked together to create a high-speed treadmill that would adjust itself to Eren's speed, allowing him to train and actually measure his progression. Before his intense training, Eren was running at Mach 1. By the time his training ended, he was running at Mach 3. If he were to transfer all of his energy to his legs, as he did in Wakanda, he could reach upwards of 10,000 miles per hour. However, this was only a short burst of speed that would fully exhaust him for a long period of time, serving zero purpose in battle. Harry Osborn inherited ownership of Oscorp. Even though his father didn't plan for him to actually be the heir of the company, it was legally given to him. Knowing what his father was involved with, on top of the fact that his father didn't even want him to have it in the first place, made him not want anything to do with it, so it was closed for the time being. Harry spent most of his free time messing around with his father's globulin green serum, trying to figure out where his father went wrong in creating it. He wanted to create an anti-serum just in case something were to happen in the future. Along with the anti-serum, Harry had been secretly working on a globulin green serum of his own. He still had the desire to get out on the field with his friends, however, he kept this desire to himself. He made sure to never test any of the renditions of the formula on himself, and wouldn't do so until he was sure that it'll work properly. Cindy Moon had gone through a lot of self-reflection during this time period. Her parents eventually were released from the hospital, suffering burns all over their bodies and leaving them with some scarring on their faces. Regardless of their injuries, they were thankful to be alive and Cindy was grateful to still have her parents. Her brother's funeral came and went. Cindy made a promise to him that she would dedicate her life to protecting people like him, so no one else would have to go through what her family went through. Cindy thought about Norman Osborn a lot, making it hard for her to get back into the swing of things when it came to being a hero. She still wasn't sure if she should have killed him or not. He deserved it in her mind, but looking retrospectively, she couldn't believe she almost took a life in such a horrifying way. She felt disgusted with herself. Since she didn't even take his life and still saw her actions as traumatic, she didn't even want to begin thinking about how she'd have felt if she did take his life. In terms of her powers, she's manifested psychic abilities when it came to her partner, Eren. She could sense Eren's location if he was within range, as well as what he feels and his well-being. Their theory was that she must be able to sense people with spider powers, but since they're the only two with them, they couldn't know for sure. Once Norman had fully recovered, the two spiders were able to visit him for questioning. Both Silk and Spider-Man arrived at Riker's prison to speak with him. The two walked into his cell, which was behind a metal door that led into a large room with a glass box in the back. The glass box dampened powers based on the strength of the person inside upon registry, along with a power dampener around his neck. This made it so that way they were too weak to escape, but not too weak to be unable to function. Spider-Man walked in and Silk followed right behind him. Norman didn't care to notice when the two of them walked in, so Spider-Man called out to him. "Norman. You there? Or is it the goblin?" Spider-Man tapped the glass as he spoke, triggering Norman to turn around and immediately begin apologizing profusely to Silk. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to kill him. He made me. He made me do it." As he apologized, his mutilated face was pressed up against the glass. He was missing an eye and his skin healed unevenly. He almost didn't even look human anymore, in fact, he looked like a goblin more than anything. Both spiders were taken aback by the odd display in front of them. Norman was once again acting like his other half didn't exist. This was due to him being on medication that helped Norman's mind stabilize, however, the globulin green was still in his system. Seeing this as an opportunity, Spider-Man spoke to Norman nicely, as if he were a therapist. "I need you to answer some questions for me, Norman." "Okay. We could maybe arrange for you to get some help if you do." Eren spoke to him softly. He could tell that Norman was scared, a far cry from his disgusting alter ego. Eren opted to use this fear to get what he wanted. "Yes. Of course, sir. I can help." Norman stood politely at the glass as he waited for instruction. What was this place? Eren placed a printed-out screenshot from the footage of the secret base that Harry recorded. Norman pressed his face up to the glass in an attempt to understand it. "Can you slide it through the little door so I can see it better?" Norman pointed toward the small slot in the center of his cell that was used to deliver food to him. Eren obliged and slid the stack of papers inside the slot. Norman grabbed it and looked at the image closely. "They're ATRA. Norman paused for a second. "They research alien tech. I funded them under the table for a while now. After around the time Fisk was killed." "Why?" Eren's cold voice questioned him, immediately bringing an answer out of Norman. "I discovered an alien. They wanted it, so we struck a deal. Oscorp doesn't do aliens. We were making no progress, so we let them do what they want with it as long as Oscorp got the credit for it. The black stuff is the alien, right? What is it? What does it do?" Eren pointed through the glass at the image he handed to the prisoner. "Oh, man. What doesn't it do? Its name is Venom. It's a symbiote from another planet." Norman almost sounded crazy, crazier than usual, as he said this. It was as if he were making it up. Like something from a fairy tale. However, despite how delusional it sounded, Eren could tell he was serious. "How do you know it's from another planet?" Eren asked him. "Venom told us." The two spiders looked at each other once he said this, each having a million questions spawned from this phrase. "Okay. What does this Venom do?" Eren questioned, crossing his arms and looking at Norman intensely. "It binds itself to a host. It can view their memories, take combat experience, their powers, and so much more. Once on a host, it gains the desire to do one of three things: kill, feed, or multiply." "Elaborate. Explain what you mean by feeding and multiplying." "It needs energy. So it must consume living beings. Animals are fine, but it really wants people. In order for it to continue its symbiotic relationship with the host, it must feed. Especially if the host " Norman stopped abruptly. It was as if he were saying something he wasn't supposed to, like his brain forced him to stop. "The host what?" Spider-Man asked, maintaining that soft way of speaking to comfort the man. Norman's once fearful face soon began to form a grotesque grin before he began to laugh like a maniac. "Norman. That's enough. Let him figure out the rest on his own. We can't let him disrupt the order of things." The goblin continued to laugh as he spoke to his other half with his now gravelly, brash voice. Spider-Man aggressively slammed on the glass as he screamed at the goblin, wanting answers. "The host what? Order of what?" Although the goblin couldn't see his face, he could imagine the angry expression that must have been under that mask, and it excited him. This compelled him to laugh even more as he was in love with the feeling of getting under people's skin. The goblin began to cackle even more loudly to the point where people from the outside can hear him. Ha 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 ha. Good luck, Spider-Man. You'll see what happens when you play the hero. You will see what happens when you continue to spread your bullshit self-righteous ideas. They all want to see you fail. They all want to see you fall. And they will. Norman's yelling caused the guards to come in and ask the two spiders to leave as they messed with a panel on the side of the room. Wait. I'm not done with him. Spider-Man shrugged off both guards before walking back up to the glass. Don't forget your pictures. The goblin teased as the guards began pilling in to pull Spider-Man out. Let go of me. Spider-Man shrugs off the officers once more, this time much more aggressively. The officers started to grab their weapons until Yuri walked in and stopped them. Give him a minute. Just one. She commanded them, causing them to lower their weapons. They all exited the room, leaving Spider-Man and his partner with the prisoner for just one more minute. Tell me what you're hiding, Norman. Spider-Man's voice was venomous as he demanded answers, however, his demands were futile. You'll see soon enough. Here. The goblin slid the papers into the slot. Eren reached inside, however, the goblin began to toy with him and pulled on the paper playfully. This frustrated Spider-Man and he began to tug-o-war with the goblin from the other side of the glass. Once his guard was down, the goblin bent over and chomped down on Spider-Man's hand, somehow biting hard enough to break through Spider-Man's costume and draw blood with his teeth. Ah! Spider-Man shouted as he recoiled backward, paper in hand, saying nothing as he stared at the goblin. The goblin spits the blood out of his mouth before he began to giggle gently. Spider-Man looked at the men with a disgusted glare before turning around and leaving the room with Silk. However, the Green Goblin still had one last thing to say. See you soon, Parker. His cackle became much more antagonistic by the second as the spiders walked out of the room. Spider-Man didn't react at all to the catcall, however, he was furious internally. Chapter 76, Cursed Maze. Christmas music filled the cold, winter air in New York as Harry, Lily, and Eren stood outside an ice skating arena, waiting for it to open up so they could watch Cindy Moon perform at her recital. It was Christmas Day, one that Eren would be spending with his friends, with his family, for the first time after his mother's death. It felt good to go out in the snow and enjoy a hot chocolate with his friends. For the first time in a while, things seemed to be looking up for Eren Parker. He was truly happy, as bright as can be as he spoke with Harry and Lily about what was to come. Eren's smile however did fade once he thought about Cindy. I hope she's feeling all right. Eren looked around at the decorations outside as he said this. There were Christmas lights, miniature Christmas trees, and gingerbread aesthetics all over the venue, really setting the tone. She seemed really nervous. Did she? She seemed so confident when we dropped her off earlier today. She's always been good at hiding her nerves though. Harry added, having his arm wrapped around Lily Hollister. She's probably nervous because it's the first time we'll see her perform. I'd be nervous in front of my friends too. Lily told the two boys. Yeah, that's what she said. I believe in her though. Eren smiled confidently. He was certain that Cindy would perform perfectly, he had faith in her. As they chatted, the doors to enter the venue opened, and patrons were allowed in. Once in the building, Eren, Harry, and Lily all took a seat in the reserved section that Cindy was able to get for them. These seats were extremely close to the action. If they wanted to, they could reach over and grab the ice in front of them. Eventually, the performance began. The entire cast was wearing Christmas-themed clothing, such as Santa, elf, snowman, and reindeer costumes. They were each doing spectacular flips and spins while in costume to the beat of the music. Fake snow fell from the sky during the performance, making the production feel even more professional. Toward the end of the show, Cindy, wearing a Mrs. Claus leotard, along with 5 female elves, skated to center stage. Eren, Harry, and Lily all cheered loudly to support her. She looked over at them, smiled, and waved before putting her serious face back on in an attempt to focus, an expression reminiscent of Silk herself. Christmas music started playing as she and the 5 elves began their routine. Together, with Cindy leading the pack, the group began skating gracefully with their arms extended. They then broke up into pairs, performing duo tricks with each other perfectly without any mistakes. After several duo tricks, they came back together and lifted Cindy in the air. She extended her arms and legs out as if she were soaring through the sky. The elves set her down before backing up, leaving Cindy at center stage. She began performing a solo routine. The music playing during this moment was elegant and angelic as she started to move like a goddess. Eren was mesmerized, feeling butterflies in his stomach as his heart began to throb for her. He couldn't believe that she was able to move her perfect body in such a way while on skates. Cindy continued her elegant dancing before backing up toward the corner and then speeding forward, gathering momentum. Unconsciously, Eren sped up his processing speed using Godspeed as she began her ascent. In his head, she slowly leapt into the air and spun gracefully 7 times before landing on one leg, arms extended. The entire crowd erupted at the amazing display as Cindy waved to her friends and fans while taking about half of a lap around the rink. After relishing in the applause, Mrs. Claus and her elves returned backstage as the spotlights turned off. That was sick. Harry exclaimed, pumping his fists as if he just witnessed the most exhilarating thing in her life. It was beautiful. Eren added, wishing he could go back and experience it for the first time again. Your girlfriend really is amazing. Lily teased Eren, bringing a slight smile to his face. Yeah, she really is. Eventually, the recital ended. Eren, Harry, and Lily waited for Cindy outside once the venue was cleared out. After a while, Cindy came outside wearing a jacket over her costume with a huge smile on her face. She ran up to the group and immediately hugged Eren. Ah. I was so nervous. But I'm glad I was finally able to perform for you guys. She told all three of them, her face resting on Eren's chest. That was impressive. 7 twirls, huh? Lily said that's unheard of. Eren told her, rubbing her head as it continued to rest on his chest. Yeah, I forgot that I'm not supposed to use my powers, but I got too excited and let a little loose. Wait, you didn't practice that? It was just improvised. Harry had an expression of shock on his face. MHM. She answered cheerfully. I almost always stop at 4 during practice. My coach was shocked. I'd be shocked too if my student was breaking records. Eren teased her before checking the time on his phone. Flash's party is about to start. Wanna head over? Yeah. MHM. Let's go. The three of them walked a few miles to a separate ice skating rink, one that was used for the public rather than for shows and was also outdoors. Flash had rented it out and invited people from their old high school and ESU students. Unlike how Eren felt about the Halloween party, he wasn't too bothered about going to this event. He was nervous since he didn't know how to skate at all, but Cindy promised to teach him. If anything, he saw this as an opportunity to get closer to Cindy and learn more about one of her favorite hobbies. Once the quartet arrived at the rink, they were spotted by Flash and Gwen, who skated over to greet them all. Hey, guys. Flash seemed happy to see them, which was strange to everyone considering how they all felt about each other about a year prior. Yo. Hey. Hi. Hey. Flash looked at Eren, smiling due to the boy always having that same expression on his face as always. Eren, you're so stiff, man. Loosen up a bit. For once, Eren actually smiled back at Flash. It was small, but it existed. Perhaps the Christmas spirit got to him. I know, I'm just nervous. I've never done this before. Eren admitted, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. I'm more into activities where my feet are planted. I get it. I didn't know how to either, but Gwen showed me the ropes. Flash wrapped his arm around his girl and she rested her head on his shoulder. Yeah, Cindy is basically a professional, so hopefully she'll rub off on me. Cindy seemed a bit embarrassed hearing him say this, but she might as well have been due to her spider powers enhancing her abilities. I hope so too, man. Anyway, the skates and stuff are over there. Flash pointed to the kiosk for gear on the far side of the rink. See you guys out there. Flash and Gwen skated away together. The group sort of laughed seeing Flash stumble before using Gwen to catch his balance. The group of 4 eventually got their skates from the kiosk and were all geared up and ready to go. Harry and Lily immediately took off together, both showing that they had some experience. However, Eren and Cindy stayed at the edge of the ice. After fighting an electric man, a man shooting vibrated air, a vengeance-driven teenager, a water monster, giant lizards, a sorcerer, a metal octopus, and a goblin, Eren Parker found himself more nervous than anything in his past. At least with Spider-Man stuff, he was confident, but this was on a whole new level for him. Don't be shy. Cindy teased him, grabbing his hand and pulling him further into the ice. Thanks to his spider powers giving him improved balance, Eren was mostly able to glide forward with no issues as he held Cindy's hand. See? You're doing great. She told him, smiling up at him as the tip of her nose was turning pink due to the freezing air. Eren smiled. She's so beautiful, he thought to himself, really taking a moment to look at his partner's perfect face. Cindy could tell he was thinking really hard about something, so she sort of laughed before questioning him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She asked him. Nothing. Just admiring the view is all. Eren told her, smiling softly as the two continued to drift forward. Cindy let go of his hand, causing Eren to sort of stumble before she teased him from afar. You're just trying to get on my good side, aren't you? That's not gonna work. Cindy was smiling playfully as Eren continued to regain his balance. I was serious, he told her, shuffling his feet before he was eventually able to stand on his own. Aha, he told her, standing up straight on the skates while drifting forward at a snail's pace. Aha. I'm not very impressed, Mr. Parker. Actually move and I'll consider maybe letting myself be wooed by your efforts. Bet. Watch this. Eren told her before shuffling his feet back and forth, not at all using the skates in the way that he was supposed to. However, his imperfect strategy was working and Eren eventually ended up in front of Cindy, wrapping his arms around her and holding her close. The two of them laughed with each other as Eren quipped to her. Impressed yet? He asked her, beaming happily down at her while continuing to admire her beauty. I'm so impressed right now. She told him. That was the greatest technique I've ever seen. Her saying this made Eren smile, however, she wasn't done teasing him yet. Is what I would say if I were teaching toddlers. Huh. Eren grabbed her tightly and started to horse around with her in his arms. Cindy couldn't stop laughing as the two of them began losing their balance. Eren, wait. Cindy shouted, trying to keep her balance. We're gonna dash. Before she could finish, the two of them fell on their behinds together on the ice, sliding a bit until their backs hit the wall softly. The two of them laughed with each other for a bit until Eren once again was stunned by looking at her face, doing nothing more than grinning softly at her. Did I ever tell you about the day I fell for you? Eren asked her, holding her hand tightly as he continued to marvel at her cuteness. That was sudden. Cindy laughed. No. There's a specific day. Cindy tilted her head, trying to remember when the day could have been, but her mind drew a blank. You probably don't remember this, but back in 4th grade, Flash walked over to me and started messing with me. As usual, right? He roughed me up or whatever and then he took my pudding cup and began eating it in front of me with just his mouth like an animal. I couldn't do anything about it, he was just gonna jump me with his stupid friends if I did. I couldn't fight 5 kids at once. After they left, I just sat there, staring blankly at the empty pudding cup in front of me. I would have cried, but I was already desensitized to the bullying at this point. Suddenly, I felt your presence next to me. You were the first person to ever even acknowledge my existence at this new school. As Eren spoke to Cindy, she could feel his warm emotions overwhelm her own due to their powers synchronizing. His blank face was always hiding these feelings and emotions that were locked on the inside, so it was a complete surprise to her just how passionate these feelings were for her. It was mostly my fault since I didn't really seek out forming new relationships with people after my dad died. I was afraid that one day, I'll just end up losing them too. For some reason though, at this moment, I didn't want you to go. I was so scared. I don't know why but I was afraid for some reason. As Eren continued to speak, his hair faintly started to blow upward as it does when he enters ultimate Godspeed, though it did not change color. Cindy was about to stop him, however, she was instantly transferred into the memory with him, reliving it at the same time as he did. Just like many times in the past, Eren was experiencing a memory, but he unknowingly brought Cindy in with him. It was unknown if this was due to his own powers, Cindy's, or perhaps it was because of both of them combining into one. Regardless, Cindy was able to experience the moment along with him. The two kids were sitting at a blue lunch table inside their elementary school's cafeteria. The children all around them were rowdy, laughing and playing while enjoying their lunch with their best friends, while Eren remained isolated with Cindy joining him. The child version of Cindy reached into her lunchbox and pulled out a fresh pudding cup. It was the same vanilla flavor as Eren's that was stolen from him. Here. I grabbed an extra spoon and we can share. Her radiant smile basically spellbound him. He took the spoon from her hand and she opened up the pudding cup. She patiently waited for Eren to eat out of it with his spoon before getting a spoonful for herself. Flash is a big meanie. He's not so tough, I bet if he didn't have all his stupid friends with him, we could beat him up. She held her little fist in the air as she said this. Eren stared at her blankly before letting out one single chuckle. She looked over at him and saw that always hidden, bright smile of his. She was likely the first person to see him smile, besides his mother, in years. She smiled back at him as the two continued to eat the pudding together. I'm Cindy Moon. What's your name? She looked over at him curiously. The spoon was still hanging from his mouth as he responded to her. Eren Parker. The experience ended, and both Cindy and Eren were brought back to reality. Eren seemed to have not noticed what had just happened, likely due to this happening to him so often that he'd forgotten that this wasn't a normal thing. Cindy realized that the people that were in front of them were still in the same positions as they were before, as if they weren't moving at all during that entire time. Did time just stop? She looked up at Eren's face, noticing that he looked as if what had just happened was normal as he continued to speak. Of course, that was just me being a child, right? I was like 8 or 9 years old, I can't really say I really loved you back then, but I sure thought I did. It might sound weird but I always kinda watched you from afar. I wanted to approach you again after that but I was too scared. We didn't really start talking to each other until our senior year of high school when we had the same class together. I was so happy when I saw you in class on the first day of school, I knew you had already forgotten about me because you had no reaction to me. I was used to that though. Once I saw how smart you were, On top of you still continuing to be such a kind person to me, I started falling for you for real. Around the time I got my powers was when there seemed to be mutual feelings between us. I didn't notice back then of course because I'm stupid, but I couldn't be with you for so long because of complicated things. I wanted to keep you safe. She could sense every single emotion he felt for her, knowing that all of his words were completely genuine. It made Cindy feel as if her heart could burst at any moment. After all those complicated things, I finally have the girl I've wanted for so many years. I don't want anyone else, I only want you. That's my point. Sorry for the long tangent, I just dash. Cindy grabbed Eren's face with both hands and kissed him on the lips. A tear fell down from her face as her psychic powers finally allowed her to understand him so much better. His feelings of love, fear, guilt, and all of the other complicated emotions he felt but could not fully describe to her were transferred over to her, showing her exactly what he really felt. Eren could feel her tears on his face, confused as to why she was crying. If anyone should be crying, he thought it should be him. She pulled away from him, still holding his face with tears in her eyes. She was having an emotional overload, but he didn't seem to understand why. What's wrong? Eren was growing concerned due to her strange behavior. For a second, he thought he did something wrong, but then why would she kiss him if that was the case? I love you, Eren. Her gentle voice whispered to him. Eren wasn't aware of the intimate interaction that he had just created between the two of them, so her saying that out of the blue was a surprise. I love you too, Cindy. The two locked lips once more. The moon and its reflection rested directly on the ice beside them, making their special moment all the more beautiful. Meanwhile, at Rikers, Norman Osborn looked out of his cell window at the moon in excitement. This is finally the night when his plan would finally commence. After getting the things he needed to be brought to him by his underlings, as well as having Spider-Man's blood, he was now able to create his new formula. He held the syringe up to his arm and slowly injects himself with his new globulin green. Aya! Ha 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 ha! He screamed in agony, which then turned into a pleasure-filled cackle. His skin began to turn green and his body mass quadrupled in size, transforming him into a massive goblin around the size of the Incredible Hulk. He had horns on the top of his head, a red eye like a demon, and sharp teeth that looked as if they could easily pierce flesh. His power dampeners, which were custom-suited for his old self, break off of his neck, freeing him from his bondage. Ah ha ha ha. His laugh, now monstrous, echoed throughout the facility. Unknown to everyone at Rikers, as well as the city. Chaos was coming. Chapter 77, Riot. Heh. You hear that loony basket? What a freak. Two guards were patrolling the second-floor catwalk in the prison block where Norman Osborn was being held. Upon hearing the goblin laugh, they stopped in front of his steel door and made fun of his psychopathic cackle, unaware of their fate. I wonder what's so funny. Why don't we give him a little checkup? The other guard walked over to the steel door, grabbing the handle slowly. He wasn't aware of the monstrosity on the other side, feeling his presence and waiting to turn him into his first victim. The man screamed as he was grabbed by the skull by a single hulking green arm, piercing through the steel door as if it were a paper wall. His partner's eyes widened, fearing the unknown beast that just kidnapped his partner. The inside of the cell was completely dark. From the outside, the men could no longer see his partner or the beast that took him inside of the abyss. Ayah! The blood-curdling screams of his partner could be heard, sending a shiver down his spine. Simultaneously, a fiery glow reflected off of his eyes, causing the man's entire body to freeze with fear. The room continued to illuminate orange until the screams inevitably died down and ceased completely. The room was silent. The officer stood still as if he were a deer staring at the headlights signaling its death. His partner's body burst through the door, breaking it off of its hinges completely. His body was then seen bending itself over the railing next to the lone officer. He looked over at his partner and saw nothing more than an unrecognizable charred mess. His skin was completely melted and his bones were visible beneath what was left of his melted skin. The officer looked back at the cell, trembling before the unknown. Through the debris, he saw nothing more than the massive silhouette of a beast and a singular glowing red eye. The beast took one step forward, causing the floor between the two to tremor. The officer finally snapped out of it and pulled out his weapon. Stop right there. Or I'll shoot. The officer was still trembling as if he were in a blizzard, the adrenaline in his body was overwhelming him. He could still see the silhouette, unbothered by his threat as it took another step forward, revealing more of itself to the victim. Ha! The monster took a breath, illuminating his face with fire, showing his fangs, his green reptilian skin, and his devilish smile. His body language and confident face dared the men to shoot him, knowing that something as weak as bullets would do no harm to him. The men took the dare and began emptying his gun at the beast. Each bullet bounced off of the monster, doing absolutely nothing to it. Tears streamed down the man's face as he hopelessly attempted to defend himself, knowing his efforts were becoming more and more futile by the second. He kept pulling the trigger until a dreadful sound signaled him to stop. The man's six-shooter was no longer loaded with ammunition, the clicking sound marking his death. The silhouette stepped from the debris and the smoke, showing his massive green body and his hideous grin. His red eye stared into his next victims as he continues to step forward. Frozen, the man allowed himself to be grabbed by the throat as he was lifted up off of the ground. The green goblin brought the man's face to eye level before opening his mouth, which began to glow red like a stove heating up. The man wriggled in a useless attempt to break free, his imagination filling in the blanks for what is going to happen next. Please. Aya. Fire spewed from the goblin's mouth, completely engulfing the man's body and face. The man's skin started to melt and his bones began to turn to ash. Unlike his partner, the man was cooked thoroughly until there is almost nothing left of him. Officers from all around the massive cell block began firing at the monster, each bullet causing absolutely no damage to him. In fact, the violence fueled him, causing him to smile eagerly before he began his counterattack. He held out his hand, forming a fireball before looking up at a female officer on the catwalk above him. She stopped firing upon seeing his gaze meet hers, dropping her gun while turning her body as if she were trying to escape. Before she could even move more than an inch, the green goblin threw a fireball at her torso, completely melting her upper half and blowing a hole through it. She stood in place for a few seconds, looking down at the hole in her body that showed nothing more than her charred spine. She then fell to the ground, dying almost immediately. Seeing this, the rest of the officers stopped firing and began to scatter in different directions. The mayhem, their fearful screams, and their cries fueled the goblin even more. This was everything that the green goblin, being stowed away inside of Norman Osborn's brain, had ever lived for. The bastard Norman held him back for years, but now he was in full control. The prisoners from inside their cells watched the violence with awe, cheering at the free entertainment as if they are transferred back in time and watching the violence within an ancient Roman Colosseum. The green goblin leapt up to the third floor of the cell block, landing in front of three officers that were making their way to the stairs in order to escape. Standing in front of them, he chuckled as a shit-eating grin formed across his repulsive face. He raised his hand, filling it with fire, before fire punching all three officers in one attack. Like a skewer going through meat, his arm penetrated their bodies, allowing his arm to come out of the other side of the third cop. Their organs sizzled due to the heat of the attack, slowly fading as if the sound was signaling their souls leaving their bodies. He looked down at the officers below him as he pried one of the corpses from his arm. After choosing his target, a larger officer who was fitting for his first practice throw, the goblin ignited the dead body and threw it at the officer like an MLB pitcher. He hit the officer, lighting him ablaze, and causing him to fall down the stairs and land on his comrades. This started a chain reaction of officers catching on fire, rolling around in an attempt to put it out, and running frantically in fear. Strike one. The goblin pumped his fist as if his sick acts were something to be celebrated. Taking another corpse, he did the same thing, this time hitting two targets with one toss and starting another chain reaction. Strike two. After another celebratory cackle, he looked down to see officers making their way toward the exit, piling up like animals in an attempt to squeeze out of their one tiny door. The monster laughed once more, enjoying watching the cattle beneath him fear him as he pulled the last body off of his arm. Like a pitcher, he once again threw a body, but this time hitting the door and igniting the control panel and a few of the officers nearby. The door malfunctioned and closed, causing the rest of the officers to stop and begin slamming on the door in an attempt to get help from the other side, but to no avail. The ones at the front, near the spreading fire, attempted to run away, but the fire caught up to them and ignited them. At this point, the smell of flesh was taking over the air, causing the green goblin to take a deep breath to take it all in. After he's had his fix, the goblin jumped down, landing in front of the officers as they cowered in fear. Without saying a word, the goblin opened his mouth and shot out flames like a flamethrower, cooking all of the officers like roasted marshmallows. In the control room above the cell block, the officer inside was frantically attempting to inform the other cell blocks of the attack inside of the facility. As he spoke on the intercom, he could do nothing but watch as his comrades were slaughtered like animals. He looked down at the goblin and immediately dropped the phone as their eyes met. The goblin continued to grin, grabbing a corpse from the ground and throwing it through the window of the control room with incredible force. He hit the officer, sending him backward toward the emergency evacuation button and opening all of the cells in the cell block. All of the cells begin to open, releasing all of the inmates from their shackles and allowing them to exit their cells. The goblin stood in the center as all of the inmates escaped from their cells. They all approached him, smiling and showing their appreciation for their savior. Once the crowd was full, the green goblin scanned the room and began to speak to them. The heroes like the Spider-Man, Silk, and even the ones who can't be bothered with this hellhole of a city like the Avengers, don't realize the monsters that they created. They fly around the city like gods, looking down at people like you as if you were nothing. Throwing you in this hellhole because they view themselves as so high and mighty, so far above people like you, that they refuse to kill. How about we show those heroes what happens when they underestimate you? Show them why being a hero with their insolent values will only lead to more pain. Killua. The crowd cheered, buying everything that the crazed goblin was spewing at them, failing to notice that he himself doesn't even view himself as one of them. In actuality, he was disgusted by their lack of intelligence and impressionability. He too saw them all as beneath him, however, he would still use them to create mayhem. First, we take Rikers. Kill every single last one of them. Then we go to the mainland and show those hero-loving imbeciles of New York what their heroes really do for them. Third, we kill the Spider-Man. The last line caused the crowd to erupt. Most of them were captured by the spider, so now was their chance for revenge. There were even a few familiar faces among them. The Shocker, the Chameleon, and Tombstone were standing on the third level looking down at him with cold stares. They had no interest in joining in on his mayhem, but if it meant they'd be able to escape, they'd follow his rules. The Green Goblin then led them through the facility and repeated what he had just done in every single cell block. After an hour, the entire population of Rikers prison had taken over. Some chose to stay, ruling over the prison as if it were a kingdom of their own, while others chose to flee the island and come back to the mainland. The Goblin, of course, chose to go to the mainland to cause the most mayhem and kill Spider-Man with his own two hands. Although this isn't the way that he wanted to do it, his son working with him, as well as the new hero Silk, put a wrench in his long-term plan. However, he was almost certain that he would win this time. The largest prison break in history has happened tonight as Norman Osborn led a riot, leading to the deaths of almost every single officer within the facility. Those who aren't killed are being held captive and used as tools for inmates to make requests for money or to flee the country. The city is being completely overrun by prisoners. Where are the Avengers? The Fantastic Four? Anyone? Even Spider-Man and Silk, please do something. Save us all from Dash. A news reporter was speaking into a broadcast to break the news to the people of New York, however, she was interrupted by something. The men of the hour, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, burst into the room. Her eyes widened before she looked into the camera to say her final words. He's here. The Green Goblin is at the ABC News. The Green Goblin grabbed her by the face, holding her up before leaning down and talking into the camera himself. Spider-Man. This message is for you. You were so afraid of being the monster. Yet, here you are letting the real monster walk free. See what happens when you play the hero. Lying to yourself that you're any different from me. Claiming you're better than us because you choose to be the better man. The lie ends tonight. The blood of these people is on your hands. Once I've had my fun, you and your pretty little doll of a girlfriend will be next. The broadcast ended, leaving the fate of the news station up to the imagination of those who are watching. Chapter 78, Play the Hero. What do you want to do for your birthday tomorrow? Cindy asked Eren as the two of them held hands while skating on the ice beneath the beautiful moonlight. I don't know, honestly I'd rather do something small like dinner or something. My social battery is kinda drained right now. As Eren said this, Harry Osborn skated toward the two of them with Lily's hand in his. He had a panicked look on his face as he called to his friends. Eren. Cindy. My dad. He just killed all of the employees at ABC. Every single one of them. As these words left Harry's mouth, the sound of police sirens began to slowly grow louder. A car full of Riker psychopaths was being chased by officers. Both the thugs and the police were firing their weapons at each other with the intent to kill. One of the Riker's thugs landed a lucky shot, causing a police car to explode, starting a chain reaction of multiple cop cars blowing up in the street. The four teens looked at the explosions in awe, as one of the exploded vehicles began to roll at them at a speed where they could barely even process what was happening. Without thinking, Eren grabbed all of his friends before sprinting across the city. Eventually, they ended up at the Osborn residence inside their renovated spider cave. Harry, Eren, Cindy, and now Lily stood inside their hidden cave beneath the Osborn residence, all shaken up due to how suddenly everything turned around. Oh. My. God. Lily's voice and body began shaking with fear, unable to comprehend what had just happened to her. She knew about Eren's powers, but he'd never used them around her, nor did he ever use them on her. She was horrified. Okay, Lily, I know this is a shock, but we're under Harry's house right now. This is our base and you're going to be safe here, okay? After speaking to Lily, he looked over at Harry with a haunting expression. Harry, where is he? I can't dash. Harry, due to his nerves getting to him combined with the severity of the situation and Eren's angry expression, couldn't let out the information plainly. Stop stuttering and say the words, Harry. We don't have time for this. I don't know where he is now. He was at ABC 5 minutes ago. He left you a message. Harry showed him his phone. Both Lily and Cindy looked over his shoulder to watch the video with him. Spider-Man. This message is for you. You were so afraid of being the monster. Yet, here you are letting the real monster walk free. See what happens when you play the hero. Lying to yourself that you've changed. Claiming you're better than us. The lie ends tonight. The blood of these people is on your hands. Once I've had my fun, you and your pretty little doll of a girlfriend will be next. I dash. Eren's shoulders dropped. His entire body language shifted upon seeing the broadcast. The goblin was right. If Eren killed him, all of the people who died that night would have been saved. Instantly, regret, dread, self-doubt, self-hatred, and pretty much every negative emotion began to build up inside of Eren. His arms began to crackle with electricity, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. Let's go, Cindy. He walked out of the computer room and into the room where they keep their gear. Cindy could feel all of the negative emotions within him, overriding all of her own due to the aggressiveness of it all as she followed him out of the room. Once the two were geared up, Cindy grabbed onto Eren, but before leaving, Eren had one last thing to say to Harry. We need that serum. It's now or never, Harry. Eren saying this to Harry put the weight of the world on his best friend's shoulders, but it was the push he needed. Harry nodded. I understand. Bursting out of the spider cave, Spider-Man and Silk made their way toward the news station. Eventually, they found the Green Goblin in the middle of a street, standing over a charred corpse that was presumably caused by his hand. Surrounding Norman was pure mayhem. Buildings were on fire and Riker's inmates were running the streets freely. Gunshots and screaming could be heard just as loud as their own thoughts. Damaged vehicles and dead bodies littered the streets. It was unadulterated chaos. Norman. Spider-Man's voice was filled with anger, sending a chill down Silk's spine upon feeling the hatred behind it firsthand. Despite him wearing that red and blue costume of a hero, he might as well have been wearing that all-black costume from his past, as his past self was beginning to reveal himself once again. Norman's not here anymore. Parker. The demon laughed, almost causing the air around him to shake due to its force. Before acting off of impulse, Harry informed Spider-Man of what he was dealing with. Okay guys. I've seen footage and it looks like he can shoot fire now and his strength looks to be on par with the Hulk or something. It's insane. Please be careful. Harry watched a clip of the goblin ripping a bus in half with his bare hands, horrifying the boy by showcasing such incalculable strength. There was one thing that Cindy and Eren had practiced together during their training, a technique that Eren discovered when they were sparring by accident. Spider-Man placed his hand on Cindy's shoulder, sending his energy into the Spider-Matter costume that he made for her after she damaged her old costume. Like a battery, Silk's costume had become filled with Godspeed energy, though that energy would come and go very quickly. Just like Spider-Man, Silk had a blue aura around her body, putting herself in a pseudo ultimate Godspeed form. She didn't have the year of experience that Eren did, so she couldn't hold it for long, but she practiced enough to know she could hold it for about 10 minutes. She could feel the energy coursing through her, almost overwhelming her, but she could handle it. Let's go, she told her partner before the two of them dashed forward at the beast in front of them. Both spiders flashed over toward the Green Goblin, throwing a punch of their own at the monster from the front. Both spiders created a shockwave due to the strength of their punches, sending the Green Goblin spiraling backward into an empty vehicle, destroying it into nothing more than scrap metal. The goblin was able to quickly get back up, however, the spiders were just as quick, dashing up to him like streaks of lightning before unleashing powerful strikes at his body. To anyone watching, the Green Goblin was being struck by a constant stream of blue energy, however, from Eren and Silk's perspectives, they were landing target strikes on the villain. Eren, opting to use his fists, delivered plenty of powerful blows to the Green Goblin's face and body, causing him to stumble backward with each strike. Simultaneously, Silk was delivering high-speed kicks using what she'd learned in her Taekwondo class. Both spiders reeled backward, charging themselves with energy before simultaneously releasing their attacks. Spider-Man sent a haymaker to the Green Goblin's face while Silk delivered a might Spartan kick to his chest. Once again, their joint attack created a shockwave, sending the villain backward and crashing into a coffee shop. The spiders dashed forward and Silk began firing her webs at the beast to lock him down to the ground. Meanwhile, Spider-Man leapt in the air, shooting his webs on both sides of the Green Goblin before slingshotting himself downward, slamming both feet down onto the monster's face. Suddenly, Spider-Man began firing off a barrage of full-powered punches at the monster's face, preparing to take him down once and for all. These punches were incredibly fast, but also, incredibly powerful. Creating shockwaves with each strike as Spider-Man could hear the Green Goblin's skull cracking with each punch, as well as the floor beneath him. However, the Green Goblin seemed to be enjoying this, smiling and laughing as Spider-Man continued his onslaught while creating a crater beneath the goblin due to how much force he was using. Ha 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 ha. Is that all? This is the amazing Spider-Man's full strength. Enough holding back. If this is all you heroes have to offer, how about I show you what my new body can really do? As he spoke, his body began to tremble, not due to the pain, but due to his body overflowing with his own power. Silk and Spider-Man's eyes widened after this proclamation, holding back. They both thought to themselves. They were using everything they had to try and take the nightmare down, yet, he was acting as if they weren't doing anything but massaging him. The Green Goblin continued to tremble, triggering both Silk's Silk Sense and Spider-Man's Spider Sense, warning them both to get the hell out of there. Both spiders leapt backward out of the coffee shop, giving the monster some space before all the energy building up within him started to release. His body exploded with bright, raging flames, sending the two spiders sliding backward even further due to the pressure being released from it. As the pressure ceased, the two spiders glanced up at their opponent, now transformed into even more of a monster. The Green Goblin slowly stepped out of the coffee shop, laughing menacingly with each step. He was covered in an almost golden flame aura, fundamentally contrasting Spider-Man's blue aura. He stood facing them with a disgusting grin on his face. As he exhaled, flames expelled from both his mouth and his nose. Intense steam, presumably evaporating the sweat coming off of his body, could be seen as it made its way up into the atmosphere. Let's kill each other right here. Although, I believe only 2 of us will be dying today. Without any hesitation, the 2 spiders dashed over to the Green Goblin and began repeating the same onslaught of attacks using their combined super speed. This time, however, the punches did absolutely nothing to the goblin as this state either turned up his insanity, strength, or both. He laughed before enveloping his fists in his flaming energy as he punched both of the spiders away with ease as if they were literal bugs, knocking them into an empty restaurant behind them. Both spiders were surprised and aching as they landed next to each other in the wreckage. How did he get so strong? Silk groaned, lying on the ground next to her partner. I don't know. Spider-Man muttered, getting back on his feet. But I can still beat him. Spider-Man, seeing a piece of metal on the ground, grabbed it and shrouded it with Godspeed energy before quick-stepping out of the building toward the Green Goblin, stabbing him in the chest with it. The piece of metal dug deep inside the goblin, yet, it seemingly did nothing to him as the metal rod began melting due to the goblin's heat seeping from his body. The Green Goblin grabbed Spider-Man by the wrist, and meanwhile, Silk busted out of the building, sending a full-powered kick to the Green Goblin's face. This kick did nothing to the monster but make him chuckle. The Green Goblin then delivered an incredible punch to Silk in the chest, sending her flying in the opposite direction, coming to a rolling stop like a rag doll up against a parked car. Spider-Man couldn't believe his eyes. The goblin was making short work of them as if they were toys. He attempted to punch the goblin with another useless barrage of punches with his free hand, but the goblin grabbed him by the face and started crushing his skull with a single hand. At this point, neither speed nor strength was good enough to face the monster. The Green Goblin looked up at the sky and noticed a plane flying by. He then looks over at the One World Trade Building and smiled as a disgusting thought appeared in his brain. How about we repeat some history together, Parker? Chapter 79, Recreating History. How about we repeat some history together, Parker? As the goblin taunted the hero, his hoverboard appeared out of nowhere, and he jumped on it with Spider-Man still in his grasp. Immediately they begin flying up into the air together toward the plane. Seeing this, Silk started running up a nearby building and webbed herself to the Green Goblin's new glider. This caused him to nearly lose his balance as he continued flying upward. Ah, so Ms. Moon wants blood on her hands too. That's fine by me. The goblin continued flying the 2 spiders upward until they were above the clouds and at the same height as the plane. We have an unidentified object in the skies. One of the pilots talked into his radio upon seeing the silhouettes of the 2 fighters in the distance, along with one hanging from beneath them. The co-pilot squinted as he noticed it as well. What is it? He asked, leaning closer to the window before speaking once more. Are those people? Wait, it's dash. Before he could finish that sentence, the flaming body of Spider-Man crashed through the cockpit. What would you like? One of the flight attendants who was passing out drinks asked one of the passengers. The passenger was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie. He rubbed his chin before giving his answer. Give me a Fireball whiskey. As he said this, Spider-Man's body, still covered in the Green Goblin's flames, crashed through the cockpit and into the passenger's cabin. His body rolled into the walkway of the cabin, nearly hitting the stewardess in the center. The pressure of the outside of the plane began to suck the air out from the cabin, sending drinks, phones, laptops, and any other small object out through the front of the plane. Spider-Man shot up, and the flames on his body began to die down as he fired webs toward the people who were not wearing seatbelts. He could feel the plane quickly losing altitude as every single person on the plane started to panic. Their screams, cries, and prayers began to overwhelm Eren. From one of the passengers' windows, he could see Silk attempting to climb up onto the Green Goblin's glider. Spider-Man was beginning to feel overwhelmed, unable to think due to all the mayhem. Unable to take it any longer, he screamed. Everyone shut up. This caused the entire plane to stop panicking at the same time. Once he had all of their attention, he spoke to them all calmly. Put your masks on. Help people who need help with theirs and calm yourselves. I'll fix this. The people followed his orders, putting on their masks and helping the children and elderly put on theirs. How are you gonna fix this? One of the first-class snobs asked him. I'm working on it. Just, shut up, okay? He flash-stepped into the cockpit and began talking to the pilots. The wind being sucked out from the front nearly muted his voice as he screamed to them. Can you guys fly this thing still? No, the engine is fried and the wings are severely damaged. We're headed straight for the One World Trade Center. The pilot could barely speak due to the severity of the situation. If I were to pull on the wings from the roof, do you think that'll work? Spider-Man spoke quickly, awaiting a quick response. He looked out of the window and sees that the plane was headed toward the city at a rapid speed. Maybe but dash, before the pilot could finish his sentence, Spider-Man leapt out of the window and swung himself to the roof of the plane. He tried to contact Harry through his mask, but due to their altitude, he couldn't get through to him. Damn it. Next to the plane, he could see the Green Goblin and Silk fighting on top of his glider. Knowing that a fall could result in her death, Silk was on the defensive, dodging the Green Goblin's strikes as his hot aura nearly blinded her. She looked over at her partner and tried to speak to him. Don't worry about me, I'll dash. As she spoke, the Goblin punched her in the face, sending her flying backward. Before she could hurl back down to the earth, she webbed the Goblin's glider and yanked him down toward her. This caused them both to fall out of view of Spider-Man. Knowing he had to act fast, he stood at the center of the roof and webbed the right wing using both of his hands. He grunted, causing a vein to pop out of his forehead as he began steering the plane to his left. Rayag. The plane began to slowly tilt, flying away from the direction of the One World Trade Center. With his other hand, he webbed the left wing and began pulling up in an attempt to gain altitude. The strain on his muscles could be seen as they bulged outward and his costume began forming around them. From inside the One World Trade Center, people began to panic, afraid that the tragedy from 2 decades ago was about to repeat itself. One of the workers in the building stopped and looked at the plane, spotting Spider-Man as he steered the plane in the other direction. Look. It's him. She pointed at the top of the plane, causing a few of her co-workers to stop and take a look as well. Due to his sheer strength and determination, Spider-Man managed to turn the wing enough to allow the plane to barely miss the building by a few inches. Not this time. He shouted as the plane continued to narrowly miss the building. The few people watching from inside the building and the passengers on the plane let out sounds of astonishment due to the impressive feat. Now close enough to the city, Harry's voice could be heard through Eren's mask. Eren. Can you finally hear me? Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Holy shit. Where do I bring this thing? Where's an open field? Ah. Harry's keyboard clicking could be heard in the background as he attempted to pinpoint a location. The park in Greenwich. It's east of your current direction. About 2 miles. Understood. Spider-Man began leveling out the plane and directing it toward the park. After a few minutes of piloting, he could see the park in the distance. However, he could also spot a large number of people in the park below. They attempted to move out of the way, but due to the speed of the plane, not all of the people were able to get out of the way in time. As soon as the plane touched down, he leapt off it and entered his ultimate Godspeed form. As if the world slowed down, he landed and began sprinting toward the helpless civilians as the plane followed closely behind him, kicking up dirt and grass as it dug into the earth. He grabbed a child who was starstruck by the moving plane and his mother trying to save him and pulled them to the side. Another woman was seen trying to outrun the plane. He shot a web at her, using it to pull her out of the way before running back toward the plane, spotting an old man walking his dog. He grabbed the little Shih Tzu dog with one hand as he grabbed the old man with his other hand and dragged him out of the way. The final group of civilians appeared to be a family of 3. He spread his arms wide as he sprinted toward them, embracing them all with his long arms before pushing them to the side at a safe distance from the crashing plane. Now that everyone on the ground was safe, he leaped onto the nose of the plane which was sliding into the ground, and leaned back on it, using his feet as brakes. He began webbing random objects such as trees, poles, gazebos, and anything else that can help him stop the momentum of the plane as he used everything he had to bring it to a complete stop. At this point, the aircraft was about halfway through the park and if it made it to the other half, it would crash into buildings and the traffic on the street. Not wanting that to happen, he screamed due to the immense pain and strain that he was putting on his body. However, this pain meant nothing to him as long as the people on the plane were safe. As he tried to prevent the chaotic crash from happening, a few of the objects that he had webbed snapped. However, the plane still began to slow down as it approached the other side of the park. He continued shooting out webs to gain more resistance, causing the plane to slow down even more. The plane was finally coming up on the street, and people with self-awareness began exiting their vehicles and attempting to get out of the way. Spider-Man dug deeper, using all of the muscles in his legs and back to push back on the plane and all of the muscles in his arms to tug and grip his webs. Just before hitting the street, the plane came to a complete stop, barely causing Spider-Man's leg to tap the vehicle in front of him. He let out a sigh of relief before falling onto his hands and knees next to the plane, breathing heavily as that took a lot out of him. Eren. Are you okay? Holy shit. Harry was in disbelief at the strength that he had just witnessed firsthand through Eren's eyes. He knew Eren was strong, but to stop a plane with just his body was insane. I'm fine. The hero caught his breath before standing back up and walking over to the side of the plane. He yanked the emergency door from its hinges and jumped into the cabin of the plane. As soon as he entered, they began to cheer and applaud him. He waved at them slightly but cut the celebration short. Knowing he didn't have the time, he silenced them and made sure everyone is okay. Is anyone injured? Does anyone need medical treatment? After scanning the plane and seeing that everyone was somehow safe, he exited the plane. Being so distracted with Eren's feat, Harry failed to notice that Cindy was no longer holding her own against the Green Goblin. In fact, it was turning into a one-sided beatdown. Eren, you need to get to her fast. She's in serious trouble. Without another word, Spider-Man dashed forward, using everything he could to get to Silk in time. Chapter 80, The Death of a Hero. The Green Goblin slammed Silk's face into a brick building, breaking the entire wall down as he still held her by the back of the head with a forceful grip. Without Eren there, she couldn't beat the Green Goblin with this much strength. It was impossible. The energy that Spider-Man lent her had long run out, leaving Silk to have to fight this new and improved Green Goblin via her own power. However, nothing she tried was working. Grabbing her by the leg, the Green Goblin slammed Silk onto the ground, causing her to hit the pavement face first. The Goblin laughed, holding the nearly unconscious girl up to his face with a grotesque smile. He was enjoying this, killing her nice and slow as she was doing to him back when they fought in his lesser state. Once again, he slammed the girl down, this time slamming her body into the hood of a car. As soon as her head hit the vehicle, the world around Cindy Moon began to spin. It felt almost as if she had a concussion, though she wasn't sure since she'd never experienced one. Once again, the Green Goblin laughed at her and taunted her. Without borrowing Parker's power, it seems you're useless, he told her before throwing her across the street into another parked vehicle. Cindy tried to get up out of the wreckage, but before she could do so much as push her own body weight up, she was grabbed by the throat by the Green Goblin. As she struggled to breathe, the Green Goblin thought this would be the perfect time to do his villainous monologue. Cindy, 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 such a shame. You know, Norman really liked you. You and that Parker boy. He saw the two of you as like how one would see his niece and nephew. He was thankful that his son Harry found two friends who could be a good influence on him. Keep him out of trouble, keep his head in the books, you know. The Green Goblin took his finger and removed Cindy's mask, revealing her pretty face beneath it. You're also quite the looker too. The Green Goblin gave her a disgusting smile before continuing. But, because you and Parker want to play this hero bullshit, I have to remove you from the picture. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Harry when the two of you are out of the picture. Stay away from Harry. Silk mumbled, still being held by Green Goblin helplessly. Oh. And if I don't? Then what? What'll you do to me? The Green Goblin tightened his grip on her neck before getting real close to her face with his. Choose your next words wisely, as they'll be your last. Or else Spider-Man is gonna beat your ass dash. As Silk said this, the Green Goblin scowled intensely at her. Having had his fun with the girl, the Green Goblin decided that it was time to finish her off. Opting to crush her throat with a single hand. Cindy's knees hit the ground. However, she was still breathing. In fact, her breaths were harsh as she tried to regulate her breathing beneath the Green Goblin's hulking figure. She looked up, seeing Spider-Man punching the Green Goblin in the face, charging his fists with Godspeed energy. Despite how powerful the attack was, the Green Goblin still held his ground, despite dropping Cindy Moon to the ground. Well, if it isn't Dash, the Green Goblin threw a powerful punch at Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man simply ducked under the Green Goblin's fist. Spider-Man, the Green Goblin finished his sentence as his punch whiffed. Spider-Man, with his arms glowing brightly with Godspeed energy, delivered an uppercut to the Green Goblin's chin. This time, the Goblin stumbled backward, receiving a quip from Spider-Man to harden the blow. Thanks for reminding me. My punches hit a lot harder like this, don't they, Norman? Even at your full strength. Spider-Man, using his maximum strength, struck the Green Goblin in the nose with his fist with so much power, he created a shockwave that destroyed the windows behind the Goblin. However, the Green Goblin simply stood his ground, causing the fiery aura around him to shine even brighter than before. I never said that was using my full strength. His flame aura expanded, this time radiating about 3 feet away from his body. Due to its sheer force, Spider-Man and Silk were sent backward as they were before, looking forward with fearful eyes. The flames of the Green Goblin reflected off of Spider-Man's lenses as the men continued to heat up. Harry. Spider-Man spoke into his comms. Is the cure ready? Now would be a good time. Spider-Man helped Silk get back on her feet as they watched the Green Goblin continue to power up in front of them like a shonen antagonist. Harry. Spider-Man repeated, getting no response. Harry. You there? Yeah, I'm here. Harry Osborn soared through the air clumsily as he rode on a glider of his own. He was wearing an all-black outfit, including what appeared to be a bulletproof vest and a black mask that covered half of his face. The top half of his face was covered by a visor, which was equipped with multiple gadgets, as was his glider. He figured, if he couldn't get bitten by a spider or take a serum like his father, he'd just do what other billionaires did. As Eren said, Iron Man doesn't have powers. Harry thought to himself, trying to calm himself down as his life was in a lot of danger at the moment. He didn't take any type of serum, so he was just a normal young man at that point. His glider was far different from his father's. Rather than flying horizontally like a Segway, this one flew in a vertical orientation like a snowboard. No way. Eren whispered to himself as he watched his friend haphazardly glide through the air on his glider. Harry. Cindy was in disbelief. Get him, babe. Lily took Harry's place as seer back in the base, speaking through the comms of the whole team. She was the one that gave him that final push to get out there and help despite his self-doubt, and so, he did it. Harry kept this project to himself, only revealing it to Lily just a few moments prior, but it was then the time for him to reveal it to the world. Before his father could let out a reaction, Harry pressed a button on his glove and began firing bullets out from the bottom of his glider. These bullets, however, weren't just any ordinary bullets, they were designed to kill Avenger-level threats. Impossible. Howard Dash, the goblin, tried to blindly block the bullets from hitting his body, but his attempts failed as the bullets passed right through his arm. Your own invention, father. Harry swooped around, still firing bullets at his father from his glider. His confidence was clear, the moment that he'd been waiting for after finding out his friends were heroes had finally come. This time, he was the hero. Remember those bullets that S.H.I.E.L.D. approached you about? His father began blindly throwing fireballs at him, but he dodged them clumsily. Silk began webbing the goblin down in place, preventing him from continuing to attack. Seeing what Harry is trying to do, Eren jumped up onto the board behind Harry and began charging the board with Godspeed energy. Spider-Man doesn't use guns, however, he tested how his powers interacted with them before and he figured out he could transfer his Godspeed energy into them and boost their bullets. As he did this, the gun beneath Harry's glider began firing electric bullets at a blitzing speed, tearing holes into the green goblin as if he were made of paper. They wanted you to make them in case the Hulk went rogue. Yeah, well, guess who's also a big ugly green monster? Once the board ran out of ammunition, Harry clicked his palm, causing a blade to form at the end of his board. Since Eren was attached to him, the blade began to glow with Godspeed energy. Harry sped up his board and sent himself toward his father, stabbing him in the chest with his board as both he and Spider-Man jumped off of it. Eren landed on his feet while Harry rolled on the ground, being caught by Cindy before he could roll too far. You think these puny blades can hurt me? You foolish boy. The goblin laughed blindly at the seemingly futile attempt. If this was all his son had to offer, he still hadn't lost yet. No, but those aren't normal blades. They're coated. Coated with a cure that I made myself while these guys were out fighting crime. You'll be going back to normal soon. Father. He frowned underneath his mask and glared at the goblin with confidence. He felt like a genius and no one could tell him otherwise. All these years, his father denounced the boy by giving him many labels. Incompetent. Stupid. Useless. Waste of breath. Unworthy. Weak. But at this moment, he finally was able to prove the men wrong. No. You, Aya. The goblin's body began to bloat as he spoke, glowing brightly from every single orifice of his body, spewing flames and unknown energy. I won't let you. This wasn't in any of the tests. Harry flipped his visor down, which had a biometric scanner inside of it, and began scanning his father's body. No, no, no. Harry stared anxiously at the readings through his visor, never having expected things could go this wrong. Oh my god. Eren could also see the readings through his own mask, he couldn't believe what they were showing. What is it? Silk, out of the loop, stared at the two boys. Their shocked voices and expressions filled her mind with dread. She could feel Eren's fear due to their connection, causing her to feel terrified herself. Without saying a word, Spider-Man wrapped his arms around the green goblin, feeling his own body begin to heat up due to the goblin's flame aura before sending the entirety of his Godspeed aura down to his two legs. He'd need to go much faster than Mach 3 for this. He'd need to run faster than he'd ever run before. Spider-Man took off, pushing the green goblin with him as they began heading toward the coast at an extraordinary speed. What is it? Silk looked at Harry with a worried glare, she could tell through his body language that this was something serious. My tests worked. I tested it on so many different subjects and it all worked. Harry stared blankly, beating himself up due to what he viewed as a miscalculation on his part. What's different? Silk asked him, still not understanding. My father, he's turning into a nuke. His body is reaching insane levels of atomic energy. He's going to blow up the entire city. Unless. Before Silk could even respond to this, Eren interrupted through their communications devices. It's okay, Harry. This is still good. We couldn't beat him otherwise. This was the best case scenario. But the city. The weight of responsibility crushed Harry. He tried to be the hero, but he felt like he was the reason that the city was now in even more danger. However, his cure wasn't what was making Norman react this way. Norman chose to turn his body into a nuclear bomb. This was his plan D. Don't worry, I'm pushing him far away, he won't be able to hurt anyone. Eren's smile could be heard in his voice as he spoke. His friends looked at each other before Cindy cried out into his ear. What about you? Silk's screams were agonizing. Spider-Man laughed a bit, finding humor in the situation to make it less dire for himself. What about me? He calmly uttered as if he weren't about to do the unthinkable. Despite the act he was putting on, he was scared. His chest felt empty, yet heavy at the same time. His heart was beating rapidly and aggressively to the point where he could feel his pulse through every part of his body. You can't handle a nuke. Drop him and run. Harry screamed. He knew what Eren was planning, but he didn't want that to happen. I can't do that. I calculated all of it. I need to get him to a certain distance. Based on my speed, I'll barely make it. At this point, Eren had reached the ocean with the Green Goblin. The Goblin did nothing but laugh as his body continued to bloat to the point where he couldn't move. What are you saying? Tears were falling down Cindy's face as she cried out to her first love. She knew what he meant, but she was in denial. She didn't want to lose him, not now, not on this day of all days. Things were going wonderfully, especially after their touching moment on the ice rink. She couldn't let him die. She was going to spend the rest of her life with him, she was certain. I'm taking him down with me. Eren put on a voice of confidence, yet he was scared to death during these last few moments. Cindy could faintly see through the facade and feel his terror. No. Cindy fell to her knees. Harry dropped down to her level and placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her as Eren continued to speak to them. Cindy. Harry. Even Lily, if you want to be the team's new seer, I'm leaving the city to you. This time for real. You can't do that. I'm nothing without you. I can't fight by myself. Cindy cried, creating small wet spots on the concrete with her tears. Up to this point, a lot of her success as a hero was because of him. Even outside of being a hero, he was the one who was there for her during the hardest times of her life. He gave her the love that no one else could give her, and she couldn't see herself going on without him. You can, Cindy. You have Harry now. You saw how cool he was, right? From here on out, you two will be the duo that protects New York. Harry. Protect her. If not, I'll kill you. Eren grinned slightly as he said this, though it was nothing more than a solemn one. Right. I'll do it. Harry hid his tears and grieving expression beneath his mask and spoke to his best friend confidently. He was going to keep that promise if it was the last thing he did, at least, that's what he told himself at the moment. Watch over them both, Lily. Don't take the job lightly. I'll do my best, Eren. Lily spoke tearfully through their comms. I'm almost there. This is it, guys. I love you. And I'm sorry. Eren could hear Cindy's cries, causing him to cut off his communications device as he continued sprinting on the water. He couldn't bear to hear them any longer. He reflected on his actions as a hero and thought of his parents. This is it. It was a good run. Those three can do just fine without me. I hope I at least can be with my family once again. If they're watching right now, I hope I made them proud. No matter where anyone was in the city, the explosion was clearly visible and they could feel the earth tremble. He'd made it to just the right distance to where no damage was caused to anyone from the explosion. Both Cindy and Harry stared at the explosion, illuminating their tear-filled eyes. Cindy, still on her knees, was barely able to comprehend the mixture of emotions that overwhelmed her. Harry, knowing he had to be a man and keep his composure, comforted her. Although he tried to hold them back, a waterfall of tears fell quietly down his face. I can't sense him. He's gone. He's really gone. Cindy was trying to the best of her ability to try and find a trace of Eren's soul, but she couldn't. It was all blank. Harry looked through his visor at Eren's feed, as did Lily through the seer's computer, and saw nothing but static. He was gone. Spider-Man has gone missing after he sent the Green Goblin into the ocean in order to save the city. Chris, the boy that gave Eren the drawing, looked at the TV in his living room with tears in his eyes. He began crying in his mother's arms. She comforted him, holding back tears herself as the man who saved her son was gone. The Goblin has also been reported missing or dead after releasing a nuclear explosion from his body, presumably blowing both himself and Spider-Man to nothing. Back in the Spider Cave, Lily watched from one of the monitors, absolutely heartbroken as she watched the broadcast. She wasn't as close to Eren as the other two, but he was still one of her closest friends. Riker's prisoners are still running rampant throughout the city, as well as other criminals coming out of the woodworks after realizing that the hero can no longer stop them. The Future Foundation was still keeping tabs on the city during their absence. The family gathered around, watching the broadcast and seeing that their extended family member was gone. Uncle Eren. Valeria cried out to him, thinking about the promise he made to her and how he wasn't able to keep it. Silk and the hero, referring to himself as the new Goblin, riding around on a device similar to the one that the Green Goblin used, is trying to mitigate the damage, but it is barely making a dent in the mayhem. Spider-Man was a true hero. Unfortunately, it took us all too long to find that out. Felicia Hardy stared at her TV with a bittersweet expression. It pained her to know he was gone, but she knew that if he were to die, this is the way that he wanted to go down. As a hero. Hundreds of people gathered in Times Square and watched from one of the giant screens as the newscast ended. The hero that went underappreciated by many, but was beloved by just as many, was gone. The clock struck 12 a.m., marking the transition into the next day, December 26th, Eren Parker's birthday. And on that day, Spider-Man was declared dead. His death rippled through the city of New York, breaking the hearts of many. Cindy Moon. Harry Osborn. Lily Hollister. Felicia Hardy. The Future Foundation, seeing the news off-world. Cameron, the boy he saved from jumping. The mother he spoke to on the night of the lizard attack. Chris, the boy that gifted him the drawing. And the thousands of other people whose lives he impacted in the year he was a hero. Chapter 81, Harry the Hunter, Harry. After the death of Spider-Man, a metaphorical shockwave struck New York and the citizens within it. Crime rates skyrocketed since the main threat to all criminals was no longer looming. Although Silk and the new Goblin were around and did a decent job at sending prisoners back to Rikers, they didn't provide the same amount of protection throughout the city as their late leader. Harry Osborn, his best friend, and behind-the-scenes aide, took Spider-Man's death to heart. He blamed himself for everything that happened. For a while, he didn't believe that Eren was actually dead. He thought that maybe he was still out there somewhere and was waiting to be rescued. He spent months looking for Eren's body, but couldn't find even a single scrap of his costume. He began obsessing over what went wrong with the serum and why his father's body reacted in the way that it did, but he could never find the answer. The phrase, "I'm leaving the city to you," repeated in his brain over and over again. The weight of responsibility suffocated him. He wanted to fill in the role of his friend and become the new protector of the city, but he was scared. He wanted to take the new serum that he created, but he feared the results that would happen if he did. Would he lose his mind like his father? Would he explode too? Those questions replayed in his mind and he couldn't find the answer. Shortly after Spider-Man's death, Harry ended up reopening Oscorp for business, rebranding it, and creating a tech industry that focused on helping people and preventing the Rikers incident from happening again. He donated a lot of his fortune to repairing the city and creating greater defensive measures at Rikers prison. The officers became equipped with power-dampening weapons, as well as the bullets he used to take down his father. Along with those things, they were equipped with armor that his father developed, and now the entirety of all cell blocks are equipped with power-dampening technology that covered every last inch of each block, even if the inmates escaped from their cells. However, donating money and technology wasn't enough. That wouldn't fix the problem of violence running rampant throughout the city. Cindy seemingly retired from being a hero after the death of her partner. She kept up the heroism for a short time before inevitably calling it quits due to having developed a sort of mental instability. Cindy and Harry didn't talk much afterward despite Eren's wishes. Harry still kept tabs on her to make sure she was okay, but their friendship and partnership as heroes struggled without their leader as the glue to keep them together. As he was reopening Oscorp, he stumbled upon one of his father's contacts. The name of the contact was Kraven the Hunter. He did his own research and found out that this man is one of the greatest fighters and hunters in the world. Rather than taking the serum and suffering from possible side effects, he decided to contact the men and train under him. The men refused at first until Harry offered him an almost unfathomable amount of money, which caused the men to change his mind in almost an instant. Oscorp would remain operational and run by Bernard, Harry's butler, while Harry maintained contact with him from across the world. For the next year, Harry would train under Kraven the Hunter and learn how to fight without the help of any artificial serums. On the day that the two men agreed to meet, Harry landed in a helicopter in a remote forest area in Russia. Being in a forest in the middle of nowhere, all Harry could see for miles were trees and mountains. Harry stepped off the helicopter, wearing a white t-shirt and tan shorts, and began looking around until he spotted Kraven the Hunter near the landing area. Harry was shocked at the physique of the famous hunter. Kraven towered over him with his fur coat and tiger-printed pants. The man had a smirk on his face, staring down at Harry with a devious expression. The man spoke to him in a heavy Russian accent as the two shook hands. "So, child of Osborn, you've come here to become great fighter like Kraven the Hunter, eh? What makes you want to become fighter?" "I used to work for Spider-Man." "Have you heard of him?" "Yes, I've heard of Spider. I've always wanted to hunt him for myself but never had chance. Your friend was killed by your father, right? That is good origin story, I must say. Craven laughed as he said this, but stopped due to Harry's cold glare. Of course, a simple glare didn't scare Craven, but it did intrigue him. It let him know that this rich boy was very serious about this. Yeah. He told me that I needed to protect the city while he was gone. I want to respect his wishes. I also want to clear the Osborn name and atone for what my father did. I dreaded being an Osborn my whole life, but I realized recently that being an Osborn doesn't mean I have to be like my father. I want to change what being an Osborn really means. I want to change my city and the world. Craven glared at Harry with his arms crossed and a look of interest on his face. Quite big aspirations, pretty boy. Learning to fight will get you all of this. Son of Osborn. No, but it will allow me to do the things that money can't fix. I can donate to all the organizations I want, but unless someone brings these guys down in the only language they know, which is violence, then I can't change anything. Harry's continuous look of determination continued to intrigue the hunter. Through his few meetings with Norman, he didn't expect this from his heir. Interesting. I will have you know that my training is going to be the hardest thing you will do in your life. Is this something you are prepared for? Yes, sir. I've been useless my whole life. I understand how hard this will be, but I'm ready. Harry was confident, however, he truly didn't know the grueling tests ahead of him. Okay, we will start first test now. Follow me. Craven gestured toward his new student before walking deep into the forest. As the two walked for what felt like hours, Harry kept asking how much longer it will take until they get to where they needed to be, but Craven refused to answer. Eventually, the sun set, causing the forest to become completely dark. As Harry followed behind the confident stride of Craven the hunter, he began to hear the sounds of animals lurking within the forest, stalking them like prey. Here. Craven handed the scared boy a spear of his own and a torch. You see that mountain over there? You shall climb. This is first test. Pass and I train you. Craven pointed over toward a mountaintop in the distance. At the top of the mountain, illuminated by moonlight, there was a skull-shaped cave, most likely being Craven's training grounds or headquarters. After Harry looked over at the mountain, he glanced back over at his trainer. However, Craven the hunter was gone. Hello. Craven. Hello. Harry began to frantically run through the forest in an attempt to catch up with Craven, however, he had no clue where the hunter went. This was all part of Craven's training, he intentionally left Harry there while he was distracted to test his determination. If Harry could make it to the mountaintop by himself, he would prove himself worthy of Craven the hunter's training. Once Harry realized he is alone, he stopped in his tracks and sat down on the floor. He began to stare at the ground lifelessly, lost in thought. I didn't think he was just going to throw me at the wolves immediately. How the hell am I going to make it there without any type of training? As he sat on the ground, nearly defeated, he heard something in the trees above him. He looked up into the darkness, seeing nothing. He could feel his heartbeat begin to speed up. His fight or flight was starting to activate. Knowing this was something dangerous, he gripped his spear tightly as he continued to scan the trees above him. There was nothing but silence, a very brief silence that felt like an eternity in Harry's head. To his left, Harry heard the sounds of ruffling in one of the trees. He quickly shifted his body to face it, spear in hand, and made eye contact with a lynx on one of the branches. Holy shit. Harry's entire body began to feel an overwhelming amount of fear. He wanted to run away, but he thought of Eren at the moment. You want to be a hero or not? Now's your chance. Eren's voice told him. Knowing the only answer, Harry planted his feet and pointed the spear at the lynx. Come on. Attack me. He screamed, taunting the lynx to come at him. He was scared to death at this moment, but his body was seemingly acting on its own. He once again found himself feeling what Eren and Cindy talked about. The hungry feline stared back at him. It hadn't eaten a full meal in a day and it had just found the perfect feast in front of him. Taking his challenge, the lynx lunged down at him from the tree branch, extending its claws and opening its mouth in an attempt to rip out his throat. Harry's body acted on its own, clumsily dodging the strike and allowing him to counterattack. As the beast landed, he stabbed down toward it, but it was too fast for him. The cat lunged at him once more, going for another attempt at a killing strike. Harry blocked this attack with his spear, placing it between the teeth of the beast as it continued to try and devour his face with its sharp teeth. The beast's claws began to scratch his chest, causing him to yell in agony as it ripped his t-shirt apart. He extended his arm forward, no longer allowing the beast to claw at him as it simple-mindedly continued the strategy of trying to bite through the spear. In a bind, Harry couldn't move without risking his face getting chewed off by the lynx. He checked his surroundings and sighted the torch on the ground that Craven gave him, still lit. With his foot, he reached out to the torch, accidentally kicking it even further. You fucking idiot. His inner voice scolded him as he continued to try and reach for it while holding back the beast. Eventually, his foot reached the torch and he began dragging it back toward his body. Knowing he only had one shot at this, he gripped the center of the spear with his left hand, allowing the beast's teeth to gnaw on his fingers. He grabbed the torch with the other and stabbed the lynx in the face with it. He continues to press the torch into the lynx's face, causing it to cry out in anguish. As he burned the lynx's face off, he stabbed the lynx in the body repeatedly with his spear. Rag. Ah. Die, you bastard. Fuck you. Harry screamed as he continued to stab the feline, losing himself in the moment, taking the life of something larger than a bug for the first time in his life. Craven, silently standing on a nearby tree, watched the boy with a smirk on his face. It seems the son of Osborn does have the spirit of warrior. After he watched the boy stare down at his dinner, he leapt from the tree and headed toward the Skull Mountain where he would wait for the boy to complete his task. After 2 days of fighting forest predators and doing his best to survive on his own in the wilderness, Harry found himself beneath the mountaintop cave. His clothes on his body were rags, and the remnants of his shirt hung off of his shoulder, flowing in the wind as it revealed what was underneath. His body was wrapped in a makeshift bandage, presumably made from the ripped pieces of his shirt. His face and body had dry blood and cuts all over them. Knowing that this was his last test, he clenched his fist and began climbing the mountain. Using his spear to stab into the soft dirt spots on the mountain, he climbed using the last bit of energy he had left. He hasn't eaten in 12 hours, but he knew his trainer must have something for him at the top. Using ropes and rocks that were extending from the mountain, he kept climbing until he found himself hundreds of feet in the air. He looked down at the fatal fall beneath him, causing his heart to sink to the depths of his body. Despite his fear, the boy continued to climb. He'd come too far to quit now. By the time he was nearing the top with only a few feet to go, so he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Be calm. This is just like Shadow of the Colossus. You've played it 50 times. He climbed the last few feet before he placed his hand at the top of the mountain and began pulling himself up. His weight then caused the part he was holding to collapse, causing him to lose his balance and begin to fall from the mountain. Before he could begin his descent, Craven reached out to him and grabbed his hand, smirking at the boy from above. You've passed the first test. Now we start real training. He pulled Harry up the cliff and gestured toward the rest of the dimly lit cave, only being illuminated by torches going along the walls. There were statues of tigers at the end of a cave as well, brightened by more torches. There was a mat on the ground, presumably made out of what looked like leopard skin, with a small table near the statues. Craven led Harry over to it and the two knelt face to face. Craven handed over a bowl of some sort of liquid as he sipped from his own bowl before speaking. I didn't think you would make it this far. I thought you'd curl into ball and cry like the other rich boys in an unknown place. What's this? No food. Harry stared into the bowl in disappointment, looking at his own depressed face through the reflection in the liquid. Herbs. They make you strong. Like me. They'll give you all the nutrients you need. If you want food, you'll have to hunt yourself. Craven continues to drink the herbs as he speaks. Harry was skeptical, but he drinks from the bowl regardless. It tasted like shit, but he was craving any sort of sustenance that his body could take in at that moment, so he consumed the entire thing. Little did he know, these special herbs would make him stronger and faster than any regular human. These herbs were similar to the heart-shaped herbs of Wakanda in that they grant the user strength and agility. However, it wasn't a one-time thing like the Wakandan herb, these needed to be placed into one's daily diet in order for the effect to take place. If he continued taking these herbs for decades, as Craven has, he'd be able to match his strength. For the next year, Harry Osborn trained harder than he'd ever trained for anything in his life. His whole life all he ever cared about was girls, partying, and hanging out with his friends. He never had a true passion until the moment his best friend died in front of him. Every single day, Harry had to hunt for food for both himself and Craven, learning how to use his senses to properly stalk his prey. He started small with rabbits and other small game before he was able to kill larger beasts such as tigers and bears toward the end of his training. Along with hunting, he was forced to spar with Craven daily. Craven made sure to do anything it took to best Harry, even if the tactics were dirty. Throwing dirt in Harry's eyes, teasing him, bringing up his personal shortcomings, and things of that nature were all used to show him that fights are never fair. The winner of the fight is not always the one who is best fighter. It is the one who does what it takes to win. This was the quote that Craven recited each time Harry lost, followed by himself gloating. Unless you are me, of course. Then you are always best fighter. With each fight, Harry could feel himself growing stronger. Due to his training and the special herb diet changing his body, he was slowly coming closer to the strength of his teacher. After the training had been completed, he only had one thing left. He had to fight Craven and prove himself worthy to go back to his country. Craven usually held back when training Harry, but for the final test, he claimed that he'd use his full strength. Of course, Craven was far stronger than Harry, so he would secretly hold back during their fight, he just wanted to make sure Harry was giving his all. On the day of Harry's final test, the two men stood shirtless in ankle-deep water, face to face in front of a waterfall. They both were holding nothing else but a spear in both hands. Harry looked like a completely new man. His now scarred body was covered in muscle, a far cry from the scrawny playboy that once stepped foot in the Russian jungle. He wore fur clothing below his waist from the skin of the animals that he had killed during his training. His confident and happy-go-lucky expression that used to be plastered on his face was now gone. He was serious about this fight. This was his ticket to finally going back home to New York. He missed his girlfriend, Lily Hollister. He missed the food, clean water, and air conditioning. Even though he and Cindy didn't talk much after Eren's death, he missed her too. Son of Osborne. Are you prepared for real battle with me? Craven asked him. He was serious as well, wanting to truly test Harry before he returned home. Harry truly surprised him over this last year. He thought he would quit within the first day, but Harry was a formidable hunter, worthy of being considered his student. I'm ready. Harry gripped his spear tightly, intending on winning this fight. He wasn't aware that Craven would hold back, so to him, this is a fight against the legendary hunter to his fullest. Chapter 82, Noise, Cindy. Cindy Moon, the girlfriend and crime-fighting partner of Spider-Man, took his death just as badly, if not worse than the Osborn child. Not only did she blame herself, but the feeling of being useless began to eat her up from the inside. She tried fighting crime by herself, with Harry's help sometimes, but things weren't the same. Every time she put on her suit, she could feel nothing else but dreadful guilt. Eren's face and his voice would appear before her as if his spirit haunted her. For months, she tried to use her sense to track down his body, hoping that he was somehow alive, but she couldn't find him. Cindy was struggling to cope with not only losing her little brother, but the men she planned on spending the rest of her life with within just months of each other. Cindy was spiraling into a deep depression. A depression that was holding her back in every single aspect of her life. Her hobbies were no longer existent. That beautiful, bright smile of hers never saw the light of day. Her grades began to slip. Silk was starting to disappear. Harry left her a text message saying that he was leaving for a year to train and get stronger. He told her, remember what Eren said. He's leaving the city to us, right? So I'm going to train with this guy from Russia. His name is Craven the Hunter. By the time I come back, I'll be so much stronger, then I can respect his wishes. Besides, I can't be by your side if I'm weak, right? Reading his message, Cindy remembered her promise to Eren. She looked around her room, seeing the disgusting mess that built up during her long-lasting episode of depression, and realized that this was no way to live. Harry suggested she go to therapy. He even offered to pay for her sessions with the guy who he used to go to after his mother died. Wanting to change and get better, Cindy decided to go through with it. And so, a few months after Harry left on his trip, Cindy Moon found herself standing outside of an office door with the name Dr. Beck plastered onto it. She was nervous, however, she was ready. The door was cracked open, so Cindy knocked lightly before entering. Ms. Moon. Come on in. A man with slick-back hair, glasses, and a beige coat opened up his office to let Cindy Moon enter. She nodded, entering the room as he held the door open for her. Go ahead and have a seat. The therapist pointed over to a corner of the room with two sofas perpendicular to each other with a coffee table at the center of it. Cindy obliged, sitting on one of the sofas. The doctor sat at the other one, crossing one leg on his lap before speaking to her. Good afternoon, Ms. Moon. I'm Dr. Beck. How are you doing today? I'm okay. Cindy couldn't even look up at him as she spoke. He studied her body language closely, taking mental notes as he analyzed her. Okay, let's try this. Tell me how you feel on a scale of 1 to 10. As the doctor asked her this, he pulled out a notepad and clicked his pen before writing something at the top of the page fairly quickly. I don't know. 5. Cindy saying this triggers the doctor to write on his notepad quickly once again before putting it down and looking at his client with a slight welcoming grin. All right. What brings you here today? Ms. Moon. Cindy sighed, barely even knowing where to start, before venting out to him. I don't know. I think I've been depressed ever since my boyfriend and brother died. My brother was only 14 years old, he just started high school. He was my best friend in the whole world, I loved him so much. I wish I spent more time with him, but I was so busy with college and my job that I started seeing him less and less. Now he's gone. After my boyfriend died, not too long after, I felt so useless. My boyfriend meant everything to me, he was my other half. The night he died, we had such a beautiful moment with each other, I truly felt what it meant to love someone. I truly felt what it was like to be loved by someone. I loved him for so long, and hearing him say it and explain why to me, I was so happy. Cindy paused, trying to hold back the tears. She began to choke up, barely able to speak as she remembered that dreadful day of her partner's sacrifice. Then he gave his life to protect me and all I could do was stand there and watch. The tears she once held back began to flood her face as she continued to audibly weep. I let him die. I should have died in his place. I'm nothing compared to him. This was the first time that Cindy had spoken to anyone about losing Eren. She could feel the weight of it all begin to lift off of her chest. I see. Dr. Beck formed a diagnosis in his head before asking more questions to confirm his theory. I'm sorry to hear that. That's a lot for you to go through at such a young age. After the event, did you feel any type of physical changes in your body? Headaches. Cindy nodded, sniffing through her tears before answering his questions. Yeah, I've been having headaches every day, especially when I've been thinking about them. I can't sleep because of these thoughts and the headaches too. One time I don't know what was happening but my heart started racing really fast and Cindy tried to speak but her own emotions interrupted her, causing her to cover her mouth with her hand to prevent her from weeping. It's okay, Cindy. Take your time. Dr. Beck looked at her sympathetically. It pained him to see someone as young as her feel so much pain. She wiped her tears and continued to vent to him. My chest started to hurt and the events kept replaying in my head. I started throwing things, I don't know why but I was so angry at myself. Cindy began to speak passionately about the situation as tears streamed down her face. Dr. Beck continues to look at her sadly. What's wrong with me, Dr. Beck? Why am I going crazy? She looked up at him with a face soaked in tears, begging him for an answer. She couldn't tell him everything without giving away her identity but what she could tell him was only half of it. Her silk sense would often go haywire, which is what she meant by headaches. She could feel as if she could sense everything in the city at times. She would call these moments a silk sense overload. Whether it be a robbery across the city or a child feeling afraid of a dog, she could feel it. She didn't understand how it works, but her psychic abilities seemed to have upgraded themselves. Perhaps due to her trying so hard to sense Eren, her senses became incredibly sensitive to the point where she couldn't even think. She couldn't sleep at night because of it, so she set up a sleeping bag inside what was once the spider cave so she can sleep in peace beneath the thick ceiling and walls. Even before the silk sense overloads, she found herself acting more violent toward criminals, nearly killing a lowly convenience store robber out of anger. This is part of the reason why she quit being a hero. She couldn't trust herself or her mental state. She became bitter and rageful. She didn't want that to interfere with her actions. As Cindy continued to cry, the doctor reached over and grabbed some tissue off of the table and handed them to her so she could dry her tears. He put his hands together in his lap before telling her what was happening to her. There's nothing wrong with you, Cindy. Everyone goes through things. What you're feeling right now is perfectly normal. What you're describing could likely be a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. This is a normal occurrence after a traumatic event, such as the death of someone close happening in front of you. It's really complicated, but one of your biggest symptoms seems to be survivor's guilt with your boyfriend's death, which has a million symptoms of its own. Upon receiving all of this information, Cindy could do nothing but stare forward as she sniffled. The doctor continued on despite her unresponsiveness. There are a few things we can do here, Ms. Moon. How long has it been? A month. Half a year. 3 months, it happened in December. She continued to wipe her face with the tissues upon giving her response. I see. It's very normal to still have these feelings for that amount of time. Grieving is part of the recovery process. I think before we try any serious treatments, such as extensive behavioral therapy or medications, we should try giving it some time. Okay. Cindy nodded, wiping her face once more. Do you have any hobbies? Sports. Gaming. Yeah, I do taekwondo and figure skating. Gotcha. Well, keep on going with taekwondo, skating when you can, and maybe try discovering other hobbies for now. We'll have weekly checkups if that's okay with you so we can see what you're doing. During this time, I want you to try and forgive yourself for what happened. It wasn't your fault. You have to accept what happened, move on and learn from it. For now, I think we've reached a good stopping point, if you agree. Cindy nodded. Perfect. I'll see you at the same time next week, Ms. Moon. Once the session ended, the two of them said their goodbyes, and Cindy headed home. Now in her room, Cindy lay in her bed, staring up at the stars hanging on her ceiling. It was around 2 a.m. at this point, but she couldn't fall asleep due to her thoughts and her silk sense overwhelming her. Help. Oh, no. It's burning. Ah. Don't jump out and scare me like that. Get out of the way. Where'd you get your license, a cereal box? Freeze. Come out with your hands up. So many different voices seemingly called out to her. She couldn't handle the noise anymore, so she headed over to the Osborne residence and used the key to the garage that Harry gave her. The noise continued all the way up until she reached the lift. She took the lift down to the underground cave, still feeling as if her head was about to explode. Eventually, she stumbled her way over to the training room and opened the door. She walks into the metallic training bunker, still feeling affected by the outside world's problems until she shut the door. Silence. No more silk scents. No more noise. Just silence. She took a sigh of relief before crawling into the sleeping bag that she had placed not too long ago within the chamber. She shut her eyes and almost immediately fell asleep, thinking about Eren. No. Cindy found herself back at the scene of Eren's death, falling to her knees helplessly as Eren sacrificed himself. Cindy. Harry. I'm leaving the city to you. This time for real. You can't do that. I'm nothing without you. I can't fight by myself. You're right. You can't. You've been a burden to me all this time. If it wasn't for you holding me back, I could have beaten the Green Goblin all by myself. It's all your fault. Eren's voice scolded her, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Right. She's useless. She should have killed him in the museum, but she's a coward. Harry looked down at Cindy with disgust written all over his face. I'm almost there. This is it, guys. My blood is on your hands, Cindy. Goodbye. Eren's voice sounded equally as disgusted as Harry's face looked. She could feel the hatred within him with each word spoken. As the bomb blew up, Cindy woke up in a cold sweat inside the combat chamber. Another nightmare. This was the 35th nightmare she's had because of the event, each one showing a distorted version of what actually happened that day. Even in her sleep, she couldn't escape the noise of her own thoughts. Chapter 83, Simple and Clean, Cindy. For the next few months after her first visit to Dr. Beck, Cindy basically lived in the training room by herself. She received a note from Dr. Beck to give to her school to allow her to take all of her classes online so she'd never have to leave. Her family, of course, assumed she was just staying at the school dorms, but that wasn't the case. By this time, the room appeared completely different. No longer was it the cold, metallic, technological room as it was before. It had the appearance of a spider's comfy home. There was furniture made of webs, decorations on the ceiling, pieces of web art that she had created on her own, and other web versions of things that you'd find in a girl's room. During her time alone in the room, Cindy found herself beginning to self-forgive. Her panic attacks became a rarity and she was able to often push away those feelings of Eren's death being her fault. She often felt bad for Harry since she'd often pushed him away shortly after Eren's death. She wanted to call him, but he cut off all communications when he went on his trip. She went from seeing Dr. Beck weekly to once or twice a month online. During this time, the two of them formed a sort of friendship outside of their client-based meetings. Cindy would often text him asking quick questions about mental health and he would give advice whenever he wasn't busy. Being close to clients was actually something Dr. Beck strived for. Although therapists aren't supposed to do that, he believed it allowed clients to be more comfortable and open up to him more, which was a win in his book. Due to their closeness, when Cindy was invited to his house party, she was more than comfortable showing up. The attire was formal and the theme was white. Apparently, he wanted to privately show off something to his guests. Cindy chose to wear an elegant white dress to the event, feeling excited to finally be comfortable with leaving the house casually again. On the day of the party, Cindy found herself at the front door of Dr. Beck's penthouse. At this point, the noise in her head was still there, however, she barely noticed it. She rang the doorbell and waited patiently for Dr. Beck to open it. Cindy. Welcome. Come on in. Dr. Beck gestured for her to enter the room as he welcomed her in. He was wearing an all-white suit since the party called for everyone to match that color. Hi, Dr. Beck. Cindy smiled as she started toward the inside of the mansion. As she enters his home, she looked at the interior with astonishment. The walls were spotless and white, giving off a sterile feeling. Please. Outside of the office, you can call me Quentin. Quentin Beck gave her a warm and welcoming smile as he spoke, making her feel at home. He then led her to the main area of the penthouse. In this area, there were about 100 people wearing white and standing around, socializing with each other. There were drinks and snacks all over the room, enough for everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content about 3 times over. For the next few hours, they all partied together until they were all disrupted by Dr. Beck walking into the room with a strange green and yellow skin-tight costume. Hanging from his back was a purple cape. Cindy's silk sense began to tingle. This time it was actual danger. She could tell by his outfit that something bad is about to happen. Not wanting to do anything rash, since she trusted him, she began inching her way toward the exit in case she needed to escape and change into her makeshift webbed costume. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all having a good time. Thank you all for coming. Dr. Beck stood in front of everyone in his strange costume with his arms behind his back. I'm so fortunate to be surrounded by such great people in my life, whether it be colleagues, childhood friends, clients turned friends, and family. My bonds with the people who I care about have caused me to want to create something that helps them and the world. Seeing the people I care about suffer because of things out of their control is the main reason why I entered into my profession. Raise your hand if you've ever wished that you could go back and change something about your past. Saving a loved one, changing your career, repairing a failed relationship, or anything of that nature. Dr. Beck raised his hand as he spoke, making others comfortable enough to raise their hands too. Almost every single person's hand in the room shot up, including Cindy Moon's. Getting the reaction he predicted, Dr. Beck continued to speak. Me too. Maybe my ex-girlfriend would give me the time of day again. He laughed a little, triggering a few people in the crowd to laugh with him. Anyway, what I want to do is give everyone the opportunity to relive those moments that they regret and fix them for themselves. If that's not what they want, then they can simply just create a version of their life in their mind and live that way. I have created something that allows for that to happen. He pulled his other hand from behind his back, showing a green vial. It looked similar to the Green Goblin's globulin green serum, causing Cindy to immediately become more alert. She continued slowly attempting to make her way out of the room, without looking suspicious. This is what I call atom gas. When a person breathes in this gas they fall asleep, similar to when under anesthesia. As they sleep, they are able to dream infinitely about the life that they wanted. It basically gives us all a world where we live our greatest dreams. The crowd looked skeptical. Cindy, letting her curiosity get the best of her, raised her hand and Dr. Beck points at her. Yes, Cindy. That sounds great. It really does. But what if, for example, you use it to bring someone back in your dream? That person isn't really there with you, right? So isn't it pointless? The doctor rubbed his chin. This question wasn't one that he had really thought about because to him, it was as if the person was really there for him. Well, you don't know that it's a fake, for lack of a better word. To you, it is real. How about I just show you all? As he said this, all of the doors and the windows become covered by impenetrable metal shields. People's faces began to panic but Dr. Beck attempted to calm them down. Don't worry everyone, this just makes sure the gas doesn't escape. I will wake you all up after 5 minutes just so that way you can experience it and let me know what you think. This was a lie, he didn't plan on waking any of these people up once they fell under. They would act as his test subjects before he commenced his true plan. That's what the purpose of this suit is. I'll remain awake so I can wake you all up. Okay. Dr. Beck put what looked like a glass fishbowl helmet on his head before speaking once more in a muffled voice. I'll see you all very soon. Dream on. Immediately, green gas began to fill the room. Cindy's brain began thinking at 1,000,000 miles per hour about what she could do to escape, but none of them would have worked. Making a mask quickly with her webs would not only show everyone her identity, but it likely wouldn't work in time, and those odds were not worth the risk. If she chose to fight and she fell asleep, there was no telling what would happen to her afterward. Before she could make a choice, Cindy fell asleep, falling down on the ground with the rest of Dr. Beck's guests. Cindy's mind and body felt as if they were falling infinitely through a tunnel of reflections. As she plummeted, 1,000,000 other Cindy Moons, dressed as silk, fell alongside her. She appeared unconscious, along with her reflections as she fell face first into the crystal clear water below her. Her face hit the water, causing her to wake up and open her eyes as she slowly sunk to the bottom. After sinking for a few seconds, she felt her feet hit the bottom of the body of water. This confused her. She was just sinking upside down, but then she was right side up at the bottom of it all. A stream of sunlight began to shine above her, causing an infinite sea of mirrors to form in front of her. In her reflection, she saw her superhero self with a pained expression. She looked at her for a few seconds before taking a step toward herself. As she stepped forward, more mirrors began to form in a circle around her. In each mirror, there was a different reflection of the following people: Eren, Harry, her parents, Albert Moon, Cindy Moon, and Silk. Each reflection stared back at her, copying her every movement with various pained expressions. Cindy looked over to see both Eren and her brother side by side, both looking at her in disappointment. Albert. Eren. Cindy reached out to them, prompting them both to turn around and begin walking away into the infinite nothingness. Wait. Cindy ran forward with her hands reaching for the two of them. As her hands touched one of the mirrors, she was transported through the mirror and into another random location. She was disoriented, but she found herself lying on her back on top of the ocean, staring at the moon. This was the same moon that she saw on the night of her final night with Eren. She leaned up to see Eren standing in the middle of the ocean facing away from her with his hands in his pockets. Cindy stood up in the water and began sprinting over to Eren, reaching out to them as she screamed his name. Eren. I'm here. Eren. Tears began to fall from her face, causing one of the tears to hit the water and create a ripple effect. As she approached her lost lover, the ripple effect made her lose balance and sink into the water before falling at full speed for what felt like a whole minute. She fell and landed feet first, finding herself at the front door of her apartment building. The world seemed normal at this point, but she could sense that something was off. Her silk sense began going crazy, just as she grabbed the door handle and turned it, only to be sent back by an explosion. As the explosion hit her face, she could hear the green goblin's disgusting cackle in the distance. Now flying backward, she felt herself falling horizontally through the city until her back crashed through a glass mirror, causing shards to fall near her face and showing the reflections of her disappointed family members. You let him die. Why weren't you there for him? Why weren't you there for me? Her brother's reflection in a single tiny shard began to fade away as it spoke to her one final time. Cindy's back hit the concrete, knocking the wind out of her and causing her vision to blur. As it cleared, she saw Harry standing over her with a disappointed glare. He's gonna kill himself because of you. Harry scolded her, wearing the all-black costume he was wearing the moment Spider-Man died. No, Harry, I'm Dash. Goodbye, Cindy. Eren's voice spoke to her through her ear as it did just before he sacrificed himself. Eren. The explosion that killed Spider-Man could be seen in the distance, picking up the water in the ocean and causing a tsunami to form over the city. The massive wave was taller than any of the skyscrapers in the city. Slowly, it began to get closer to both Cindy and Harry, destroying all of the buildings it came into contact with. Just before the water hit them, Cindy closed her eyes, allowing the water to take her away. The water froze her body, sending her paralyzed self into a new domain of nothingness. She opened her eyes to find herself inside a pure white dimension that appears to be filled with infinite light. She stood on her feet and looked around the emptiness until she felt as if it suffocated her. She began sprinting full speed through it in an attempt to escape, however, a voice calling her name stopped her. She turned around to see a single mirror. The inside of the mirror appeared to be pitch black. Cindy approached it slowly, only to find the reflection of her alter ego, Silk, on the other side. Her reflection copied her every move as she approached, the only difference being the grimace on her face. Silk? Cindy asked. Her brain couldn't even comprehend what she was seeing. Cindy. The reflection responded coldly, staring back at herself with pure hatred. Why didn't you let me kill him? Why are you a coward? He killed Albert. You're pathetic. Fix it. The reflection began to fade, causing Cindy to begin sprinting toward her fading self. Fix it? What do you mean? Cindy reached for the mirror and put her hand through it, allowing it to suck her into another random place. Good evening, Ms. Moon. Dr. Beck's voice woke her up from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a couch inside Dr. Beck's office. She leaned up in a panic before asking him a question frantically. Where am I? Was that real? Her breathing was sporadic, she couldn't tell if this was another one of her panic attacks or if the thing that happened at his party was reality. Was what real, Ms. Moon? Dr. Beck looked at her with a confused, yet curious expression as he pushed up his glasses. The reflection of the light from the ceiling blocked his eyes from her view, giving him a lifeless appearance. I was falling, and there were mirrors. I saw myself. Albert. Eren. Cindy began speaking incoherently, trying to piece together her nightmare. Do you want to go back, Cindy? Dr. Beck interrupted her. Go back. She looks up at him in fear, knowing that something about him wasn't right. Dr. Beck gestures toward the front door of his office without saying a word, prompting it to open on its own. Cindy slowly turned toward the door to look at it before quickly looking back at the doctor. He was gone. She was now all alone in the fake office. Having nowhere else to go, Cindy stood up and walked through the door and into the pitch-black darkness. As she walked into the room, the door slammed behind her, causing her to flinch in fear. Looking forward as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could see the main entrance to Dr. Beck's penthouse, however, this version of it was completely different. It was all black, stained with blood, and she could hear the sounds of people whispering in the darkness. Hello. Ahahaha. The green goblin's cackle could be heard in the darkness, prompting Cindy to sprint into it blindly. Everything was pitch black until she found herself inside the main room where the party was being held. She began to walk slowly as she saw herself and all of the others knocked out on the floor in front of her. She approached her own body, extending her hand toward her face. Before her fingers can make contact, Silk appeared behind her, wrapping her arms around her before speaking into Cindy's ear slyly. Wait. Wouldn't you want revenge first? He's in here. This stopped Cindy in her tracks. She turned around to look at Silk so she could question her, but she was gone. Ha 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 ha. The goblin's laugh shot out from the darkness once again, prompting Cindy to continue her journey into the haunted mansion. She walked aimlessly through a dark hallway as the laughter continued until she found herself in front of a door. She hesitated for a second before grabbing the door handle, turning it slowly, and opening the door. It was nearly pitch black on both the inside and outside of the room. The only one of Cindy's senses that can sense anything was her hearing as the door creaked due to her opening it. She walked into the room and continued walking for a few feet before the room is immediately filled with light. The entire room was massive, it seems infinite. She can see that the entire room was filled with mirrors, continuing the motif from earlier on in her hallucination. She looked down to see that she appeared to be standing on water and there was a reflection of Silk staring back at her from beneath the water. From the hundreds of mirrors inside of the room, distorted and disfigured versions of Spider-Man began to step out into the room like flesh-hungry monsters. She could hear the sounds of his soft flesh and deteriorating bones as each version of him began to crowd around her like zombies. The ceiling and the walls began to close inward towards Cindy as the zombies got closer to her. As if she had sleep paralysis, Cindy couldn't bring herself to move. Silk laughed as she watched her other self freeze like a deer in headlights before teasing her. This is your doing. His corpse's blood is on your hands, Cindy. You can prevent this though if you kill the goblin. The walls continued to close in and the ceiling was now at head height, crushing the tall undead versions of her partner. Their snapping bones sent chills down Cindy's spine as they continued to get closer as if nothing was happening. She had nowhere to run. The only thing she could do was allow the zombies to get a hold of her and push her to the ground. They began to dogpile onto her, not allowing her to escape. From the pile, she reached her hand out of the center, hoping someone could save her. Suddenly, she felt a hand grab her and pull her up through the horde. As she was freed from the corpses of Spider-Man, Silk looked down at her with a devilish smile. Her eyes glowed yellow and her mask was off, showing her devious grin with sharp teeth. Cindy, with her back on the ground, looked around the room and saw that she was inside the museum where she fought the Green Goblin. Both Eren and Harry stood over the unconscious body of the Green Goblin. Silk, still holding her hand, pulled her up and led her over toward the murderer of her little brother and boyfriend. She took the blade from Harry's hand and handed it over to Cindy. Cindy looked down at the weapon in her hand blankly. Silk stared at her face with crazy eyes before nudging her closer toward the unconscious villain. Both Eren and Harry looked down at Cindy with yellow eyes and devilish smiles of their own. Do it. Eren's voice told her darkly. Kill my father. Harry demands her. Now we can finally save our friend. Do it, Cindy. Silk wrapped her arms around Cindy's neck from behind as she whispered in her ear. Silk then grabbed Cindy's right hand before grabbing her left hand and putting them together to hold the weapon tightly. Cindy, now moving on her own, lifted the blade up in the air, preparing to stab downward onto the goblin. Silk whispered in her ear one last time to persuade her to proceed. Do it. Ah. Both Cindy and Silk cried out simultaneously as Cindy stabbed herself in the lower torso with the blade, sending it through both her own body and Silk's. What are you doing? Are you stupid? You could have fixed it. Her evil self scolded her violently as they both began bleeding out. Cindy smiled sadly before speaking to her other self. No, I need to accept what happened. Playing pretend won't fix the past. As Harry said, we need to move on. Eren sacrificed himself so we can be here. So we can save everyone in his absence. I need to dash. Cindy's voice cut off as her brain felt as if it were being transported through dimensions. Stop him. Cindy woke up inside Dr. Beck's home, for real this time. In her hand, she held a knife that she made with webs as it impaled her body. Due to her having the weapon in her hand during her dream, she was able to replicate it and somehow form it in reality. Causing damage to herself seemed to have woken her up from her dream. Just like that Naruto episode. She thought to herself. She pulled the blade out of her body before webbing her wound and looking around at everyone else around her. They were all asleep, however, she could tell that their dreams were peaceful based on the soft smiles on their faces. So only I was the one experiencing a nightmare. Cindy thought to herself, looking around the room for Dr. Beck. She stood up on her feet and limped over toward an open window of his penthouse. She looked outside of it to see that there was now a green fog covering the lower levels of the city. Only tall buildings, such as penthouses and skyscrapers, were safe from the gas, but it was rising. She could barely see through it, but she can see that the streets below were completely empty aside from the unconscious bodies on the ground and in vehicles. No way. Cindy whispered to herself as she viewed the dead city from above. Knowing that she was the only one who could fix this, Silk created a mask for herself using her webs, allowing her to breathe without worry. She exited his penthouse from the window and began swinging through the city, hoping that she could find Dr. Beck and put an end to his false reality. Chapter 84, Mysterio, Cindy. New York City was no longer the loud concrete jungle that it once was. Beneath the layer of gas, lay millions of New York residents, all of who were fast asleep in their own imaginary worlds. Whether it be dreaming of loved ones who've passed, dreaming of flying through the air with powers, or even simply living life as a trillionaire, all of these people were effectively living out their wildest dreams. Dr. Beck had created a serum that could influence one's acetylcholine levels when injected into them, allowing them to dream happily for eternity. Once he figured out how to turn it into a gas, he was able to release it into the air, allowing everyone to dream while also receiving all the nutrients needed through the mysterious gas. While Cindy Moon was asleep, Dr. Beck sent his gas throughout the entire city, waiting for it to slowly cover even the tallest of buildings before moving on to the next city. Dr. Beck was able to create a sort of illusionary bubble outside of the city, making it seem as if it were normal until one would step through the wall and immediately succumb to the gas. This bubble also acted as an EMP, blocking all communication with the outside world. To the outside world, New York City was alive and well, but in reality, this was far from the truth. Many attempted to investigate the city after communications were shut off, however, as soon as they entered the bubble, they succumbed to the atom gas. Silk, swinging above the silent city with her makeshift webbed suit and makeshift gas mask, frantically searched for Dr. Beck in hopes that she could stop him. Unknown to her, despite her dream only feeling like a few minutes, it was actually a week-long slumber. As she swung, she noticed a few survivors on the upper floors of skyscrapers, gazing back at her with hopeful glares as the gas continued to rise slowly. Unknown to the public and Silk, there weren't many heroes left on Earth due to the fact that there was a looming threat in space, causing S.H.I.E.L.D. to slowly phase out heroes from their home planet. The responsibility of the city rested on her shoulders, and hers alone. She could tell from up above that the gas was coming from a source and was also rising. Giving it another few days would cause the entire city to be covered in the ADMA gas. She noticed that the density of the smoke seemed to be growing thicker as she headed north, so she continued following the dense fog until she found herself near the Empire State Building. She could then see the smoke coming from the top before slowly trickling down into the city below. She approached the skyscraper and began climbing up it, looking inside to see that the gas was also unleashed inside the building, making victims out of the poor employees and visitors inside. Eventually, she found herself at the top of the building. There appeared to be a massive version of a smoke machine that one would find at a concert, spewing green gas and being guarded by a single man, Dr. Beck. Although his fishbowl helmet blocked out any of his emotions from being seen by Silk, she could tell by his body language that seeing her here disappointed him. Dr. Beck stood up, removed his helmet, and began to speak to the heroine. "I've been expecting you, Cindy Moon," Dr. Beck said softly, causing Silk's eyebrows to raise curiously. Dr. Beck laughed at her reaction softly before beginning his misunderstood villainous monologue. "My job is reading people, Cindy. I figured you were Silk after just a few sessions. I am quite a big fan of you web slingers, so I noticed the resemblance pretty quickly. After a bit of digging, I noticed a few connections between your brother and the Green Goblin, who of which also was responsible for the death of the Spider-Man, may he rest in peace. Silk also was starting to make a comeback after a few sessions. I was glad to know I helped a hero once I saw you swinging by in the city." Cindy frowned at him. She had the feeling that if she were to slip up during therapy that she might reveal too much, but she was careful during all her sessions. Dr. Beck was just too good at his job. "Aw, Cindy, don't look at me like that. Listen, I know you might think that I'm a bad guy, but what I'm doing here is helping people. I let you experience my atom gas so that way you'd understand it. I knew you'd wake up on your own. You heroes always find a way. So, let me know what you think. How were those dreams? What kind of life did you live with your boyfriend, whose name you've suspiciously kept away from me, Cindy scoffed at his self-virtuous words. She couldn't believe his arrogance as he spoke to her in such a nonchalant and condescending manner. Eren was right, these guys do all have god complexes. Cindy began weaving weapons together using her webs, which took time, so she continued speaking to her therapist as she weaved. Dr. Beck clearly noticed but allowed her to carry on due to his confidence. "Dream? You mean the nightmare?" Upon hearing her say this, Dr. Beck frowned in disbelief. Through his testing, the dreams were supposed to be positive. He'd never experienced a nightmare during the hundreds of self-trials he'd undergone. Nightmare? Wait, that's not right. Were these nightmares perhaps involving past trauma, maybe even distorted versions of yourself, friends, family, etc.? Dr. Beck's eyes were genuine. He truly didn't see himself as doing anything wrong. He thought that he was genuinely helping the girl at this moment. "Yes, but Silk tried to answer, but she was cut off by the doctor who was speaking to her as if they were in session. "That's it, then. You still have unresolved trauma, Cindy. We can fix that together, then you can dream about As Dr. Beck began going into his therapy mode, Cindy took her turn back, not allowing him to spew any more of his bullshit. "No," she yelled, causing the two of them both to stand silently for a brief moment. "I don't want your crazy gas. It's not crazy gas, it's a reality gas that changes your perception." Silk once again forced him to cut the crap and spoke over him. "I don't care what bullshit you want to call it, Dr. Beck. It's wrong. It's inhumane. Please, stop this." She genuinely wanted Dr. Beck to see the error in his way of thinking. However, in his mind, she was the one who wasn't thinking properly. "I know you've seen their smiles as they sleep, Cindy. They're happy and you can be too. We just need to put in a little bit of work. Come on. One more session'll do it." Dr. Beck extended his hand toward her, but she didn't move a muscle. No, Dr. Beck. I don't need anything else from you. I already faced my fears. I've already accepted what happened, oddly thanks to your little nightmare. I don't want to be drugged. But if you just let me show you one last time what a real dream is like, then you might change your mind. You can dream about living a life with your boyfriend, for example. You two could get married, start a family dash. He attempted to plead with her by offering her a fairy tale, but she didn't buy it and once again interrupted him from talking. But he's not there with me. Why would I want to experience that by myself? It's pointless. Silk was now visibly upset as her eyes watered. She truly wanted to experience that dream, throw away all of her responsibilities as a hero, and see her loved ones again, but she knew that if Eren wasn't there to experience it with her, she didn't want it. But you won't know. Dr. Beck was very frustrated at this point. After dedicating his life to studying psychology for over a decade, he thought that he could read people with 100% accuracy. He thought that his way of thinking and understanding the human brain was the only correct way of processing the world. He couldn't wrap his head around why Cindy was denying him. But I don't care. I'm done talking with you, Dr. Beck. If you won't stop this, I'll have to stop you myself. As Cindy said these words, she finished threading together her weaponry. In her right hand, she held a sword. On her left, a shield rested on her wrist, leaving her hand free to use for web slinging. You really underestimate me, don't you, Cindy? Dr. Beck put his helmet back on before extending his hands outward, revealing green energy from his palms. I'm not some joke that can only rely on tricks if that's what you were hoping for. And please, call me Mysterio. Mysterio's muffled voice spoke from behind his fishbowl helmet before he used the energy from his palms and feet to blast him in the air as if he were the new Iron Man. He, like Dr. Doom, studied the art of sorcery alongside his scientific studies. However, his sorcery was far less advanced than Doom's. Doom would scoff at what Beck would claim to be sorcery. Mysterio? Seriously? Silk thought to herself as she webbed the side of the building, swinging herself upward toward him. The two, now dancing around the needle of the Empire State Building, began trading attacks in this tricky matchup of abilities. Mysterio attempted to shoot his energy beams at Silk, but these attacks were easily blocked thanks to her web shield. In retaliation, Silk attempted to shoot webs at Mysterio, using her free hand, but he blocked them using a circular green shield that appears to be formed in a similar fashion to Doctor Strange. Both knowing that a ranged battle wouldn't work for either one of them, Silk bounced herself off of the needle while Mysterio dashed toward her using his beams for momentum. The two clashed in the air, giving Silk the upper hand as she began slamming Mysterio's head with her weapon. His helmet was strong, barely getting scratched from the attack, but it didn't seem unbreakable. After a few strikes, Mysterio grabbed her sword-wielding hand and shifted their body weight so that Silk was the one falling first toward the green gas below. Using his hand beams, he shot Silk in the chest, sending her flying at high speeds down toward the ground, blowing a hole through the green smoke behind her before disappearing into the green gaseous abyss. Dr. Beck sighed, looking down at the dense smoke sadly as if he had won so easily. I'm sorry, Cindy. As those words left his mouth, 5 webs attached themselves to his fishbowl helmet, pulling him down into the dense fog below. His helmet protected him from the gas, however, it was so dense due to it being so close to the source that he couldn't see a thing as he plummets downward. He tried to rebalance himself using his beams, but his body crashed into a traffic light, which caused him to flip backward and hit the ground face first. Mysterio could hear the sounds of webs being shot around the area, seemingly at random. He tried to look around and spot where the source was coming from, but he just couldn't pinpoint the location due to its randomness and the cloud of gas blocking his vision. He took a step forward, feeling something tug at his leg before he was immediately cracked in the side of the fishbowl by a powerful punch from Silk, sending him directly into a car that was a few feet behind him the whole time, causing the alarm to go off in his ear. Silk was once again using her webs to send someone due to blindness, however, this time there was no way that her opponent would be able to retaliate. This gaseous domain under the concrete jungle was now her domain, allowing her to hide in the unknown. Mysterio attempted to fly upward in hopes that he could escape from the spider's trap. After flying about 5 feet in the air, his head hit a web, alerting Silk of his new location. Mysterio braced himself for the attack by blocking his face, but little did he know that this little bit of movement was also being sensed. From Silk's point of view, she could almost see an outline of his body through the thick cloud of gas. If he were to move his body by a millimeter while he was touching her webs, she would be able to see it. Because of her heightened senses, this fight was nothing more than a game to her. Silk punched the fishbowl helmet-wearing Psycho in the stomach, causing spit to shoot out of his mouth and onto the inside of his helmet, before using her weapon to slam down on his head, sending him back down to the concrete below. Silk failed to notice it, but her mask wasn't completely keeping out the gas, she was taking in gas slowly. This didn't stop her as she continued to stalk her old therapist. Mysterio slowly got up on his feet, making sure not to move once he was up so Silk couldn't sense him. Her mask. She must have been able to create one that blocks out the gas. I wouldn't say it's impossible due to her impressive display of weaving webs earlier. Nonetheless, there's no way it's perfect. If I wait it out then maybe dash. Silk slammed a baseball bat made of webs directly toward the back of Mysterio's massive ball-shaped helmet, sending him flying through her maze of webs until he came to a tangled stop. Knowing he couldn't win by hiding, he decided to use his voice. Cindy. I know you can hear me. Think this through, please. Don't you want to be happy? He pleaded. No. Silk slammed her makeshift bat down onto his head, finally cracking the glass, but not enough for gas to seep through. Mysterio's body slammed down onto the ground, knocking the wind out of him as he landed on his back with plenty of force. By this point, Cindy can feel herself becoming dizzy. The gas was starting to take effect on her in small doses. Now realizing she didn't have much time, she jumped down toward where she thought Mysterio landed and began feeling around with her bat on the ground until she felt it hit something, his massive helmet. She raises her bat in the air, charging up her attack with everything she's got. Cindy. Wait. A voice called out to her. It was Dr. Beck speaking, but whether it be due to it being muffled through his bowl or the gas taking effect, it sounded like Eren for a second. Eren. She slipped up, caught off guard by the voice. However, she immediately realized that her brain is simply playing tricks on her due to the gas. Hearing this, Mysterio played along, thinking this was his key to victory. So that's his name, huh? Yeah, it's me. Cindy, it's me, Eren. Mysterio attempted to manipulate the girl, however, his manipulation attempt was interrupted by a bat to the dome. Rah. In a fit of rage, Silk begins slamming her bat down onto Mysterio's helmet on repeat. Although hearing Eren's voice made her slip up, she isn't dumb enough to fall for such a simple trick. What kind of idiot do you think I am, huh? Silk continued slamming down on the helmet, using as much strength as she could muster up through her dizziness until it broke completely. The sound of shattering glass, followed by Mysterio's screams and the sounds of him coughing up gas, signaled Silk to stop her attack. Before the gas could get to her, she webbed Mysterio down to the ground before weakly webbing herself back up to the top of the Empire State Building and taking a few minutes to figure out how to turn off the machine. After turning it off, she began lying down on the building in victory. After her fight with Dr. Octavius and especially after their rematch with the Green Goblin, she felt weak. She felt as if Eren was the one pulling all the weight and she was the one holding him back. Even after his death, she blamed herself and felt that without him, she was nothing. However, she realized at that moment that none of that is true. It was at this moment that she realized that ever since she awoke from that nightmare, that noise in her head had stopped. There was no more silk sense overload either. Could it be due to the city being asleep? She thought to herself. However, this wasn't entirely accurate. It took a long time, but Cindy was finally able to overcome her trauma on her own, ending that noise for good. It took weeks, but slowly, the gas was eliminated from the city, as well as the illusionary bubble blocking New York from the outside world. During those weeks, Silk delivered supplies to those in need and played the role of New York's new protector in her lover's absence. The people of New York welcomed her back with open arms, thanking her for being there for them when no one else was. Being so close to people she'd helped, while also being accepted by them, reminded Silk of why she was doing what she did. Being a hero was better than any trick or illusion. Chapter 85, The Return of the New Goblin, Harry. Harry, with his new physique, fur armor, and overgrown hair, stood face to face with Kraven the Hunter in front of a waterfall in ankle-deep water. This was Kraven's final test for Harry. If Harry could beat him, his training would be considered complete. The two sprinted at each other, kicking the water up from beneath them until they clashed weapons at the center of the stream. As they clashed, water kicked up in between their gazes. Kraven went on the offensive first, swinging his spear at his student with great strength. Harry, using all of his speed and strength, blocked each attack as he stepped backward. What's wrong? Are you going to run away? Just like you run from your problems, boy. The two continued to clash blades as Kraven continued to try and get under Harry's skin. Harry had been emotional and impatient during the entirety of their training. Testing his emotions is also part of the final exam. Son of Osborn, you cannot let your emotions hinder you. Kraven spoke to his new student as he dodged his telegraphed attack. Harry was visibly frustrated at this point since Kraven struck a nerve by bringing up his best friend's death. You can keep trying to attack through the anger, but an angry hunter will never win battle. You must keep calm. Keep nerves in check. Kraven continued to dodge these attacks with ease before blocking one of Harry's strikes with 2 fingers. Harry continued to push down with his spear as if more force was going to somehow yield results until Kraven let go and stepped to the side. This caused Harry to fall on his face. He had almost no energy left due to the fact that he hadn't eaten meat in a few days. Kraven told him that he will not be allowed to eat unless he landed a single hit on him in a fight, even if it just barely grazed him. I can't do it. I give up. Harry's muffled voice spoke as he lay face first on the ground. Craven looked down at him in disappointment, facepalming at the pathetic display in front of him. So that's it, rich boy. Just like that, you give up. You were never fit to become hunter. I'm not. I want to go home. I quit. Harry giving up in such a pathetic way irked Craven. He already spent so much time training him and he didn't want it to go to waste. Craven crouched down next to Harry and began speaking again. Son of Osborn. Your friend Dash. Don't talk about him anymore. Harry interrupted. His face was still planted on the ground. You still do not understand why I bring up the spider. I am teaching lesson. You are too emotional. Your friend was hero, right? He did not let words control his impulses. Craven attempted his own form of a pep talk, but it seemingly fell flat. Little did he know, Spider-Man was also once an impulsive boy, just like Harry. In fact, he was one of the most emotional people when he did choose to show them. Son of Dash, Craven attempted to speak once more, but the feeling of Harry's spear gently hitting him in the face interrupted him. I got you. I landed one. Harry used the last of his energy to speak as he tapped Craven with his weapon. Meat, please. Craven chuckled, realizing he'd been outplayed by the city boy using nothing but deception. According to their agreement, all Harry had to do was land one hit and he would be fed, so that's what he did. Craven stuck to his part of the deal, giving the two of them a feast of the finest lynx meat from the jungle. This is why your friend, the spider, died. You just sat back and watched him die as you sit back and suck your thumb. Craven smiled, knowing this was going to get under Harry's skin once again. Maybe you should have kept running. You trying to help is what got him killed. Harry remembered that fight they had 6 months ago. On the outside, Eren was always calm and collected whenever things went wrong. Even after all Eren went through, he still made sure to choose the best option, right up to the end. If Harry wanted to become a hunter and a hero, he had to be like his image of Eren and not let these false claims get to him. Harry was able to stop himself from being blinded with rage, however, he still attacked Craven sloppily as part of himself did still believe the words coming from Craven's mouth. That's not true. Harry began to use some of the extra strength hidden within him to push Craven back. The dynamic has shifted, now Harry was the one on the offensive, striking the hunter with his pike. Craven blocked and dodged these strikes with ease, without even moving his feet. He said so himself. It was the only way. Harry slammed his pike down at the hunter, causing Craven to block it horizontally with a sly grin. He lied. He hated you for it. You got him killed and you both know it. Craven, now with a serious expression, continued to try and get Harry off of his game. Harry backstepped, causing water to splash up before stabbing toward Craven. No. He was a lot of things, but he wasn't a liar. As Harry said this, Craven dodged to the side and attempted to stab Harry once again. Harry saw this coming from a mile away and swiped that spear down before stepping on it. The water beneath them splashed upward as Harry attempted to stab the defenseless Craven with his spear. Craven caught the spear in his hand before kicking Harry in the chest and taking the spear for himself. Harry fell backward and rolled through the water, soaking his entire body. Craven cockily walked toward him, spear in hand as he laughed. Weak. Just as you were back then. Harry, with his face covered by his wet and overgrown brown hair, looked up at Craven as he picks up the other spear and threw it toward the waterfall. Harry, unarmed, got back up on his feet with his fists up. I'm not weak anymore. I don't need a weapon to prove that to you. Craven raised one eyebrow before chuckling. This development was surprising to him. By this point, the Osborn child would have lost his temper if it were a few months ago, or perhaps he would have started whining on the ground. However, he was keeping his composure for the most part. Craven approached Harry and began sending slashes with his spear. Without giving up any ground, Harry dodged and blocked these strikes using his wrists with ease. Craven was shocked once more. Harry was proving to have even more latent strength hidden within him now that his back was to the wall. Not expecting him to fight back, Craven allowed himself to get hit by a right hook to the face, causing him to stumble back. Impressive, son of Osborn. Craven wiped the bit of blood from his cheek as he spoke. Look, you even drew blood. Craven began to laugh, but Harry wasn't amused. With his hands balled in fists, Harry stomped over to Craven and began sending punches at the hunter. These attacks were incredibly quick, even for Craven. He was still able to dodge them easily, sending a counterattack with his spear after ducking beneath another right hook. Harry caught this strike with his left hand before attempting to kick Craven back just as he did to him moments prior. Using my own tricks won't save you. Craven caught the kick with confidence, glaring at Harry's face for a reaction. Although Harry's long hair was covering most of his face, Craven could barely see Harry's faint smirk beneath it. Yeah. I know. Harry kicked off of the ground with one foot before turning in the air and delivering a kick right to Craven's jaw. This kick caught Craven off guard and sent him to the ground and into the water. Harry picked up the spear and held it up to Craven's neck as he pinned his teacher down with his foot. Having seen enough, Craven yielded. Although the fight wasn't technically over if it were a real one, Craven decided to let Harry pass. The winner of the fight is not always the one who is the best fighter. It is the one who does whatever it takes to win. Isn't that right, Craven? That's what you told me. Harry, for the first time in a year, had a real smile on his face. He extended his arm downward and helped Craven get back up on his feet. You are correct, son of Osborn. Craven stood back on his feet, feeling like a proud father due to his student finally proving himself. You are now true hunter. With that said, Harry had completed his training. By the end of the day, a helicopter had arrived for Harry, picking him up from the Russian forest. As he placed one foot on the copter, he turned around to get one last look at what was his home for the last year. The way he felt about that place was bittersweet. He hated it, however, he did have somewhat fond memories of his training there with Craven. He looked over at his teacher and nodded before he continued to climb into the helicopter. Craven nodded back, looking at Harry as if he were his own son with a massive smile. Surprisingly, the two of them grew rather close over the last year. As a parting gift, Craven gave Harry some of his special herbs to grow for himself when he was back home in America. With the Hearns, Harry could continue to grow stronger on his own, and perhaps they could one day have a rematch where Craven fights at his full strength. The helicopter lifted off, and Harry and Craven waved at each other one last time before it took Harry from the forest to the airport, where Harry then got on his private jet with Bernard and headed back to New York. Upon his arrival at his hometown, Harry took a deep breath of the poor New York air quality and smiled slightly. He was finally home. The very next day, after spending the entire afternoon and night prior sleeping in his comfy bed, he went over to Lily's dorm to see her once again after their long year apart. As soon as she opened the door, she sprinted at him and hugged him like a wife welcoming her military husband home. He lifted her up with ease as she wrapped her legs around him while they locked lips passionately. The two went inside and Harry showed her his new body and what he was now able to do with it in more ways than one. After spending the whole day with Lily, he headed home and called Cindy to check on her, but received no response. I hope she's okay. He sighed, wanting to do what Eren asked and protect her, but she still wouldn't answer him. Maybe she's just busy. In the back of an SUV driven by Bernard, he did a quick search of her on the internet and saw that Silk actually made a comeback. In fact, not too long ago, she took down some guy with a fishbowl helmet. Knowing that she was okay put his mind at ease as he headed back to the Osborn residence with Bernard. He made his way down to the cave beneath the house and smiled once he saw what Cindy had done to the training room. It looked almost the same as her room back home, just with web versions of all of her furniture. He walked past the training room and walked into the room where the three of them used to keep their gear. He immediately tried to put his gear on, but due to him gaining so many pounds of pure muscle, he could no longer fit. Using the extra bulletproof material he had lying around in the cave, he created a new costume that looked exactly the same as his other one, just in a different size. As he tried on the new costume in the mirror, he saw a news report about a bank robbery nearby. Just in time for my debut. He hopped on his glider and flew over to the bank, peeking into the building through a skylight. On the inside, there were a few thugs wearing white and pink outfits. Harry frowned under his mask in confusion. Seriously? Aren't you supposed to not stick out when you do these things? Using his visor, Harry marked the enemies in his hut as if he were playing a video game. Looks like there are about 10 dudes. Nothing Harry the Hunter can't handle. There was a brief pause in Harry's mind as he thought this. Goblin the Hunter. The hunting goblin. I'll just stick to the new goblin. Harry broke the skylight with his fist, causing the glass to shatter. They all look upward at the skylight, shining their flashlights upward at the section where the glass was broken. What they fail to notice are the smoke grenades below them. The grenades exploded, filling the area with smoke as more grenades fell and spread even more smoke throughout the room until it was completely filled. For the robbers, the smoke was too thick for any of them to see. For the new goblin, however, this smoke meant nothing as he could see through it with the infrared setting on his visor. As the robbers wandered around the smoke-filled room, they heard a thud at the center of the room. Shoo! One of them shushed his partners loudly as he backpedaled through the smoke in an attempt to get to a safe corner to camp in. As he did this, he ran into something, or rather, someone. Aya! The men screamed, causing all of the men to rush into the smoke and toward the noise. After a few seconds, the remaining 9 men surround the body. One of them got down and inspected it to see that the man's nose was shattered and his face was bloodied. This immediately struck fear into the robbers. One of them tried to run, however, a grappling hook shot past the 8 other robbers and impaled him in the leg before yanking him backward and into the unknown. The group of 8 stared into the nothingness as the smoke cleared, only to see the new goblin standing over the unconscious body of their partner. Who are you? One of the thugs asked, pointing his gun at the vigilante. This prompted the other 8 to also point their guns at him. The name's New Goblin. See your two buddies. The one next to you and the one over here. They only received, let's call them minor injuries. My entire costume is bulletproof, so shooting me is a waste of time. However, if any of you choose to use lethal force. Harry flicked his right wrist upward, revealing 3 wrist blades from his black gauntlet. I'll have to switch to lethal force too. This is a minor bluff. Unlike Eren, Harry told himself that he would kill if it was necessary in order to prevent what happened with the Green Goblin to happen again. However, these thugs weren't even worth killing to him, and he still wasn't sure if he had it in him to take a human life. He simply wanted to scare them to get the word out. As Harry attempted to warn them, one of the men's trigger fingers began to itch as he put his finger on the trigger of his rifle. Using his new speed, the new goblin sprinted over, maintaining eye contact with the gunman until he reached him and placed one of his wrist blades on the man's throat. You won't live to see another day. Harry spoke coldly as he stared into the man's soul. The blades on the man's neck began to draw blood, which then leaked down his neck and onto the floor. Fire the bullet, you bastard. Test me. The man dropped his gun, followed by the rest of the crooks dropping their guns and putting their hands up. Upon closer inspection, Harry realized that these guys were just college-aged kids. Please don't kill me. Just take the note on the table over there. We aren't bad guys, we just love Screwball is all. She said she'd give us a bunch of Twitter followers. The boy speaking looked over at a table with a suitcase on it. Harry was confused and questioned him. What? A note. Followers. You robbed a bank for Twitter followers. Yes. We weren't here to rob the bank. It was to draw you out. Screwball said on social media that to whoever is willing to go stage a robbery and bring you here, she will reward us. That's all. Harry looked at the boy with an extremely unamused expression. You guys are idiots, you know that. Backs against the wall, all of you. Except you. Harry pointed at a nearby wall, prompting all but one of the social media clout chasers to stand up against it so they don't pull anything funny. I want you to open it. The boy immediately walked over toward the suitcase on the bank teller's desk and opened it. Inside the suitcase was a note, just like the boy said there would be. Harry shooed the boy away as he unfolded the piece of paper and read the note. His eyebrows furrowed. He couldn't believe the words on the page. It's only been 1 day as a solo hero, and he'd already been figured out. Welcome back from your trip from Russia, Harry Osborn. Dash at Screwball. Chapter 86, The Sins of Your Father, Harry. Welcome back from your trip from Russia, Harry Osborn. Dash at Screwball. Harry Osborn, now inside what was once his father's office, stared at the note on the table with Bernard next to him. Harry shook his head, still in disbelief that he was found out so fast. The only 3 people he told about his trip were Cindy, Lily, and Bernard. Perhaps, Harry, it's due to you using your father's name and gear. Bernard pointed out, as going by the same name as his father wasn't exactly discreet. Despite this, Harry felt it was necessary to name himself after his father to symbolize his atonement. He also planned on telling the public regardless, in a similar fashion to Tony Stark. It's not the identity part that I'm worried about, I figured people would figure that out eventually. I was going to come out publicly soon anyways. I want to know how she knows about the trip. You maintained my public image via social media, so those on the outside would think I was still here. This person knows the Osborn family personally, but who? Sir. You need to look at this. Bernard turned his laptop toward Harry, showing Screwball's most recent tweets. The Osborn family thinks that they can just step into people's lives and take things that aren't theirs. Gentrification. Sabotage. Lies and bloodshed. Now his son, Harry Osborn, sits in his ivory tower and looks down on us with his father's blood money, reaping the benefits of his father taking advantage of us, the little guys. 1/2. Harry Osborn. I know you're watching. I know what you are. I know you saw my letter. Now I leave you with another crumb of the bread trail to follow. Do you even know your father's secrets? What he's done? The only way you'll find out is if you're willing to educate yourself. 2/2. Harry frowned upon reading her cryptic post. With his hands interlocked, holding up his chin, he continued glaring at the screen without saying a word. Bernard looked over at Harry's determined face, wanting to speak, but he could tell that Harry was deep in thought and didn't want to interrupt him. Harry broke the silence between them, asking a hypothetical question. This is supposed to be a riddle, right? Educate myself. Harry thought about what those words could mean. Connecting the dots between his father and education, he realized that Screwball must mean the Osborn Academy, school for the gifted. My old high school. She must want me to go there, right? I think that makes sense. Harry's expression was still that of a man on a mission, once again displaying how much he'd changed over the years. Bernard looks at him with a bittersweet gaze as Harry got up out of his seat. The cheery boy who Bernard helped raise was now gone, however, the determined man that he'd grown into was admirable, fit to lead the company and be New York's protector. Watch the house, Bernard. If she attacks our home, you know what to do. Harry walked out of the room clenching his fists, inadvertently showing off his new muscular and veiny arms upon exiting the room. After suiting up and riding his glider to Osborne Academy, Harry noticed that there were multiple people wearing the same white and pink stunt suits as the ones from the bank. Just based on this, he knew he was definitely in the right place. He tried calling Cindy for help a few times, but she wouldn't pick up. Understanding that he had to fly solo, he continued on with his mission. Upon spotting the new goblin flying toward the school, the young adults in costume all sprinted inside the building, hiding from Harry. As he watched through the feed of Harry's visor, Bernard spoke through Harry's earpiece, warning him of what was to come. This seems like a trap. Lily spoke through Harry's earpiece, taking the role of seer now that he was on the field. As he continued flying toward the school, he lifted up his visor to look down at the school with his own eyes. He then pressed down on his earpiece before speaking to his lover on the other side of the transmission. Yeah, I figured. It doesn't matter anyway, it's just a bunch of punk kids off social media. I can handle whatever they throw at me. Keep me updated if you see anything else from Screwball. Just as Harry said this, he turned his board horizontally, stopping his momentum in a similar fashion to a snowboarder, before stepping off of his glider. He clicked down on his gloved palm using his thumb, which then sent the glider elsewhere, waiting to be called upon by him once more. Slowly, he approached the dimly lit entrance of the school, noticing the phrase, "Educate yourself," sprayed onto it with red spray paint. The paint was still fresh, leading to the assumption that those Screwball fans must have just written it seconds ago. Beneath the single flickering light of the entrance, Harry placed a single hand on one of the door handles and began opening the door. From the inside, a single one of the new goblin's eyes could be seen as he slowly pulled the door while peeking inside. The look in that one eye spoke volumes, displaying his resentment for the ones inside. Although the school was empty, due to him being summoned there in the middle of the night, messing with a place for children is off limits. Harry eventually found himself inside the chilling, dark interior of the school. The door shut behind him, enveloping the room in near-complete darkness. Harry could turn on his night vision on his visor, however, due to his training with Craven, he had no need. They would often go out on nocturnal hunts, since most predators would be asleep, thus turning them into their prey for the night. Harry's natural nocturnal vision was now far greater than that of a normal human. Not only was his vision enhanced, but so were his hearing and smell. In fact, all 5 of his senses were now improved due to Craven's training. Inside the building, he could hear what sounds like at least 12 people breathing, moving, or whispering in what should be complete darkness. The new goblin took a step forward, and the sound of his boot resonated throughout the dark hallway, signaling to his prey that he was coming. Underneath a table, in one of the classrooms, 2 youngsters wearing the white and pink Screwball uniforms were hiding while covering their mouths so as to not alert him with their shaky breathing. They weren't ready for him to arrive so soon. They were supposed to all be gone by the time he had arrived. The new goblin's footsteps could still be heard through the darkness, seemingly getting closer to the 2 wannabe social media influencers, causing both of their heartbeats to skyrocket. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. Their heartbeats, however, continued to pump blood aggressively due to their adrenaline overwhelming them. There was a long pause. The only sound that could be heard was the trembling breathing of one of the Screwball devotees. Ah! One of them screeched as they were dragged into the abyss from beyond the underside of the table. His partner held her breath and closed her eyes, trembling alone in the cold, dark classroom, hoping her death would at least be swift when her turn would come. The footsteps continued, getting closer and closer until they sounded as if they were inches away. The girl opened her eyes, only to see the new goblin staring at her in the face, nearly at a kissing distance. The girl screamed, causing Harry's brows to frown in annoyance. Once she was done, Harry stared at her blankly before speaking to her as if she were a colleague. I don't really like hitting girls. Can you tell me what Screwball wants me to see so I can get this over with? The new goblin's playboy past self presented himself as he spoke to her in a boyish tone. CC Cafeteria. The girl pointed behind him, still shaking with fear despite his generosity in sparing her from unconsciousness. Thanks. The new goblin stood back up, exited the room, and disappears into the abyss. His footsteps continued to echo throughout until they slowly faded into nothingness in the darkness. Using both hands, the new goblin pushed both cafeteria doors open, triggering lights to come on inside the room. Harry's eyes widened upon seeing the elaborate display. There were children's bodies, although soon to be realized as fake, hanging by the neck from nooses attached to the ceiling. Harry slowly approaches them, disturbed by the imagery. A lunch table acted as the centerpiece, holding nothing more than another note for Harry in the middle of it. As he approached the note, he looked up at the bodies and saw that they had words spray painted on them with red paint, just like the front door of the school. Each fake corpse had different words or phrases plastered on them. Gentrification. Broken promises. Grooming. Torn communities. Uneducated youths. Of course, Harry knew the definition of these words and phrases, but he had no idea what they could mean. He glanced down at the note waiting for him on the table, guessing that his inquiry would be answered very soon. He grabbed the note, unfolded it, and began reading it in his head. His eyebrows furrowed, not out of anger, but out of disgust upon reading the contents of it. It read as the following. Harry Osborn. Gentrification was one of your father's biggest sins as a man. This school used to be one of the largest and most diverse public schools in the city, hosting a 95% graduation rate. Do you want to know what happened? Norman Osborn decided to shut the school down and build his own private school on top of it for rich boys like you to attend. He didn't care about educating the youth, he only cared about money and grooming high school kids into joining his company. To circumvent any claims of having a non-diverse campus, he allowed minorities who passed an exam to enroll, even if they couldn't afford it. Do you know where those students from the old school ended up? Many of them either dropped out or were forced to go to the schools where they belonged. Now associated with gang violence, drugs, etc., these kids were no longer the bright students that once attended what was once such a great school. Without a supportive environment, they succumbed to violence. It's all your father's fault. Now you must deal with the sins of your father. In the distance, Harry could hear frantic footsteps followed by the sound of the front door closing repeatedly, as if people were escaping all at once. Within the same moment, Harry heard what sounded like bombs chiming as if they were ready to explode. Immediately, he began pressing buttons on his palm as he sprinted out of the cafeteria. From outside, his glider crashed through one of the windows, allowing him to hop onto it and ride it through the hallways of the school. Just as he was about to exit, he saw two of the screwball fanatics attempting to escape. Knowing that they won't make it out in time, he grabbed their arms and dragged them behind him as he continued to ride through the halls of his old high school. Just as the bombs exploded, Harry and the two thugs continued flying through the final hallway, bursting through the entrance as flames followed behind them. As Harry flew through the explosion, the teens outside cheered at the school being reduced to ash and rubble. They all scattered like cockroaches, escaping into different corners of the night. Harry wasn't too worried about them, since he had two victims to interrogate in his arms already. He flew his board up to a nearby rooftop, tossing both screwball followers onto it to interrogate them. Before beginning his interrogation, Harry took a rope from his tool belt and looped it in one of his belt loops, before proceeding to take the two ends and looping them around the two screwball kids' legs. He tossed the two of them off the building, holding them up with his body's strength as they cried for their lives. Harry spoke to them, erasing his rich boy voice and replacing it with that of a vengeful warrior. I want answers. Speak. Whoever gives me the answer is the one that lives. Go. Immediately after his bluff, the two began competing for their lives and speaking over each other. Harry couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. He facepalmed before interrupting them, pointing at the bigger one of the two boys. Chubby one. You speak first. What's the story here? Why did you fucks blow up the school? Harry continued to speak with a more aggressive tone. Because. We were students before your father dash. My father. She told you. Well, yes, she told us. Plus it says it on the note and she tweeted it before you got here. She said something about the new goblin is Harry Osborn, attempting to atone for his father's sins. I don't know. Right, obviously. Guess being an anonymous hero is out of the window. I'm more of a Tony Stark than a Moon Knight anyway. Wait, you guys were the students. Harry backtracked, originally ignoring that point due to not being used to his identity being known. Yes. I'm sorry, please. The chubby one attempted to apologize, but Harry shook his head before speaking with a more friendly tone to the boy. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, seriously. Here. Harry's eyes appeared solemn, his father ruined the lives of these kids, just as the note said. If it wasn't for his father's actions, these kids wouldn't be spending their time blowing up schools or doing whatever crimes Screwball manipulated them to commit. Harry then pulled both of the former students up before untying them, allowing them to sit up freely. This confused them. His voice, his body language. It was all completely different than it was before. The skinnier boy, rubbing his ankle, looked up at Harry before speaking. Why did you help us? I got my answers, I understand what's going on here. I wasn't gonna seriously kill you guys. Especially with some college-aged kids. Harry then crouched down to get to their level before speaking to them once more. Listen. You have no reason to believe me, but I want to make this right. Do you guys have any documentation of all of the students that went there? I will do anything in my power to help all of you. Please let me fix this. Harry's sympathetic tone, along with his genuine expression, spoke volumes at that moment. He was right, they had no reason to believe in the words of some playboy billionaire 20-year-old, however, the chubby one trusted him. I do. We have a yearbook from the year prior. That's how Screwball found us all. I can show you it. Harry smiled under his mask, grabbing the boy by the shoulder before thanking him. Thank you. I want you to email the yearbook list to me so I can get in contact with everyone. You can look it up and find it on the Oscorp website. I will fix what my dad broke. Just promise me that you guys will stop all this, all right? Harry extended both hands to both boys, inviting them to shake his hand. They both shook his hands as they nodded. The skinny one had a guilty expression on his face, clearly hiding something from Harry. Hey, what is it? Harry asked him, reading the guilty consciousness in the boy as if he were a book. The hospital. The boy muttered. Hospital. Harry mimics back in response. The next target is the abandoned hospital. You know, the one where the men who founded it had that scandal and it shut down. She's going to tweet it soon, but you can have a head start. We'll call this incentive for actually keeping your word. She said it was something about sabotage. The boy couldn't stand to look up at Harry at this moment, showing Harry everything he needed to know about him. Neither of these two boys was inherently bad or evil, they were just put on the wrong path. Harry looked at them sadly for a moment before summoning his glider beside him and stepping onto it. Thank you. He told the two of them before slowly rising in the air and riding off into the night. Chapter 87, The Sins of Harry. With urgency, Harry Osborn flew through the New York skyline with his glider, dodging and weaving past buildings as he made his way to the abandoned hospital across the city. As he raced to his destination, he hoped that he could somehow run into Screwball and her goons before they finished their setup so he could get to the bottom of this. After a few minutes of flying, Harry Osborn found himself nearing the hospital. As he closed in, he could see that the top floor of the hospital somehow seemed to be lit up, despite the building having been abandoned for years. From the inside, Screwball, wearing a white and pink jumpsuit and goggles, and her goons could see the new goblin gliding toward the building at a high speed with his hoverboard. How the fuck did he find us? Screwball screamed as she pulled on her pink hair out of frustration. We aren't done with the setup. Who snitched? She began to scold her crew, but they all remained silent with their hands up as if they were surrendering. Just as the new goblin was about to burst through the window, Screwball looked to her crew before scanning the room and spotting a window on the ceiling. Taking a grappling hook from her hip, she shot it through the glass and looked at her minions. Keep him busy. The new goblin leapt off of his board and crashed through the window with his arms in a cross formation. Landing on one knee, he looked up to see Screwball flying up through the ceiling and out of the building. Found you. Harry proclaimed in his head as he glared at the Screwball supporters in front of him. Unlike the thugs from the school, these minions immediately ran toward Harry in an attempt to attack him. Their weapons were of the lethal variety, ranging from machetes to spiked bats, and one of them even had a gun. Immediately, Harry dashes over toward the gun wielder, grabbing their hand just as a bullet shot out of the barrel. The shot nearly clipped Harry in the ear as he crushed the gunman's hand. The gunman shrieked in agony just before Harry punched him in the gut twice, followed by a powerful uppercut to the jaw, sending the thug flying into a hospital bed. Fitting. Harry thought to himself. The rest of the room was stunned at how fast the young billionaire was able to move, causing them all to stand frozen in fear. One of the minions snapped out of it and sprinted toward Harry as she attempted to swing her machete down at him. As she attacked, Harry swiftly dodged to the side before sending a punch to her liver, immediately immobilizing her. Harry winced under his mask upon delivering this blow, knowing he may have not held back enough on that punch. Sorry lady, I really don't like hitting girls but you gave me no choice. Just as the machete-wielding girl was downed, the last two goons attempted to attack Harry simultaneously with horizontal strikes using spiked bats, both coming from opposite sides. With ease, the Osborn heir grabbed both bats, stopping them in their tracks as if their attacks had zero force behind them. Both of the goons' eyes widened as they watched the goblin begin to bend their bats until they snapped in half. The two of them immediately fell on their asses like the dumb blonde in a horror movie and began crawling back in fear. The goblin's eyes pierced their souls before his gaze shifted to the broken glass above him. He would continue the beatdown, however, Screwball was priority number one, and these guys were no real threat to anyone at the moment. With his enhanced strength, he jumped through the ceiling window and landed on the roof, scanning the area for Screwball. Eventually, his eyes spotted her as she parkoured across rooftops using her impressive speed and grapple hook to distance herself from her pursuer. Without a second thought, Harry began sprinting toward the end of the rooftop before leaping off of it and skydiving toward the earth. He then clicked his glove, summoning his glider to curve around the hospital and land beneath him. Shifting his weight, Harry extended his feet outward and lands on the board before catching his balance and boosting toward Screwball. Although the girl was fast, her speed was no match for the goblin's board. In just a few seconds, he caught up to her and grabbed her by her pigtails, lifting her up in the air as he looked down at her. Let go of me. You bastard. Screwball attempted to break herself free by prying his fingers open, but unlucky for her, Harry's grip was too powerful to even budge. As if he was scolding a child, he began speaking to her from above. You are in a lot of trouble, lady. First off, you reveal my identity to the world. Then you send some teenagers to blow up a high school, so that's a terrorism charge. After that, you had more of your goons attack me in a very creepy-looking hospital. You're lucky no one got hurt or else I wouldn't be so kind to you. Why did you do all that? I told you why. You read the notes, didn't you? I knew Norman's son was an idiot, but don't tell me you can't read. Screwball continued to squirm as she mocked the Osborne boy, causing him to tighten his grip on her pink hair. I didn't read the note because I was chasing your ass. Harry, using one arm, lifted the girl up to face level as they float in the air. At this point, Screwball was reaching her pain tolerance, so she said something that she knows will throw the boy off. Is this any way to treat your older sister, Harry? Using this as a 1-second distraction, Screwball pulled out a knife and cut her hair off, freeing herself from her brother's grasp before landing on her knee on the rooftop below. Screwball giggled slightly, teasing the boy as she looked up at him holding her pink locks. Harry was stunned. His father never mentioned any other siblings and he knew for a fact that he was his mother's only kid. Convinced that this was all just a ruse, he denied her claims. I have no sister. I'm an only child. Screwball laughed once again as she playfully walked backward to give the goblin some space to land in front of her, luring him to speak with her about the matter. Oh, little brother, how foolish you are. Of course, we have different mothers, but we both come from that man. Harry stepped off of his board and glared at Screwball's face. She was smiling as if it were a game to her, which pissed him off. He clenched his fist, thinking about all of the people who could have possibly been hurt by this whole fiasco. Is this all a game to you? What if someone was killed? Unlike our father, I don't kill innocent people. I just wanted the world and you to know the truth. I didn't expect the bumbling idiot, Harry Osborn, to actually disrupt my grand plan. She spoke to him as if he was beneath her as she scanned for an escape route. What truth? You don't need to tell the world, just tell me right here. Harry is clearly fed up. He isn't sure if he should believe a word that's coming from the girl's mouth, however, she may know something of use to him so he plays along. Why should I tell just you? That wouldn't be very fun, would it? She continued to speak to him as if he were a dog, knowing she was getting on his nerves. So I can fix it and dash, Harry attempted to reason with her rhetoric, however, these words triggered her and caused her to cut him off with a serious tone for the first time during their conversation. Fix? What, you going on vacation for a year is fixing? You Osborns are all the same. Claiming that you're fixing the world when in reality you're doing nothing in your ivory tower. Screwball sat down on a vent, crossing her arms as she spoke to the boy. She wanted to run, but she knew that the boy and his board were too fast for her to outrun. You saw the news, right? What happened to our father and Spider-Man? We were friends, Screwball. He sacrificed himself to save everyone and left everything to me and Silk. I wanted to make up for him being gone. I wanted to become strong and atone for everything that Norman did. And how's that going for you? Silk's been doing all the work while you were gone, and even then, she sat on her ass up until the whole city was in danger after that fishbowl helmet guy gassed us all. Do you want to know what my dream was? Since Harry wasn't there for the dream gas, he had no clue what the girl was talking about. He frowned, assuming this was another one of her games before playing along. What dream? When Dr. Quentin Beck attacked the city with his atom gas, the whole city dreamed for weeks. Funny enough, I dreamed about you. I dreamed about what it would have been like to be accepted by the Osborn family, being your sister, being happy for once. I don't know why I dreamed about that, but I did. She has a bitter grin on her face, recollecting the events of that dream in her head. This led to Harry to believe what she was saying about being an Osborn, but he still didn't understand her motives. So she's serious? I have a sister and Norman never told me. He just left her all alone. Harry didn't speak for a few moments, thinking about what he should do in this situation. He realized that she was doing what she was doing purely for attention, not because she was necessarily evil or a bad person. Deducing that perhaps with sympathy and using his words like the yellow-haired ninja he saw in an anime, he could convince her to stop this whole mess. After the long silence, Harry changed his body language to a less aggressive one, lowering his shoulders and unclenching his fists. He began speaking to her once again, not as the new goblin, but as her brother. Let me help you. Please tell me what happened. She was reluctant at first, however, she decided to go ahead and outright say it. He's the reason my mother is dead, Harry. There's nothing you can do to help me. She was a patient at that hospital that we were just at, but it got shut down after what happened to the men funding it. Those people you just beat up. The same thing happened to them. Do you know why? Screwball looked up at Harry as she asks her rhetoric. He shook his head in response. They were close to finding the cure for cancer. My mom and I chose that hospital because they had the best treatment, up until the made-up scandal that he cheated on his wife. Isn't that ironic, Harry? The cheater exposed a cheater. She laughed slightly upon saying those last few words before going back to speaking seriously with a bitter smirk. Funny, the doctor killed himself after. He hanged himself, or so they say. Do you get what I'm getting at, Harry? Harry knew the answer now, but he allowed her to finish. Your father and his associates killed that man so they can steal his research and claim it for themselves. He and Conrad Marcus, the men who's running for mayor tonight, are responsible for my mother's and millions of other people's deaths. Rather than letting someone send out a free cure, he wanted to monetize it. This information caused Harry's heart to sink to the bottom of his stomach. He knew his father was fucked up, but this was on a whole new level of disgust. And if you're wondering why no one told you about me, it's because Norman coerced my mother into a deal to tell no one so he can avoid a cheating scandal with his wife. Knowing the deal no longer mattered, my mother told me my real name is Liz Allen Osborne. She even told me where to go to see the proof. I thought about jumping from a building upon hearing the news, but I instead chose to get in contact with him. Whether it was through guilt or to save face, Norman took me under his wing privately after she died. Recently, I even stayed with him for a bit while you were staying at the dorms. He told me a lot about you and how you're a disappointment to him. He said that if he received the family business, you'd ruin it. So I played the role of the model eldest daughter to him, earning the role of the heir of the company. But you and your spider friends ruined everything. You were never supposed to inherit the company. It was me. Screwball screams passionately at her brother, truly believing the manipulative words of their dead father. Do you really believe that? He didn't even care about you until he was afraid that his reputation would be tarnished. I did some digging. He was going to sell Oscorp off once he retired. He was already taking bids. He lied to me too, Liz. You're just saying that because you're the one who got it. Because of you, I can't die with satisfaction anymore. I can't end this bloodline. Harry, realizing what she meant by this, spoke to her in a sympathetic tone. Once you got your revenge, you were going to kill yourself, weren't you? Realizing she'd been read like a book, Screwball scoffed and looked to the side. My existence is nothing more than a scandal. That's not true, Liz. You and I can work together to fix what our father has done to this city. Come home, Liz. Let's stop this. Harry began walking toward his sister, prompting her to stand up and begin walking away from him. You're lying. You just want to use me, just like Norman did. She continued to walk backward until she felt herself nearing the edge of the building. She looked down to see that the drop would be fatal. She considered jumping, without her hook, since her plan had now been ruined and she had nothing left to live for. No, Liz. Harry shook his head, continuing to approach her slowly as she continued inching toward the edge. Get away from me. I'll jump. Now nearing the edge, Screwball prepared to do as she said. Before she could do so, Harry lunged at her, prompting her to close her eyes in fear of the incoming attack. However, all she could feel was Harry embracing her at the edge of the building. She didn't hug him back as she was shocked at the gesture. Harry began speaking over her shoulder apologetically. I'm so sorry. If I knew about you, I would have done everything I could to help you, Liz. I swear I will do everything in my power to help you and everyone else that my father screwed over. Please, stop doing this. You can stay at the house with us. You don't need to do any of this for attention anymore. I can help you find your reason to live, Liz. This broke Screwball, releasing her from the fake personality that she formed for herself. She didn't want any of this, she really just wanted attention and to be accepted. She realized then, even though it was far too late, that she took things too far. It's too late. Conrad Marcus will be assassinated at his speech today. I tweeted it on my private account. 200 Screwball fans follow that account and the ones who took it seriously are on their way there now. I'm sorry, Harry. Liz began to weep on his shoulder, realizing the big mistake that she had just made. Upon receiving this shocking information, Harry's eyebrows raised before he spoke calmly to her once again. Can you make them stop? You think they'll stop, Harry? These guys, unlike the other ones who did the small jobs like painting some mannequins, are serious. He and his supporters will all die tonight in a mass shooting at Madison Square Garden. Just as Screwball said this, Harry's board floated behind him. You better hope that I can stop them before it happens. If I can't stop them in time. Harry didn't even finish his sentence. Still looking at his sister, Harry jumped on his board and immediately blasted off into the night toward the stadium. On his way there, he began spamming Cindy with messages in hopes that she'd miraculously reply, but it resulted in no response. I guess I'm on my own then. Unlike my sister, these guys will not get any sympathy from me. At Madison Square Garden, after somehow bypassing security, there were about 50 people standing outside of the building wearing the signature pink and white color scheme of Screwball. Each person was also wearing a strange, lifelike mask as they looked at each other in the building. Without saying a word, they all nodded to one another before a few of them shot grapple hooks onto the roof of the stadium. With duffel bags full of weapons on their backs, the screwball supporters begin to silently climb the arena, ready to cause havoc once they reach the top. After about 20 minutes, the entirety of the screwball army was at the top of the stadium. At the center of the rooftop, there were small slits that the army could see through, showing them the people below. They were all waiting for Conrad Marcus's rally to begin, so at the moment, everything was still being set up. Little did the people below know that in about 10 minutes, both they and Conrad Marcus would be gunned down from above. As a few of the screwball cultists placed bombs on support beams, the new goblin landed on the stadium rooftop. "Hey!" he screamed, catching the attention of all 50-plus members, prompting them to all face him with their firearms. On one side, there were 50 men and women holding various weapons, glaring at the new goblin as if he were their prey. On the other side, the true hunter, Harry Osborn, stood with his glider in his hand as he gazed at the terrorists coldly. In his head, he no longer doubted himself. The only thing on his mind was stopping the attack from happening, no matter what it takes. "I'm giving you all a choice right now to run." A slot opened up beneath his glider, revealing a retractable spear. "You all know my buddy, Spider-Man, and may he rest in peace. He held back against guys like you." Harry grabbed the spear before sending his glider to float in front of him. "Although I'm not as strong as him, I'm letting you all know that I will not share that same compassion." Harry flipped the spear in his hand and pointed it toward his enemies before continuing his speech. "You might think I'm bluffing, but feel free to stay and call it out. I'll give you all 5 seconds. Those who choose to stay, well, we'll see how strong I really am." Chapter 88, Vengeance, Harry. 5. Still pointing at his prey with his spear, Harry started counting down with an ice-cold and sinister voice. None of the screwballers budged upon his countdown commencing, prompting him to proceed after a few seconds of silence. 4. One of the gunmen twitched, and the sudden movement caused Harry's gaze to shift over toward the nervous screwballer. The gunman, still itching to pull the trigger, stared at the new goblin intensely. Before he could make a decision, one of the thugs spoke up with a heavy and cocky accent. "All right, fellas, move out the way. I'll handle this." A screwball fanatic confidently walked past his comrades and began to approach the new goblin by himself. "Come on, you guys seeing this? Don't tell me you're afraid of Harry Osborn of all people. The kid's a joke. I've seen your clips from back when you made your friend die. I'm not afraid of you." Harry's eyebrows constricted upon being challenged and mocked by this random clown. The confident minion continued to walk forward without any weapons. Seeing this, Harry retracted his spear and places it on his utility belt, accepting the random thug's challenge. "Like I'ma let some scrawny playboy billionaire talk to me any, OL kinda way." The man was clearly smiling under his clown mask based on his voice and body language as he continued to walk toward Harry, just as it started to conveniently rain to set the mood. After a few seconds, the two stood face to face about an arm's length apart, glaring into each other's eyes coldly. Harry, knowing this lowly criminal didn't stand a chance, waited for him to attack first. Although most of his face was hidden by his mask and his goggles, Harry looked at the man stone-faced, as if he were a machine. The man laughed a little, cracking his neck nonchalantly and looking the other way before quickly punching Harry directly in the jaw. Harry's head barely even moved as his eyes, barely visible through his inactive visor, looked down at the man with fury. Grabbing the hand that still rested on his chin, Harry snapped the man's arm and punched him in the face using his full strength. The man immediately fell unconscious after the first punch. However, Harry held his body up by the arm and began sending right straights directly to the man's face repeatedly until he decided to let the man fall on his back. Harry didn't stop there. Wanting to make an example out of him, Harry punched the man 4 more times at full force as he lay unconscious on the ground. Without looking up, Harry's chilling voice spoke again while he reached for the retractable spear on his belt. 3. Harry slowly stood up before looking at the group once more. This triggered different murmurs and whispers to come from the crowd of individuals. He could tell by their differing body language that they were shaken. Holy shit. Is he for real? There's no way that's Harry Osborn. Who's this freak? A few of the screwball maniacs began to flee, only to be interrupted by a single gunshot which jump-scared most of them, causing them to flinch. The same gunman with the itchy finger stood with a smoking barrel pointed at the new goblin with a spear below his shoulder. Upon being shot, Harry blocked the bullet with his body and immediately chucked his spear at the gunman. However, it was so fast that the flinchers failed to notice. After a few seconds, the gunman fell over due to the blood loss. The thud of his body triggered the rest of the screwballers to look toward him in awe. 2. Harry continued to count as if nothing had just happened, regaining the attention of the group of thugs. Immediately, even more of the screwball goons dropped their weapons and began running away from the fight, leaving about 40 goons left. 1. Harry paused, waiting for the rest of them to leave before slowly walking toward his enemies. As soon as he saw an inch of movement, he dashed at them with incredible speed, covering his exposed forehead with his forearms as he blocked the onslaught of bullets. He then reached for his utility belt and pulled out a black and red ball that appeared to be some sort of grenade. He threw it above the screwball goons, causing them to scatter in order to avoid what they assumed to be an incoming explosion. The grenade, however, stopped in midair before suddenly spinning rapidly above the men. In an instant, all of the metal on their bodies, including guns, other metal weapons, jewelry, and piercings were then pulled toward the spinning sphere. The screams of those whose earrings were forcibly ripped out of their body could be heard as Harry continued dashing up to the group, the pitter-patter of his feet hitting the wet floor growing louder by the second. First, the goblin punched one of the thugs with full force in the face, sending them flying backward about 15 feet and landing unconsciously in a puddle. Another thug attempted to throw a punch at Harry from behind, failing to land it as Harry immediately turned around and caught the fist with his palm. Using his overwhelming strength, Harry crushed the person's hand as he delivered a flurry of full-force punches to his face until the screwballer fell unconscious to his knees. Harry then kicked him in the chest as he scanned his surroundings, meeting the gaze of 3 men approaching him. One of the 3 threw a punch toward Harry, but it was so slow to the new goblin that he was able to duck under it and throw a powerful straight punch to his attacker's chest. Before Harry could do anything else, one of the thugs swung a bat at him horizontally, causing Harry to lean backward to avoid it. Harry then grabbed the bat with both hands before kicking the man in his nuts with full force, immediately immobilizing him and compelling him to fall to the ground and roll in pain. Harry slammed the bat into the face of another one of the crooks, knocking him out cold and sending his unconscious body straight to the ground like a log. Harry then turned around to face yet another screwball minion who attempts to stab Harry in the chest with a small knife. As Harry dodged backward, he looked back to see that the effects of his magnetic field grenade had expired, allowing all of their weapons to finally be retrieved and used again. Using the gauntlet on his left arm, Harry blocked a knife slash and used his right hand to swing at the knife wielder's skull with the wooden bat, breaking it and cracking the screwballer's skull in the process. Another one of the goons attempted to sprint toward the pile of guns to arm himself, however, Harry used his grapple hook gun to impale the screwballer's shoulder and yank the thug toward himself. The thug flew backward uncontrollably until the back of his skull is met by Harry's hand. Harry clenched the minion's head like a ball and smashes him into the ground face first, causing the men to immediately go limp. Knowing their only shot at winning revolved around their weapons, almost every single one of the 20-something remaining screwballers began to make a run for the gun pile. Not wanting to allow this, Harry reaches into his belt and grabs 3 smoke grenades, tossing them at the gun pile and completely covering the area in smoke. Good evening, everyone. I am so excited to announce formally that I am running for mayor. Conrad Marcus spoke at the podium in the center of the stadium with a shit-eating grin, oblivious that his life and the lives of many were in grave danger. A child in the crowd pointed up at the top of the stadium, noticing the smoke seeping in from above. Assuming that it was part of the speech, his mother reassured the child that it was nothing as the speech continued. Now fighting in the smoke, Harry activates the infrared settings on his visor and continues to beat down his blinded enemies, delivering powerful and near-fatal punches and kicks to over a dozen of them. The rest of the thugs, about 15 of them, all stood outside of the fog with a few firearms and knives that they managed to scavenge as they wait for the smoke to clear. After growing impatient, they began emptying their magazines into the smoke, hoping just one of them could kill the hunter. After about 30 seconds, the smoke cleared, and the only things that remained were their comrades lying on the ground. Where did he go? One of them asked, oblivious to the fact that the goblin was now somehow floating above them on his nearly silent hoverboard. Using 2 of the grapple hook launchers attached to his board, Harry impaled 2 of the men below him before jumping off of his board and sending it away with the men still attached. On top of the building, the last 13 guards attempted to all gang up on Harry, but despite their numbers, they were no match for him. As Harry dodged and counterattacked, he reached down toward his utility belt and pulled out a shock baton before swinging it violently at the screwball thugs. As he continued to block and counterattack the unskilled screwballers, he realized both he and his victims were inside a large puddle. Harry looked down at his feet before glaring back at the group of thugs as an idea infiltrated his brain. Using his incredible strength, Harry jumped in the air and threw the electric baton into the ground, electrocuting each remaining member of Screwball's army, or so he thought. Failing to notice him before, Harry looked over to see a lone sniper hanging over the edge of the stadium center, firing shots into the panicking people below. Spotting a knife on the ground, Harry picked it up and threw it at the hand of the sniper before he could fire another shot, causing him to drop the rifle and cry out in pain. Harry stomped over toward the man, kicking up water as he grabbed him by the collar with one hand before lifting him up and slamming him on the ground with all of his strength. He then began stomping on the men brutally, using everything he had. Until the screwballer was no longer conscious. In the center of the chaos, Harry looked around at the mess he made, impressed with himself that he was able to clear them all out so easily. He walked over toward the center of the stadium and looked down to see Conrad Marcus lying on the ground with a minor gunshot wound in the arm. He seemed to be the only non-screwballer injured during the attack, allowing Harry to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he just prevented a national tragedy from befalling his city. Just as he was about to flee the scene, a familiar voice speaks to him. Harry. Harry immediately turned around to look at the source of the voice. It's Cindy Moon, wearing her silk costume. Is that really you? She couldn't believe it. Harry Osborn, the clumsy boy who could barely ride his board, just took down nearly 50 men on his own. Harry, immediately exiting his vengeful mindset upon seeing his old friend, approached her as he quipped. Yeah, it's me. Took you long enough. Now sitting beside each other, unmasked, on top of the Empire State Building, the two friends caught up with each other and went over the events that happened within the last year. Dr. Beck brainwashed the whole city, huh? I wouldn't have ever expected him to do something so crazy. I'm sorry for getting you involved with him. Harry spoke solemnly, realizing that he had once again put a friend in danger inadvertently. It's okay, he actually helped me out a lot. I was able to beat him only because of his help, if that makes sense. Cindy swung her feet as she spoke, seemingly unbothered by these past events. This comforted Harry a bit, prompting him to ask for more details about what happened. My sister said something about a dream. What was yours like? Mine was more like a nightmare for me. It was like a Kingdom Hearts opening or something. Wait, did you just say, sister? Cindy raised a single eyebrow upon backtracking to what Harry had just said. Harry smiled sadly, thinking about what could have been. Yup. Screwball is apparently my older sister. I guess my dad was also a cheater amongst all other things. Luckily she told me about the terrorist attack before anything bad happened. So she turned a new leaf then. What are you gonna do about her? Cindy's legs continued to swing while she looked at Harry curiously. I don't know. I invited her to our home, but I'm not sure if she's going to take the offer. As long as she stays out of trouble from here on, I'll leave her be, I guess. Just as these words left Harry's mouth, police sirens began to go off beneath the two, ending their chat prematurely. Without saying a word, the duo looked at each other before masking up and leaping off of the building together. Calling his board, Harry lands on top of it with both feet as Silk began swinging next to him. The duo, after learning to forgive themselves and each other for what happened, follow the sounds of sirens to fight crime as a team, once again. Chapter 89, Fate. Eren Parker, the boy who was once known as Spider-Man, found himself lying in the middle of the street in a simple neighborhood. He felt as if he had just awoken from a bad dream. His body felt as if it were on fire, and he immediately noticed that he couldn't access Godspeed anymore. He looked down at his body and saw that his costume was still on. His memories of his last moments were foggy to him, but he could remember the last few seconds of his life. Saying goodbye to his friends and pushing the Green Goblin into the ocean were the last things that he could remember. He tried his best, but he couldn't remember an explosion ever happening in the end. Leaning up off the ground, Eren began scanning the area around him, noticing that he was in what appeared to be a random neighborhood. Everything about it seemed normal, however, every single person that lived in these homes had vehicles from around 2 decades prior or older. As he looked at the retro vehicles, his gaze stopped, and his eyes widened upon seeing one vehicle in particular that he remembered from his past. It was a red El Camino, a classic 2-door muscle car with a flatbed in the back. His father loved classics and this one looked exactly like his. In fact, Eren was almost certain it was his. Just as Eren was able to recognize the vehicle, a man wearing a lab coat opened the driver's door and began exiting the vehicle. As the man stepped out in full, Eren realized that the man was none other than his father, Richard Parker. Eren was completely bewildered, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He wondered if this was some sort of dream or perhaps it was the afterlife for people who were not followers of Bast. As his father walked toward the front door, Eren reached out his hand and opened his mouth to speak. Daddy. Eren's voice yelled out to his father, however, this voice was not the Eren on the street, nor was it an adult voice. It was a child's. Eren looked over to see his former self, around 5 years old, sprint out of the house toward his father with his arms spread out. Richard smiled, bending over and picking up his son with a smile on his face. Hey, little man. Eren watched from the other side of the street as tears slowly fell down his face. He could see his mother leaning on the door frame with an oven mitt in her hand, waiting for the two lookalikes to finish their greeting. With little Eren still in his hands, Richard walked over to his wife, Mary Parker, and gave her a kiss. Hey, babe. Smells like dinner is just about ready. Eren continued to watch as his family walked inside the house without him, shutting the door behind them. Now on his feet, Eren began slowly walking up to the house until he reached the grass on the front lawn, allowing him to look inside the kitchen through the window. He could see his family all gathered around the dinner table, as his mother placed down a chicken pot pie, which used to be the Parker boys' favorite dish of hers. Tears continued to fall down Eren's cheeks as he proceeded to wistfully gaze at his family through the window. He had relived memories before, but this was different. This wasn't a memory, he was really there at that moment in time. Is this hell? Am I being punished? He thought to himself, still unable to comprehend how he was even able to see this. Then it hit him. I know why I can't remember the explosion. I wasn't even there for it. I must have somehow jumped through time or maybe even into an alternate dimension just before it happened. Neither of those two options is impossible. Eren's thoughts paused for a second before he came up with another realization. If it's the past then, I can save him. I can save them both. Immediately, Eren began to walk over toward the front door. He couldn't help but imagine what their reactions could be when they see their son, now an adult, standing at their front door. He thought about what his life would be like once he was able to live with his family once again. We can finally be a family again. They can see me graduate. They can meet Cindy. And Harry. Dad and I, we can make Parker Industries a reality as a family. I wonder if I'd ever tell them about my secret. Mom would go ballistic if she found out. Eren's thoughts were so loud at this point that he couldn't even hear the voice trying to get his attention from behind him. Eren. Eren. The foggy voice was ignored behind him as the hero continued stepping toward the door. Just as Eren was about to knock on the door, a person grabbed his shoulder, interrupting his trance. He looked back to see a person wearing a black costume, similar to his but with slight alterations. His body looked as if it weren't truly there, almost like he was a spirit or a ghost. The costume was all black with a massive white spider symbol across the entire torso. There was also a hood attached to it, but the man wasn't wearing it over his head. The man's mask pulled itself back, as if it were alive, revealing the face underneath. It was another Eren Parker. This one appeared to be just a year or two older than the present Eren. His eyes, however, showed the most age. He had the eyes of a broken man. The current Eren tried to speak, but his future self was in a rush and cut him off. Yeah. I said the same thing when this happened to me. Look, I'm on a timer here. The future Eren told him quickly. What? What do you mean by that? Are you saying you came back to this moment too? Why do you look clear? Present Eren's brain felt as if it were about to explode. So many revelations all happening at once, he was barely able to process them. Not just me, many of us have gone back to this moment. I'm clear because this isn't my main body. The main one is still fighting in my timeline and sadly I don't see myself winning. That's why I chose to send a piece of my consciousness back right now. Future Eren rubbed the back of his head awkwardly before continuing to speak. The original Eren Parker, the first one to come here, actually talked to his parents. He warned them about Dad getting sick, causing him to frequently go to the doctor so they could find his sickness earlier. They were able to prevent the disease from becoming untreatable. So why did you stop me then? Present Eren interrupted, his angry expression contrasted with his future self's solemn eyes. Let me tell you the whole story, okay? As I said, we're on a timer so stop interrupting me, please. Future Eren spoke with sincerity, causing the present Eren to calm down and allow him to speak. Changing this will not change your own timeline, it'll instead create a new one and leave your timeline unaffected. The original Eren just assumed you could not change the past, but we figured out the separate timeline things later. In this new timeline, after Dad was cured, your life completely changed. We stayed in this house, meaning you never met Cindy because you never moved and went to that elementary school. You never met Harry because you never went to his father's school. Mom never died because she never looked into Project V after your warning and most importantly, you never get bitten by that spider. Present Eren's eyebrows raised up in shock, realizing that changing this one thing would change the course of his entire life. So, after Eren number 1 changed the past and created a new timeline, Eren number 2 lived a normal and happy life with our parents, but without our best friends and our powers. He of course didn't know about any of this, so he was fine with it. Years passed, and Eren number 2 was about 25 years old when he started Parker Industries with Dad. He was content with life at this point. No more being a hero. No more responsibility. No more curse. He got to go home every day to his wife and newborn daughter. We have a daughter. Present Eren looked at his future self in surprise, shocked that he would be a father in such a short amount of time. Yes, but not with Cindy in this timeline. You've met Gwen Stacy. You actually meet her at the Oscorp internship, which you still ended up getting during college. Us and Gwen end up married in that timeline, somehow. I don't get that part, she's not really my type personally. Anyway, things were all great, however, that's when disaster struck. Have you heard of Project V or Venom? That stuff you saw when Harry snuck into that base. Well, take a look at this. Future Eren grabbed his younger self's hand, transporting them both to another time period. They didn't physically transport themselves, they were just reliving the memory of their alternate timeline self. Due to Godspeed, we think, every Eren Parker that has ever existed can access an older Eren's memories. You know those visions you get? Those are actually old memories of our other selves, not necessarily the future. That's why they feel similar to memories you actually remember. Since the timeline is unchanged before you fight Norman, it happens if the memory is before that day. As you can see by this memory, our world becomes no more. The two of them walked side by side as they explored the future planet. It was unrecognizable. Everything was destroyed as if a natural disaster hit, and everything was covered by a black substance. The alien symbiote that was once called Project V had claimed the world for itself. Once this happened, Eren No. 2 created a time machine with Dad and Reed Richards to go back to this moment and stop the timeline from getting fractured. I have two theories on this. He either remembered seeing his past self, or Godspeed transcended timelines and he received the memories of Eren 1. I'm thinking the former, but we really have no clue. Anyway, he warned Eren No. 3 and now we're here in a loop. Before we die, we come back and stop ourselves from dooming the next Eren Parker and pass down our memory so we can stop the world from ending in a different timeline. What I do want to tell you is that Nick Fury is going to approach you about the Avengers when you get back and tell you about how they've been slowly recruiting heroes to deal with the threat off-world. He's going to ask you to join them. Do join the Avengers. It's part of the reason things got out of hand so quickly for me. Since barely any heroes were here on Earth, the world became overrun before the Avengers could even get back in one of the older timelines. In my timeline, I told Nick Fury about it, and he agreed that we needed to keep some of the Avengers on Earth. However, this resulted in the Avengers losing to Thanos off-world. He's this big ugly purple dude, and he came to Earth early. As long as you let the Avengers complete their mission off-world, they'll deal with that guy on their own. You probably won't ever even meet him. That was my fatal mistake for my timeline. If your timeline is already doomed, why are you telling me this? Present Eren asked him. Because if I can't save my timeline, I can at least contribute to saving whatever infinite amount comes after me. We've tried so many different times to change one small aspect of our timelines in order to prevent it, but there is a way for us to win. We just don't know it yet. All I can do is give you my personal advice and my memories. My direct future Eren told me to tell Nick Fury about what's going to happen and to not make contact with the symbiote until after Venom was loose, but I think this is wrong. Don't tell Nick Fury, just decline and say you prefer to ride solo nowadays. Then you need to find Venom, the symbiote, before Osborn is able to do whatever he wants with it. Norman or Harry. Present Eren was mortified, just praying that Harry wouldn't suddenly turn evil on him. Norman. He's alive. Future Eren saying this gave Eren a complicated feeling in his chest. He was afraid to have to fight Norman again, but he was thankful that Harry wasn't going to turn. Thank God. I thought Harry was gonna dash. Well, there was this one timeline where Harry became Venom and made you choose between letting him kill Cindy Moon or Gwen Stacy. That timeline had a weird love triangle type of thing going on. Yeah. He killed the one you wanted to save, so if he ever does do that, make sure to pick the one you don't want to keep, not the one you love. Future Eren said this so plainly as if it weren't something completely horrifying. This Eren had suffered so much, he was practically a broken man at that point, so this wasn't too outlandish for him at that point in his life. Future Eren's afterimage flickered, reminding him that he didn't have much time. Right, timer. You sent Norman to a certain point in time in the future, a point in time where he's going to collect Project V and become Venom himself. That's why when you go back, you need to find it with Harry and Cindy before he pops back into the timeline, or he will grow far too powerful. But once you come in contact with the symbiote. Future Eren looked as if he didn't want to say his next few words, knowing how his past self would react since he himself was also in those shoes. What? What? Present Eren was growing impatient, the suspense nearly killed him. Future Eren put a hand on his old self's shoulder before speaking. It's a symbiotic relationship between you and the suit. You might lose yourself again, Eren. You'll lose everything again. But you have to dash. Then I'm not doing it. Eren slapped his other self's hand from his shoulder. Eren, listen. This is the only way. You need to take the symbiote and keep it away from anyone who plans on doing anything bad with it. You'll learn to control it. Look, I'm wearing it right now and I'm fine. As long as you take on the responsibility of controlling it, it won't be able to take over the planet. I think. You think. Present Eren scoffed as he looked to the ground, contemplating his choices. How the hell are you my future self? You're an idiot. Every Eren that tried to withstand what it does to you has failed, but I believe in you. Future Eren said this as if suddenly, things would change with the Eren he was speaking to. However, present Eren did not share that same sentiment. Listen, Eren. I know you want to hold on to those values that you've formed. That we formed. But you need to understand that playing the hero like you've been doing is going to have to come to an end eventually. Norman was right. You're going to have to sacrifice your values and your mind for the sake of everyone else. When you go back to the present, you'll end up around a year after you left. I'm out of time now, so this is the end for me, Eren. This is going to hurt, but I'm going to streamline every Eren's memory into your body and give you enough energy to get back to the present. Present Eren, not having his questions answered yet, reached out to his other self. Wait before he could say another word, future Eren's afterimage dashed into Eren's body, immediately sending decades worth of knowledge into his brain. Rather than these memories coming and going as they did in the past, they were all readily available to him. As his brain skimmed through the memories, Eren's eyes widened at the horrors that awaited him. The loss. The anguish. The destruction. All of it flipped through his brain like a short film as he watched countless versions of himself die a brutal death at the hands of a different foe each time. However, that foe had something in common each time. They all wore that same black costume, smiling at him with those same sharp teeth. He could hear their voice, the voice he heard many times in his dreams. "We are Venom," it said this time, revealing its name to him after the fact. That deep, monstrous voice that would call out to him over and over finally had a face in his brain. It had many faces, each being a different person beneath that black sludge. It horrified him, seeing that just one mistake could lead to Venom consuming either himself or someone else. The memories began to jumble up, becoming far too much for the boy to handle. Over and over again he watched himself die. Until he got to the final memory. He was able to see into the timeline of the Eren he just spoke with. It wasn't through that man's eyes, it was as if he was there spectating his death. He watched as Thanos, covered in a black symbiote as he held the hero's body in the air, impaling him with his fist using a golden gauntlet with colorful stones inside of it. Thanos tossed his body to the ground. His lifeless corpse landed next to Cindy Moon's headless body, who was also wearing a symbiote. In the surrounding area, multiple heroes lay dead on the ground, including Moon Knight, Iron Man, Captain America, and many of the other Avengers members. Thanos had won. He stood triumphant, knowing that no one could stop him, before raising his hand and snapping his finger. This proved one thing to Eren and one thing only after searching through so many memories. Eren Parker would always die at the hands of Venom. After the memories ceased, present Eren stood by himself, shivering as he looked forward with wide eyes. No man should have ever been given as much knowledge as he'd just gained at that moment, it was almost too much for him to withstand. He gazed at his family's home with a sad expression. Regardless, his future was dark, however, he considered maybe giving the next Eren in line that happy life that his other self told him about. He had the memories of that second Eren, the one who got to live with his family, and he knew that the memories of that life were the most pleasant out of all of the endless timelines he looked through. Eren loved Harry and Cindy more than anything, but the child in his home didn't meet them yet, so he'd never know what he was missing until he randomly received a memory from the past. Regardless, the fate of Eren Parker, no matter the timeline, was sealed. Either live a happy, slightly longer life or live a shorter, more dreadful life filled with agonizing losses. However, he realized that he would be robbing his younger self of a choice if he made the choice for him. As of now, Eren has the choice to fight for his timeline. It was a gift given to him by the Eren Parkers that came from the many timelines before him. So he decided not to interfere with this timeline. He walked over toward the window and took one last look at his family together. Little Eren, his 5-year-old self, looked up at present Eren as he talked to his father. The two boys stared at each other through the glass. Present Eren looked at his younger self sadly, while the little one looked in confusion. The young one didn't know it yet, but he would be the Eren that the current one would visit later on in life, and the two would meet once again in the future to continue the cycle, but now was not the time. The young one pointed to the window, causing his parents to turn around. However, the figure at the window was no longer there. Richard Parker got up and walked over to the window, looking outside of it in an attempt to see who his son claimed to have seen. Figuring it was nothing more than his son's imagination, he sat back down in his seat and continued having dinner with his family. Little did he know, his fate had just been finalized. Present Eren, running at his fastest as he did when he pushed the Green Goblin away from his city, was ready to return home. However, the moment the boy began to transcend time, he found himself slipping, watching as time-space itself began to warp around him until he fell out of it and landed yet again in the middle of a street. This time, however, he was in front of another place he recognized. A hospital from his past. Chapter 90, With Great Power. NYC Health. Queens. Those words leaving Eren Parker's mouth sent a shudder through his entire body as he found himself on the ground in front of a far too familiar hospital. Slowly, the boy rose to his feet and began walking toward the hospital. No, he thought to himself. It was as if his body was magnetically drawn to that place, as if he were merely a spectator looking through the eyes of his own body, having no control over his own actions. As he observed his body's movements from behind his own eyes, he walked past a vehicle, glaring at the license plate and the sticker on the top right corner of it. 2007, the boy read the date in his head, continuing to walk toward the hospital. Eventually, he made his way to the automatic doors, walking through them before making eye contact with the receptionist. "Welcome to NYC Health, how may I assist you?" The woman spoke with a polite voice, however, her face couldn't hide the fact that she could almost feel the boy's anguish seeping out from his cold eyes. Eren said nothing, continuing to walk toward her until he was close enough to place both hands on the front desk and speak in a tired, broken voice. Is Dash? The boy couldn't speak, he began choking up at just the thought of it. Is Richard Parker here? I'm his son, Eren Parker, he told the woman. The look on her face was that of pure empathy, the boy's glassy eyes and stone-cold glare sending a jolt through her heart. Let me search that up for you. Okay. The nurse began typing away, looking up at the massive, white monitor used in the mid-2000s. It only took a few seconds, maybe 5 or 6, but those 5 or 6 seconds of waiting felt like an eternity for Eren Parker. Please. He thought to himself, hoping that by some fated chance, he landed at the perfect period of time. Your dad is in room 962. On the 9th floor, go down the hall and turn right. Eren Parker could feel his heart stop for a moment. This is what he wanted, but it still horrified him. To his understanding, if he were to interact with his father at this point in time, there would be little impact on that Eren's timeline as long as he still passed on as he was supposed to. Thank you, he told her, letting a single tear stream down his face before yet again walking away as if he were being pulled magnetically. Like a machine, the boy walked to the elevator, pressed the call button, and waited. Again, it felt like he was waiting for an eternity in front of those metal, retracting doors, but they opened soon enough. Cautiously, he stepped into the metal box, pressing the 9th floor button and mashing the button that closes the elevator door. Come on, he thought, pressing the button as fast as he could until finally, the door began to close. He rode the elevator upward, feeling his heart rate increase with every passing moment. The thumping of his heart was so potent, he was almost certain that if he weren't alone in that elevator, it could have been heard by whoever was accompanying him. Once he reached the top floor, the panel made a single beeping chime, before the doors slowly opened. As Eren began to step out, he nearly ran into a woman who was trying to board the elevator. Eren quickly stepped out of the way, turning his body to look at her as she passed by. I'm sorry, Dash. As he apologized, he realized that this wasn't just any woman, it was his mother, Mary Parker. She didn't say anything, she was just staring at the ground with a satin glare, only looking up before the doors closed. The two of them made eye contact for the briefest of moments. Eren looked at his mother with wide eyes, as if he'd seen a ghost, and his mother looked back at him with curious ones. He looks just like Richard. Weird clothes, she thought, however, she brushed it off as nothing more than a coincidence as the doors closed in front of her. Eren turned back around, facing the road ahead before once again being pulled in the direction of his father. Each step was slow and rhythmic until the boy began to speed up, taking sporadic steps as he began sprinting to his father. 9:20. 9:32. 9:40. 9:49. 9:54. Eren came to a sudden stop, his shoes squeaking on the sterile white tile of the hospital. 962, he whispered, standing at the door frame with a single hand resting on it, breathing heavier than usual. On the bed, he could see the men he was looking for. He saw his father, Richard Parker. Dad. He whispered, prompting the sickly man to slowly open his eyes and look at his son, something Eren hadn't seen in over 12 years. Eren, his father spoke with a weak, raspy voice. He was certain of it, that was his son in front of him. Richard smiled, looking forward with his yellowish eyes. His gaze wasn't very focused, it was as if he was looking right through his son into the hallway behind him. I knew it. Richard began to chuckle ever so slightly, that chuckle turning into a cough. Eren sprinted over, grabbing his father by the hand and getting on one knee beside his father's bed. I'm here. I'm here. Eren told him, trying his best to comfort his father. I knew it was possible. His father told him, still smiling softly at his son whom he was looking at with his deteriorating gaze. Knew what was possible. Eren gripped his father's hand tighter as tears began streaming down his face more aggressively. Time travel. How did you figure it out? Richard asked, still being the man he always was, caring more about science than his own life. Eren laughed through his tears, finding it funny how even on his deathbed, his father was still science-obsessed. You haven't changed. Eren told him, still holding onto his father's hand tightly. Well, I am the same old Richard Parker from before, but you, Eren, you're all grown up. How old are you? 17. 18. I'm 19, Dad. I'm 19 years old. I left my timeline right when the clock hit my birthday. Eren still smiled, thinking about how fast time truly does fly. It felt like not too long ago, he was just a little boy making memories with his father. Now, however, he was a man. 19. Well, happy birthday, Eren. These were words that Eren wasn't able to hear for so long. He smiled softly, blinking and releasing a few tears down his face. Thank you, Dad. What are you majoring in? His father asked him. Eren let out a soft laugh. His father already knew the answer as he was part of the reason why Eren chose that major. Biophysics, Dad. Like I told you when I learned what biophysics was. I'm gonna make Parker Industries, I promise. His father let out a nearly breathless laugh, looking down at his son's odd choice of clothing, his Spider-Man costume. With that space suit, I'd think you'd already made it. Is that just how they dress in 2019? No, Dad. Eren smiled softly, sniffling and wiping his tears with one arm. I'm a superhero, or at least, I was. Like your buddy, Reed. You know, I joined the Fantastic Four for a bit. What was your hero name? It was Spider-Man. With a hyphen in between Spider and Man. That's a great name, son. His father had a soft smile on his face, thinking the name was perfect for his son. Thank you, I think so too. Eren said with a soft chuckle. How did it happen, getting your powers? I was bitten by a spider and I got spider powers. Climbing walls, agility, super strength. I even have an alarm that senses danger. I also fell into Nuform and got super speed. That's how I traveled here. That's great, son. You said that you a hero, what happened? Don't tell me you quit. Well, being a hero seems pointless after having some time to think about it. I created more monsters by being Spider-Man. Since they wanted to hurt me, they started hurting others. Their blood is on my hands. Eren, you can't blame yourself for another man's actions. How long have you had these powers? Since I was 17. And how many people did you save? I don't know. You don't know. What, you lost count? Well, yeah, I dash. If you lost count already, then you must have been doing a damn good job, Spider-Man. It doesn't matter. An older version of myself from an alternate timeline already spoiled what happens at the end of the Eren Parker story. I die, my friends die, and the world ends. I saw it with my own eyes. It's pointless dash. Alternate timeline, that was the missing piece this entire time. I can't believe I was thinking of it so linearly. Of course, time wouldn't be just a single straight line that doesn't even make sense now that you say it dash. His father had a big smile on his face, realizing his life's work had been solved by simply looking at the concept a bit more abstractly. He too thought time travel would affect one's own timeline, that concept is where his research stagnated. However, he now fully understood it. Dad, are you even listening to me? Of course I am, Eren. You said that a you from an alternate timeline spoke to you about future. What's that gotta do with you, HM? You're in a new timeline, Eren. It's up to you to choose how that story ends. But so many of me failed before. Trial and error, Eren. If you don't succeed, try and try again. That's how it works. I've heard that one already, Dad. How about this then? Richard leaned up, using all of his strength while holding onto his son's hand and looking right into his eyes with a serious expression. For the first time, his gaze was focused. He was looking right into his son's soul. At just the age of 7, I could tell that you had an incredibly brilliant mind, and you were destined for greatness. Even though you let your emotions take over sometimes, I knew you'd be someone great. I also know you like to doubt yourself and that holds you back. I know this because you're like me, Eren. I doubted myself all the time before I obtained my doctorate. I didn't think I could do it. I didn't think I could achieve my goal of becoming a scientist who could change the world in a world full of guys with superpowers. You're around the same age as I was when my self-doubting was at its peak. We are merely men. Sure, you have superhuman strength, super speed, and wall crawling, but you and I have one superpower in common. The mind. That is your power, Eren. That is our power. You need to use our power, your power, to do what's right. I know that sometimes you might feel like your powers are a curse, I know I did at times, but it's truly a gift. Mental fortitude, Eren. That is the path to becoming great. That is how you'll change the world. You have to believe that you can do it before you can achieve your goal. I know it sounds silly, I know it sounds like some fairy tale plot, but it is the truth. I believe in you, son. Your mother believes in you. Your friends believe in you. Promise me, Eren. Promise me that you won't give up. I dash. Promise me, please, Eren. Give me this one final wish. Tears began falling from his father's face. He was so proud of his son, knowing that he was passing on the torch after his death. All he wanted was for that torch to continue to be passed the second time. Okay, Dad. I'll keep being Spider-Man. Eren told him, choking up with each word. Eren, if there's one thing that you'll remember out of all the things I've ever told you, remember this next thing well, with great power, comes great responsibility. I love you, son. With those final words leaving his mouth, Richard Parker leaned back in his deathbed and began to finally let go. He was holding on for so long, almost as if something was telling him to. He realized that this was why, this was his fate, to be there for his son when he needed him the most. Eren could feel his father's grip loosen, as his heartbeat monitor began to decline. His father had a smile on his face, one that remained up until his heartbeat ceased. Eren stood up on his own 2 feet, looking down at his father with a solemn smile one last time. I love you too, Dad. Thank you. Chapter 91, Liar. Spider-Man zipped through time once again, using the last bit of Godspeed energy within him to hopefully make it back to the right time period. Seeing no one around him, he disabled his spider matter and revealed his normal clothes underneath. He pulled out his phone, however, it had the exact same time of day on it from when he disappeared, December 26, 2019. Since he wasn't paying his phone bill, due to the whole being practically dead part, his phone didn't automatically update to the current time. He began walking through the city inconspicuously, attempting to piece together what year it might be by analyzing his surroundings. The vehicles, the devices, and the style of clothes that everyone is wearing lead him to believe that he's in the present. He continued to walk throughout the city until he found an old man standing in front of a memorial statue. Eren approached and realized that the statue was of himself, Spider-Man. This statue also happened to be in the exact location where he took off with the Green Goblin before his presumed death. The old man with his slick-back gray hair, striking gray mustache, and tinted sunglasses, looked over at Eren briefly before continuing to admire the statue. Eren approached him and stood next to him as he also observed the memorial of the late hero. There was a brief silence between the two until the old man spoke to him. You know, I still miss him. Eren looked at the man's faint smile of admiration before smiling himself. You a fan? Eren asked the old man, resting his hands in his jacket pockets. The man turned his head and looked toward Eren, glancing at him in the eyes through his shades. Yeah, big fan. He saved my life once. I was on that plane a little over a year ago. The one that almost crashed into the One World Trade Building. I watched from the window as he put his body on the line just to save us all. Is that right? Eren responded with his hands still in his jacket pockets. He didn't recognize him. So it's been over a year, huh? My future self did say that this is when I should come back. My grandson loved him too. He used to run around the house pretending to be the hero. I even bought him one of those knockoff costumes. The man paused with a small grin on his face before continuing. You know, what I like about the costume is that anybody in any part of the world can imagine that they themselves are under the costume. And that's a good thing. Eren turned his head and looked at the man with his eyebrows raised. The old man's words somewhat resonated with him. Right. I never thought of it that way. There was once again a brief silence between the two before Eren excused himself. I gotta get going. Have a good day, sir. You too, young man. The man directed his shining smile at Eren as he watched the boy walk away, oblivious to the fact that he had just met his hero face to face. Eren thought to himself as he walked away, wondering what was going to happen if he obtained that black suit. It's gonna all change once I put that on. Eren continued walking through the city, not ready to face his friends just yet. Many different scenarios of the future played through his head as he strolled the streets by himself, however, they all lead to the world ending. Eren eventually noticed a sign that had the date on it. It was April 4, 2021. Meaning he missed out on about 16 months of his life. He missed 2 of his own birthdays, as well as 2 of Cindy's and Harry's, who both were born in February. In terms of literal biological age, Eren was still 19, however, according to the date, he was 20 years old. Eventually, he found himself standing in between the graves of Mary Parker and Richard Parker, thinking about what his father told him. That must be what my future self meant when he talked about sacrifices. My power. I thought it was a curse, but Dad is right. It's not a curse. Not just my powers, but everything. My intelligence, my knowledge of the future, and my abilities are all gifts given to me so that way I can change the outcome of our future. It's my responsibility to do so. Eren could hear the soft, whirring sound of some sort of machine behind him. He turned his head slightly to see 2 familiar faces, descending on a hoverboard behind him. It was Silk and the new goblin, Cindy Moon, and Harry Osborn, his 2 best friends in the whole world. Harry thought she'd gone crazy at first, but her silk sense told her that Eren was back. The 2 of them immediately headed over to where she was sensing him, only to find a boy who looked like him from behind, standing in a cemetery. Eren? Cindy's voice asked, still only seeing the boy from behind. Eren turned around fully, looking at their faces and smiling at them both. They were so different, yet the same as he left them. Cindy looked a bit older, a bit more mature while still having that youthful, pretty face of hers. Harry was very different, he was massive, and his muscles were even larger than Eren's, having more of a boxer's body than a gymnast's. Harry lifted his visor, looking at Eren with his own 2 eyes for the first time in 16 months. Eren opened up his arms as he walked toward his 2 best friends before they both jumped off the board and sprinted to him. Eren! They both shouted, hugging him so hard that they nearly knocked him over. I thought you were dead. Silk spoke through her tears, soaking Eren's shoulder with them. Why did you leave me for so long? Hearing her say this caused him to feel incredibly sorry for her. It didn't really register to him just how much she longed to see him once again since it hadn't even been a day for him, technically. The grueling 16 months of his absence felt like a flash to him, but to Cindy, it was almost an eternity without him. I'm sorry, Cindy. I'll explain it all when we're all in private, okay? Eren whispered into his lover's ear as she continued to sob uncontrollably. I missed you, man. I thought we lost you. Harry, hiding his tears, squeezed his best friend tightly as his muffled voice spoke into Eren's shoulder. He too longed to see his best friend once again. I missed you too, Harry. Eren's eyes remained shut as the three of them continued their group embrace. I missed you both. I love you guys. Cindy grabbed Eren by the face and quickly locked lips with her long-lost lover, prompting Harry to back off and tease them. Ugh, get a room, he told them both with tears in his eyes. Eren and Cindy continued to kiss passionately before Cindy pulled back and started proclaiming her love to him, all 16 missing months worth of it. I love you, Eren Parker. I love you so much. Eren smiled, looking at her beautiful face with loving eyes. I love you too. He told her before she kissed him once more, caressing his lips with hers, this time with one long, passionate kiss. I love you so, so much, she told him tearfully, before hugging him tightly and burying her face in his chest. Never leave me again. I won't. Eren lied to her gently. I promise. Chapter 92, Time Travel is Confusing. The three heroes, Spider-Man, Silk, and the new goblin made their way down to the spider cave. It still looked the same as it did when Eren left. Those same metallic, futuristic walls and sterile gray flooring were a bland sight that he missed. It was like his second home after all. Upon entering the main room where all of their computers and such were, Lily was seen sitting at Seer's computer, as she was still committed to fulfilling that role now that Harry was on the field. Her eyes widened upon seeing Eren, compelling her to get up out of her seat and hug him. She wasn't that close to him compared to the other two, but she missed him nonetheless. I'm glad you're back, she said quietly as Eren hugged her back. Me too, Eren whispered. So what happened? Lily asked, letting go of Eren and looking at him and everyone else. Cindy and Harry both shrugged, looking to Eren for the answer. Eren said nothing, gesturing for everyone to sit before walking over to a glass dry erase board. Everyone watched anxiously before Eren grabbed a marker and began writing at the top of the board. He wrote, Time Travel. Harry clapped once. I knew it, he said as he pointed to the board. No, you didn't. Both Cindy and Lily told him simultaneously. He never mentioned anything about time travel when discussing his hundreds of theories about Eren having possibly been alive somehow. Quiet down. This is going to get complicated really fast. It's a lot, so I'll give you the Cliff's Notes. Eren began writing once more, this time creating one long line. This is Timeline 1. Just like me, the Eren Parker from this timeline went back in time after our fight against the Green Goblin. Like me, he traveled back to a random night when my whole family was having dinner together when I was about 4 or 5 years old. This Eren, we call him, Eren 1, told my parents about their deaths, thus preventing them from dying. When he went back to the present, he saw that nothing had changed in the slightest. His friends looked heartbroken upon hearing the fate of the first Eren Parker. Why didn't it change? Cindy asked, prompting Eren to draw a line perpendicular to the first line he drew. He created a second timeline. Timeline 2. The little boy that Eren 1 met in the past grew up in Timeline 2 and became Eren 2. I'll reiterate. We have Eren 1 and Eren 2 now. Eren 1, dead parents. Eren 2, living parents thanks to Eren 1 telling them about the future. Eren 2 grew up and lived a perfect life. He got everything that I had ever wanted. However, he never met you guys. He did get married dash. To who? Cindy asked. Eren hoped he could gloss over those details, but he had no choice at that point. Gwen Stacy. Eren answered, afraid of Cindy's reaction. Flash's girlfriend. Harry yelled, not making the situation any better for anyone in the room. Yes. I'm sorry, Cindy. Listen dash, Eren began to apologize, but Cindy stopped him with her own oddly calm words. Perhaps she could sense his embarrassment about the situation rather than any sort of guilt. It's fine. It's okay, different timeline, right? Yeah, precisely. Eren was relieved that this was her only reaction. Luckily Cindy wasn't the jealous type. Thank God and Bast, he thought to himself before continuing. So this Eren 2, got married and had kids, started his business and everything was perfect. However, when tragedy struck, Spider-Man wasn't there to save everyone. The city fell, then the state, then the country, then the entire world. He put a team together since he met Eren 1 in the past and knew about time travel, and created a time machine to go back in time and stop Eren 1 from ever changing the past. This, however, did not fix the Eren 2 timeline. Instead, Eren began to draw a perpendicular line at the end of timeline 1. It made timeline 3. Eren 3 grew up with a timeline that was exactly the same as Eren 1's timeline until he too went back in time. This time, he was ready to change the past again, until he was stopped by Eren 2 who traveled once again, and told him everything I just told you. Eren 3 chose not to save his family and went back to his present. Then Eren 3 came back to stop Eren 4 from doing the same thing. Now there is an infinite loop of an Eren going back in time and stopping another Eren before telling him about the future and passing down his memories. So, basically, I have every Eren Parker to ever exist before me's memories in my brain as we speak. All hundreds of them. Eren didn't want to tell them the truth, he didn't want to let them all know that each Eren sent merely an afterimage of themselves back in time as their dying breath. He didn't want to tell them the many times he had to watch every single person in that room die. He didn't want to tell them about how there was even a chance that they themselves would become a monster. Cindy could sense Eren's guilt due to her abilities and it worried her. So everything ends up fine, right? She asked him, seeing if he would tell her the truth. Of course. All we gotta do is beat the bad guys, just like we always do. Eren lied, one that would have been convincing if it weren't for Cindy's abilities. Cindy knew he was lying, she was certain of it. However, she chose to believe him. She'd just lost him and got him back, she didn't want to think about losing him again. She'd rather lie to herself, give herself false hope, than learn the truth. So you basically have a cheat sheet? Lily asked him. Since you know everything that'll happen. Well, not exactly. Me having all this knowledge alone already changes everything. I've seen hundreds of timelines going down hundreds of different paths. I can choose one path or combine 2 or 200. It's a lot. I've already done so much differently. Harry looked confused upon hearing this as all they had done was swing home and have that very discussion. Already? How? You just got here, he asked. Well, for starters, I was the only one who got to speak to my father one last time. I don't know how it happened but I slipped through time and fell in a time right before he died. I was able to interact with him safely since our conversation had no impact on the timeline because he died immediately after. Eren began holding back his own tears before repeating what his father told him. He told me that with great power comes great responsibility. He told me not to quit when things get rough and to keep being Spider-Man. I see, so just having advice from him has already altered our timeline. Harry said quietly. On top of seeing all the past Eren's actions, that's insane. Very insane. Eren parroted. Harry appeared to have a light bulb going off in his head, snapping his fingers and pointing a finger gun at Eren. So that means you know where Project V is, right? Where it was taken. Not exactly, remember it's a different timeline, but we'll find it. Eren laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. He was lying. He knew exactly where Project V was being held, down to the room it was in and the names on the name tags of almost every employee in the facility. However, he didn't want anyone involved. This was his burden to bear. I need to find Project V before Norman gets back. He thought to himself, though these guilty thoughts were being felt by Cindy. Why is he hiding things from us? She thought before finally speaking up. Eren, she said his name as if she were a disappointed parent, looking at him very closely as if she were studying him. Remember when you said that there would be no more secrets? You promised. Do you remember that? She asked him, still studying everything about him. His brain. His eyes. His body language. She couldn't read minds, but she could read just about everything else about him. I do remember that. We both made that promise, right? Cindy nodded as he said this, compelling him to smile and continue. See. I do remember. No more secrets. Okay. You better keep that promise or I'll never forgive you. Cindy saying this caused Eren's heart to drop to the lowest depths of his body. If his skin wasn't brown, he would have gone pale at that moment. He knew that she knew, but he kept the facade going. For her sake. I promise. I'll never hide anything from you again. He lied. Chapter 93, He's Back. Eren eventually excused himself from the spider cave and used the holographic device given to him by Reed Richards to give the family a call. If he didn't know the future, he'd have a lot of questions for the scientist, however, he already knew everything he needed to know. He was mainly calling them just to let them know that he was okay and to let them know a little bit about what happened to him. So, as he sat inside one of the living rooms of the Osborne estate on one of the sofas, he pressed the blue button on the hologram projector and waited for an answer. It only took a couple of seconds before Reed answered the call. Eren. Reed shouted, in disbelief that the boy who was declared dead was right before him. It wasn't long before Sue joined in behind him after hearing the boy's name, followed by Johnny and Valeria. "Hey, guys." Eren smiled at all of them, waving from his side of the holographic call. "Oh my god, Eren. We heard you died." Sue exclaimed, having tears visible in her eyes through the call. "Uncle Eren." Valeria was excited to see him, smiling with her hands together in front of her chest. It had been a while since he'd last seen them all since they left in the summer almost 2 years prior. Valeria was now 12 years old, finally reaching her mother's shoulder in height. "Dude. What happened?" Johnny asked, leading Eren to explain the entirety of what happened in the same way he explained it to his friends. He made sure to leave out most of the details regarding the negative future ahead. Fascinating. Reed was rubbing his chin as he thought about the oddities of time travel after hearing Eren's explanation. So there's technically an infinite amount of timelines if you account for the timelines that exist after ours, for lack of a better term. Yeah, exactly. Eren nodded. The ones after me will get my memories as well. Have you experienced any issues with your abilities? I'm sorry for failing to mention it before, but Shuri and I discovered that you have these special cells in your body that Reed was going to go on a long explanation, but Eren already knew about that stuff due to the shared memories of his past selves. Yeah, Godspeed cells or whatever. I can't use Godspeed anymore, at least, not to the level I did before. The most I could do is turn my hands into sparklers. See? Eren held up both hands and tried to use Godspeed, however, only his fingers were able to get the blue glow around them. It'll come back though. I just overextended myself, I guess. If his future were to end up like his future selves, his Godspeed would return stronger than ever before, however, the method of doing so was something he still needed to contemplate about. I also heard about what happened with Franklin. I'm sorry to hear about that. Eren was referring to the fact that Franklin, who was not present, had sent himself into his own pocket dimension by mistake while trying to learn his powers. He'd been gone for about a year at that point, though no one in the family had pieced together a way to find him due to him being in a literal another dimension of his own creation. The Future Foundation was saddened upon hearing him bring it up, however, Valeria was hopeful. We'll find him. Dad and I will find him, I know it. We've almost figured it out. Eren smiled. I know you will, Valeria. I've seen it. He lied. His future selves all died before Franklin was ever found. However, he wanted them to remain hopeful by telling them that they would find him. The whole family smiled back at him, believing his lie since from their point of view, he had no reason to. The 5 of them caught up a bit before they said their goodbyes once again. Once the call ended, Eren sighed and stared at the inactive hologram projector. He felt incredibly guilty for not telling them the truth, however, he knew he had to do it for their sake. They didn't deserve to live what little amount of time they had left grieving yet another member of the family. Before he could think about it for too long, Harry appeared from behind Eren, rushing into the room with his costume on and his board in hand. Silk was directly behind him, also in costume, telling Eren everything he needed to know before it was even said. Even without the clues, he already saw their next foe in his memories. The Vulture. Eren asked his 2 friends, surprising them. Well, yeah, he does sort of look like one now that you say it. Harry admitted, laughing a little as he remembered the villain's goofy costume. He's by Central Park. Let's go. The 3 heroes made their way to the location of the crime, as Lily kept them updated from the spider cave. Once they arrived, they saw the Vulture, a bald man wearing a skin-tight, green bodysuit with wings, flying high in the air, flinging the metallic feathers of his wings down at the police officers beneath him. He was far too high in the air for Spider-Man or Silk to reach, as there were no buildings for them to fling themselves off of. However, the new goblin was more than capable. Grab on! Harry shouted before shooting himself upward into the air. Meanwhile, Silk and Spider-Man attached themselves to his glider and began flying with him toward the crazed maniac. Is that him? He's back. It's Spider-Man. This was the first time Spider-Man was spotted ever since his supposed death, compelling everyone to exclaim in shock as they watched the hero and his partner soar toward the Vulture. Ladies and gentlemen, I have amazing news. Spider-Man, New York's very own, who was reported dead 16 months ago, has been spotted above Central Park as he, Silk, and the new goblin take on the men, referring to himself as the Vulture. Fans are in disbelief that their hero, no, our hero is back. Millions watched the news report highlighting his return, all smiling after seeing the men they idolized or the men that impacted their lives had returned. Alright guys, from what I've seen, all this guy does is fly and throw part of his wings. His name is Adrian Toombs, an escapee from Rikers during the Green Goblin riots. He has no powers, he's just some dude in a costume. Should be a piece of cake for you guys, good luck. Lily spoke from inside the spider cave, having multiple monitors opened with details about Adrian Toombs as well as clips of him using what little abilities he had. Should be easy enough. Any ideas? Harry asked the two spiders as they held onto his glider. I got a few. Spider-Man told him. Harry, I want you to be our building. Stay in the air at Vulture's level, and dodge his attacks, while Cindy and I will swing from your board and attack him. Understood. Harry had a big smile on his face. There was nothing he wanted in the world more than to be able to fight crime alongside his best friend. It was truly a dream come true for him. Just as they planned, Harry flew up to Vulture's altitude before throwing ranged attacks, whether it be his throwing boomerang knives or various gadgets. Spider-Man and Silk, using the new Goblin's board to fling themselves upward, slingshot themselves at the Vulture. Due to the fact that they were only able to move in a predictable trajectory in the air, the Vulture dodged before taunting them. You may be able to come back from the dead, Spider-Man. But in the air, in my domain, I am unstoppable, the Vulture proclaimed before flinging his metallic feathers at both spiders and the new Goblin. Harry was able to dodge these attacks fairly easily, however, Spider-Man and Silk wouldn't have the same luxury of being able to move in the air. Luckily, Silk saw this coming, creating a web shield big enough to block her entire body. As she blocked with one arm, she held onto Spider-Man's arm with her other hand. Once 3 of Vulture's feathers impaled her shield, Silk flung Spider-Man forward, catching the Vulture off guard due to the red and blue-wearing arachnid being hidden behind Silk's shield the entire time. Spider-Man was able to deliver a powerful left straight aimed directly at the Vulture's chin, causing the bird to begin flapping his wings sporadically. The Vulture glided backward, regaining his balance before the new Goblin appeared in front of him, riding forward on his glider. Harry Osborn got a right hook of his own in, causing the Vulture's entire body to turn to the side as Silk flung herself upward using her webs and Harry's board. As if the other 2 attacks didn't already do enough damage, Silk delivered a powerful knee to the Vulture's nose, accidentally drawing blood and breaking it. Silk winced. Oof. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Silk's sense tingled, though not because of danger. Autonomously, she reached her hand outward, catching a web that was shot by Spider-Man before yanking him upward toward the Vulture as gravity began pulling her down. Spider-Man gave the Vulture one last gift, a strong uppercut to the chin, one that completely knocked the bird out and caused his limbs and wings to go limp. As Spider-Man was still floating in the air, the new Goblin flew by, grabbing his arm as his other was already grabbing onto Silk before boosting down toward the earth with his glider. In just a couple of seconds, the trio was down at the ground level. Using her fingertips, Silk created a hammock of webs using the trees at Central Park before the Vulture came crashing down, landing in the hammock and lying unconscious. The 3 heroes looked at the Vulture, lying like a cartoon character who was hit by an explosion before celebrating amongst each other. That was sick. Harry shouted. Our synergy is already off the charts. Yeah, I'm impressed, new Goblin. I've seen you in the memories but seeing it in real time was quite the spectacle. Spider-Man gave his best friend props, smiling under his mask. He would have never thought Harry of all people would suddenly become such a strong fighter. I had to step up while you were gone. Harry had a big smile underneath his mask, Spider-Man's words meant a lot to him. You too, Silk. Spider-Man looked at his lover. You've gotten a lot better at this hero stuff. Silk smiled under her mask as well, it was visible by the look in her eyes. It's all because of you, she told him before dozens of people began crowding around them. Are you the real Spider-Man? What made you fake your death? Are you and Harry Osborn friends in real life? Where were you in the last year? Is it true that you and Silk are dating? The 3 heroes started to get overwhelmed by nosy civilians, prompting Harry to activate his board. The 2 spiders hopped on with him before Spider-Man waved to everyone and the 3 of them blasted off. As the 3 of them rode the new Goblin's glider away, Spider-Man sighed. I see the press didn't get any less annoying. They got worse actually. My identity is public so they're trying to get Silk to do the same. Give them an inch and they want a mile. Harry told him. Ah, because of the name, right? Should have stuck with Seer. Yeah, but that would defeat my whole purpose. I'm doing this to atone. I know it might not mean much to everyone else, but adopting my father's name and replacing it is important to me. When people hear Osborn, I want them to think of the good I've done with the company. I want Harry Osborn to be the first name to come to their heads. Same with the Goblin. I want the Goblin to be something positive, not the monster that my father became. Not the one who was responsible for the deaths of thousands and killed Spider-Man. I want both of his names, which are now mine, to bring people security. Besides, Tony Stark did it, so why can't I? Eren was smiling under his mask the entire time as he heard Harry's explanation. It was clear that Eren had rubbed off on him, something that happened with almost everyone he'd come into contact with. Speaking of which, there was another person Spider-Man needed to visit. I'm really proud of you, Harry. You guys go on ahead, I still need to let some people know I'm okay. Spider-Man tapped Harry's shoulder before leaping off of his board. The other two returned home, while Spider-Man swung to Black Cat's penthouse. Once there, he knocked on her glass sliding door twice. Felicia was seen peeking around the corner before her eyes widened. She then sprinted toward the sliding door, opened it, and hugged Spider-Man. "Spider," she shouted, gripping him tightly. "Hey, Cat. Sorry about the looking like I died stuff. I'll explain." Just as he said, Spider-Man explained everything to her as the two sat at one of the tables in her home. Holy shit. That's gotta be heavy. She was shocked. Time travel was something she didn't even believe existed, let alone alternate timelines. Yeah, very. He told her. It's sort of scary having all those memories in my brain. I have a question. Black Cat had a sort of sly smile on her face as her cheeks began to turn red. In these other timelines, do you and I ever, she almost didn't want to say it. She knew he was taken, so she didn't want to overstep any boundaries. However, she was still curious. Well, what do you mean? Like date, or do you mean? Spider-Man asked. Well, I meant, but if you have the answer for either one, I'll take it. Black Cat was still blushing. She thought it was such a silly thing to ask of him, especially since he was so much younger than her. However, she couldn't help but think about it. Yes. We've done it in other timelines and dated. However, my other selves realized that you weren't actually into the men beneath the mask, only Spider-Man. It was a mistake more than anything on their part. Of course, they were cool with it at first. I mean, look at you. You're a very attractive, older woman. What kind of guy my age would I be to not wanna, I mean, if I was single, of course. I'd never do that right now since Silk and I are in a relationship. My point is, don't get your hopes up or anything. You and I weren't ever meant to be anything more than friends. I'm sorry. This may have seemed out of the blue and forward, however, Eren had the knowledge of hundreds of timelines. Felicia's secret feelings for him weren't very secret. She was baffled. She never really thought about it, but it was true. Despite falling for the hero, she never once thought about the men behind the mask. Not a single time. You're right, Spider. I didn't realize it until now, but I never once really cared about meeting the other you. The men, rather than the hero. I'm sorry about that. Black Cat seemed a bit embarrassed, however, Eren didn't really care too much that she viewed him that way. He was long over it due to having decades worth of years to think about it technically. If you want to meet my other half, I can show you. I know you'd keep my secret safe, since, memories and all that. Black Cat contemplated accepting this offer from him. She was curious, but she also didn't want to ruin the surprise. However, she was determined to prove him wrong, to show that she can care about the guy under the mask, but as a friend. I'd like to, she told him. And so, Spider-Man reached up to his face and removed his mask, showing her his young face for the first time. Her eyes widened, as she expected something much different. She didn't say a word, she just continued to stare at the boy, compelling him to laugh and make a joke. A picture would last longer, Felicia. Black Cat snapped out of it before keeping it professional. You're pretty good-looking, Spider. Silk is a lucky girl. Eren smiled. I'd say I'm the lucky one. Name's Eren, by the way. Black Cat smiled softly at him. Nice to meet you, Eren. Thank you for being honest with me today. Yet another thing you taught me that I need to work on. Eren felt guilty after hearing her words. He left out a lot of details, such as how he watched her die through many other timelines alongside his other friends. Sometimes, even he was the one to take her life. However, once again, Eren lied to a friend. Of course, he told her. I'll always be honest with you, no matter what. Chapter 94, Renovation, NSFW. A week had passed since Eren returned to his timeline. Alone, he lay in his twin-sized bed inside a small, cramped, falling-apart apartment room. He dropped out of school since it was pointless to continue going due to the whole world-ending thing. However, he told Harry and Cindy that he just wanted to focus on other things before returning to school. His only source of income was the little he'd be making from the Daily Bugle, and what he had saved in his bank account was enough for a few months' rent. This was a huge red flag in their eyes. Eren Parker, the biggest bookworm of all time, suddenly dropping out of school was something uncharacteristic of him. He'd always overworked himself and balanced school with hero stuff, never putting one after the other. However, this time he was suddenly throwing away his aspirations to sit at home all day and be depressed when he wasn't doing Spider-Man stuff. Harry offered Eren to at least stay at the mansion and a job at Oscorp. However, he felt weird about the idea of Harry being his boss, so he declined. He even still had the keys to the Baxter building, but again, he didn't want to be a freeloader. Eren checked his bank account, sighing as it began falling below triple digits. Maybe I should take Harry's offer. He whispered to himself before hearing a knock at his front door. The door was so low quality that just knocking on it opened it, revealing Cindy Moon standing at the doorway with a perplexed expression. She looked around at the dirty walls, dusty interior, and broken door with her eyebrows furrowed. She couldn't believe that this is what Eren decided to call his home. "Are you really okay with living like this?" she asked him. She was worried about him, noticing that he was slowly going back to that depressed version of himself back in high school. "Yeah, it's everything I need. Plus, no one can see me getting in and out of here thanks to the skylight, see?" Eren pointed up at the dirty skylight above him, one that was out of view of any building or the street below. It was perfect for Eren and Spider-Man, allowing the hero to slip out undetected. Seriously. Cindy couldn't believe it. There was no way she was going to let him just live in solitary in a place like that. "Okay then. I'll be back." Cindy immediately left the apartment. Huh? What's she up to? Eren thought, trying to go through his memories to see if this ever happened to any other Eren. Sadly, as things went on, the memories were starting to become less reliable as the timelines grew different. In fact, this whole apartment idea was his own, completely independent from any other timeline. About an hour later, Cindy pushed the door open. This time she was holding a suitcase and a duffel bag with her things. "I'm moving in," she told him. Eren leaned up out of bed with a puzzled look on his face. "Huh? Are you sure your parents are okay with this? Especially your mom. Aren't you forgetting that I'm 20 years old?" Cindy dropped her things on the floor and walked over to Eren as he leaned up in his bed. Cindy jumped on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck as she admired his face. "You've been distant lately, you know I still have those urges, right?" Cindy pushed Eren backward, causing the bed to squeak as his back slammed against it. With her hand still on his chest, Cindy leaned forward and spoke quietly to him. "And if I live here, well, I can quell those urges all I want." "Right. Why, yeah." Eren wasn't expecting her to be so forward. They didn't really talk about the urges very much, since they didn't really have an explanation for it and they both thought it was embarrassing that they'd occasionally get uncontrollably aroused around each other. But Cindy pressed on his chest, leaning upward before looking around at the awful apartment building. "This place is seriously killing the mood. How about we do some home improvement? Make things a bit more lively. Replace that old door." "I don't know if that's allowed," Eren muttered. "I don't think your landlord cares about what happens to this place. I mean, look at it. When was the last time this place has been cleaned?" Cindy once again looked around at the dusty walls in disgust. "Come on, get up, lazy." Cindy got off the bed and yanked Eren off using her super strength. He landed on his feet, forming a smile on his face and shaking his head. "Are you for real?" he asked her, chuckling at the absurdity of the entire situation. Her moving in, her wanting to suddenly renovate, it was all very unexpected and so sudden. "Very. I'll go get some cleaning supplies." It wasn't long before Cindy returned with a plethora of cleaning tools and solutions, all of the high-quality stuff to ensure the stained walls, floors, and ceiling would be cleaned. The two of them played music in the background as they began cleaning what was now their apartment room together. They started with the floors, using mops to try and clean up all the grime before getting on all fours and cleaning the wooden floors by hand. Due to their strength, they were able to get the gunk off of the ground with ease, turning the dirty, dull, dark walnut color to shift into a cleaner, honey color. They then moved on to the counters, using countertop cleaner on them to remove the stains. At one point, Eren had both his arms wrapped around Cindy as they cleaned. This wasn't efficient in the slightest, but it made things a bit more fun for the two of them. They did the same strategy with the windows, as Eren used his height to reach the upper halves of them as she cleaned the lower halves beneath. Occasionally, the two would get distracted and dance together to the music when one of their favorite songs came on. It had been a while since Eren had been so lively. It was a side of him that she missed for a very long time. The walls were next, and thanks to their spider powers, they were able to climb them and scrub them with ease. This was the same for the ceiling, as the two of them hung upside down whilst wiping the grime away, along with the skylight. Once the room itself was pristine, the two of them headed out to get some housewarming objects to bring back to the apartment. Being broke college-aged young adults, they couldn't afford much, but they made do with what they could, opting for fake potted plants and some posters from Cindy's old room. They also bought LED lights to hang on the ceiling to make the lighting seem a bit less dull, and the two of them were able to get a small rug for the center of the room to put it all together. As the two of them were close to finishing their project, Eren couldn't stop smiling, and Cindy noticed. In fact, this was the first time she saw a genuine grin from the boy, a full, shining smile. Of course, she had no clue, but he was heavily depressed as his mind was always on the future, always cycling through his memories. However, he was able to be distracted from it all that day. With only one final step, the two of them replaced the faulty door at the room's entrance before turning around to look at their new home in its entirety. Gone were the muddy, dark floors as they were now a shiny light brown. The walls were no longer gray and stained, they were finally white as they were when the room was first built. Those mystery stains on the ceiling were also gone and the skylight was crystal clear, along with every window. "Isn't this better?" Cindy said with her hands on both hips as her clothes were covered in dirt and dust from head to toe. "Yeah, it is. Thank you, Cindy. I didn't realize it, but I needed that," Eren told her. He knew that the room was a mess, but he was too despairing to do anything about it. He had heard that by just cleaning one's room, their mood and outlook on life could change, and it was looking to be true as he too looked around the room with his body also covered in dust. Cindy smiled at him, being able to sense just how much his mood had changed due to her powers. "Anything for you," she told him with that grin still on her face. However, that sweet, innocent grin on her face soon transformed into a more mischievous-looking one as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. "What do you say we get cleaned up together?" she asked him, no longer being able to fight back the feeling of their spider powers interacting and multiplying their already high levels of attraction to the other by 1,000. "You read my mind," Eren told her before lifting her up and carrying her to the bathroom. It wasn't long before the two of them were completely naked in the shower, caressing each other's soapy bodies as they swapped tongues whilst shrouded in steam. As they kissed passionately beneath the hot water raining down on them, Cindy began rubbing her lover's shaft, feeling it enlarge in her hand until it reached its full size. "I want you to fuck me," Cindy whispered, looking up at her lover with wanting eyes. "The walls are thin, the neighbors will hear us." Eren was a little embarrassed about that fact, however, it was clear by Cindy's expression that she couldn't care less at the moment. "Them listen," she whispered. Without saying a word, Eren lifted her up and pressed her against the wall, compelling her to wrap both arms around his back, along with her legs, as he began sliding his manhood inside her slowly. Fuck. Cindy mewled in her lover's ear as he began moving his hips back and forth, getting a bit more assertive with each stroke to the point where Cindy was completely immobilized against the shower wall. "Oh my god, yes." Cindy began digging her nails into her partner's back as he continued to fill her with his manhood, holding her in his embrace against the wall. She then held his face with both hands, pulling him toward her before the two locked lips once more and moaned together. Their passionate moans were muted by each other's mouths. Cindy's body started to shudder as her lover began touching just the right spots. This was something she'd longed for. Feeling his touch, feeling him inside of her, tasting him, she was craving it. On the other hand, Eren was doing his best to try and please her as much as possible while also trying to savor each intimate moment as if it could be their last. He pulled back from her, looking into her eyes as he continued to move back and forth inside her before whispering to her, "I love you, so much." Cindy looked back at him, not breaking eye contact for even a second before repeating it back to him. "I love you so fucking much. God, I missed you," she told him before grabbing his neck and pulling him in close to kiss him once again. Wanting to change things up, Eren turned her around and pressed her breasts against the wall before entering her from behind. His thighs hitting her soft cheeks could be heard along with water crashing as he continued to pleasure her from behind. Cindy moaned, "Ah fuck Eren," as she felt his manhood pressing against her womb with each forward motion. Sensing that Cindy was close, Eren grabbed both of her arms and began delivering deeper, longer, and faster strokes. As soon as he started picking up speed, Cindy began to shudder again, muttering breathlessly, "I'm coming. Naya." Eren could feel her warm womanhood grip him tightly as she climaxed. Cindy let out a few soft, passionate moans as she finished and Eren paused to allow her to catch her breath. Using her webs, Cindy formed a small hammock behind her lover before pushing him back onto it. Her shoving him so suddenly surprised him, as he didn't even notice her forming the bed of webs behind him. Before he could process what was happening, Cindy got on top of him and started riding him, slipping him all the way inside of her in one swift motion. As if she were completely consumed by passion, Cindy started moving herself up and down fiercely to the point where the web hammock was beginning to tense up due to the pressure. The webs weren't the only thing feeling tense under the pressure, as Eren began to feel overwhelmed by his lover's movements. He usually was silent during their sinful acts, however, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He began letting out breathless groans as Cindy continued riding him as if her life depended on it. Cindy's movements grew more fierce by the moment as her breasts began to bounce merrily with each hip movement. Cindy couldn't help herself, she began to moan even louder, so loud that even if the walls weren't thin, the neighbors would definitely be able to hear her. Fuck. You feel so fucking good. Eren tried to remind her, "They're gonna dash," but before the words could leave his mouth, Cindy webbed his lips shut. "Shhhhhh," she sounded, placing a single finger over his webbed mouth as she proceeded to ride him. She then placed one of her hands on his heart, feeling it race faster than she'd ever felt it before. She giggled, "Don't pretend like this doesn't excite you. I can sense your feelings, remember," she teased as she continued moving her hips up and down. Her lips began to quiver as she started feeling overwhelmed with pleasure once again. "And that means I get to feel good when I'm with you." The two of them went at it for a while, for so long that they lost track of time. Eren was shocked by the end of it. She was usually so shy and reserved in every other aspect of her life, but as soon as she allowed those urges to take over, she was like a wild animal. A beast that could not be tamed. He'd be lying to himself if he said he didn't love it. Chapter 95, Breakout. Both Eren and Cindy lay holding each other in the small, twin-sized bed inside what was now their apartment. It was far too small for two people, but they didn't mind having to smother each other just to sleep comfortably. It was actually the first time the two of them slept together in the same bed. They both woke up at about the same time, prompting Cindy to snuggle up into her lover's chest and greet him. "Good morning," she said cutely and sleepily. Eren smiled down at her, greeting her in the same way. "Good morning," he told her, hugging her tightly. "We should probably save up for a new bed, huh?" Cindy exhaled humorously. "Yeah, probably. I can do a few extra shifts. I don't mind being this close, though." Cindy smiled as she buried her face into his warm chest. She truly didn't mind it at all. "Are you sure you want to do this? Living here like this with me on a freelance photographer's salary?" Eren felt a bit embarrassed. If he knew Cindy was going to try and move in, he would have just taken that job at Oscorp despite how he felt about having a job given to him by his best friend. Cindy giggled to herself. "Eren, I don't care if I had to live in a box with you. As long as I get to be with you, for whatever time we have left, I'm happy." Eren's heart sunk. Whatever time we have left, he thought. "What do you mean?" he asked her, wondering if she had been seeing through his entire facade this whole time. "You never know how much longer we're going to have each other. I thought you died, Eren. I had to live with the thought that you might not ever come back. When you were gone, Harry, Lily, and I told anyone who asked that you went to study abroad in your mother's home country since there wasn't a body to confirm you were dead. No one really questioned it, so no one thought Eren Parker was possibly dead but us. We held out hope for a long time, we searched for months. Even the government was searching for you so they can use your body for testing but no one found a thing. We came up with a lot of theories, thinking maybe you ran so fast you ended up lost somewhere, but we never thought you were lost through time. Once we started to come to terms with losing you, Harry left and trained in Russia and I got therapy to try and cope with it all. It's funny, I had to fight my therapist. He tried to gas the entire city and force them to dream about a false reality. It made me realize that I don't want to experience any life without you experiencing it with me. I didn't want to live a life without you, and I took you for granted. But I moved on. I started doing this hero stuff alone until Harry came back and we started being heroes together. Lily joined in soon after, being our seer. Then you came back and I was so happy. I told myself that I would never take you for granted ever again. I told myself that if I was given the chance, I'd spend every single breathing moment of my life to be with you. I might not be lucky enough to have you tomorrow, so I should enjoy today. You know. Cindy said softly, rubbing Eren's chest with her hand. She truly did mean all of that. She loved him so dearly, that she would endure anything just so they could be together, even if it meant living uncomfortably. She could have just visited his apartment daily, but that wasn't enough for her. She wanted to make up for the lost time. Eren was shocked. He didn't realize that her feelings toward him were so substantial. Of course, he felt the exact same about her, despite not being able to come up with the words to show it. However, he didn't need to say anything. He didn't need to tell her that he loved her more than anything on earth. Their link, the one that Cindy could sense, told her everything she needed to know. "I feel the same way about you," Eren told her. "I know you do. I can feel everything you feel, Eren. You can't hide any feelings from me." Cindy teased, though this had multiple meanings. "Right. I'm sorry, again. I didn't want to leave you guys like that. I just wanted to save everyone." Eren said softly, feeling a bit guilty that he put his friends through so much. "It's okay. You did save everyone, so it's okay. I love you for that." As those words left her lips, the two of them received a message from Harry in the hero group chat. "I know where Conrad Marcus is going to be tonight. The bastard is taking a vacation at one of his other homes. I think now's the best time to try and squeeze some information out of him. Silk. Spider-Man. Seer. Y'all in or what?" "I'm in. I guess I'm down. LMK what time?" As soon as Eren sent the text, Cindy frowned at him. "You're not going to encourage his crazy idea to interrogate or kidnap a whole government official, are you? He's being impulsive and dumb right now. He's grown too obsessed with the idea of wiping everything bad Norman has done from existence." Cindy began typing her own message in the chat before hitting send. "Are you guys seriously going to kidnap him? Did you not hear Eren? Project V is still out there. Did you not see what it was capable of? I don't want anyone getting their hands on that stuff. We need to find it now. Besides, I'm not kidnapping him unless he won't cooperate. I'm just going to beat some answers out of him since he won't answer my calls or emails. We don't do that, Harry. That's crossing a line. You don't do that. I do whatever it takes. And you ripped my father's face off and you're talking about crossing lines. You go ahead and stay home then. Eren and I will do what needs to be done. Actually, I think Cindy is right. We shouldn't stoop that low, and also you aren't thinking about this logically. This is very illegal and you have a very, very public identity. Getting away with vigilante work is one thing, but beating up the future mayor. Ickman. We should just follow him around until he gives us leads. No way. You realize that following him could lead to nothing. Asking nicely isn't working, and he's the only one who has a decent chance of being involved in the whole situation. I don't care. You're taking this too far. You're becoming how I was back when I used to call myself the Phantom Spider. I was fueled by rage, I was bitter, and I thought doing things like that would make it feel better, but it doesn't. Besides, they don't do anything with Project V until a year from now. We have plenty of time. Wait, are you serious? You're gonna side with her? What happened to the whole doing whatever it takes to save people? What if they move sooner? You said things are different in this timeline already. / _ she's my GF bro. Sorry, I have to agree with her. Since when did Cindy have you in a collar and leash? I think they might be right, Harry. I think we should come up with a different idea that doesn't involve beating up a politician. You too. Alright, I'll do it myself. I'll message you guys when I actually do something with my abilities. Cindy looked up at Eren as they were still in bed together. Should we stop him? She asked him. Eren shook his head. Just let him do what he wants. It'll be fine. Eren already foresaw this coming for a while. In fact, he was surprised that it took Harry this long to take action. He needed to let Harry do what he wanted to do, to let him continue on this journey of atoning for being his father's son. If he tried to stop him, it would ruin their friendship. He had seen it happen time and time again. So Eren let Harry do whatever he wanted, waiting for Harry to give him the call that the information had been extracted. Hours later, Conrad Marcus was working on some paperwork in the office of his vacation home as his wife and son were elsewhere within the estate. As he was signing documents, he could hear the sound of boots getting closer from down the hall, prompting the middle-aged politician to look up with his eyebrows furrowed. Meredith, he asked, assuming it was his wife walking with an unusual amount of force with each step. Zachary, this time he assumed it was his son trying to pull a fast one on him. However, to his dismay, neither of them would be answering his call as the door crept open, revealing the all-black wearing new goblin behind it. As soon as his boot took a step into the room, Conrad Marcus got up on both feet. Osborne, he asked, stumbling backward until his back hit the wall. I've been looking for you, Mr. Marcus. You haven't been answering my calls. Harry took another furious step forward with his earth-shattering boot, clenching both fists. Remember when I saved your life all those months ago? It's time you repay me for that. Repay you. Conrad Marcus could barely speak as the young man continued to get closer. He'd seen what the new goblin does to criminals whenever he was solo. He didn't want any part of that. Project V, tell me where it's being held, tell me how to get in, and I won't harm you or your family. Your wife and son are asleep right now, so let's do what's necessary to make sure they get to wake up, all right? Harry was bluffing here. He'd never hurt an innocent person, especially a child. I wish I could tell you before Conrad could continue to mutter words, Harry pushed him against the wall and placed one of his wrist blades against his throat. I am not Spider-Man. I will extinguish you if you don't give me what I want. No one will hear you scream, no one will hear you cry. Your entire surveillance system has been dealt with too, there will be no evidence of who struck you down here tonight. Unlike with the wife and child, this may or may not have been a bluff. Harry had seen his father's deals with Conrad Marcus. He was just as despicable as the Green Goblin and would be better off 6 feet under. Aren't you afraid that you'll be a prime suspect? Of all people, you'd be at the top of the list. Conrad truly thought this would faze Harry, but it did nothing more than piss him off. I am the most powerful man in this goddamned state. One of the most powerful men in the country, all thanks to that piece of shit father of mine. I don't give a fuck what list I'm a part of, I'll wipe it clean like I always have, using my father's dishonest dollars. Once Harry officially revealed himself to be the new goblin, the law didn't touch him. He was their main funding source, he funded them for this sole reason. With the police in his pocket, he could do whatever the hell he wanted. Something he picked up upon researching Wilson Fisk. Harry, of course, used this power for good, but he wasn't afraid to bend the moral compass if it meant helping people in the long run. Getting this information was part of that. You're a monster. Just like your father. Conrad was rewarded for saying this by receiving a punch to the stomach, one so powerful he nearly began to vomit as he hunched over Harry's fist. I am. You're right. I'm giving you one last chance to tell me what I want to know. Harry saying this triggered Conrad Marcus to sigh, signaling defeat. Fine. Check the laptop over there. You'll see a file in my emails mentioning something about an urgent situation. Go ahead and click on it. Harry looked at the men with reluctant eyes before throwing him to the ground and placing his foot on Conrad's back as he began using the laptop. He searched through the man's emails until he found one with a video attached titled, Urgent. Harry clicked on it, only to be shocked at what he saw before him. The video was choppy and showed the view of about 10 surveillance cameras at once. At first, he saw people running past every single camera, running as if there was something horrifying behind them, running as if they were trying to escape a monster. As one of the scientists, wearing a lab coat, turned the corner of one of the halls, he was impaled by a black tendril, though he was still alive as his eyes widened and he was pulled back out of frame. What? Harry muttered with a shuddering voice as he continued to watch the screen closely. His eyes began frantically looking around the screen before one of the cameras showed more people running. A tendril grabbed one of the scientists by the ankle before lifting her up in the air and slamming her onto the ground like a whip. She died instantly before the tendril threw her at her colleagues with such force, they were killed upon impact. Slowly, the monster started to show itself, stepping forward with its foot that was shrouded in black before its entire body was visible. Harry's eyes winced as he looked at the monstrosity on the screen. Its entire human-like silhouette was covered in Project V. Its eyes were massive and white, covering almost its entire face. The rest of its face was covered by a grotesque grin, one showing all of its sharp teeth that could shred through flesh with ease. There were dozens of tendrils flowing from its back, wriggling around as if they were alive. Suddenly, one of those tendrils lunged at the camera, destroying it as if it wanted to get rid of any evidence. One by one, the monster began entering rooms, killing anyone it could find before destroying every last surveillance camera. Once the video was over, Harry was dumbfounded. As he stared blankly at the screen, Conrad Marcus spoke to him. That video is a week old. Haven't seen the monster since. As far as we know, it could be out there making offspring in some nest. That's why my family and I are here, away from it all when it goes to shit. Harry didn't say anything. He grabbed a flash drive from his utility belt and plugged it into the computer before transferring the video onto it. He let his foot off the politician and left the room without saying a word. Not too long after, every single member of the team was inside the spider cave, all anxious to see what Harry had to show them. With his flash drive in hand, Harry plugged it into their main computer and showed it to the team. Their faces varied from horrified to blank, the girls being the former while Eren's being the latter. When the clip ended, Harry looked directly at Eren for answers. What is that? He asked, knowing that Eren knew the answer. I have no clue. Eren said, shrugging as if he was clueless. What do you mean, I have no clue? You're telling me no other Eren saw this? This isn't in any of your memories. Nope. Eren shook his head. What are you planning, Eren? What do you mean? I'm not planning anything. I'm just trying to understand this timeline stuff just like you. Eren actually started to seem offended that Harry believed that he was somehow in on this whole situation. Cut the bullshit, dude. Cindy, Lily, and I all know you're lying about something. This was entirely true as the three of them talked amongst each other about the fact that Eren was definitely keeping something away from them. Cindy, however, didn't include the fact that she could sense his guilt. Do you think we can't tell? What happened to no more secrets? No more lies? Do you not trust us? I trust all three of you with my life. Eren once again spoke with sincerity. You sure don't act like it. Harry said coldly. Well, all I can say is I have no clue what's happening, I'm sorry. Eren looked a bit hurt by these accusations, prompting Cindy to hold his hand to comfort him, despite feeling his overwhelming guilt resonating off of him. Harry's eyebrows furrowed upon seeing Cindy suddenly switch up. Not too many days ago, she was acting as if Eren was a liar, but now her body language showed that she was siding with him. Lily had no clue what to even do or say, all she could do was watch as the heroes gave each other various looks. The three heroes all had different motives at this point. Harry wanted to save the world and get to the bottom of the mysteries involving Project V and Eren's odd behavior. Cindy, knowing something was off, wanted to continue to lie to herself and remain oblivious. Eren was lying to all of them and she knew it. However, she knew that he had to be lying for good reason. Even in the past, the only time he ever lied was to protect her, so he had to have been doing the same thing. Eren wanted to protect everyone, the entire world, the entire timeline. To do that, he needed to continue his falsehoods and put things in his own hands. He knew that what he had planned wouldn't sit right with his friends, they'd call him crazy. On top of that, he refused to share the burden and the knowledge of the world ending very soon with his friends. And so, he continued to lie. For their sake. Chapter 96, Farewell, Friend. A few days after Project V was supposedly on the loose, Harry spent almost all of his time following leads to track it down. Eren, Cindy, and Lily would of course help when they could, but the three of them also didn't let his obsession take over their lives. Eren's nonchalant attitude sort of rubbed off on the other two since he knew the future and all. He reassured them that it would all be fine. Cindy was quick to trust him, Lily was reluctant to, and Harry didn't believe a word he said. Harry rarely slept, he rarely ate anything outside of his herbs, and he spent most of his time as the new goblin. His friends were growing worried about him, especially Lily. She practically became an afterthought at this point due to Harry's obsession. He never called her unless it was about Project V. The only time she heard his voice was when she was taking the role of seer for him. Inversely, Eren and Cindy were closer than ever. The two of them were making breakfast together inside their tiny kitchen in their already small apartment. Cindy was making fried bread and eggs while Eren was making pancakes and bacon for them. They both knew exactly what they were doing, they were just enjoying the time they had left, making up for the lost time in both the past and future in the present. It wasn't long before the two of them were sitting across from each other, enjoying their breakfast together with smiles. "We should do this more often," Cindy told her partner sweetly, smiling at him before taking a bite of pancakes. "Yeah, we should. Especially when we're married with an actual big kitchen." Eren fantasized, though he knew this wasn't going to ever happen if this timeline would end like the others. "Yeah, with our kids running around. They could help us too." Cindy fantasized as well, picturing her and Eren as middle-aged adults with multiple kids running around their future home. "You think they'd get our powers too?" Cindy asked. Probably. The Future Foundation's kids got theirs before they turned 12. Eren told her, taking a bite from his fried break. "Oh, right. You did tell me about that. Reed and Sue have 2 kids, right?" she asked him. "Yeah. Valeria and Franklin. You know, they call me Uncle Eren. It's pretty cute." Eren smiled softly as he remembered both Valeria and Franklin, hoping that the family was okay, especially Franklin wherever he was. "How many kids would you want?" Oddly enough, the two of them hadn't really brought up how many kids they wanted or what they wanted to name them. Cindy thought about it for a second before giving her answer. "I would say 1 because kids are expensive, but 2 is good so they won't be lonely." Eren smiled at her answer. "I agree. A boy and a girl would be cool." Cindy nodded. "Yeah, that'll be amazing. Imagine we formed a little team with matching outfits like the Future Foundation. It'll be so cute." Eren laughed. He thought it was a silly idea since he'd already done that, but he'd be down to do it again if she wanted to. "Yeah, it would be." Eren's phone began to buzz, prompting him to look over and see that he received a message from Cameron, the young composer he saved that one time from jumping off a building. This was a message that he was expecting, though he dreaded it. "I gotta go take care of something. I'll be back," Eren said as he got up and looked for his Spider-Matter costume. Once he put it on, it adjusted to his body and took the form of his red and blue costume before he climbed out of the skylight and headed straight for the hospital where Cameron was staying at. Spider-Man knocked on the door frame of the boy's hospital room, seeing that he was attached to multiple machines to keep him alive. It wasn't visible, but Eren was in pain seeing the kid he saved all that time ago on the brink of death. "Spider-Man." Cameron was excited to see him. Spider-Man did tell him that he'd come running whenever he needed him, but part of Cameron thought that those were just words to seem nice. "Hey, Cam," Spider-Man said as he walked over to the boy and kneeled beside his bedside. "Sorry about the whole disappearing off the face of the earth thing. I accidentally traveled forward in time, to put it simply. I'm also sorry about all this." Once again, Eren found himself in a situation that he was not qualified for. He had no clue how to comfort someone who was dying of cancer. "It's okay. It runs in the family, I knew I'd get it eventually. Thank you for being here." Cameron knew he didn't have much time left, but he wanted to thank Spider-Man one last time for what he did for him 2 years ago. "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for stopping me from jumping," Cameron told him, smiling despite his body feeling weak. Spider-Man smiled back at him, though it was hidden under his mask. "Yeah, of course. It is my job, right?" Cameron nodded slightly. "It was because of you that I got to enjoy the last 2 years of my life. I made a lot of music, I made some fans, and I graduated high school and started college. I even had a girlfriend for a while, but once I was sick I broke things off with her." "That's great to hear, man," Spider-Man told him. "I still need to catch up on the music that you released after I was gone. Sorry, I didn't have much time." Eren knew that Cameron had released some new songs, but he didn't want to listen to them since he knew Cameron was about to die. He just didn't want to think about it. "That's okay. You know, I made one more song once I learned I was sick. I wanted you to be the first to hear it." Cameron told him, pointing over toward his phone on the nightstand. 1002 is my password. Go ahead and go to the files. It'll be the first one on the top. Eren reached over, grabbed the boy's phone, and put in the password. He went to the files and found a song titled, Farewell. Immediately, Eren began to tear up beneath his mask. He pressed play and placed the phone on the table. Eren retracted his mask, allowing Cameron to see what the hero looked like in full for the first time. Cameron smiled, seeing that he and Spider-Man were in fact around the same age. The song was similar to the first one Cameron showed the hero, starting off unhurriedly and somewhat solemnly as if someone was told some dreadful news. However, this time, there were glimmers of hope with each soft note from what sounded to be a piano. The hopeful piano was then followed by an equally as hopeful violin which was backed up by the reassuring sounds of celestial beings humming. Once again, Eren could feel himself being moved by yet another one of Cameron's songs despite there being no vocals. His usage of each sound was masterful, somehow telling a story without saying a word. He resonated with those heartbreaking notes at the beginning, however, like his friends, those optimistic notes from the piano picked him back up. Remembering who he was fighting for, remembering what he needed to sacrifice if he wanted to protect everyone. Slowly, the song began to pick up with percussions and the divine humming continued, growing louder and louder until a familiar motif that played in the first song Cameron showed him made itself known once again, as those same three notes that repeated before they grew more intense along with the other sounds. Both boys became overwhelmed by this feeling of hope, feeling exhilarated as if the two were about to take off and fly to the clouds. Before long, a prosperous brass made itself known alongside those divine voices shouting as if they were calling to the two boys, calling to Cameron as if they were ready to take him home. The hums ended and the rest of the sounds turned sober as the song concluded. This song told a story, once again the story of both Eren Parker and Cameron Elfman. The story about two boys. One wanted to pass the torch. One wanted to save the world. Both knew that their deaths were imminent, though one believed the other could keep going. By the time the song ended, both boys had tears in their eyes. Cameron looked over, smiling to see that his music once again touched another person. Spider-Man. Cameron spoke the hero's name. Keep going for me, all right? Don't go dying on me again. Cameron laughed a little before his laugh turned into a cough. I promise, I will keep going. Spider-Man grabbed his hand and held onto it before activating Godspeed softly in that same hand. Just like how he could send what was in his brain into another's, he could view what someone else was seeing in their own mind. He couldn't use Godspeed for traversal, but he could at least do party tricks like this. It was something he saw one of his other selves do in other timelines. Cameron's life began flashing before his eyes. Growing up with his aunt, learning his first instrument, scoring the winning point for his middle school championship basketball game, it was all shown to Eren. When time caught up with itself, Cameron's eyes closed and he finally passed on. However, Eren could still peer into the boy's mind. He saw Cameron enter the afterlife, not the ancestral plane, but whatever afterlife of whatever god he chose to believe in. There, Cameron saw not only his aunt but his parents too. They were all waiting for him there, extending their arms to the boy as he ran into them, hugging all three of them. After such a long time, their family had been reunited. Chapter 97, Double Date. Eren Parker and Cindy Moon were seen walking together, holding hands, and laughing as they strolled through the night city. They were on their way to a double date with Flash Thompson and Gwen Stacy, who had heard about Eren's return from studying abroad. Unlike most times, Eren was genuinely excited for the night since he and Flash Thompson seemingly put everything behind them. Who would have thought I'd be willingly going on a double date that involved Flash of all people? Life sure is a roller coaster, huh? Eren told his partner, smiling down at her as he held her hand and she leaned her head on his arm. Yeah, almost 3 years ago you two used to look at each other like you wanted to kill each other. Cindy giggled as she thought about the past. It seemed like Eren and Flash really were able to put the past behind them. It was difficult to do, but Eren was really trying his best to be a better person. He wanted to do what Spider-Man would do, and Flash also seemed to have done a lot of growing up. If it wasn't for Gwen, he'd probably still be a piece of shit. He told me that he didn't realize how shitty he was until she came along and basically dissected his whole personality. I guess sometimes all a person needs is someone to love them for them to finally change. Eren thought about himself as he said this. He remembered when his mother died and he felt alone until Harry and Cindy made it known that they were there for him and they weren't going away. I guess Flash and I are the same in that regard. Good for him. Cindy smiled as she said this. People deserve second chances, right? Sometimes, at least. Yeah, I agree. The two continued walking until they found themselves in front of a sports bar, spotting Gwen and Flash already waiting for them inside a booth. Eren and Cindy walked inside, immediately making eye contact with the other two, who began waving them over. Hey, guys. Gwen said excitedly as Eren and Cindy sat down across from her and Flash. Hey. What's up? Eren Parker. Been a while, man. Flash said, looking Eren up and down as if he were studying him. You look almost exactly the same. Eren didn't realize it, but everyone did in fact look a little bit older since the last time he'd seen all of them. Flash was even starting to grow a beard whereas Eren was still struggling to grow more than 5 hairs. What can I say? Eren shrugged. I just have good genes. So how was Kenya? Gwen asked, referring to the fact that Harry and Cindy said Eren was studying abroad there when he was really lost in time. It was cool, I met a lot of cool people there. I got to meet my family too. It was a great learning experience too. He lied. That's so cool. I'm glad you got to learn about your heritage. You know, I have some family in Sweden. I want to visit there one day. Gwen told him. Really? That's cool, you for sure should. I know Cindy and I are planning a trip to Korea in the future. It'll be fun. This was something that Eren and Cindy had planned, however, Eren also knew that he would have to change the entire course of history for that to happen. Oh, nice. Have you been there before? Gwen asked as she looked at Cindy. Yeah, I've gone like 3 times. I loved it there. I miss my cousins a lot too, they're all around my age. As the 3 of them conversed, Flash was staring at Eren intensely with a complimentary bread roll in his hand. Eren noticed his gaze as soon as it started and he was immediately wondering what the hell the guy was planning. This whole date wasn't in any other Eren's memories, so he couldn't really predict what Flash was about to do, but he had a good guess. Just a few moments later, Flash threw the piece of bread at Eren's face, hitting him in the temple and compelling everyone to look at him with confused glares. Shit, he thought to himself, realizing he really messed up. Why, did you just throw bread at me? Eren asked him. I told you he isn't Spider-Man, dummy. Gwen punched Flash in the arm, revealing the whole reason why he threw the bread. He wanted to see if Eren would dodge it as Spider-Man does. What? Eren asked plainly, acting oblivious. Gwen sighed and rolled her eyes. Flash thinks you're Spider-Man. This again. Cindy thought, remembering this exact thing happening with Lily and Harry. Huh, why? Eren acted as if this was the dumbest thing he'd ever heard of in his life, despite it being very true. Because you're best friends with Harry Osborn, the new goblin, and you disappeared at the exact same time and returned at the exact same time. Kinda sus. Flash was eyeballing Eren intensely as he said this, bringing Eren to laugh. If I was Spider-Man, I would have webbed you to a building by the time we were 10 years old. Eren said through his laughter. That's a funny theory though. I wish it was true. Have you at least met him before? Since you're close with Harry. Flash really wanted to meet Spider-Man, so he thought maybe if Eren knew him, there was a chance that he could get that wish. I haven't. Harry hasn't let us meet either of the 2 heroes. In fact, ever since Harry started doing hero stuff, we've been seeing him less and less. There's a reason why he and Lily aren't here right now. Eren was getting really good at lying after having to do so every day since his return. Lying about this was nothing in comparison. Oh, how are they? Harry and Lily. Gwen asked. They're fine. Again, Harry has been a bit distant from all of us, but I think those 2 are still good. Eren told her. It must be tough being the girlfriend of a superhero. Gwen said to everyone at the table, thinking about how Lily must be feeling at the moment. Everyone nodded in agreeance. Cindy, however, wanted to get in on this lying stuff that Eren was on while also changing the subject. She hugged Eren, leaning her head on his shoulder. That's why I love having such an ordinary man. No drama or anything. You know, Eren and I moved in with each other. Oh, sounds fun. How is that? Gwen seemed very invested, propping her chin in her hands as she said this. It's great. It's almost like we're a married couple. Cindy said this with a smile, compelling Eren to smile too. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I never would have thought I'd be living with the girl of my dreams at age 19. Eren didn't realize it, but this was a slip-up. Based on the timeline, he should be almost halfway through his 20th year. You aren't 20 yet? Flash asked. Huh? Oh, yeah. I am 20. Eren laughed it off. Yeah. Sometimes I still feel 17 to be honest. Luckily no one really thought much of his slip-up, it didn't seem too odd to anyone. The 4 of them continued their double date and overall things went well. The 4 of them had grown a lot closer afterward, including Eren and Flash as their past was starting to finally get put behind them, despite Flash pelting the undercover hero with a piece of bread. Just as they were doing upon their arrival, Cindy and Eren walked home together, holding hands. They could easily swing home and arrive there in minutes, but they enjoyed pretending to be normal every once in a while. Besides, they both wanted to take life slowly due to the impending doom waiting for them. Once the two of them had arrived at their apartment, they immediately began smooching passionately at the door, caressing each other's bodies as that urge they get when they were around each other was once again building up within them. They didn't even bother turning on the lights as they continued pulling each other over toward the bed, using their senses to avoid running into anything. Cindy then pushed Eren backward onto their tiny bed before getting on top of him as she began lifting off her shirt. However, the two of them would be interrupted by something. Or rather, someone. Ahem. A voice familiar to Eren could be heard clearing his throat, surprising both of the two spiders and causing them to jolt. Eren shot a web at the light switch, revealing Nick Fury, or at least some strange holographic version of him, sitting at their small table. "Good evening, Mr. Parker. Ms. Moon." Nick Fury greeted them both as if he weren't interrupting them. "I see you two might be a little busy, so I'll get to the point. I would like to invite you both to join the Avengers." "Like the Avengers? With Iron Man and Thor?" Cindy asked, feeling a little bit excited by the offer. "Yes. We are currently dealing with a threat off-world from a man calling himself Thanos. We may need your help to stop him and his army." Nick Fury gave a low detailed explanation, but it was far more complicated than that. "With Franklin Richards gone, we can no longer rely on our initial plan to get him to just simply erase Thanos from existence. We need fighters. We need heroes." Cindy was ready to accept the deal, however, Eren already knew how this would go if they helped. "No. We need to stay here to protect our city. They have no one left but us." "How can you protect your city if there will be no city to protect, Mr. Parker?" Fury asked him, basically referring to the fact that Thanos could destroy the entire planet in an instant with just a fraction of his power. "I believe in you guys. You don't need me. Besides, Reed and Valeria are two of the smartest people alive. They'll get Franklin back soon enough. I need to stay, and so does Silk." Eren was not going to budge. If he left now, the Green Goblin would return and kill millions. This was only a small fraction of the problems that would arise if he left. Nick Fury looked at the two spiders with a frown, glaring at them for a few seconds without saying a word. "So be it. You can reach me from this device if you change your mind. That is all. Fury out." Fury's hologram disappeared, prompting Cindy to look at Eren with a confused expression. "Would joining them harm the future?" she asked. Eren nodded. "I see. I guess having those memories are good for something," Cindy said quietly. She didn't like the idea of Eren having so much knowledge of the future, knowing how much responsibility he was carrying on his back, and how much he was hurting at every waking moment of every day. She wanted to tell him all about how she knows that something is off, how she could sense his anguish. She wanted to let him confide in her. She truly wanted to be there for him. But she knew that even if she asked, even if she confronted him, he would lie and tell her that everything was going to be okay as he always does. And so, she once again opted to continue to play the oblivious role, continuing to lie to herself. Chapter 98, Hunger. Content warning, implied sexual assault. A creature, shrouded in darkness, muttered these words to itself as it lurked in the shadows with its black body and tendrils expelling from its back. As those words would suggest, it was hungry, it was starving, and wanted human flesh to satisfy that appetite within. It wasn't long before the monster stumbled into an alley where four men were surrounding a young woman who looked to be either late high school or college-aged. She was terrified, fearful for her life as the men grinned grotesquely and examined her body up and down as if she were nothing more than an object to be used at their disposal. "Look what we have here," one of the sick bastards said as he put one arm against the wall, pinning the girl to it. "We got ourselves a young one," the man chortled as he used a finger to lift the girl's chin, taking a look at her young face up close. "So sexy, how many bodies you got?" one of the other thugs asked her, referring to how many men she'd slept with. She didn't answer, she just stood in one spot trembling as there was nothing she could do to stop them from doing whatever they were planning. "She looks pure to me. I bet she's a tight little virgin." Another thug chuckled as he said this absolutely disgusting sentence, continuing to glare at the girl with wanting eyes. Another thug laughed, stepping closer to the girl. "I call dibs on going first. You went first last time, let me pop her cherry. Out of the way. I'm going first. Fuck taking turns, there's a hole for three of us." In an instant, one of the assaulters felt a black tendril wrap around his leg before he was plunged into the darkness, disappearing before anyone could react. Everyone jolted in fear upon seeing the man's body vanish into nothingness, staring into the pitch-black alley in fear. The entire time, the man released a long, blood-curdling shout, followed by his cries for help. "Help me. Please, God help me." The audacity of this despicable, worthless trash of a man. Begging God for help as if he wasn't ready to commit one of the most heinous sins that a man could do to another human. God. What are you? Ayoa dash. The man's voice cut out, followed by the sounds of teeth ripping through flesh and bones. It sounded like an animal devouring the corpse of its prey as tendons were being pulled apart and muscles were being torn clean off the bone. No one moved a muscle. They were all in shock, frozen still as if they were afraid to make a sound loud enough to alert whatever mysterious animal was lurking not too far away from them. Seeing this as her opportunity to escape, the girl ran away as fast as she could. This snapped the men out of their trance, compelling them to begin running as well. However, they immediately stopped in their tracks as webbing similar to Spider-Man's and Silk's wrapped around their ankles. The men fell on their faces, and one of them felt a tendril grab their leg and drag them into the darkness. He tried to stop himself by grabbing the concrete ground, however, there was nothing he could do to stop himself as his nails began prying themselves from his fingers and leaving drops of blood. Help! Help! The man screamed for help from his companions, but his voice cut out as soon as he entered the darkness. The horrid sounds of flesh being consumed reverberated off of the darkness as the remaining two thugs tried to claw their way out of the alley using their hands. A single footstep was heard from the darkness, followed by the sounds of harsh breathing and yet another footstep. The men continued to crawl away, using everything they had to drag themselves using only their arms, but they just weren't fast enough. Hearing the third footstep, one of the men looked back to see the monster shrouded in black goo, staring at him with a grotesque grin, licking its lips and countless pointed teeth before taking another step forward. The monster expanded a tendril from each hand, one for each man, before grabbing them and pulling them closer to it and holding them in front of its face. Still having that disgusting grin on its face, it looked at one of the men before unhinging its jaw so wide, the man's entire head was able to fit inside it. Wait, why dash? The monster bit down, biting off the man's head in one single motion before chewing on the mixture of flesh, bone, and brain like a midnight snack. Still holding the headless corpse by the leg, the monster threw it out of the alley and through a parked car, mangling the headless corpse. The monster spoke once more, holding up the final man as it licked its own dark lips. The monster slammed the men on the ground, using a tendril for each limb to pin the men to the ground before chowing down on his organs. Killua. God help. Please. Help, the men screamed in agony as the monster ate his insides like the starved beast it was. Unlucky for the would-be rapist, the monster started with the non-essentials first, forcing the men to watch as he was devoured slowly, listening to the sounds of his own flesh, organs, and bones being ripped apart. Eventually, the men passed out from shock and the monster kept eating until the man's heart no longer pumped. The monster was finally satiated, standing up on its hind legs before letting out a screech as its tendrils flared aggressively behind it. However, just as the monster was ready to flee the scene, something stuck itself into its chest before it began to chime. The monster looked down to see one of the new goblin's bombs sticking halfway into its chest and glowing repeatedly. The bomb exploded, causing the monster's goo-like body to morph around the explosion and ripple like a hybrid between solid and liquid. The monster screeched, looking up in the air as the new goblin swooped down toward it with the blades on his glider extended outward, pointing directly at the monster. Found you. The new goblin spoke with a voice full of hatred and anger before flipping off of his board while reaching into his utility belt. This was the moment he'd been waiting for so long, to finally tie up the one loose end that his father left behind. This was his chance to erase the final blemish on the Osborn name. His glider impaled the monster in the lower body, forcing it to take a step back as it screamed yet again like something not of our world. Before the new goblin even landed, he flung 5 of his tri-bladed throwable razors which all impaled the tar-like monster in its face and body. The monster tried to retaliate, flinging a tendril at the new goblin. However, the new goblin simply sliced the tendril off using his wrist blades as he stepped forward quickly. I finally fucking found you. The new goblin once again shouted with a voice of fury before clicking a button inside the palm of his glove, triggering his glider to eject his spear toward him. Harry caught the pike in midair before twirling it in his hands and cutting off another tendril from the beast that was heading straight for his face. The monster shrieked again as 2 of its tendrils hit the ground and evaporated. Wincing beneath his mask and visor, the new goblin used his spear to impale the monster in the chest. The monster wailed once more, using its human-like hands to grab the spear before words came from its mouth. Harry. Get away from me, the monster spoke the boy's name, prompting him to hesitate for a second. The voice was deep and dark, however, it was familiar to him. Run away before I hurt you. As Harry wavered, a tendril smacked him in the face, sending him flying to the side and smashing into the brick wall beside him, nearly knocking him unconscious. The monster stood over Harry as if it were fighting itself on the inside. Each time it took a step, its body convulsed and the beast to a step of equal distance backward. It wanted to consume him, to devour him whole like the rest, but at the same time, he wanted to spare him. Not him. Not him, something within the beast spoke with that same familiar, yet monstrous voice as if it were trying to convince itself. Get away from him. Don't touch Harry. Harry was confused, glaring at the monster through his own blurry vision with furrowed eyebrows. Eren? Harry asked, hearing a distorted version of his best friend's voice beneath the grotesque exterior of the monster. This is what you're hiding. Before Harry could get an answer, the monster bellowed as it began pulling the new goblin's glider from its body. Once the glider was released from its body, the monster made of dark goo shot a web from its wrist and flung himself into the night sky to make a hasty escape. Harry got back up on his own feet and jumped on his glider to give chase to the monster. However, by the time Harry was above the buildings, the monster was gone. Harry clenched his fist as many questions began running through his mind at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Why? When? How? He felt betrayed. He felt angry. He felt heartbroken. At the same time, he felt sympathetic and afraid. If this was what Eren decided to do to himself, Harry wondered what exactly the future had in store for them if was what was necessary to try and prevent it. Chapter 99, Truth. Once again, Eren woke up in their twin-sized bed with Cindy in his arms, looking down at her peaceful sleeping face with a smile. She's so beautiful. Eren thought to himself, caressing her face with his hand before looking over at his phone. He had received a text from Harry, telling him to meet on top of the Empire State Building about 30 minutes from the time Eren read the message. Huh. I wonder what this is about. Eren thought to himself as he read Harry's text. Being careful not to wake Cindy, Eren got out of bed and immediately headed over to the meeting place. By the time Eren arrived, wearing his Spider-Man costume, the new goblin was already standing there with his arms crossed and his glider hovering in front of him. Harry lifted his visor, showing his emotive eyes to his best friend which displayed both wrath and sorrow. Eren was confused, landing in front of his friend before removing his mask to speak to him face to face. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Eren saying this triggered his best friend to stomp toward him with his fists clenched before delivering a full-powered punch to Eren's face, one with such strength, it actually made the hero stumble. Eren felt his spider sense go off, but he didn't expect Harry to actually hit him like that for what seemed like no reason. Why the fuck did you steal Project V? What happened to all this bullshit you've been spewing about crossing lines? About never taking a life? You're a fucking hypocrite. Harry yelled passionately as Eren rubbed his own face, looking at his friend with dead eyes. What? What are you talking about? Eren played dumb, but he knew exactly what Harry was talking about. However, he had no clue how he even found out or if he had any proof to back up his claims. I fucking saw you last night. You ate people. You fucking ate people. Harry was hysterical at this point, looking at his best friend as if Eren was a freak and a monster. Eren exhaled, realizing that the jig was finally up between the two of them. He couldn't keep the act going, at least, not with Harry. Eren looked at the ground blankly before reluctantly revealing the truth to Harry. So you saw that, huh? Yeah, I guess I have done that. But it's not really me, I barely even remember any of it. Eren stating this brought a confused expression to Harry's face. What does that even mean? Harry asked him. Well, the first time the symbiote took over, I had no memory of anything. I remember going to the facility, sneaking inside, and then everything went blank until I woke up in the center of it all. Eren's face looked as if he wanted to heave as he recalled past events, making Harry feel uneasy on his behalf. I could dash, Eren hesitated, grimacing as he thought about the next thing that happened. I could my stomach full of human remains. I immediately threw up where I found myself. There were fingers. Harry's eyes widened. He too wanted to vomit, but he held it in despite those feelings. It felt like a pit formed in his stomach. I can't control it yet and I can only hold it back while I'm awake. But when I'm asleep. Eren looked up at Harry's horrified expression. It wakes up. It needs to eat, and it chooses to eat humans. It happens about once per 2 to 4 days, depending on how much it eats. I can feel it when it's reached its limit. Before Cindy moved in, I could just let nature take its course, but I had to make precautions once she started living with me. When it's hungry, I pretend to fall asleep until she's asleep and I leave. Then I let it take over. So you just let it kill whoever it wants? Harry asked, in absolute disbelief that Eren Parker of all people would cross the so-called line to this extent. Not whoever. When it's in control, I feel myself inside my body like I'm in a weird state between consciousness and unconsciousness. It's like I'm co-piloting. I only let it kill criminals. We've yet to consume an innocent person. From what I can remember, I just sort of pull it away from them and lead it somewhere else. Why did you do this? Why didn't you just destroy it? Harry asked, unable to even guess what Eren's goals were. Because I need it. If I want to save everyone, I need it. Just for a little longer. Eren spoke vaguely, which didn't help Harry understand at all. Save everyone from what? Harry was starting to get angry again, having enough of the vagueness and secrecy. You don't need to worry about it. This is my burden to bear. Eren saying this angered Harry, compelling the boy to once again yell at his best friend. Why are you being so fucking selfish? Do you think I'm weak? Do you think I'm too stupid to help? Is that it? You know who you're being like. You're being just like Norman right now, you have that same look. That same false sense of being the people's savior on your face. Harry's words did nothing but finally push Eren over the edge, bringing the boy to yell with more emotion than Harry had ever seen him show before. You don't understand the first thing about me. You don't understand what I'm going through. I'm selfish. Me. I'm doing this for your ass. I'm doing this for Cindy. I'm doing this for every fucking person on this planet. Eren's aggressiveness immediately muted Harry as Godspeed energy began to crackle all over his body. Eren inhaled and then exhaled, realizing he'd lost his temper before speaking calmly once more. When I visited my father in the past, he told me that with great power comes great responsibility. With the memories of hundreds of timelines, I have so much power when it comes to changing the future, it's too much to handle. It's too much responsibility. Harry, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm going insane. You don't need this weight on your shoulders. It's not that you can't handle it, it's that you don't deserve this amount of dread eating you up inside. No one does. If I could go back, I wouldn't accept all of this knowledge. I didn't ask for this. I would just go into the future oblivious to what's going to happen if I could. I haven't told you or Cindy this, but the world has ended in every single timeline. Every single one. So it's looking like ours will end up the same way. I'm trying my best, I really am, but who's to say that I am the lucky one to suddenly change the future? What if it's fate? What if I am meant to die every time? What if the world is meant to fall every single time no matter what? Harry didn't even know what to say to this, he was just dumbfounded. He knew Eren was hiding something, but he would have never guessed that he was hiding the entire world ending from them. He finally understood why Eren was lying, it all made sense at this moment. Harry finally understood that Eren was just trying to protect what little joy they all had left. I will get rid of the symbiote once I finish what needs to be done and hopefully it will lead to our timeline getting the good ending. In the meantime, criminals will die when it needs to eat. That's just how it is and I've accepted it over the course of hundreds of years worth of memories to ponder it. Their sacrifice is worth saving the entire world for. What about Cindy? Harry asked. Are you going to tell her? She already knows. She can keep lying to herself, but she can't lie to me. Sure, I don't have the power to sense her emotions as she does with me, but I can see it on her face and I can feel it by the way she touches me. Sometimes, she looks at me like she's afraid of me. Sometimes, her hands caress me with caution like she's petting a dog who she knows has the tendency to bite. She doesn't need to hear it from me and she doesn't want to. Whenever I lie, I can see it on her face. She probably sees me when I leave her at night. Our bed is so small, there's no way she hasn't felt me leave her side at least once. Just don't tell her, for her sake. Let her go on for as long as she can without hearing the truth. She will find out soon enough. Don't tell Lily either, I don't think she needs to know this stuff. I don't think she should even be involved with us, personally. She doesn't need all this extra stress, but she's free to do what she likes. Harry once again just looked at Eren without saying anything. He truly didn't have a clue what to say to him. He didn't know if she should agree or apologize or express his own feelings. All he could do was listen. Speaking of which, now that everything your father left behind has been dealt with, you need to stop this crusade you're on. As I said, the world is ending soon if I can't stop it. You love Lily, right? I know she loves you, Harry, and she's hurting. Spend as much time as you can with her before it's too late. See you later, Harry. Spider-Man put his mask back on and started to leave, however, Harry finally spoke up and stopped him in his tracks. Hey. Harry said quietly. Spider-Man turned his head, side-eyeing him behind his lenses. I'm sorry for being a dick. I think I can understand your motives. Now that I know what you told me, I feel sick to my stomach. I feel like crying and throwing up. I can only imagine what you feel like, having a million times more knowledge about the future. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that you had to find out like this. Don't apologize to me, just go apologize to Lily and enjoy what time you have left with her. Bernard too. Really, all of us need to enjoy having each other. That's all I want. With that said, Spider-Man leapt from the Empire State Building, flinging a web from his wrist before heading back home to Cindy. Harry stood in place, now sharing the weight of the world with his best friend. He realized now that he too would have to be a liar now that he had the burden of knowledge within him. Chapter 100, Siblings. After hearing what Eren had to say, Harry had one last loose end to tie up, one last thing that his father left behind. It took a while of researching, however, Harry eventually was able to track down his sister, Liz Allen Osborne. It turns out she decided to drop the Osborne part of her name, going by Liz Allen as she actually lived an honest life as she promised about half a year prior. She worked in a coffee shop, not too far away from the Osborne residence. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe she secretly wanted to live somewhere close to her brother in case she ever wanted to return home. Harry entered the shop, immediately being hit by the smell of coffee and sweet danishes. Liz didn't notice him, but he immediately was shocked to see just how different she looked when she wasn't her screwball persona. Rather than having that bright, crazy pink hair, her hair was brown and in a ponytail that hung from her work hat. Harry grinned softly, looking at his sister as she had this look of fulfillment on her face as she prepared orders and gave them to customers with a smile. Without that screwball get-up, she actually seemed like a sweet, kind-hearted person. She looked like the type of girl who'd be in a photography club or into something nerdy like collecting trading cards. It was a far cry from the borderline terrorist she once was. As she handed an order to a customer, she noticed Harry sitting at one of the tables in the back. He could tell that it startled her, but she eventually smiled a little bit and waved shyly to him. He waved back as she whispered something to one of her co-workers and headed over to his table. She sat down in front of him, still smiling shyly before the two long-lost siblings greeted each other. "Hi, Liz. How have you been?" Harry asked her, interlocking his hands and placing them on the table. "I've been doing better. Thank you for asking. What about you, Harry?" She seemed to really appreciate his sentiment. Perhaps people didn't really ask her how she was often. It was nice to hear that from someone who cared about her. "I've been doing better too. Thank you," Harry told her with a smile as he looked around at the wooden aesthetic that surrounded them. "Quite the shop. How were you liking working here?" "I like it, it's fun. I've been saving up for college with my salary," Liz said with a prideful smile. She never could afford college herself, nor did she really have any interest in it despite being in her early 20s. "That's great, Liz. You know, I could get you into any college you want, but you're probably like someone I know and you want to work for it yourself, right?" Harry saying this compelled Liz to nod slowly with that smile still on her face. "Yeah, I want to work for this. I want to earn my second chance," she said with sincerity. She also wasn't interested in using any of her father's money for personal gain. It didn't feel honest to her. "I get it. If you ever need help, you can always call me, Liz. I'll give you my number. Even if it's just to talk, you know," Harry offered as that feeling he gets when money doesn't solve his problems began to build up inside of him. He wanted to help her in some way, but he knew that money wasn't the way to do it, despite it fixing almost all of his own personal problems. One thing he was working on was trying to be a better man without his privileges. "Yeah, I'd like that," she told him with a smile. "I don't mean this rudely, but what made you suddenly come find me? I hadn't heard from you in a while, so I thought I was right about you just forgetting about me." Harry's eyebrows wilted, feeling saddened that she still felt that way about him, viewing him in a similar light to their father. "No, I'd never forget you. I was just busy, so busy that I was ignoring the people I cared about. I was so caught up in trying to right father's wrongs, I lost sight of what was important." "I'm important to you?" Liz asked timidly. "Of course. You're my sister. We're the only family we've got, right?" "Right." Liz nodded shyly, rubbing her arm awkwardly. She didn't feel that way about Harry at all, or at least she didn't think she did. However, he did have a point. She was just Southwest afraid to get close to him, being wary of that Osborne side of him that could be similar to their father. She didn't want to be used again, despite feeling some sort of familial love for him. "Liz, if it's okay with you, I want us to try being a family. I know it's sudden, but I just feel like the world could end any day now, so we should try and enjoy the time we have left with those we care about, right? I understand if you don't want to, but I do. I want to try," Liz told him. "You're right. We never know what the future has in store for us, right?" Harry nodded. "Right." Liz looked over at the clock, seeing her break was almost over, and finding herself feeling glum about it. "Well, I gotta go now. Here, I can give you my number." Liz extended her hand, prompting Harry to give her his phone. As she said, she put her number in her brother's phone before standing back up on her feet. "See you later, Harry," she said, smiling before walking back to her post. Harry got up as well, waving to her one last time before leaving the shop. It felt good to finally reconnect with her, especially since he'd always wanted a sibling. However, it pained him to know that their sibling relationship would end if Eren could not change the future. Just a few days later, Eren, Cindy, Lily, Flash, and Gwen found themselves inside a bowling alley, waiting for Harry to arrive with a supposed guest. "Do you know who he's bringing?" Eren asked the collective as they all sat in a circular booth beside a lane, though everyone shook their heads in declination. "I don't know, we're his only friends, I thought," Cindy said, shrugging. However, just as they were talking about him, Harry appeared with his sister next to him, rubbing her arm shyly and looking at the ground. She didn't really have friends outside of social media, So going on an outing with 5 strangers and her brother whom she was still trying to get to know was nerve-wracking. She's pretty, who is that? Cindy asked, looking to Eren as if he knew the answer. I don't know, their hair color is kinda similar. Didn't he mention having a sister? Due to Eren and Harry's last conversation being a timeline-exclusive event, Harry never was motivated enough to find his sister in the other timelines as he was laser-focused on atoning. In many of them, he and Eren even fought each other, but Eren was careful to avoid any situations that would lead to that. Hey, guys. Harry addressed the group excitedly before pushing his sister forward gently to present herself. This is my sister, Liz. Remember I told you guys about her? Oh, she's the social media girl. Eren asked, not even thinking if that was a touchy subject or not for her. Once he realized it, he added to his statement. Not that it's a problem or anything. Everyone deserves second chances, in fact, everyone here has done something we aren't proud of so Cindy elbowed Eren in the side of his body, stopping him from talking. Finally, Liz was able to speak. Yeah. Her face was starting to turn red with embarrassment at that point. She didn't think that anyone knew she was Screwball outside of her brother, so this was definitely not something she was prepared for. This girl is seriously Screwball, almost everyone thought in unison upon seeing the shy girl who was hidden beneath the mask. It's a common concept in psychology that wearing a mask causes a person to act in a way they normally wouldn't. It's why Eren became more talkative, why Harry became more aggressive, why Cindy was able to mutilate the Green Goblin, and why Screwball was so outgoing and hyper. It gives people the chance to change who they are. It's good to meet you, Liz. Lily added, standing up to greet the girl with a handshake. I'm Lily Hollister, your brother's girlfriend. Dating. Liz seemed surprised that Harry had a girlfriend who was so attractive, especially considering all the things she knew about him. Aren't you a bit out of his league? As soon as Liz asked this very genuine question, everyone erupted in laughter, even Lily giggled. Liz laughed awkwardly as Harry stood there dumbfounded. Huh. He muttered. Wait, what? Why is everyone laughing? And just like that, Liz felt comfortable joining the group, introducing herself to everyone, one by one, before eventually, everyone was ready to bowl together. Liz had never been bowling before, so it was up to her younger brother to be the one to teach her. As everyone was trying to determine what order they should bowl in, Harry stepped up to the lane first. Quiet, quiet, I shall grace thee with thy presence of thy god of bowling. Harry said confidently before grabbing one of the heavier bowling balls with a single hand as if it weighed nothing. People often forgot that he too technically had a form of super strength thanks to Craven's herbs. Watch and learn. With perfect form, Harry took a few steps forward and launched the ball forward using his super strength, absolutely annihilating the bowling pins in front of him and getting a strike on his first try. Harry pumped his fist before turning around and extending his arms. As I said, god of bowling. Eren was next, grabbing a ball and pretending it was heavy before approaching the lane without saying a word. Using a bit of his spider strength but not too much to make it obvious, he rolled the ball forward, curving it perfectly before getting a strike. Eren dusted his hands, turning to Harry with a smirk on his face. Bowling is nothing more than physics. You can cheat with that strength of yours all you want, I got the most powerful muscle right here. Eren pointed to his own head as he said this, pretending as if he too wasn't a superhero in disguise, cheating by using his strength. Flash got up immediately after Eren went, still having the competitive link between the two of them, just in a less hateful way. Blah, blah, blah. Math, physics, science. Watch this. Flash grabbed the heaviest ball before taking a few steps forward and launching the ball with no strategy whatsoever like a missile. Like Harry, he eradicated the pins before puffing his chest and returning to his seat. All the girls looked at the boys with unimpressed glares, thinking that they were taking this way too seriously. Gwen went directly after, knocking down 3 pins before failing to pick up the spare on her next run. Cindy went after her, having no interest in joining in on the muscle measuring contest as she weakly threw the ball as if she couldn't pelt it into the stratosphere if she wanted to. She ended up getting a spare, making sure to make it look accidental in the process. Lily went after her, bowling a strike with ease due to actually being a decent bowler herself. Lastly, it was Liz's turn, finding herself standing in the lane with the lightest ball in her hand. She was observing everyone's strategies, but she still had no confidence in herself. You got this, Liz. Harry encouraged her, compelling her to put on a face full of resolve. I got this. She thought to herself before swinging her arm backward with near-perfect form, causing everyone's eyebrows to rise before she threw the ball forward. However, the ball immediately curved into the gutter. Aw. She whined as she watched the ball continue down the side of the lane, hitting absolutely nothing. It's okay, you got the next one. Harry told her, compelling everyone else to join in. Yeah, you got it. Next try. Show those pins who's boss. You got it, girl. Just a little less curve next time and you're good. Liz immediately felt better hearing the words of encouragement from her new friends, giving herself a feeling she'd never had before. This is what it felt like to have genuine friends, people that cared about her, not in the same way that her so-called fans claimed. This was real support from people that genuinely cared for her, something she hadn't felt in so long. Once again, Liz grabbed a bowling ball before taking everyone's words and advice into account. Taking a deep breath, Liz stepped forward and released the ball down the lane, knocking down 3 pins and causing everyone around her to erupt in celebration. Liz raised her arms and squealed cutely, kicking her feet as she truly felt delighted at the moment, releasing a bit of the screwball personality within her. And just like that, Liz Allen was part of the group, finding herself part of a family like she had dreamed of after all those years. Chapter 101, Control. Over a month had passed since Eren Parker and his friends bowled together, introducing Liz Allen to the group. For the last month, all 7 of them had grown to become a lot closer. Surprisingly, even Eren and Flash were continuing to get along, despite Eren still understandably feeling somewhat reluctant to do so. Also during this month, Eren continued to let the symbiote that bonded with his body consume criminals, leading to many theories being formed about what exactly this monstrosity was. There were rumors of it shooting webs, leading people to believe that it was related to Spider-Man in some way. However, no one besides a few crazy theorists believed that Spider-Man was the one inside the dark monster seemingly made of tar. Still, only Harry knew about this secret of Eren's and about the terrifying future. Telling everyone else would only share the immeasurable amount of dread that was already consuming both boys. Despite Harry doing everything he can to become closer to his sister and enjoying what time he had left with Lily, he couldn't shake that feeling of ominous anticipation eating away inside of him. It was as if there was a permanent pit formed in his stomach as his brain thought about what exactly Eren meant by this supposed dark future. Even if Eren wanted to tell everyone, having multiple people trying to change the future would only complicate things. If Eren were to work by himself, he could control everything that was going to happen. At least, that's how he himself viewed it. Cindy, as Eren assumed, began noticing that Eren would disappear at night. Part of her wanted to follow him, to see what exactly he was doing when he left without saying a word. However, she also didn't want to even ask. Without the facts, Cindy could feel this aura around Eren at all times, an aura that became more sinister over time. She was beginning to grow afraid of her partner, but at the same time, she loved him so dearly that she couldn't stay away. When the rumors started and footage of the monster running around at night began popping up on social media, Cindy started to notice a pattern. Whenever a new video or picture was posted, it just so happened that it was posted during the times that Eren had left their bed. By that point, she was certain it was him and she didn't know what to do about it. Despite her certainty, she didn't confront him about it. She continued to act oblivious. However, Eren was ready to finally come clean. Several minutes before the Green Goblin would pop back into the timeline after getting pushed forward in time inadvertently by Eren, Cindy walked into their apartment to find Eren sitting on their bed with a serious expression on his face. "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" Eren asked her. "Yeah, sure." Cindy closed the door behind her, turning on the light before walking across the room and sitting on the bed next to her lover. She could sense the guilt and anxiousness resonating in his body. It was almost as if she could hear his heartbeat despite being a foot away from him. Norman is going to return very soon. I am going to kill him using the symbiote I stole when I returned to the timeline. In other words, I stole Project V for the purpose of using it to stop Norman from using it himself. When I fight him, I want you to stay here where it's safe. As Eren said this, Cindy didn't even look at him. However, she still spoke her mind. "Yeah. I figured you had something to do with that," she told him quietly. "There's this feeling I get when I'm close to you where it feels like something crying out, or at least, something is trying to break loose." "Is that the symbiote?" she asked. "Yeah. I can hold it in while I'm awake as long as I focus on it." "So that's why you sometimes leave at night?" she asked him. Eren nodded. "It needs to eat or else it'll start to take from me, the host, and kill me from the inside out. You gotta understand that if I don't let it do that, if I don't cross that line, then I can't protect everyone." "No, don't explain yourself. I understand. I should have killed Norman myself." Cindy muttered as tears fell from her face. In her mind, if she'd killed Norman, Eren would have never had to become a monster. No. We don't know what that would have changed in terms of the timeline. It's best that your hands remain clean, Cindy. As I said, I'll just do it myself. As Eren said this, Cindy looked up at him with tear-filled eyes before telling him something she hadn't admitted to anyone. "Then why did you feel disappointed when I didn't?" As she said this, a chill went down Eren's entire body. When she stopped herself from killing Norman Osborn, Eren felt relieved that she didn't cross that line, but at the same time, a small part of him had wished that she finished the job. He imagined himself, the old self that still existed inside of him, destroying Norman in the same way he destroyed Fisk. However, those thoughts passed fairly quickly. "So you felt that, huh?" Eren said quietly. "Yeah, I won't lie. I did wish you killed him for a moment, just a moment. He was far worse than any man I let live. You know, the villains I beat before pretty much all died or were basically dead after we fought. Electro fried himself to the point of becoming unrecognizable, Connor shot himself, Otto was killed by his own creation, Doom was sent to God knows where to be tortured for all eternity. Really, the only ones that lived were the Shocker and the Tinkerer. I guess you can throw the Vulture and Hydroman in there, but those two were jokes. The real hard-hitters, the ones who needed to be stopped before they could hurt thousands, are all dead. So you know, I got to thinking, what would have been the difference if I killed them with my own hands? What if I killed Norman right there? What if I let you do it? There's a reason why I didn't stop you, a reason why I hesitated. It was a brief thought, something that came and went fairly quickly, like when you're walking somewhere really high up and you think, what if I were to jump? You don't actually want to jump when you think that, right? I didn't really want to kill Norman at that point. I think. But now I do. Now that idea in my head isn't just some fleeting thought anymore. I think it might be best that guys like him are erased. There's a reason why there were no more Electro attacks, no more killer robot arms, no more lizards, and no more Latverian kings trying to conquer nations. It's because the job was finished. Norman deserves to burn in hell, he truly does. Norman wanted us to kill him more than anything by that point. He wanted us to become like him, today I'll give him what he wants. I tried to be good. I tried to not go back to the kid I was when I murdered Wilson Fisk, but I've seen the future, Cindy. Pretending to be good won't work this time. As Norman said time and time again, playing the hero won't work. This almost made me want to quit, it truly did, but I figured that I was looking at things too simply. I was looking at saving the world as a coin toss. Heads or tails. Good and evil. However, I realized that there can be a third option if you flip the coin enough times. Each timeline is a coin flip, right? Over and over, Eren Parker thought of the world as heads or tails in each timeline. Now, I realized that a coin could land on its side. The chance is minuscule, but it is possible. Cindy couldn't believe him. It was almost as if Eren had completely gone against his own character at that moment. It was as if he wasn't the one speaking to her. You're changing, Eren. Cindy told him. This isn't you. At Connor's funeral, you dash. That was just me playing the role I placed myself in. Those were just words, Eren said, interrupting her. Whether or not this was true or not would only be known by him. Cindy shook her head in disbelief. I find that hard to believe. You know how I said earlier that I can feel something crying for help? At first, I thought it was that thing inside. Now I realize who it really is. Eren's eyebrows furrowed, he didn't really understand what she was getting at. And who would that be? It's you. Cindy told him. It's Eren Parker. Eren paused for a second, not saying a word. It seemed as if Cindy's words struck something within him. After a few moments, Eren grabbed Cindy's hand and spoke gently to her. You might be right, he said before grabbing her other hand and holding them together. Don't worry, I'll get rid of this thing soon. Until then. Eren started expelling webs from his wrists, locking her hands together. You're staying here. What are you doing? Cindy shouted as she tried to break free from the webbing, but not even her own strength was great enough to snap them. There's no point, Cindy. This is a new formula I made. These do not break or dissolve. They are permanent unless you have this. Eren held up a vial of a clear liquid, something that he created as the only way to dissolve his special fluid. The new web fluid was incredibly difficult to make, so he could only make it in very, very small quantities. Why are you doing this? Cindy asked, still trying to break free despite it being impossible. Because you'd follow me. You'll just get in my way, you and Harry. Eren webbed her legs together before walking over to their dining table and placing the vial on top of it. I'll leave this here and have my phone send a text to Harry that you're here in about 30 minutes. Eren. Cindy shouted as Eren enveloped himself in his red and blue Spider-Man costume and climbed up to their skylight. Eren, she shouted louder, but he ignored her as he continued to leave their apartment. She thought about screaming for help, but explaining to her neighbors why she was covered in Spider-Man's webs would be more of a headache than it'd be worth. She had no choice but to let time pass. All she could do was sit in fear that the next time she saw the men she loved so dearly, Eren Parker would be gone. It wasn't long before Spider-Man found himself on the corner of a building as everyone around beneath continued on with their night as normal. He knew what was coming, what would be appearing at that exact spot, but he told no one. There was a blue flash, and as if he slipped through a portal, the Green Goblin appeared with that aura of fire surrounding his body as it did before he was shot through time, causing the earth to tremble upon his arrival. Spider-Man hopped off the building as everyone around him began to run away for their lives. He knew they'd all clear out upon seeing the monstrosity in front of them, so he wasn't too worried about them. As Spider-Man fell from the sky, his body slowly began to become enveloped in Project V, starting from his back. That red spider symbol on his back began to turn white, as did the black symbol on his chest. Darkness began seeping out from the white symbols, covering his chest and back to meet each other at the sides of his body. Landing on his 2 feet with his fist pounding the ground, Spider-Man cracked the floor and left a crater as the darkness continued to consume him, making its way to his legs and arms slowly. He then stood up straight, looking at the Green Goblin as claws began to form at his fingertips. The Green Goblin had a look of surprise on his face as he watched Spider-Man's entire body become covered in the symbiote. Project V. The Goblin whispered under his breath. As the symbiote covered Spider-Man's masked face, it was becoming more and more clear that the boy was furious beneath it all, as seen through the massive white eyes that were scowling at the monster. The Green Goblin couldn't believe the amount of control that Eren seemed to have over the symbiote, as every subject prior to him failed to do so. This was the product of Eren relentlessly training himself to be able to do so, locking himself away in a chamber inside the Baxter building in an attempt to become one with the symbiote while Cindy was at work or school. At first, the symbiote did not want to relinquish control to the boy, however, Eren had already seen it happen in other timelines, so he learned how to do it fairly quickly. Now with the symbiote under his command, Spider-Man was ready to kill the Green Goblin and protect his timeline once and for all. Norman. Spider-Man shouted in an earth-shattering voice as Godspeed energy began to surround his entire body. Norman smiled, he could smell the boy's killer intent in the air and he was loving it. Let's finish what we started. Chapter 102, The End. The Green Goblin laughed at the boy in front of him, sensing the rage and hatred emanating off of the boy's body like that Godspeed energy of his. Due to the symbiote's regenerative properties, Eren was able to use Godspeed once more without any sort of limitations on his body, practically allowing him to use it infinitely. The Green Goblin had no clue when or where he was. He didn't even know how he was alive at that moment, as the last thing he remembered was expelling enough energy from his body to nuke an entire city before he was standing in that very spot just a second later. Seeing Spider-Man wearing his Project V, the Goblin smirked. Well, Parker dash. The Goblin tried to taunt the boy, to speak about how much he'd changed. However, Spider-Man zipped forward so fast, it was almost as if he teleported in front of the Goblin before he delivered a mighty punch to the Goblin's face. As he attacked, Spider-Man retracted the symbiote from just his fists due to fire being the symbiote's weakness, allowing him to get through the Green Goblin's fiery aura without harming it. This strike was so powerful, a shockwave formed around the point of impact and Spider-Man's fist, one shrouded in electricity, before the Green Goblin was sent tumbling backward down the empty street. By the time the Green Goblin was able to get back on his feet, he was hit by an uppercut from Spider-Man, sending the Goblin several feet in the air due to its tremendous power. Spider-Man often held back against enemies, even when he said he was going all out, part of him still didn't allow himself to go past a certain threshold. However, he didn't care anymore, whether it be via his own will or the symbiote's influence, he was truly using everything he had to kill the Green Goblin. Using Godspeed, Spider-Man pushed off the ground, leaving a blue electric trail behind him as he leapt in the air to match the Green Goblin's altitude. The Green Goblin's eyes widened before Spider-Man began beating him with an onslaught of rapid punches while in the air in a bizarre, anime-like fashion. With each punch, the Green Goblin was able to finally feel pain after having transformed into his monstrous state, something he didn't even think was possible at that point, especially in his fiery form. Spider-Man reeled back his fist, moving his entire Godspeed aura to his right hand before delivering a powerful punch to the Green Goblin's chest, one so emphatic that it nearly penetrated through his body. Yet another shockwave, this time even grander than the last, formed around Spider-Man's fist, sending the Green Goblin spiraling down toward the earth like a bullet. The Green Goblin's body pulverized the pavement beneath him, creating a massive crater as he lay with his arms and legs spread. Spider-Man landed not too far from the Green Goblin, still scowling as seen by the symbiote suit matching his expression underneath. I've waited over a whole month for this moment. I went through relentless training just to be sure that I'd be able to beat you. Spider-Man spoke darkly as he walked forward with thunderous footsteps that would even make Zeus himself raise an eyebrow. You may not have realized, but I sent the two of us through time inadvertently. As Spider-Man spoke with his grim, menacing voice, the Green Goblin got back up on his feet, clearly showing signs of damage as his flaming aura began to fade. He couldn't believe it. For the Green Goblin, he was beating the brakes off of Silk and Spider-Man just minutes prior. Now, however, that same boy was obliterating him as if he were nothing but a mere punching bag. Harry's cure that he injected into him was also proving to weaken the beast, though it was overall ineffective at removing the effects of the new and improved version of Globulin Green. Each attack hurt like hell, it was as if he were being struck by 1,000,000 tons of steel with each fist. He knew that the symbiote was powerful, but he didn't know it would make Spider-Man powerful. He also knew what its weakness was, it was part of why he decided on making a formula that allowed for pyromancy, just in case he needed to defend himself against his own captives using it. However, Spider-Man wouldn't let his pyromancy get the chance even to come close to hurting the symbiote. The Green Goblin formed a fireball in his hand, throwing it forward in desperation at Spider-Man faster than any bullet known to men. Spider-Man, seeing this coming at him in slow motion, simply stepped to the side and avoided it, still continuing to walk forward with his thunderous steps. While you went forward in time, I went backward and spoke to an alternate timeline version of myself. He gave me the memories of hundreds of Eren Parkers, all of which died because of the very thing I am wearing on my body. All because of you. By the time Eren was at this point of his monologue, he was about 5 feet from the Green Goblin. In an instant, he stepped forward, once again putting himself directly in front of the Green Goblin before sending yet another punch toward the crazed scientist, aimed directly at his liver. This punch ruptured multiple of the Green Goblin's ribs, creating yet another shockwave. Before the Green Goblin could be flung backward, Spider-Man flashed behind him, almost appearing as if he instantly teleported, and held the Green Goblin's back in place. The Green Goblin's eyes widened at this display of speed before Spider-Man reeled his fist back and punched the Green Goblin in his spine, causing him to bend backward as his spine broke in half. Ah. The Green Goblin groaned in agony. He couldn't believe it, he suddenly was unable to move anything below his waist due to the tremendous strength of the attack. You probably lost all feeling in your legs, right? Can't have you running off on me. Spider-Man said as the Goblin slumped over onto the ground like an empty mascot suit. Spider-Man walked around the now paralyzed Green Goblin, looking down at the filth with hateful eyes. I've seen you kill my girlfriend and my best friend hundreds of times over. Spider-Man socked the Green Goblin in the chin, causing the monster to fall over on his side, still unable to move anything below the waist. The I feel when I look at your pathetic face is far beyond any type of fury I have ever felt. The Green Goblin began forming fire around his fist to retaliate, only for Spider-Man to continue to attack. Spider-Man stomped on the Green Goblin's head with such force, it would have burst like a melon if the Goblin were still human. The I feel knowing that I've had to reduce myself to is something I can't even comprehend. Pive. All because you wanted to prove a point to me. By this point, the Green Goblin's fiery aura was flickering and nearly depleted. Spider-Man knelt down and grabbed the Green Goblin by one of his horns and forcing him to look up at him. Well, I have a point that I want to prove to you. I'll show you what happens when the boy who plays the hero. Spider-Man broke the Green Goblin's horn off of his head, provoking a blood-curdling scream from the Goblin as he squirmed in despair. You did this to me, Norman. You created this monster time and time again. I have the memories implanted into my head as if I lived through eons of torture done by your hand. Playing on a cycle. Eren began to shed tears beneath his mask, crying through his rage as the images of Harry, Cindy, Lily, Gwen, Flash, Felicia, and anyone else he'd formed bonds with in other timelines being killed either by Norman's hands or as a result of the chain reaction the Green Goblin started repeated in his mind. And now. Spider-Man webbed down both of the Green Goblin's hands with his special, unbreakable webbing before placing the Green Goblin's broken horn over his green mouth. Now I can end the cycle. I don't care what it makes me. I'll do whatever it takes from here on if it means saving everyone. Word spread fairly quickly that Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were once again squaring off, alerting Harry and prompting him to immediately gear up as the new Goblin to back Eren up. As he soared through the city on his board to help his friend, he received a text message from Cindy Moon. I need your help at mine and Eren's apartment, please hurry. As Harry read this message, he was confused. What? Why isn't she with Eren, he thought to himself before redirecting his board and heading straight to his friend's apartment building. By the time he arrived, the door was already unlocked, allowing him to enter and find Cindy on the ground with her legs and hands bound by Spider-Man's unique web formula. Cindy, what happened? Harry rushed over as Cindy pointed to the vial behind him on the dining table. Eren did this. These webs won't break without that formula on the table. What? Harry rushed over and grabbed the vial before pouring the liquid onto Cindy's hands and ankles. The webs began to slowly dissolve and Cindy continued to explain what was happening. He stole Project V and it's changing him. He said he was going to kill Norman, but it wasn't him who was speaking. He's being controlled. We need to stop him before he loses himself completely. Cindy was finally able to break loose from her shackles before summoning her Spider-Matter costume that was beneath her clothes. As Silk started to leave, Harry grabbed her wrist, stopping her in her tracks. I know. He told me about that stuff. I didn't know it was going to happen today, but I think we should let him. Harry saying this caused Silk's eyebrows to furrow in disbelief. What? She shouted, looking at her friend as if he too were becoming a monster. Well, according to him, killing Norman will save the timeline, right? So why don't we just let him? He seems to have everything under control. Harry told her, truly trusting that Eren knew what he was doing, despite seeing the monster he'd become firsthand. I should have figured you wouldn't see the problem after seeing what you did to those screwball followers. Silk told him, pulling her arm away from him due to her being far stronger than him. Silk leapt into the air and attached herself to the ceiling before lifting the skylight. I believe in reciprocated force. For every action, there is an equal reaction, or however the saying goes. Harry told her coldly. I won't let you stop him. Norman needs to die. It's not about him killing Norman, it's about what Eren is becoming. That man that I just spoke to wasn't him. I don't care if Norman dies, in fact, I want him to die. I don't want Eren Parker to die in the process. She told him. What if that takes him over completely? Then what? Who's going to stop him then? That won't happen. He said he'll get rid of it and I believe him. I will not let you interrupt this. You're being crazy right now, Cindy. Harry saying this baffled Cindy. From her point of view, they were the crazy ones. So what, are you going to fight me, Harry Osborn? Silk asked him, looking down at him with the eyes of an enemy. Harry reached for his utility belt, hovering his hand over his grappling hook. I believe in reciprocated force, as I said. You tell me. Without hesitation, Silk shot a web at Harry and fled out of the window. Harry dodged to the side, shooting his grapple hook out the opened skylight and pulling himself upward. By the time he was standing on the roof of the apartment, he could see Silk swinging away from him with haste, taking a few disappointed glances back at him. Harry leapt off the building, summoning his glider which wrapped around the building and caught him in midair before boosting forward towards Silk. Silk could feel her silk sense tingling, nudging her to turn around, only to see the new goblin close enough to snatch her out of the air. Let him finish this. Harry shouted as Silk began to break free and throw punches at him. As the two flew higher in the air on his glider, Harry dodged and blocked her punches until one of them hit him square in the mouth. This allowed Silk to crawl up his body and kick off his back like a launch pad before flipping forward and shooting 3 webs at him. Harry shifted his board back and forth to avoid her attacks before reaching onto his utility belt and grabbing a grenade. He threw this grenade at Silk, causing her to frown and grit her teeth under her mask as she fired a web at the grenade and sent it back to Harry. Really? You're willing to hurt me over this, she shouted before the grenade exploded, releasing a net that ensnared Harry and knocked him off of his board. Harry was only trying to slow her down, he wasn't going to do anything that would cause her any harm, the net being proof of that. Harry began plummeting down toward the earth, unable to remotely control his glider due to his hands being tied. However, Silk was kind enough to shoot a web at him and attach him to a building before web-zipping in the opposite direction to find Eren. Silk. Wait. Harry yelled as he watched her disappear in the distance while trying to cut through his own rope, which would be a tall task considering the rope was created to withstand being sliced. Back on the battlefield, the Green Goblin looked up at Spider-Man with wide eyes as Spider-Man's massive white eyes looked down at him with a grotesque grimace. The Green Goblin could tell that Spider-Man, or whoever it was in front of him, was prepared to finally end it all. Norman, for the first time in a long time, was able to feel fear. Eren. Wait, a voice spoke, though it was not the Goblin. Please. I'm still in here. The Goblin is making me do these things. If you kill him, you'll kill me. Spider-Man looked at Norman, exhaling softly as he thought about the man's words. It was true that the Goblin was just a personality inside of Norman, not the man himself. Norman was sick, he needed help more than anything. He wasn't truly a monster. But Spider-Man didn't care. Using the symbiote, Spider-Man formed a tendril around the Green Goblin's detached horn and shoved it down his throat, impaling his insides with it all while suffocating, electrocuting, and drowning him with the symbiote. The Green Goblin thrashed about in agony as he slowly died beneath the killer arachnid. Spider-Man watched as the life left the Green Goblin's eyes, taking a deep breath before retracting the tendril and standing over the body with both fists clenched tightly. At the same time, Silk landed behind him, triggering the once hero to turn around and face her. Silk's mouth didn't say a word, however, her eyes spoke a million and Eren was able to understand every last one. I'm sorry. Spider-Man told her before zipping away in an instant, leaving the corpse of the Green Goblin and Silk, who was standing teary-eyed and disturbed a few feet away. Chapter 103, Mirror of the World. The Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, was found dead after reportedly having fought Spider-Man once again. No one knows how he returned, as witnesses described it as he simply appeared out of thin air in the middle of the same street where his corpse was found. Many believe that Spider-Man was the one who took the Green Goblin's life, confusing many as it was seemingly done in a very horrific and graphic manner. Some people have reported seeing the hero wearing an all-black suit, one that looked familiar to the mysterious monster that has been devouring humans late at night. There have been rumors that this monster and Spider-Man were linked in some way, and now, it seems that they may in fact be one and the same. Eren found himself inside the Baxter building, surrounded by machines and gadgets amongst the everyday furniture inside it as a TV played the news in the background. He was alone, pacing back and forth as he wore his red and blue Spider-Man costume, wondering what the next step in his grand plan would be. He knew what the next step should have been, it was the first thing he'd come up with before forming the plan backward in order to make sure everything would lead up perfectly to that very moment. However, once he had reached the finish line, he began to hesitate. Parker. A voice spoke out to him, calling his own name. It was a voice he recognized, yet it was foreign to him simultaneously. It sounded like his own voice, though a more sinister, psychotic, demonic version of it. Perkiar, the voice spoke out once more, causing Eren to look around frantically to find the source of it. Who's there? Come out. Eren demanded, readying himself to fight whoever it was that was stalking him in the shadows. However, he would soon find something he wouldn't have ever expected. I'm over here. The voice spoke out, drawing Eren's attention to a very reflective window where he could see his own reflection in it. However, the reflection was distorted, showing a version of himself wearing the all-black costume with his mask removed, showing a contorted grin on his own face. What? Eren questioned, blinking twice as if that would make his mirror image disappear, but it did not. Parker, Parker, Parker. Don't tell me you're really thinking about getting rid of me after all we've been through. His reflection spoke in a taunting, gaudy, and raspy voice. What are you talking about? Eren asked his reflection as he inched closer to the window, having a concerned look on his face that contrasted with the hallucination in front of him. Oh, don't act like you're so clueless, Parker. I gave you the thing you craved more than anything. Power, the reflection proclaimed this with bold confidence as it smiled at Eren Parker, causing the boy to stop in his tracks with furrowed eyebrows. I don't crave power. I don't need power. Eren told his reflection, whether this be fact or fiction would only be known to the boy himself. Our relationship has given us a shared consciousness, Parker. I know everything you feel, everything you think. I know what you desire, I know what you love, and I know what you despise. His reflection chuckled at the boy, having the sense that he truly did know everything about the hero. You don't know the dash. Before Eren could finish the sentence, his mirror image finished it for him. First thing about you. Oh, I know it all, Eren. I know how you truly felt about Norman, how badly you wanted him dead. Not just Norman, but the criminals of New York. You wished that someone would just come along and erase the worst of the worst from existence. You wished that God himself would somehow smite them. Or would it be Bast that you believe in now, right? That's the only true way you could save everyone. If you wait for the killers to kill, that's at least one person you failed at saving. His mirror image cackled once more before jumping onto a couch to sit with his legs up on the arm of it. You play the hero, but what's inside can't hide from me, Parker. What you needed was to be pushed to do what you thought would really solve your problems. So you used my power and we did just that. I didn't need you. I didn't want to kill those criminals, they died because I needed to feed you. Eren told his reflection, despite knowing he needed that symbiote more than anything if he wanted to win, but he didn't want to admit it to the monster itself. Oh, but you did, you even said it yourself many, many times. Without me, there's no killer instinct. There's no drive to do what needs to be done. And most importantly, there's no Godspeed. Your body can't handle it, the reflection once again taunted the boy, spitting truth after truth at him. I don't need Godspeed and I don't need you. Eren shouted, prompting the reflection to lean up and shout back at him. You do need me, Parker. You felt like a god, didn't you? You felt unstoppable. You felt like you were the most powerful being on this planet, no, that you were the most powerful being on Earth. With my strength combined with your Godspeed, we are invincible, Parker. You can do whatever you want. You're right. Eren told his reflection. I did feel like a god. I felt fantastic. It felt so satisfying to tear Norman apart. It was honestly euphoric. Even now, I don't feel hurt or disgusted by myself like when I killed Fisk. He deserved to die, there was nothing redeeming about him in the slightest. Even being a father didn't get him any sympathy from me. However, I know that I shouldn't feel happy about it either. I shouldn't feel invigorated because I took a man's life or because I have the power to destroy a city in minutes. That's why I'm getting rid of you once and for all. All right, all right. Don't come crawling back to me when you need me in the future, Parker. You know you'll need me again, the reflection proclaimed, crossing his arms confidently. I'll make sure that'll never happen. Eren muttered coldly, making his reflection laugh in the process. And how will you do that, Parker? Are you going to hide me under your bed? No. Eren told his reflection, staring back at him with an icy glare. I'm going to kill you. Eren walked away from the window hastily, however, the voice didn't stop as he walked into one of the main labs to find the machine that was used to test Johnny Storm's limits. You can't rid yourself of me, Parker. I'm too important to you. The cylindric chamber the Eren found himself in front of could withstand heat that was hotter than any sun. Eren modified the machine to house a miniature version of Dr. Otto Octavius's machine that generated a miniature sun at his presentation, using some tritium that he stole from Oscorp. Not only was the power of the sun now at his disposal, but the machine was also equipped with a high-frequency sound generator. Eren stepped inside the cylinder as the symbiote still spoke to him. What are you doing? What is this? The symbiote questioned, having no recollection of Eren ever thinking about this machine. That was because Eren repressed the memory of creating it up until that moment, which was the first thing he did before stealing the symbiote from its facility. The door closed behind Eren and the cylinder began to heat up slowly. My other selves either kept the symbiote for its power by wearing it or hiding it somewhere. This just led to the symbiote taking them over, which led to them becoming venom and destroying the world despite wanting to do the right thing. The other ones, well, they tried getting rid of you in other ways. One entered a flaming building while wearing you, hoping that'd be enough. Many knocked themselves against bell towers to remove you, though that didn't defeat you, it only removed you from Eren Parker himself. Some even tried drowning themselves, but that didn't stop you, did it? A high-frequency sound began to play, compelling Eren to cover his ears and the symbiote to begin to scream and wriggle off of his body as if it were trying to escape, yet hold on at the same time. But I will not allow even a single cell of you to live on. This was the final step all along. Killing Norman was nothing more than the climax to this story. This is where the fate of the timeline seals itself. Eren screamed through the high-pitched sounds and shrieks from the symbiote, still covering his ears as his passionate voice reverberated off of the walls. You symbiotes have two weaknesses, fire and sound. This is the highest frequency that your kind is capable of hearing. I also have the power of the sun in my hands, a sun so powerful you will be eradicated by its flames. Just as Eren proclaimed this, a miniature sun formed in front of him before it began expanding in size to fill the cylindric chamber. Spider matter is capable of withstanding the human torch's flames, therefore I will be protected from the burning of the sun, yet you will die. The mini-sun grew, covering both Spider-Man and the symbiote with its flames, causing both of them to scream in agony. Eren wasn't being burned by the sun, at least, not to the point he should have been if it were actually coming into contact with his skin. It felt more like he was being nearly boiled alive. It hurt like hell, but it wasn't killing him. He only needed to hold out for a few seconds to make sure that not a single trace of the symbiote remained on his body. After several seconds that felt like an eternity, the miniature sun dispersed, leaving Spider-Man to fall to his knees as steam began pouring off of his costume. He was breathing heavily on his knees, looking down at his red-gloved hands as he began to feel the world around him spin due to his lightheadedness. He knew the symbiote was gone, he could tell by the way that his brain no longer felt as if someone was picking around inside of it. His thoughts were all his own, and that feeling of needing to devour humans was gone. It's over. He whispered, inspecting his entire body for any trace of the symbiote. It was completely gone. Thank God. Eren whispered before the secondary high-pitched frequency played once more, a precaution made to make sure every trace of the symbiote was erased. The door opened, allowing Eren to step out and look at his reflection of himself in one of the mirrors in the lab. He saw himself, Eren Parker. He looked down at his hands again and tried to use Godspeed once more, but he could only generate small sparks of electricity. He was nothing more than a boy who could stick to walls and shoot webs, but he didn't care. It was worth sacrificing his greatest power for the timeline's safety. Due to living with a man made of literal fire, Reed had developed a serum to cure burns just in case Johnny accidentally scorched someone or if anyone was burned during sparring. Eren grabbed one for himself and injected himself with it, immediately feeling his body being soothed of all burns. Without a second thought, he left the Baxter building and swung home. He entered from the skylight and landed softly in the center of his tiny apartment to find Cindy Moon sitting on their bed, looking at him with a shocked expression on her face. He didn't have to tell her, she knew what was happening. All of that dark energy that surrounded him before that she could sense was finally gone. Those feelings of being afraid of her lover were finally gone, she knew that only Eren Parker remained. He retracted his mask, smiling softly at her before finally telling her the words she'd been waiting to hear for so long. It's over, Cindy. And I'm back. Cindy leapt off of the bed and hugged Eren tightly, weeping silently on his shoulder as if he'd just come back from being lost in time again. I thought that thing had taken you over completely. I was so afraid of losing the real you, she told him, revealing to him her true reasoning for wanting to stop him from going after Norman. She understood that he had to do what had to be done to Norman if that's what saved the timeline, however, she didn't want Eren to become a monster in the process. I know. I'm sorry for everything that I put you through ever since I came back. It's done now. The symbiote is gone and I'll never wear it again. I promise. Eren told her, finally making a promise that he intended to keep. Chapter 104, Doing My Best. Spider-Man was seen swinging from building to building wearing his blue and red costume, flipping through the air and zipping off buildings like an Olympic gymnast. For the men beneath his mask, Eren Parker, life was beginning to look up again. The symbiote was gone, the timeline was saved, and he was on his way to go see his friends for a trip to the beach. Everyone was already waiting at Harry's house, Eren was just going to pick up one last friend before his steadily growing friend group headed out together. However, Spider-Man's duty would call on his way there, as his spider sense began to buzz within his brain. My spider sense is tingling. What's going on, he thought, looking in the direction of where his sense led him before changing his trajectory by slingshotting himself to the side with his webs. Once he was close enough to the danger, he could see that one of the skyscrapers was on fire, though it was already being put out by firefighters and many people had been evacuated already. Spider-Man landed on top of a fire truck, generating a loud thud that startled both the firefighters and the civilians who were saved by them. When they all turned around to look at the hero, their fearful expressions did not cease. Many of them had seen what he had done to the Green Goblin, and the rumors about Spider-Man eating people never went away, they only continued after his black and white costume was revealed to the world. It had been about a week since Spider-Man killed the Green Goblin. He was used to these fearful glares at that point, so he pretended not to notice them. "Are there any others in the building?" Spider-Man asked one of the firefighters, ignoring the fearful glares. "Why, yeah. There are people in both elevators. 5th floor and 16th floor," he told the hero. Before the firefighter could say anything else, Spider-Man shot 2 webs at the burning building and slingshot himself toward it like an arrow. Inside the building, there were 2 elevators filled with people of all ages. On one elevator, the one near the 5th floor, there were 2 elderly people and a young man wearing a suit. In the other elevator, the one on the higher floor, there was a family of 4, a mother, father, son, and daughter. The 2 elderly folks were trembling as the young man tried his best to comfort them. "We're going to be all right. The firefighters are outside, I'm sure of it." "They'll dash." The man's voice was cut off by the sound of the elevator creaking and lowering slightly. At this point, even he was starting to lose hope. The elderly couple began to pray together in Arabic, hoping that the God they believed in would somehow save them, hoping that he would send anyone, a firefighter, an angel, or any single person that would save them from their untimely demise. The young man began to join them, praying in English quietly to himself. He wasn't even religious in the slightest, in fact, he was agnostic. However, he was desperate at that point. "Please, get us out of this. Please," the young man whispered to himself, still doubtful as he prayed. However, his prayers would soon be answered. Slowly, the sound of the door to the elevator being pried open could be heard, prompting all 3 of them to slowly open their eyes and see 10 red fingers pulling the sliding doors open. Soon enough, they could see that iconic black spider symbol on their rescuer's chest, that symbol of hope as Spider-Man had finally arrived. Using everything he had, Spider-Man opened the elevator doors completely before webbing them in place, looking up at the 3 citizens with his lenses widened. "I'm here, you're safe," he reassured them, extending his hand outward to the elderly couple. The old man and the young man led the old woman over to him, allowing her to get out first. "I got you, ma'am," Spider-Man said gently, grabbing her hand and pulling her upward and out of the elevator. "I'll get your husband out next," he told the lady, extending his hand out to the old man who was still being helped by the young man in the suit. "Grab my hand, sir," Spider-Man instructed him, prompting the men to grab Spider-Man's arm with both hands to be pulled up by the hero. Just as the old man was being pulled upward, the firefighters began to arrive, attending to the elderly couple to escort them out of the fire-filled building. "Come on, buddy, you're next," Spider-Man said to the suited young man, grabbing his arm and pulling him up and out of the death trap. "These guys are gonna take care of you, all right? I need to help the others," Spider-Man told all 3 of them before crawling through the gap on top of the elevator to enter the elevator shaft and make his way to the other elevator. "Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you. Thank you so much." Spider-Man didn't have time to acknowledge their thanks as he still had a family to save in a different elevator on the 16th floor. Inside the elevator, the family of 4 held each other tightly, knowing that their fate was likely going to be sealed at that moment. "Mommy. Daddy, are we going to die?" the little girl asked, causing her brother to weep more and her parents to look down at her sadly. "We're going to be okay, sweetheart. Don't worry," the father lied, wanting his daughter's last moments to at least have a little bit of hope. The fire outside the elevator was directly next to the door, blocking it completely and turning the elevator into a furnace. If they weren't going to fall to their deaths if the elevator broke, they would be cooked alive if the flames continued to spread. "I'm scared," the little boy muttered, still crying as he didn't have any hope that the firefighters would be able to get to them in time. "It's okay. We're gonna be okay," his mother reassured him, rubbing his head as they all continued to dangle in their death trap. However, her reassurance would soon prove to be nothing more than empty words. The last cable keeping the elevator from falling broke, causing the entire elevator to begin plummeting downward. The family held on to each other and one of the handrails tightly as they plummeted with their metal box of death, screaming at the top of their lungs as their demise was near. This was it. They were certain that they were goners at that point. No firefighters or police officers could save them now, it was far too late. It would only be a couple of seconds before the elevator would slam onto the bottom floor, allowing the impact of the collision to immediately eradicate them. However, the elevator suddenly stopped. Everyone quit screaming and the elevator grew to be completely silent, gently swaying ever so slightly as if they were being held up by some secret cable at the last moment. "What happened?" the wife asked her husband, though she would only receive a look that said, "Hell if I know," as a response. You guys are gonna be okay. A young man's faint voice could be heard from above them, followed by the sounds of a person seemingly climbing toward the trapdoor above them. I'm going to remove this door, okay, the voice said before the door was immediately pried from its hinges, revealing a red-masked face. It was Spider-Man. Once again arriving just in time. His lenses shut slightly in relief upon seeing that none of them were seriously injured, however, they were looking at him with those same fearful gazes as the ones outside. They must have heard the Bugle's stuff about me, he thought to himself, knowing that the public opinion was being swayed by conspiracists and the media. They portrayed him as a monster, however, he wouldn't deny those claims personally. They were all true. He knew doing what he did would have resulted in that. I'm not gonna hurt anybody, okay? Look. Spider-Man retracted parts of his mask, showing his young face to the people in the elevator. He knew that no one would see it but them, and he wanted to show them that he was nothing more than a boy beneath the mask. I'm just some guy, see? Don't be scared. Now listen, everyone. We're going to have to work together to save everyone, okay, he told them, getting a nod from the kids as their parents continued to look at him standoffishly. You, little girl. What's your name, he asked her. Megan, she said, still holding onto her parents tightly. Okay, Megan. Grab my hand, you're going to be first. Okay. Spider-Man extended his arm down toward the girl, looking over at the father before asking him for help. Hey, Dad. Can you help Megan, please? The father was reluctant at first, but then he remembered all the time Spider-Man was there for everyone. It didn't matter what the media said, Spider-Man was still that guy. He was still a hero and people were losing sight of that. The father helped his daughter up, allowing Spider-Man to grab her hand and pull her up to the top of the elevator. Hold on to me, okay Megan, he told her before extending his hand back down into the elevator. Okay, kid. What's your name, he asked the little boy. Michael, the boy said weakly before his father grabbed him and lifted him up toward the hero's hand. All right, Michael, I'm getting you out of here. Come on, buddy. Spider-Man pulled him up and placed him next to his sister. You hang on too, all right, the boy nodded after the hero said this and held on to Spider-Man tightly. Meanwhile, firefighters started to open the door to whatever floor was right above them at the moment using their tools. Once it was open, they looked down to see Spider-Man helping the mother get out of the elevator as the kids held onto his shoulders. Spider-Man looked up at the firefighters, thanking God and basked that they came just in time to help. Hold on, okay. Spider-Man said to the father before shooting multiple strings of webs up toward the open door above them. He crouched down next to the little kids and gave them instructions. You guys ever climb ropes at school? Or use a jungle gym? It's the same thing all right, just climb it and the firefighters will get you while I get, Dad. All right. But Spider-Man, I'm scared, the little boy muttered. Spider-Man grabbed both the kids by their faces, smiling softly at them before the spider matter from his gloves began transferring to their faces, giving them spider masks of their own. It is scary, I get scared sometimes too. The mask will keep you safe and make you strong, okay? Trust me, now climb. Spider-Man lending his strength to the kids immediately gave them the motivation to turn around and begin climbing his webs up toward the firefighters. Their mother began climbing up right behind them as Spider-Man knelt down to help the father climb up next. They're gonna be all right, sir. You're next, come on. I got you. Spider-Man extended his arm, however, Spider-Man failed to notice that his webs that were attached to both the elevator and the ceiling of the shaft were being weakened by flames. His webs were resistant to fire, however, they were not completely unaffected by flames. Spider-Man's web that was connected to the elevator snapped, causing the elevator with the father inside to begin to plummet. This would prove to be nothing more than a minor inconvenience to Spider-Man, as he immediately shot another web toward the elevator, connecting it to the man's chest and pulling him out from the falling metal box of death. At the same time, Spider-Man attached himself to a wall and held the men in place, looking down at him and taking a sigh of relief. The man was panicking, breathing sporadically as he dangled in the elevator shaft, his fear only progressing after hearing the elevator crash below him. Spider-Man, with a slight smile on his face, reassured the men. See? I told you that I got you. I'll pull you up. Spider-Man pulled the father up into his arms before leaping off of the wall and onto the floor where the firefighters and his family were. Immediately, the family embraced each other as Spider-Man grabbed the two kids' heads and recovered his spider matter from them, using it to cover his hands and face once again. We can handle it from here, Spider-Man. One of the firefighters told him. And thank you. We couldn't have saved them without you. It's no problem. It's my responsibility after all. Keep them safe for me, all right, he told all of the firefighters. Will do, Spider-Man. Before Spider-Man could leave, the mother looked up at him and spoke. Thank you. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. We're sorry, her saying this confused him. He didn't quite understand what she was apologizing for. Sorry. This wasn't your fault. You don't need dash. Before he could finish, she revealed the true nature of her apology. We're sorry for forgetting who you are. We're sorry. They're all wrong about you, she confessed, bringing a smile to Spider-Man's face beneath his mask. Oh, that. Don't worry, it's all good. Sometimes we all need to do better, right? I'm just doing my best. Take care of yourselves, all right. With those words, Spider-Man leapt from the building and seemingly fled the scene. However, he didn't actually leave until he was sure that everyone was safe. He knew how firefighters and police officers would get when he did all of their jobs for them. It was a pride thing, so he let them do it, but he just wanted to make sure they got it done. Once everyone was safe, he fled the scene entirely and headed to where he was going before he was distracted by the disaster.